Your name is He Pingsheng? How old are you? In a dark, dilapidated hall resembling a ruined temple, a shirtless man stared gruffly at the boy, less than 5 feet tall, asking in a gruff voice. The boy replied respectfully and cautiously, replying to Boss Zhang, I'm 14 years old. What kind of spiritual root? Boss Zhang asked casually. He Pingsheng said, a 5-element spiritual root. Upon hearing 5-element spiritual root, Boss Zhang smiled with satisfaction, then chuckled, so, a money-wasting brat, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. The surrounding group of sweaty, stinking men burst into laughter. The laughter mingled together, shaking dust from the rafters. Boss Zhang's smile vanished, and the laughter of the surrounding group stopped as well, like puppets on strings. Slap. Boss Zhang's greasy, black hand slapped He Pingsheng's thin shoulder. Your Uncle Zhang and I have some connections, he said. He begged me, and that's why I took you in. 14 years old, not a child anymore. From today onwards, you'll be responsible for fetching water from Zayuzu Peak. But remember this, the gentlemen and ladies of Zayuzu Peak are immortals, each one incredibly noble. You must treat them with utmost respect. If you displease them, your life will be in danger. He Pingsheng's heart tightened, and he quickly replied, yes. Boss Zhang continued, there are 2 places on Zayuzu Peak that need water. One is the cave dwellings of the various gentlemen. The other is the canteen for us servants. This water consumption is considerable. You must get up before dawn every day to fetch water and not stop until evening, without a moment's rest. Otherwise, this water-fetching work will never be finished. Understood? Zhang the elder demanded. He Pingsheng nodded, understood. Third brother, take him to familiarize himself with the place. Don't let him delay tomorrow's work, or none of us can bear the punishment from the masters. A tall, thin middle-aged man stood up and led He Pingsheng out of the dark hall. He Pingsheng, 14 years old. Born into the outer sect of the Taixu Sect, both his parents were once outer sect disciples. Unfortunately, when He Pingsheng was 8 years old, his father, He Sanja, was killed by a demonic beast while searching for opportunities. Less than a month later, his mother also died mysteriously. Then, a group of Taixu Sect cultivators broke into their home and plundered all the cultivation resources his parents had left behind. From then on, He Pingsheng lived with Zhang Jian, a close friend of his father. At the age of 9, He Pingsheng awakened his spiritual root. At the Taixu Sect's awakening ceremony, he awakened a 5-element spiritual root containing all 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. He had a spiritual root, but this kind of spiritual root was the most difficult to cultivate. In the parlance of the cultivation world, this spiritual root was a money-wasting commodity. It required countless resources to accumulate. To put it simply, the resources needed to cultivate one cultivator with 5 elemental roots are often enough to cultivate 10 or even dozens with single elemental roots. None of the elders or disciples of the Taixu Sect were willing to accept him as a disciple, and in the end, He Pingsheng didn't even qualify to enter the outer section. Recently, Zhang Jian, due to his hopelessness regarding the great Dao and his advancing age, planned to abandon the path and return home to marry and have children to continue the ancestral bloodline. Unable to care for his former friend's descendant any longer, he could only recommend He Pingsheng to the miscellaneous servants platoon on Zayuzu Peak, the inner sect, to work as a menial disciple. A menial disciple, as the name suggests, does odd jobs and chores. The cultivation world isn't all about immortals. Even immortals need to eat, drink, and relieve themselves, especially those disciples in the qi refining stage who cannot yet abstain from grains. Therefore, daily servants are indispensable. On each of the Taixu Sect's main peaks, there are menial servants platoons responsible for various tasks such as sanitation, meals, and errands, which can be subdivided into dozens of categories. Of all the jobs, carrying water was the heaviest. After all, the many people on the mountain consumed countless amounts of water daily. Moreover, carrying water required going to the mountain spring at the back of the mountain, a round trip of only 2 miles, but the path was uneven and rugged. He Pingsheng chose to suffer here because he still harbored a sliver of hope for the path to immortality. Although he was a menial disciple, Zayuzu Peak was closer to the immortals. Closer meant more opportunities, and if the opportunity was right, he might even obtain 1 or 2 methods of cultivation and enlightenment, thus embarking on the path to immortality. Wouldn't that be wonderful? It was with this dream in mind that he had Zhang Jian recommend him to Zayuzu Peak. As for suffering, he wasn't born with a silver spoon in his mouth. What life in this world isn't filled with hardship? Then Han Laosan led He Pingsheng on a tour of Zayuzu Peak, showing him 2 enormous water vats. He Pingsheng's daily task was to fill the water vats. Filling these 2 large vats required at least 20 trips to the back mountain. This was undoubtedly a huge challenge for a 14-year-old boy. This is your room. Han Laosan finally led He Pingsheng to a courtyard. This courtyard contained 6 or 7 houses. Each of the handyman disciples had their own room. He Pingsheng took the key and the iron chain and opened the door. The room was completely empty. There were no household items, not even a basic blanket. Fortunately, it was summer, so he wouldn't be cold at night without a blanket. There was a large iron bowl, though. The canteen is at the front, Han Lao-san said. Just go eat on time every day, or there won't be any left. After saying this last sentence, Han Lao-san seemed to have something to do and hurriedly left. Pingsheng looked around at the houses, only to find them deserted again. So he reached out and locked the door, picked up the 2 buckets, and headed towards the back of the mountain. Logically, he could have gone to fetch water tomorrow. But preparation is key to success. If he waited until tomorrow, there would be no turning back if something went wrong. Therefore, Pingsheng went ahead, partly to familiarize himself with the route, and partly to see how long it would take him to fill both buckets. A clear stream cascaded down from the mountain peak, forming a waterfall that plunged onto the giant rocks, splashing up white spray. The waterfall wasn't large, only a foot wide, but its flow was continuous and abundant, enough to supply the entire mountain. Below the waterfall, beneath the giant rocks, formed a clear, shallow pool. The water was so clear that you could even see the sand and pebbles at the bottom. Pingsheng took the 2 large buckets, filled them with water, and then carried them on his shoulders to head back. The 2 buckets were heavy, almost making it hard for him to breathe. The 2-mile mountain path took him a full quarter of an hour. At this pace, he could only carry water 2 or 3 times in an hour at most. 20 round trips would take at least 7 or 8 hours. To make tomorrow's work easier, Pingsheng carried water once and then returned to the water's edge. He decided to carry water at least 5 times today, so that tomorrow wouldn't be so strenuous. Once, twice, 3 times. The night grew deeper. When Pingsheng came to the water's edge for the 5th time to fetch water, he suddenly noticed something shimmering faintly at the bottom. This is. Pingsheng took a deep breath and stepped forward, discovering a broken earthenware basin lying in the clear water not far away. The basin was dark, reflecting a sliver of moonlight. Hey! Pingsheng wiped the sweat from his brow and said, I thought it was some treasure, but it's just a broken basin. However, this broken basin is still useful. Let's take it home, it'll come in handy for washing clothes and face. Splash! Pingsheng poured the 2 buckets of water from the carrying pole into the water vat. The large vat was only half full. He'd finished 5 times today. He used the old earthenware basin to fill it with water to wash his hands and face, then thoroughly cleaned the basin inside and out. He filled it halfway and went back inside. This half basin of water was for drinking, so he wouldn't have to go outside if he got thirsty later. Back inside, he locked the door from the inside and bolted it shut. The moonlight, like water, streamed into the room through the gaps in the window panes, dappling the room with a dreamlike glow. Pingsheng flopped onto the bed and fell fast asleep. The next morning, a rapid gong rang out outside. It was time to get up early. Pingsheng dragged his tired body out of bed, grabbed his iron bowl, and ran to the kitchen. Because it was time to eat. You need to eat your fill in the morning to have the energy to work, right? One by one, the handyman disciples emerged from their rooms and headed towards the canteen. More than 20 people, a chaotic mess. John, the eldest disciple, still shirtless but wearing dark red trousers, called out names one by one after everyone had arrived. Afterward, he said, lunch is served. Old Bao, give this kid plenty of meat, make sure he eats his fill, otherwise he won't have the strength to carry water. He wasn't pitying Pingsheng. John, the eldest disciple, knew all too well the difficulty of carrying water. Pingsheng was already young, only 14 this year. If he didn't eat his fill, how could he have the energy to work? If he couldn't do the work, then John, the eldest disciple, would ultimately be the one to suffer. Don't forget, he was the leader of this handyman group. Thank you, John, the eldest disciple. Pingsheng, somewhat bewildered, thanked John, his face full of gratitude. He was still young, and his understanding of human relationships and basic principles wasn't yet clear enough to grasp the deeper meaning. It must be said, the food at this immortal sect was quite plentiful. Meat was plentiful for breakfast. After finishing his meal, Pingsheng washed the dishes and went back to his room to fetch water from the waterfall behind the mountain. But as soon as he entered the room, the scene inside left him speechless. The basin he had used to hold the spring water yesterday was lying by the window. It had originally contained only half a basin of clear water, but now it was a full basin, and a deep, vibrant green. This is strange. Has the water gone bad in just one night? Pingsheng put down the iron bowl and went to the window, peering closely. Upon closer inspection, he realized the water was truly green, a deep, vibrant green. It was clearly rotten. Looks like I can't use this basin for water anymore. Pingsheng reached for the basin and poured the emerald green water out the window. From now on, I'll use it for washing clothes. With a clatter, he tossed the basin to the ground, picked up his carrying pole, and headed towards the mountain spring. Since he had already carried the water 5 times yesterday, he only needed to carry it 15 times today. 15 times might not seem like much, but by the time Pingsheng finished all the work, it was already late at night. He dragged his weary body back to the hut. He Pingsheng was immediately troubled. 15 trips a day was about his limit, and tomorrow he had 20 more to do. How could he possibly manage? Just as he lay down on the hard bed, he heard a knock at the door. No, to be precise, it was a pounding on the door, accompanied by a gruff voice. He Pingsheng, open the door. It was Boss Zhang's voice. He Pingsheng removed the bolt and opened the door with a creak. Boss Zhang walked in, carrying a bag, smiling broadly. Pingsheng, he said, how are you? Tired today? He Pingsheng, thinking Boss Zhang was concerned, replied gratefully, a little tired. He. Boss Zhang chuckled, I saw it too. You ran 5 trips yesterday, and you haven't had a moment's rest today. 15 trips in total. Oh, I know you're tired. Can you finish the task tomorrow? Faced with Boss Zhang's question, He Pingsheng was uncertain. He could only say, I'll definitely work hard tomorrow. Good. Boss Zhang patted him on the shoulder and said, working hard is good, but I'm afraid you'll work yourself to death and still not finish this diving task. Look, what's this? Boss Zhang opened the cloth bag in his hand. A small, half-full bag of white rice appeared before He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng asked curiously, is this rice? No, it's not rice. Old Zhang shook his head. The immortal took pity on us menial disciples and decreed that everyone would receive a certain amount of spirit rice each month. Everyone else gets 2 jin a month, but you're different, you get 10 jin every month. Ha! He Pingsheng asked, why? Old Zhang said, why else? Carrying water is hard work. But brother, every newcomer goes through this stage. I'm not trying to cheat you, ask the others, they've all carried water. When more new people come, you won't have to carry water anymore. Come on, find something, I'll pour you the rice. He Pingsheng looked around the room and found that the only thing that could hold the spirit rice was that old, worn-out earthenware basin. He picked up the dark earthenware basin from the ground and placed it on the table. Old Zhang then poured all the rice from his bag into the basin. The night was dark, but by the moonlight, He Pingsheng could see a faint greenish hue emanating from the white grains of rice. It really was spirit rice. He Pingsheng had seen spirit rice before. When Uncle Zhang and Zhang Jian were outer disciples, they received about 10 caddies of spirit rice each month. He Pingsheng always ran errands for them, but Zhang Jian's spirit rice was a deep, emerald green. The color of spirit rice indicated its quality. It was said that the finest spirit rice was golden yellow. High-grade spirit rice was emerald green. But the rice in He Pingsheng's ceramic basin was the lowest quality, the kind that immortals wouldn't even consider. Otherwise, how could it have ended up in the hands of these menial disciples? Remember, just boil 2 handfuls a day. Eat half before working in the morning and the other half before working in the afternoon. Eat this much rice, and I guarantee you can carry water 20 times a day. With that, Boss Zhang turned and left. He Pingsheng frowned. Because he had always collected Zhang Jian's spirit rice on his behalf, he knew exactly how much 10 jin of spirit rice meant. But the spirit rice in this basin didn't amount to 10 jin. It was clearly only half, at most 5 jin. That damned Boss Zhang, could he have withheld my spirit rice? Thinking to himself, He Pingsheng locked the door again and went to sleep. Thinking too much was useless. Because he was currently weak, even if he knew someone had withheld his spirit rice, what could he do? Could he get it back? No. Since he couldn't, he might as well not bother and go to sleep. Clang, 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 clang. As dawn broke, a rapid metallic clanging sound rang out. He Pingsheng rubbed his eyes hard, forcing them open. A new day had begun. Work again. It smells so good. He Pingsheng's vision gradually cleared. Where's that smell coming from? He sat up abruptly in bed, his gaze sweeping around. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed slightly. The room was pitch black, save for a sliver of dawn light streaming in through the window. Not far from the windowsill, a dark ceramic basin was filled with golden rice. He Pingsheng rubbed his eyes hard again. He thought he was seeing things. He pinched his thigh hard. Ouch, it hurts. It's not a dream. It's not an illusion. Is this really top-grade spirit rice? At this moment, He Pingsheng's heart pounded uncontrollably. He got out of bed and tiptoed to the ceramic basin. He reached into the golden rice and gently scooped it up. It was all golden rice. Although it was the first time he'd seen it, He Pingsheng possessed basic common sense. He knew that what was before him was top-quality spirit rice. But why was this happening? Yesterday, that bastard Zhang gave me half a basin of ordinary spirit rice, white with a hint of green. When did it turn golden? Something's not right. He Pingsheng keenly noticed that not only had the quality changed, but the quantity seemed to have changed as well. Yesterday there was only half a basin of ordinary spirit rice, but today it was a whole basin full of top-grade golden spirit rice. What happened? Could someone have sneaked into my room and put this here secretly? He Pingsheng looked towards the door. Nothing there. The bolt was tight, the padlock securely fastened. No one could have gotten in. Then what was going on? He Pingsheng was completely baffled. Bang bang bang. Just then, a series of loud bangs came from the doorway. Pingsheng, you still not up? Get the hell up, eat and work. It was Zhang Leita's menacing voice outside. I'm up, Zhang Leita, coming right away. Pingsheng quickly put the bowl of golden rice, along with the ceramic pot, under the bed, then haphazardly covered it with his clothes before opening the door and heading towards the canteen with the large iron bowl. However, his mind was still on the golden spirit rice. Little he, eat more meat, you'll have energy for work. Old Bao from the canteen scooped a large spoonful of meat into Pingsheng's bowl. Eat more. Hey, thank you, Uncle Bao, Pingsheng said gratefully, then squatted under the eaves outside the canteen and began to wolf down his food. Kid, Boss Zhang walked up to him, looking down at Pingsheng. I know you're tired, but don't slack off. Remember my words, eat some spirit rice later. You have to finish today's task, or you can forget about sleeping tonight. Yes, yes, yes. Pingsheng nodded as he wolfed down his food. By the time Boss Zhang left, Pingsheng had almost finished his bowl of rice. Uncle Bao, he said, holding his empty bowl. Give me another bowl. All right. Old Bao wasn't stingy and gave Pingsheng another large bowl of meat. In the Immortal Sect, meat was plentiful, it wasn't valuable. After finishing his meal, Pingsheng returned to his room, locked the door, and then took the spirit rice out from under the bed. Should he cook some spirit rice? No, no. The thought was immediately rejected by Pingsheng. Why? Because it smelled too good. He had cooked spirit rice for Zhang Jian before, and he still remembered the aroma, a rich fragrance that could travel dozens of feet. That was just high-grade green spirit rice, while his was top-grade golden. If the aroma was too strong, and someone discovered it, wouldn't they accuse him of stealing rice? No, absolutely not. Pingsheng grabbed a handful of golden spirit rice and swallowed it whole. Cooked won't work, so I'll eat it raw. After a few mouthfuls, Pingsheng felt as if a fire was burning in his stomach. No, to be precise, it was a warm, slowly burning fire. This heat surged from his stomach throughout his body, instantly giving him an inexhaustible energy. It seemed that all the fatigue of yesterday had vanished in an instant. Hiss! Amazing! Golden rice is truly extraordinary. Regardless of how he obtained the golden rice, Pingsheng poured the bowl of rice out and put it into the trouser leg of an unused garment, tied both ends tightly, and then placed it on the bed, making a makeshift and ugly pillow. Now, even if someone barged into the room, he wouldn't be caught. He carefully covered his pillow with some worn-out clothes before stepping out. He picked up 2 huge buckets and ran briskly towards the mountain spring. The summer sun was blazing, and by the time he reached the waterfall, Pingsheng was already sweating profusely. He put down the buckets, went to the pool, and bent down to drink a couple of mouthfuls of cool water. Refreshing. However, the taste of the spring water seemed different. Pingsheng couldn't quite put his finger on it, but it didn't taste as good as before. After drinking the water, he started working. The 2 huge wooden buckets filled with spring water were on his shoulders, and today they felt surprisingly light. As he carried water, Pingsheng marveled at the power of the spirit rice. Just a handful had given him such strength. Time and time again. In less than a morning, Pingsheng had already filled the large vat outside the canteen for the handyman disciples. He counted 10 trips already. That's too fast. Back at the spring, Pingsheng didn't rush to fetch more water but rested. Although he was only 14 and didn't fully understand some things, he still had a basic sense of danger. Pingsheng knew that if he completed the task so quickly, it would definitely arouse Zhang Leita's suspicion. If Zhang Leita investigated, the matter of the golden rice might be exposed. At that point, death wouldn't be far off. So, it's better to be careful and not rush. So, for the next afternoon, Pingsheng began to dawdle while working. Although it was easy for him, he made it seem like he was struggling. It wasn't until long after nightfall that Pingsheng finally finished carrying water 20 times. Although he had to carry water 5 more times than yesterday, the addition of the spirit rice made it relatively easier. Days passed. In the blink of an eye, Pingsheng had been at Ziyuzu Peak for over half a month. Nothing particularly noteworthy had happened during this time. However, after a month of consuming meat and spirit rice, coupled with daily water carrying on foot, Pingsheng had gained weight and become much stronger. He was considerably more robust. Carrying water was naturally much easier now. To put it another way, he could now easily carry water 20 times a day. However, to conceal the effects of the golden rice, Pingsheng still had to feign exhaustion every day. On this particular day, the weather was clear and the sky was azure. Pingsheng, as usual, carried water from the mountain spring to the entrance of the dining hall. Before he even reached the large vat, he saw a group of people gathered in front of the dining hall. Their clothes were colorful and eye-catching. Pingsheng looked around and realized that many strangers had suddenly appeared. There were direct disciples wearing the distinctive robes of the Taixu Sect, and also menial disciples like Pingsheng. They huddled together, pointing and whispering. Occasionally, a stern female voice could be heard. Pingsheng didn't want to get closer, but before he could even pour his bucket of water into the vat, a woman said, "Hey, water carrier, come here." Pingsheng turned around, and the dense crowd parted, revealing a woman in a pink Taoist robe, her almond-shaped eyes wide with anger as she glared at him. Before this woman in the pink robe, John Laeta lay on the ground like a dog, blood trickling from his mouth. What happened? John Laeta was beaten? Greetings, Auntie. Pingsheng put down his water-carrying pole, respectfully approached the woman, and bowed. The rules within the Taixu Sect were strict. Even the lowly disciples had to bow and kowtow to the inner disciples. Upon seeing a male disciple, regardless of acquaintance, they had to respectfully address him as master. Upon seeing a female disciple, they were addressed as grandma. "Are you the water-carrying servant?" The woman in the pink Taoist robe looked at Pingsheng with a frosty expression. Pingsheng took a deep breath and cautiously replied, "Yes, I am responsible for carrying water." Clang! Without a word, the woman drew her sword from her waist and swung it forward, the blade pointing at Pingsheng. Before the sword arrived, a sharp gust of wind blew past. Pingsheng was so frightened that he stumbled back 3 or 4 steps. The woman said, "Grandma has a question for you. If you dare to lie, I will not spare you today." "Why yes. Pingsheng bowed his head again. The woman said, "The spring water of my Xiaozu Peak has always been clear and sweet, the foremost of the 9 peaks of the Taixu Sect. Even Tianyi Peak can't compare. Now, tell me, why has this water become increasingly filthy lately? Ordinary, and barely edible." Pingsheng's face immediately fell. Yes. When he first came here, he thought the water was delicious, but recently it had become increasingly bland. Pingsheng himself wanted to know the answer. "This, I don't know either." Pingsheng knew nothing, so he could only tell the truth. "Humph." The woman sneered, her eyes flashing with sharp light. "You filthy wretch. Did you bathe in that spring while fetching water, polluting our Xiaozu Peak sacred spring? If so, I'll kill you." Pingsheng was immediately terrified, saying, "Never. Please investigate, madam." Before the woman could speak, John Laeta, who was lying on the ground, jumped up. He ran to Pingsheng and kicked him. With a thud, Pingsheng fell to the ground. John Laeta swung his fist and smashed it into Pingsheng's head several times, saying, "You damn bastard. I made you fetch water, and you were resentful, daring to pollute the water source. I'll beat you to death, you ignorant fool." Bang bang bang. John Laeta hit him a few more times. Seeing that Pingsheng was bleeding profusely from his mouth and nose, he finally stopped, saying, "Don't worry, Grandma, I'll chop this bastard up and feed him to the dogs later." After saying that, John Laeta kicked Pingsheng several more times. Although Pingsheng had become stronger recently, he was still only a 14-year-old boy. How could he compare to the burly, 30-something John Laeta? He was naturally no match for him and could only cower in fear. The woman's expression softened somewhat. She said, "It's good to chop this bastard up. Go back and replace him with a more sensible one. But this is all your menial labor class's business." Upon hearing that these people were truly going to decide his life or death, Pingsheng panicked. He scrambled to his feet and quickly said, "Grandma, please understand. I've been carrying water every day and haven't had time to bathe there. Please investigate, Grandma. This really has nothing to do with me." At this moment, another woman dressed in a blue robe hurriedly approached from afar. "Junior sister, what are you doing?" the woman in blue asked. "What trouble are you going to cause this time?" The woman in pink said, "Second senior sister, you've come. Nothing serious. It's just that these filthy and disgusting menial labor disciples dared to bathe in the spring water behind the mountain, polluting the immortal spring. So the water has tasted different these days. I've come here to uphold justice and kill these filthy creatures." "No!" the woman in green exclaimed in surprise, "Absolutely not." Seeing a glimmer of hope for his rescue, Pingsheng quickly took 2 steps towards the woman in green and said, "Grandma, please understand. I have never bathed in that pool. I drink the water here regularly, how could I possibly disgust myself?" The woman in green nodded, then turned her gaze from Pingsheng to the woman in pink. "Junior sister, if someone were bathing in the pool, the water probably wouldn't taste any different. To find out what really happened, you should go to the spring yourself. We can't wrongly accuse people. Although these people are lowly servants, they have it tough." "Humph." The woman in pink snorted coldly, feeling humiliated. The woman in green said, "How about this? I'll go with you to the mountain spring to take a look. You guys come along too, and see what's wrong with the water." Pingsheng didn't know the women's names, but it was clear the woman in green carried more weight. The group followed the 2 women towards the back of the mountain. Pingsheng walked with a limp, his whole body aching. His face was also covered in bruises. Even so, Pingsheng still carried 2 empty buckets. After all, he still had work to do later. Otherwise, the consequences would be much more serious. The water flowed gently. Soon, everyone arrived at the waterfall, which was about a foot wide. "Bring me the bucket," John the Elder shouted at Pingsheng, then snatched the bucket and personally filled it halfway. John the Elder laboriously carried the water to the woman in green, then smiled obsequiously, saying, "Grandma, please take a look." The woman in green nodded, then scooped up some water and put it in her mouth. Her brows furrowed. "Second senior sister, how is it?" the woman in pink asked, approaching. Before the woman in green could speak, the woman in pink also scooped up some water and put it in her mouth. Upon tasting it, she immediately flew into a rage, saying, "You've polluted this water source, boy, you deserve to die." She glared at Pingsheng with her almond-shaped eyes. The woman in green shook her head, saying, "Not necessarily. This water is flowing water. Even if it's been polluted a bit, how could it have completely lost its original taste? I think the problem is most likely upstream. Come." The woman in green gave a soft shout, and then her magical power surged forth. She used a technique even Pingsheng couldn't understand, and a stream of water flew from the waterfall, landing precisely in her snow-white hand. The woman in green took the opportunity to put the water in her mouth. The woman in pink asked, "Senior sister, how is it?" The woman in green shook her head, "This water is wrong. It tastes completely different from before. The problem must be at the source." "The source?" The woman in pink looked up, following the waterfall upwards. The very top, the direction from which the water came, was the highest section of the mountain range behind Zaiuzu Peak. Here, the cliffs were sheer, impossible for ordinary disciples to climb. Someone like Pingsheng, a menial laborer, would never dream of reaching the summit. Therefore, in a sense, the change in water quality probably had absolutely nothing to do with Pingsheng. The woman in pink knew perfectly well that she had blamed the wrong person, but as a dignified inner disciple, she naturally wouldn't apologize to a lowly menial laborer. Instead, she turned and glared at Pingsheng, letting out a cold snort. "You're responsible for fetching water. You should have informed me immediately when the water quality changed. You're to blame." She needed to find some excuse, didn't she? But the woman in green showed no respect to the woman in pink. She looked at Pingsheng and sighed, it wasn't his fault to begin with. "Alright, junior sister, let's report this to master and have others investigate. What's your name?" The woman in green looked at Pingsheng. Pingsheng cupped his hands in greeting, replying to grandmother, "I am Pingsheng. This matter has nothing to do with you, my junior sister misunderstood you." The woman in green extended her jade-like hand and handed Pingsheng a snow-white porcelain bottle, inside are 2 golden bone pills. "Take one, and your injuries will heal within 3 days. As for the remaining pill, it's compensation for you." Pingsheng felt a pang of unease, unsure whether to accept or refuse. The woman in green had already placed the porcelain bottle into his robes. "Senior sister," the woman in pink beside him said reluctantly, "he was just a lowly servant. Why apologize to him? He's dead, so what? Does Zaiuzu Peak care about 1 or 2 servants?" "Junior sister, you can't say that. I heard master say that mortals shouldn't be killed casually, otherwise, you'll incur karma, which will be detrimental to your future cultivation. I'm doing this for your own good." Their voices grew softer and softer. Pingsheng looked up and saw that the 2 women had already walked away. Phew, he breathed a sigh of relief. Beside him, Boss Zhang also breathed a sigh of relief. Many people around were eyeing the porcelain bottle in Pingsheng's hand with predatory intent. Pingsheng quickly gripped the bottle tightly, terrified. "You, all of you get the hell out of here." Boss Zhang waved his hand. Then, the people scattered in an instant, terrified. Only Pingsheng and Boss Zhang remained beside the large mountain spring. "Little Boss Zhang put on a smiling face and said, "What I said just now was only for the ladies above. Don't take it seriously. I wouldn't really kill you, would I? Our Zaiuzu Peak is a place that values rules." Pingsheng didn't speak, he didn't know how to respond to Boss Zhang, because just now, he had truly felt the killing intent emanating from Boss Zhang. Beating you up was actually saving you. Boss Zhang continued, chuckling, "Think about it, if I hadn't attacked you, wouldn't that old lady have? Her sword was already pointed at you. If I attacked, at most I'd give you a beating, make you bleed from your mouth and nose, and suffer some superficial injuries. But if I hadn't attacked, and that old lady had, she would have cleaved you in 2 with a single sword stroke, and you'd be a cold corpse right now. No, it should be 2 cold halves." Pingsheng shuddered inexplicably. Although Boss Zhang's argument was somewhat far-fetched, what he said was true. If he had waited for that woman to attack, he might have really lost his life. Of course, this didn't mean Boss Zhang was acting out of kindness. "So, little Boss Zhang said shamelessly, I saved your life. You can't renege on a life-saving grace, can you?" As he spoke, his gaze fell on the white porcelain bottle in Pingsheng's arms. Pingsheng finally understood, this guy wanted his pills. "Boss Zhang," Pingsheng said, "I'm injured. I need these pills to heal my injuries." Otherwise, I won't be able to complete my mission these next few days. Hee hee, Boss John chuckled, don't you have two? Here's what you'll do, give me one. The remaining one, you can use to heal your injuries. And, Boss John continued, starting tomorrow, I'll give you an easier job. I'll have someone else do the water carrying work tomorrow. How about that? Pingsheng began to calculate in his mind. First of all, refusing to give them to him was probably out of the question. If we don't give it to him, and he keeps his eye on it, then we'll be in for a world of trouble later. Secondly, giving it to him might even get him some benefits in return. Fine, discretion is the better part of valor. I'm not being cowardly, just making a slight compromise. All right, Pingsheng said, I hope you keep your word, Boss John, and give me an easier job tomorrow. He opened the porcelain bottle, took out a red pill, and handed it to Boss John. Boss John didn't take it, but instead pouted and said, I want the one with the bottle. In other words, this guy wanted the bottle too. Well, Pingsheng wouldn't hold a grudge and gave Boss John the bottle as well. Boss John took the bottle, opened it, and glanced at it. That's right, it's a grade 1 golden bone pill. He exclaimed, Kid, I'm in a good mood today, I'll teach you a trick. See the patterns on this pill? These are called pill patterns. 1 pattern means the pill is low grade, 2 patterns mean mid grade, and 3 patterns mean high grade. Let's go! Boss John stuffed the white porcelain bottle into his pocket and left, beaming with pride. Pingsheng returned to his small hut. The wound, which hadn't hurt much just moments before, now throbbed with intense pain. Thankfully, Han Lao-san came to tell him that due to his injury, Zhang Leida hadn't assigned him any other work for the next 2 days. He could rest for a couple of days. Otherwise, Pingsheng's days would have been even more difficult. After Han Lao-san left, several more people came running over, asking all sorts of questions. Their only goal was to find out where Pingsheng's pills were. Pingsheng gave vague answers, making everyone believe that Zhang Leida had stolen all the pills, thus extinguishing their covetousness. This tactic was undoubtedly very effective. For the rest of the day, no one came to Pingsheng's door to inquire again. The whole world became quiet. Pingsheng locked his door from the inside, then bolted it tightly before returning to his bedside and taking out a blood-red golden bone pill from his robes. The question was, should he eat it? After eating it, his injuries would definitely heal completely within 3 days. According to that old woman, not only for superficial wounds, but even for serious injuries in the future, eating this could quickly restore his chi and blood, allowing him to move freely again within a few days. This was a precious item. A treasure only immortals could use. Calling it a celestial elixir wouldn't be an exaggeration, would it? After much deliberation, Pingsheng put the elixir away. He couldn't bear to eat it. He could probably tough it out of this minor injury. Such a precious elixir had to be kept. It would provide an extra layer of protection should he suffer a serious injury in the future. It might even save his life in a critical moment. Pingsheng scanned the room and found that besides the dark earthenware basin, there was no other container for the elixir. The snow-white porcelain bottle had been snatched away by Zhang Leida. Then I'll put it in the basin for now. Pingsheng tossed a blood-red pill into the basin, then covered it with a wooden board, pushing the basin and board together deep under the bed. Having done all that, Pingsheng secretly grabbed a handful of spirit rice from under his pillow and stuffed it into his mouth. Spirit rice could increase strength, hopefully, it would help his injuries. And Pingsheng was right. After half a day, when he lay in bed after dinner, Pingsheng felt his injuries had improved considerably. At least lying on the hard wooden bed wasn't so painful anymore. He got up early the next morning for breakfast. Taking advantage of the mealtime, John, the eldest brother, approached Pingsheng again, grinning, and said, Brother, I found you an easy job. Starting this morning, you'll go to the alchemy room on Zayuzu Peak and be responsible for cleaning it. It's not hard work. Sometimes, if the men aren't refining pills, you won't have to clean. How about it? Pingsheng didn't think much of it. Working in the alchemy room was definitely easier than carrying water, right? Okay. Pingsheng nodded, his face showing gratitude. Thank you, Brother John. Don't thank me. Boss John took a deep breath and said, Let me make this clear first. This alchemy room is the public alchemy room of Zayuzu Peak. There's a young apprentice there who serves as an alchemist. He's an outer disciple. You're different, you're a handyman. You'll only be doing things like emptying the furnace ashes, chopping wood, and cleaning. But some gentlemen have bad tempers. If their alchemy fails, they'll be even more upset, and they might take it out on us servants. If you don't have the sense to see clearly and end up getting a beating, don't blame me for not warning you. Pingsheng then realized something was wrong. Looking around, sure enough, many people were giving him your dead looks. Old Master John continued, everything has its pros and cons. If the masters refine satisfactory pills, they might reward you with some items in their good mood. Even the smallest amount that slips through the immortal's fingers is enough to last you a lifetime. Pingsheng, be more observant. Let's move today. There's a special room over at the alchemy room, you'll live there from now on. However, you'll still have to eat here for all 3 meals. Fetching water and cleaning the alchemy room, one was tiring, the other was agonizing. Pingsheng couldn't tell if he was sad or happy, but he felt that being closer to the immortals would broaden his path to cultivation. More opportunities were definitely a good thing. As long as he was quick-wit, there shouldn't be any problems. Back in the house, it was time to move. Pingsheng locked the door and bolted it. Actually, there wasn't much to take. Just some clothes. The rest were some golden spirit rice he had secretly hidden and 1 pill. For Pingsheng, the elixir was paramount. He bent down and crawled under the bed, laboriously pulling out the ceramic basin he had stuffed in yesterday. He lifted the lid and was immediately stunned. 2 pills? Yes, 2 pills lay quietly in the dark basin. Didn't I put in only 1? How did it become 2? Pingsheng's heart began to pound wildly. At that moment, the strange things that had happened in the past few days flashed through his mind. The water in the basin had increased and turned green. The white spirit rice in the basin had turned golden, and the quantity had doubled. Now, the 1 pill in the basin had become 2. Hiss, hiss. Could this basin be a treasure? Pingsheng felt completely unreal at this moment. He pinched his thigh hard. The pain brought him back to his senses. Sitting on the ground, staring blankly at the basin for about half an incense stick's time, the 14-year-old boy finally scratched his head, reached out and picked up one of the pills, examining it closely. 1, 2, 3, 4. While examining it, he muttered to himself, counting the patterns on the pill. Yesterday, Boss Zhang told him that pills also had different qualities. Even the same type of pill was divided into low grade, medium grade, and high grade. The key distinguishing feature is the pattern on it. 1 pill pattern indicates a low grade pill. 2 pill patterns indicate a mid-grade pill. 3 pill patterns indicate a legendary high-grade pill. Pingsheng clearly remembered that yesterday's pill had only 1 pattern, but now, this pill has 4 patterns. What on earth is this? Could it be, there are pills of even higher quality than high-grade? Pingsheng's heart was pounding in his chest. A treasure basin. Pingsheng stared excitedly at the black container in front of him, his heart pounding in his throat. This thing, it's a treasure basin? A treasure basin. A treasure. Wait. Pingsheng took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing slightly. He thought of something else, the spring water. That's right. Yesterday, the 2 women came saying the spring water had changed, losing its former clarity and sweetness. Before, Pingsheng didn't know the reason, but now he roughly understood. The basin turned green after water was placed in it. Presumably, the green water wasn't spoiled or moldy, it must contain something that could make the spring water sweet and clear. This basin had been lying at the bottom of the shallow pool, producing green water daily, but it was diluted by the large pool. So, on the surface, nothing was visible, but in reality, it affected the water quality. Later, Pingsheng took the basin, and its water purifying function disappeared. It's no wonder the once clear and sweet spring water had become ordinary water. After considering the various events in turn, Pingsheng finally realized that the basin in his hand was indeed a peerless treasure. What a treasure! He touched the basin, then decisively swallowed the golden bone pill with 4 pill patterns. Since this treasure could turn 1 thing into 2, what harm was there in eating this golden bone pill? He could put the remaining 1 in, and tomorrow he would have 2 more. Boom! The pill melted instantly in his mouth, and a powerful aura surged through Pingsheng's body. He felt warm and comfortable inside. The wounds and bruises on his hands and arms were visibly fading. His chest didn't hurt, and his head didn't hurt. The occasional metallic taste of blood in his nose had also disappeared. In the time it takes to eat a meal, Pingsheng's body had returned to its previous state, without a single injury. It's too powerful. Pingsheng felt a sense of unreality again. He pinched his thigh hard again. After about half an hour, he finally calmed down from his excitement and joy. He couldn't just stay excited, he needed to think about what to do next. He had to move. But Pingsheng faced considerable risks. The treasure basin didn't matter, because from the outside, it looked like an ordinary, broken basin. The pills didn't matter either. They were small and could be easily hidden in the corner of his clothes without being noticed. But the crucial thing was, there was also a pile of golden rice. What to do? Take it with him when he moved, or lose it? After a few breaths of thought, Pingsheng made his decision. He placed his clothes and the rice in a basin, covering them completely. Only after everyone in the courtyard had left did he tiptoe out of the house and into the toilet. There was a drain in the toilet. Without hesitation, Pingsheng poured all the golden spirit rice into the drain. The golden rice sank and disappeared into the sewage. And this sewage would be washed away by the current into the ravine. So, everything vanished without a trace. Having finished these tasks, Pingsheng carried his basin, clothes, and large iron bowl for eating, heading towards the alchemy room on Zayuzu Peak. Zayuzu Peak was vast. The mountain was thousands of feet high, and some land had been carved out on it, with pavilions and towers built. These buildings were situated in relatively flat areas, but flat land on the mountain was scarce and scattered, making the various parts of Xiaozu Peak quite dispersed. Walking uphill from the servants' quarters for about 3 or 4 li, he arrived at a building that resembled a temple from the outside. Pingsheng could read. This was the alchemy room. Entering the courtyard, he found himself surrounded by dense clumps of bamboo. Amidst the bamboo's cover stood a large hall painted yellow, solemn and ancient, its high walls covered in cobwebs. A young man, around 20 years old, saw Pingsheng approaching and pointed at him from the high steps. Wait a minute, are you the new handyman disciple in the alchemy room? Yes. Pingsheng placed the earthenware basin on the ground and bowed respectfully to the man. This humble one is Pingsheng. Come here. The man beckoned. Pingsheng picked up the earthenware basin and went up. The man reached into the basin and rummaged through it. Besides Pingsheng's clothes, there was only a large iron bowl, a pair of chopsticks, and this worn-out earthenware basin. A mocking smile crept onto the young man's lips. You're really poor. Pingsheng, however, felt a lingering fear. Thankfully, he had thrown the golden spirit rice into the latrine earlier, otherwise, he really wouldn't have made it through today's ordeal. All right, the young man said. Let me tell you, my surname is Hao, and I'm the immortal in charge of this alchemy room. From now on, you'll be responsible for the chores in this alchemy room. See that house over there? That's where you'll live. Go, put your things away first, then come find me. Let me tell you about your task. Yes. Pingsheng bowed respectfully again. Senior brother. After saying that, he carried the ceramic basin and walked into the house not far away. This house was similar to the servants' quarters he had lived in before, but larger, and had a partitioned room. The partitioned room was a bedroom, with a bed and bedding. Outside was a table and some miscellaneous items. How to put it? It was slightly better than the servants' quarters. Pingsheng put the ceramic basin in the bedroom, then locked the door and returned to the main hall where senior brother Hao was. Come in. Senior brother Hao's voice came from inside. Pingsheng cautiously entered. The alchemy room was spotless. It was immaculate. The main hall was large and airy. In the very center stood a massive, spherical alchemy furnace with 3 legs. Between the legs were 3 doorways for storing firewood. Firewood was naturally for combustion. Fire was an indispensable element in alchemy. Seeing this, Pingsheng was somewhat astonished. In his imagination, immortals would use a wisp of immortal fire to ignite the furnace when refining pills. But here, they were actually using firewood. Come here. Senior brother Hao waved his hand and said, let me tell you about your job. First, it's cleaning this main hall. Look closely, when refining pills, ashes fly everywhere, so this room is covered in dust. After refining the pills, you not only need to clean the ashes off the tables, the floor, and the beams, but you also need to empty the ashes from the bottom of the furnace. That's the most basic job. Besides that, you also need to chop firewood. Firewood is extremely important. Many people have run into trouble because of it. You need to remember that. Be careful. Firewood is a complex subject. So, senior brother Hao explained the principles of firewood to Pingsheng. Firewood used for alchemy is divided into 2 types. One is hardwood. The other is softwood. Softwood is used for starting the fire. Generally, there are no special requirements, and dried thatch will suffice. Hardwood, however, has many classifications. He categorized it according to the type of wood: elm wood, chestnut wood, jujube wood, paulownia wood, and so on. Each type of wood has different specifications, such as large, medium, and small. Different types of firewood are needed to refine different elixirs. And when refining the same batch of elixirs, the heat needs to be controlled at different stages. This control of the heat is achieved by combining and matching large, medium, and small firewood. Of course, senior brother Hao said, you don't need to know the specifics of how to control the fire. Starting the fire is my job. Your job is to chop and cut the wood. Go and chop wood on the mountain according to my instructions, then dry it in the sun and chop it into the sizes I need. The specifications are over there, go and see for yourself. Pingsheng walked out of the main hall and went around to the back. There was a shed in the back specifically for storing firewood. He glanced at it. There was a lot of firewood inside, all sorts of sizes and types, neatly stacked. No one's been coming to refine pills lately. Senior brother Hao, who had somehow appeared, said, you can go up the mountain to chop firewood and familiarize yourself with the work. Pingsheng immediately became curious. How do you know no one's been coming to refine pills lately, senior brother? Senior brother Hao smiled and said, it's simple. If the immortals of Xiaozu Peak want to refine pills, they'll notify us a few days in advance to prepare, and they'll tell me what kind of pills they want to refine and when. Otherwise, if we're not prepared, what's the point of them refining pills? Pingsheng immediately became respectful. Senior brother is truly remarkable. Those immortals have to apply to you in advance to come. He. Senior brother Hao chuckled, saying, "That's because, even though we're of low status, sometimes they still have to ask us for favors, don't they?" However, there was a hint of insincerity in senior brother Hao's smile. After looking around, Pingsheng picked up his axe and went up the mountain to start chopping trees. He recognized all kinds of trees. Chopping wood was no easier than carrying water, but unlike water carrying, there wasn't a set quota to meet daily. Furthermore, the consumption of firewood was far less than that of drinking water. So overall, it was relatively easy. After dinner, Pingsheng locked himself in his small hut and took out the remaining golden bone pill, gently placing it in the worn-out earthenware basin. After placing it there, he put the basin on his bedside table, staring intently at it. Pingsheng wanted to see how this treasure basin could multiply the treasure from 1 to 2. But he waited until midnight, and the basin remained completely still. No choice. He couldn't bear it any longer and had to go to sleep. The first thing he did upon waking the next morning was to look into the dark earthenware basin. However, to Pingsheng's astonishment, the pill inside the basin hadn't moved an inch. Still just one. The quality hasn't changed at all. Looking at the basin from all sides, Pingsheng felt a pang of disappointment. Could it be that I misjudged it, and this basin wasn't a treasure basin at all? It's just an ordinary basin? Then how do I explain what happened before? Is someone playing a joke on me? Why are you so distracted? Pingsheng, something's on your mind. Senior brother Hao finished his meal and pushed his bowl onto the table, saying, "Tell me about it." Pingsheng quickly replied, "No, that's for the best." Senior brother Hao said, "Wash the bowls for me, I have good news for you." Pingsheng picked up the 2 bowls, went out to wash them, and then returned to the main hall. Senior brother Hao said, 5 days from now, Senior Uncle Yuxian from Ziozu Peak will be coming to refine pills, and they'll be refining foundation establishment pills. Pingsheng naturally didn't understand what foundation establishment pills were, but a sense of unease arose in his heart. Because someone had said before that the most dangerous time for immortals to refine pills was during the process. If the pill refining failed, all the precious herbs painstakingly collected and the resources invested would be lost. Then, in their fury, they might take it out on the alchemy apprentices and servant disciples. Injuring or crippling them would be the least of their worries. How could this not cause anxiety? Senior brother Hao took a deep breath. Go prepare. Refining the foundation establishment pill requires a lot of chestnut wood. Prepare well, prepare plenty. It would be best to pray that Senior Uncle Yuxian succeeds in refining the pill. Pingsheng didn't know what a foundation establishment pill was, but Hao Yun did. The materials for the foundation establishment pill were incredibly precious. If the refining failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yes, I'll go right away. Pingsheng temporarily forgot about the treasure basin, picked up his axe, and headed up the mountain. A day of toil, but he had enough chestnut wood. The next few days were spent chopping firewood into suitable sizes. Night. Back inside, he saw the black earthenware basin again. Pingsheng was unwilling to give up, so he fetched half a basin of water from outside and placed it by his bedside. He couldn't sleep, constantly watching the earthenware basin. In the stillness of the night, the moonlight, like water, shone down from the high sky. A sliver of moonlight pierced through the window of Pingsheng's bedroom, falling on the bluestone floor, dappled with soft, serene light. Just then, Pingsheng suddenly noticed that on the moonlit ground, particles of light, like grains of sand, appeared, then gathered and moved towards the black earthenware basin. At this moment, Pingsheng became excited again. No problem. This treasure basin was indeed working. The moonlight and moonbeams merged into the water. The water seemed unchanged. But after Pingsheng stared at the water for an hour, he noticed that its color seemed to have turned slightly green, and it also seemed to have increased in volume. When he woke up the next morning, with dark circles under his eyes and bloodshot eyes, he looked at the earthenware basin and was shocked to find that it was now completely full. Green water. As green as jade, reflecting the morning sun, it appeared a vibrant emerald. Phew, relieved. This proves that this thing is indeed a treasure basin. Splash. Pingsheng quickly poured the basin full of water under the bed. This stuff couldn't be left behind, no matter what. If something's gone, it can be reconstituted. But if someone discovers anything amiss, it's all over. The water hit the ground, and an incredibly refreshing scent immediately filled the air. Just one whiff was invigorating. Pingsheng thought, I wonder if this stuff is drinkable? But now's not the time to investigate. I'll catch a squirrel later and test it on it. Over the next few days, Pingsheng worked while secretly experimenting with various items. He didn't have any special treasures. The items he found were all ordinary things. One day, a whimsical idea struck him. He brought his usual wood-chopping axe into the house and placed the axe head in the black ceramic basin. Since water, spirit rice, and pills could be enhanced in the treasure basin, could this ordinary axe do the same? Let's try it. Pingsheng couldn't sleep that night, secretly watching the basin. When the moonlight rose, the magical scene reappeared. The dappled moonlight falling on the ground slowly condensed into moonlight essence, which then flew into the treasure basin. The moonlight essence gently adhered to the surface of the axe. It really works. Pingsheng dared not breathe, quietly staring until he couldn't stay awake any longer and fell asleep. The first thing I did when I woke up the next morning was look at the axe in the treasure bowl. Hiss. 2. That's right. I put 1 axe in yesterday, and this morning there were 2. Moreover, the quality of this axe seems to have improved. While the axe was shiny before, its texture was somewhat lacking. Now, the axe head has a deep, dark color, not very shiny, but it looks quite pleasing. Let's give it a try. Pingsheng put away one of the axes, then attached a handle to the other, and went out. After eating, he went directly to the timber storage area behind the main hall and began chopping firewood. He first took a log, stood it upright, and then swung the axe down with tremendous force. Crack! With just one blow, the axe cleaved the log in 2. This is jujube wood. Pingsheng clearly remembered that jujube wood was the hardest to chop. Previously, a log like this would take at least 10 blows to split. But now, it only took 1? He certainly didn't think it was because his strength had increased. There was only one possibility: the axe had become sharper. Pingsheng's experiments continued. After several days of testing, he discovered several characteristics of this treasure basin. First, this dark ceramic basin was undoubtedly a powerful, heaven-defying treasure. Second, so far, it seemed that no matter what was put into it, the treasure basin could enhance it, not only enhance it, but also multiply it. 1 becomes 2, a doubling of the transformation. Third, items enhanced by the treasure basin cannot be enhanced a second time. For example, the golden bone pill. After being enhanced by the treasure basin, it possessed 4 pill patterns. Therefore, when Pingsheng put it in the basin a second time, it didn't work. This led Pingsheng to suspect that there was something wrong with the basin. Soon, the crucial day arrived. Early in the morning, senior brother Hao Yun summoned Pingsheng, instructing him to thoroughly clean the main hall and transport various sizes and quantities of wood to the alchemy room in advance. In addition to wood, a large vat of clean water was also prepared. Uncle Master Yuxian has a good temper. With everything prepared, Hao Yun wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "On Ziyuzu Peak, besides the golden core stage elders, he has the highest cultivation. It said he's already reached the 10th level of the foundation establishment stage. This time, he's refining foundation establishment pills, probably for his disciples. Of the dozens of immortals on Ziyuzu Peak, Uncle Master Yuxian has the best temper. You don't need to worry. Even if the pill refining fails, Uncle Master Yuxian won't beat us up." Pingsheng breathed a sigh of relief. Hao Yun continued, "Even so, we must be careful. Uncle Master Yuxian is refining a second-grade foundation establishment pill this time. Preparing the materials is extremely complicated. It requires both substantial financial resources and extensive connections, otherwise, it's impossible to gather all the materials. Come on, follow me. We'll kneel and greet Uncle Master at the entrance." Before Pingsheng could speak, Hao Yun tugged at his clothes and pulled him to the courtyard gate of the pill refining room. Hao Yun tossed 2 more prayer mats on the ground, saying, "Kneel down." Then came the waiting. After all, Master Yuxian had only said he was coming to refine pills today, but hadn't specified when. It could be morning, or it could be in the morning or afternoon, or even evening. He couldn't afford to be negligent. Just as Pingsheng had been kneeling for a full morning, his back aching and his knees about to cramp, a beam of light suddenly flashed across the distant horizon. "Devoted, devoted, devout, devout." Hao Yun repeated devoted 4 times, saying, "Master Yuxian is here, quickly kneel properly." Pingsheng quickly adopted a serious expression, kneeling respectfully on the ground, head bowed, but his eyes darted upwards, secretly glancing at the celestial light flying towards them from afar. The light moved with incredible speed, arriving above the entrance to the pill refining room in about a dozen breaths. Pingsheng could see clearly that it was an old Taoist priest with white hair and beard, wearing a blue Taoist robe and holding a white whisk in his hand. Under his feet was a celestial sword. Flying on a sword. Hiss hiss hiss. Pingsheng exclaimed in amazement and envy, "This is what a true immortal is." Whoosh! The next moment, his senior uncle, Yuxian, descended from the sky. "You too, get up. Don't kneel." A dignified voice rang out. Yes, the 2 stood up. The old man in blue robes waved his hand, and the 3-foot-long sword floating beside him transformed into a small sword only the length of a finger, which he then put into a black cloth bag at his waist. Pingsheng's parents had both been outer disciples of the Taixu Sect, so he had some basic knowledge of cultivation. He knew that this black bag was called a storage bag, also known as a kinkan bag. From the outside, they appeared only the size of a palm, but inside they were entirely different worlds, varying in size depending on their quality, though the smallest were still over 10 feet in diameter, capable of holding numerous treasures. Pingsheng had heard of them before, but this was the first time he had seen one. Even his parents didn't have one. Not to mention outer disciples like his parents, not every inner disciple possessed one. Storage bags are treasures that cultivators typically acquire only after reaching the foundation establishment stage. Pingsheng drooled with envy. If he could have one, he'd finally have a place to store his treasure basin, wouldn't he? And that's not all. The treasure basin can enhance one item every day, and there would be a place to store the enhanced items, wouldn't there? Unlike now, Pingsheng has been enhancing more and more items, but because he has nowhere to store them and is afraid of being exposed, he doesn't dare to enhance anymore now. Come in with me. Uncle Master Yuxian waved his whisk slightly and walked forward on his own. Hao Yun, the elder brought you in from outside into this alchemy room because of the characters Hao Yun in your name. He hoped you could bring me good luck. Behind him, Hao Yun smiled broadly. Definitely, definitely. Uncle Master, you'll definitely succeed in refining pills this time, and every single one will be top grade. Nonsense. Senior Uncle Yuxian, walking ahead, glanced at Hao Yun and said, don't even mention our Ziyuzu peak. Throughout the entire Taixu Sect, from ancient times to the present, among all the elders and disciples of every peak, has anyone been able to refine a high-grade foundation establishment pill? It would be good enough if you could get me to refine a batch of low-grade pills. Of course, if you could produce 1 or 2 mid-grade ones, that would be a stroke of luck. Yes. Hao Yun quickly corrected himself, saying, then this disciple wishes Master Uncle all the pills in this batch will be of medium grade. He. Master Uncle Yuxian chuckled, raising his snow-white whisk again. You lad, you're quite the talker. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Pingsheng, asking, this disciple of yours is unfamiliar. What's his name? Seeing that Yuxian had asked him, Pingsheng wasn't intimidated. He bowed respectfully, saying, disciple, no, my name is Pingsheng, a menial disciple. The Taixu Sect had a strict hierarchy, with different titles and etiquette for different statuses. He was a menial disciple, while Hao Yun was an outer disciple. Therefore, Hao Yun could refer to himself as a disciple, while he could only call himself youngster. Menial disciple? Yuxian looked at Pingsheng, then asked, are you a disciple with spiritual roots? Yes. Pingsheng bowed again. This youngster possesses all 5 elements of spiritual roots: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Ah! The Yuxian master opposite him was suddenly startled, exclaiming in surprise, a 5-element spiritual root? Alas, what a pity, what a pity. He shook his head. After speaking, he asked again, do you know someone named Hisanja? Pingsheng nodded and said, Hisanja was my father, but he passed away several years ago. Yuxian Zhenren's eyes were fixed on Pingsheng like 2 nails, then he asked in a low voice, do you know how your father died? Yes. Pingsheng said, I heard from my uncle John that he encountered a demonic beast and was killed by it. Later, my mother went to seek revenge, but she also died in the beast's lair. As he spoke, Pingsheng's eyes reddened. His parents' deaths were only a few years ago, not too long ago. Alas! Master Yuxian sighed deeply, saying, those who cultivate the Dao are prone to misfortune. Since they have chosen this path, they have no regrets. If you encounter others in the future, never say that Hisanja is your father. Remember. Let's go. Follow me inside and assist with the alchemy. Yes. The two followed Master Yuxian into the alchemy room. The alchemy room was spotless. The floor, walls, and even the beams overhead were clean. Very clean, not bad. Yuxian nodded approvingly, then said, Hao Yun, start the fire. You should understand the proper heat control for this foundation establishment pill, right? Hao Yun chuckled and said, this disciple understands. The main ingredient of this foundation establishment pill is the heavenly spirit fruit, and the auxiliary ingredients are cassia seed and yang chrysanthemum. At the beginning, use a gentle fire to simmer the heavenly spirit fruit, then quickly simmer the cassia seed and yang chrysanthemum over a high flame. Finally, use a fierce fire to fuse the 3 elements, and after half an hour, use a gentle fire to remove any excess moisture from the furnace. But the specific timing will depend on your orders, Master Uncle. It seems Hao Yun is quite skilled in alchemy. Good, hee. Yuxian smiled and said, then let's begin. Next, Hao Yun personally squatted down and began to light a fire to heat the enormous furnace. A large ladle of water was added to the furnace. Why? Because wood fuels fire. Medicinal herbs belong to the element of wood in the 5 elements theory, and fire naturally belongs to the element of fire. If the herbs are not properly balanced, placing them directly into the furnace will instantly reduce them to ashes. Therefore, there needs to be something to balance the wood and fire. The best way to balance them is with various spiritual liquids. If spiritual liquids are unavailable, water can also be used. However, using water would significantly reduce the success rate of alchemy. But the spiritual liquid is a rare and precious material. How could ordinary people obtain it? Even a foundation establishment disciple like Yuxian couldn't get his hands on it, so water was the only option. Of course, not much water was needed. A ladleful was enough. Once the water boiled, the main ingredient, the heavenly spirit fruit, was added. Then came the auxiliary ingredients. Pingsheng didn't understand. He was simply responsible for moving the wood and helping Hao Yun adjust the fire. However, seeing Yixian take out the medicinal herbs one by one from his storage bag, he still looked on with envy and curiosity. Before long, wisps of steam rose from the alchemy room, and a fragrance never before smelled emanated from the furnace, a scent that was refreshing and invigorating. Almost done. Master Yixian's eyes were fixed on the alchemy furnace, his divine sense extending into it. Boy, quickly reduce the fire. Yes, a little less. Enough. Ha ha ha. I'm here. The most crucial step in alchemy is fusion into pills. Hearing Master Yixian's hearty laughter, Pingsheng thought the batch of pills was about to be ready. But the next moment, a loud bang resounded. A powerful energy wave erupted from the furnace. Master Yixian remained unmoved, and Hao Yun, lying on the ground tending the fire, was unaffected, but this energy wave struck Pingsheng squarely, sending him flying 3 feet into the air before he landed face first in the mud. It's over. Pingsheng ignored his own pain, his mind only focused on whether Master Yixian would punish him for the furnace explosion. If a foundation establishment stage expert gets angry, wouldn't I be dead? Not only him, but Hao Yun beside him was also trembling with fear. The air was filled with the aroma of medicine and the smell of burning, and a deathly silence. After about 3 or 5 breaths, Uncle Master Yixian waved his whisk and said, "It's not your fault, it was a problem during my fusion. Ultimately, it's because the quality of the heavenly spirit fruit is somewhat lacking. If we could acquire a high-grade heavenly spirit fruit, this batch of foundation establishment pills would be settled. You two pack up, I'm off." Yixian's expression was grim. Although he was already a foundation establishment cultivator, this batch of foundation establishment pills still consumed most of his wealth. Now that the furnace has exploded, all that wealth has vanished. Phew! After Yixian left, Hao Yun let out a deep breath and said, "I told you, Uncle Master Yixian has the best temper among the dozens of immortals on Xiaozu Peak. He never blames anyone. If it had been someone with a short temper today, we would have given them a good beating. From now on, learn from me and be more discerning." "Yes." Pingsheng quickly nodded. Hao Yun said, "Go, clean the furnace thoroughly, sweep the ground clean, and wipe it down with water." Pingsheng opened all the windows around the alchemy room, letting in fresh air. After about half an incense stick's time, the smoke in the room was completely blown away. Next, his men started scrubbing the furnace. That's right, they manually scrubbed the furnace, cleaning out all the waste. Pingsheng glanced at it. There wasn't a single pill inside, not even a single waste pill. It had all exploded, reduced to ashes. A whole furnace of ashes. Cleaning this up would be a lot of work. It took Pingsheng a full hour to clean the room spotlessly, then he piled all the alchemy waste into the trash can by the door. By this time, Hao Yun had washed his face. He looked at Pingsheng and said, "Go out the back door of the alchemy room, go up the mountain, and turn left at the end of the steps. That's the garbage dump. Take all this black ash and furnace ash over there." Pingsheng nodded without complaint, "Okay." He mixed the ash and furnace ash together, put it in the garbage can, slung the can over his shoulder, and walked step by step through the entire alchemy room, exiting through the small door in the back courtyard. Then he followed the directions given by his senior brother Hao Yun. It wasn't far. He soon reached the end of the path, below which was a cliff about 3 jang high. Below the cliff was a gray expanse, filled with garbage accumulated over the years from dumping furnace ash. Pingsheng didn't hesitate and simply emptied the furnace ash and ash into the cliff below. He quickly rinsed the trash can at the mountain spring before returning to the alchemy room. "We can rest now." Hao Yun waved his hand. Pingsheng wiped his sweat, sat down at the bottom of the steps, and looked at Hao Yun, saying, "Senior brother, you're an outer disciple, so you must know magic and supernatural powers, right?" TCH, Hao Yun sat 2 steps away from Pingsheng, looking disdainful. "Supernatural powers? Magic?" Pingsheng thought he was about to say something amazing, but the disdain on Hao Yun's face instantly turned into dejection. "No." "Oh, little he," Hao Yun said, "you're insulting me." No. Pingsheng jumped up, quickly explaining, I really don't know the intricacies of this. If I have offended you, please punish me, senior brother." "Forget about the punishment." Hao Yun pulled out a teacup from somewhere, took a couple of sips, and said, "A few years ago, I was lucky enough to get my hands on a cultivation method. I've been practicing with it for over 20 years, and I've only reached the 2nd level of qi refining. How could I possibly understand any magic or supernatural powers?" Pingsheng looked on with envy. "2nd level, that's still impressive." "Impressive my foot," Hao Yun said. "Besides being a little healthier than ordinary people, not getting sick often, being a little stronger, and jumping a little higher, there's really nothing else. Exactly the same as a mortal. Do you understand?" Pingsheng nodded, then asked in a low voice, "Senior brother, where can we obtain cultivation methods?" This question was silly. After asking it, Pingsheng's face turned red, but he didn't regret it. Cultivation, cultivation, the first step is to have a method of cultivation. If you don't even have a method, what's the point of cultivation? He, Hao Yun chuckled, saying, you, 5-element spiritual roots, no father, no mother, no background, and you still want to cultivate? All right. He stood up, shook his daist robe, and said, stop daydreaming here, it's useless even if you think about it to the heavens. Even if I gave you a cultivation manual, you wouldn't be able to master even a fraction of it. Get lost. Wouldn't it be better to go back and sleep? You can have anything in your dreams. Hao Yun flicked his sleeves, then turned and went into the alchemy room. Pingsheng wasn't oblivious. He knew that if he went over to ask now, the other party definitely wouldn't give him a good look, and might even yell at him. It's all right. He'll plant a seed today, there will always be an opportunity later. Pingsheng went back to his room to sleep and rest. The next few days were uneventful. He caught a large, fat squirrel in the mountains and secretly brought it into his room, then locked the door from the inside. Squirrel, oh squirrel, whether it's a blessing or a curse, I don't know. I'm sorry. Pingsheng pried open the squirrel's mouth with both hands and then pressed the little squirrel into the dark, treasure-filled basin. The basin was full of green water. This water had condensed the previous night. Pingsheng did this to see if the water was poisonous or beneficial. Glug! The squirrel took a sip. Then Pingsheng took a rope and tied the squirrel directly to the bed leg. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The squirrel remained tied to the bed leg for 2 days without any unusual changes. It seems, Pingsheng muttered to himself, the water quality has only been improved to a limited extent, it's probably just become clearer and sweeter, without any other effect. After thinking for a moment, he released the squirrel. Just as he released the squirrel, he saw Hao Yun rushing over in a panic, saying, something's wrong. Pingsheng, come with me quickly. Quick, quick, quick. Seeing his anxious and frightened appearance, Pingsheng asked, senior brother, what happened? Hao Yun said, Master Yuda's junior disciple, Fairy Linglong, has come, saying she wants to refine the qi-gathering pill. This senior sister Linglong is notoriously short-tempered and ruthless. This is her first time refining pills in our alchemy room. If she gets angry and fails, we'll both be in big trouble. Pingsheng trembled, his voice shaking, we won't be beaten to death, will we? Hao Yun said, it's hard to say. As they spoke, the two arrived at the alchemy room to wait. Not long after, a woman in a purple dress approached. Behind her were 2 male disciples in blue Taoist robes, each carrying a sword, flanking the woman like bodyguards. It's you? The woman in purple frowned slightly upon seeing Pingsheng. Pingsheng quickly bowed his head and said, greetings, Grandma. He was inwardly bitter. This woman was none other than his junior sister who had recently complained about the mountain spring water's taste changing and threatened to tear him to pieces. What bad luck! Pingsheng almost vomited blood. Weren't you fetching water from the handymen's quarters? Why are you in the alchemy room? Linglong looked at Pingsheng with disdain. Pingsheng took a deep breath and said, it was squad leader Zhang who arranged it, afraid I'd spoil the spring water. Humph. Linglong was clever, she snorted coldly and said, is it because you gave Zhang the 2 pills my sister gave you, and then he gave you an easy job? Is that so? Linglong scolded. Pingsheng quickly nodded, Grandma, you are truly insightful. I dare not hide anything, it is indeed so. If you don't hand them over, I'll be in grave danger. Let's go inside and talk. Linglong's gaze lingered on Pingsheng for only a brief moment before quickly passing over him. She was in a good mood today and wouldn't stoop to Pingsheng's level. Sigh. At this moment, Hao Yun was like a dog, bowing and scraping, even more subservient than when his uncle Master Yuxian had come. Pingsheng found it a bit jarring, but he could understand. Entering the main hall, Linglong clapped her hands and said, I'm here today to refine the qi-gathering pill. Hao Yun, tell me, can I refine this top-grade qi-gathering pill? Hao Yun was speechless. However, he was a smooth talker. His eyes darted around a few times before he said, Senior Sister Linglong is exceptionally talented, she must be able to refine extraordinary pills. Several of my senior uncles and masters came here to refine pills recently, and the qi-gathering pills they produced were at most mid-grade. I've never seen such top-grade pills before, but, Senior Sister, you're definitely different, you can surely refine top-grade ones. This was half praise and half sarcasm, a way of making Linglong face reality. Sure enough, Linglong smiled coldly and said, don't be so sarcastic. I understand, it's just that top-grade pills are very difficult to refine, right? No. Hao Yun shook his head and said, Grandma, it's not that top-grade pills are difficult to refine, it's that even high-grade ones are very difficult. I've been serving in this alchemy room for 13 years, and I've never seen anyone successfully refine a high-grade one. Even mid-grade ones are rare, like phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. To be honest, more than 80% of those who come here to refine pills end up exploding their furnaces. Linglong's jade-like face turned cold, and a cyan sword was placed against Hao Yun's neck. You mean, I'm not going to be able to refine the pill today? She said. Heaven and earth bear witness, my lord, I didn't say that. Hao Yun, desperate to survive, pleaded ingratiatingly, senior sister, please move your sword back a little, I'm scared. Humph. Linglong sheathed her sword. Continue. Yes. Hao Yun continued with a forced smile, it's just that refining pills has a success rate, nobody can say for sure. Generally, even a skilled alchemist might only succeed in 1 out of 5 or 6 batches. Then tell me, Linglong demanded, when will it succeed, and how do I do it? That's hard to say. Hao Yun replied, successful pill making depends on the heat, the quality of the herbs, and the alchemist's technique. Of course, sometimes, luck also plays a part. I don't care. A sly glint flashed in Linglong's eyes. Your name is Hao Yun, you're sure to bring me good luck. Let's begin. If you fail to make the pill, I'll hold you both responsible. Your lives are in your own hands. Hiss. Pingsheng and Hao Yun both gasped, this is fucking unreasonable. But there was nothing they could do. They still had to get to work. Yes. The two began to work. First step, start a fire. Then add water. Hao Yun did all the work, Pingsheng stood by, mainly passing firewood. Pingsheng watched as senior sister Linglong added the medicinal herbs she was holding to the pot one by one. Soon, a rich medicinal aroma filled the pot. Of course, although Linglong was domineering, her wealth couldn't compare to that of her uncle Master Yuxuan, she didn't have a storage bag. Everything was stored in a cloth bag. An hour later, the aroma of the herbs in the pot grew even stronger. Hee. Linglong's smile grew wider as she said, almost there, in another quarter of an hour, my medicine will be ready. It'll definitely be a successful pill. Hao Yun nodded in flattery, judging from the current situation, it's probably done. Hey you, little he, go out the back door and turn left. It's across from that garbage pit, there are some pieces of wood I placed there. Remember, it's jujube wood. Go and get it. Pingsheng was immediately stunned, saying, senior brother, there's jujube wood right there. Hao Yun's face darkened instantly, saying, why so much nonsense? Just go. Linglong's expression also suddenly turned cold, go now. Pingsheng had no choice but to bite the bullet and head out. After leaving the alchemy room through the back door, he ran all the way up the mountain path. Reaching the other side of the cliff, Pingsheng didn't find any jujube wood. He searched left and right but couldn't find it. He worried that returning empty-handed would be met with reproach from Hao Yun and Linglong, so he searched several more times. He searched for a full half hour but found no jujube wood. Pingsheng could only return with a frown. The alchemy room was eerily quiet. A burnt smell wafted over. Oh no. Pingsheng's heart skipped a beat, had the alchemy failed? He crouched down and peered through the window at the back of the main hall, only to find that Linglong and the 2 male disciples she had brought were gone. On the ground lay only Hao Yun. Senior brother. Pingsheng felt a lump in his throat as he rushed back into the main hall and helped Hao Yun sit up. Hao Yun's face was pale, and blood streamed from the corner of his mouth. Senior brother. Pingsheng was almost in tears, you knew she couldn't refine the pills, so you deliberately sent me away, didn't you? He. Hao Yun chuckled, saying, then, it's better for one person to be beaten, than, cough, 2, isn't it? Puffed. As he spoke, Hao Yun spat out another mouthful of blood. On his pale face, 2 sinister glints flashed in his eyes as he snarled, the damn little wench, she hit so hard. Damn it, that son of a bitch, so unreasonable, completely unreasonable. Pingsheng asked, senior brother, how are you? Are you alright? I'll go get a doctor to take a look. He. Puffed. Hao Yun spat out 2 more mouthfuls of blood, saying, that little wench's lackey is no simpleton, he punched me twice. I have a few broken ribs. It hurts. Junior brother. From now on, I might be bedridden for several months. From now on, you'll have to serve me meals. Yes, and empty my chamber pot. Pingsheng was alright, but Hao Yun himself looked utterly dejected. 2 tears unconsciously streamed down Pingsheng's face as he said, thank you, senior brother. If Hao Yun hadn't sent him away beforehand, it might not have been just Hao Yun lying on the ground today. It would have been both of them. Hao Yun survived because he was older, stronger, and his cultivation had reached the 2nd level of qi refining. And Pingsheng? Could he have survived? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a life-saving grace. The key is, my relationship with senior brother Hao Yun is just so. Why would he save me? Thinking about it this way, it really was just that he had a compassionate heart. That's all. Senior brother Hao is a good person. Ouch. You better watch out. My ribs, cough. Amid Hao Yun's constant cries, Pingsheng carried Hao Yun and placed him on his bed. I need to rest for a while, Hao Yun said, little he, the most important thing right now is to clean the alchemy room, then come over, and I'll tell you some methods for controlling the heat in alchemy. I can't move during this time, so the alchemy room is entirely up to you. Yes. Pingsheng quickly went out and began cleaning the alchemy room. First, ventilate it. Then wash the pot. Opening the lid of the alchemy furnace, Pingsheng saw the state of this batch of waste pills. Unlike the explosion that happened when his senior uncle Yuxian was refining pills before, this batch of pills was just a hair's breadth away from being successful. It didn't turn to ashes, but into 12 grayish-brown waste pills. Each one was black. A burnt smell emanated from the pills. Pingsheng swept the 12 discarded pills away with a broom and tossed them into the trash can. He then washed the alchemy furnace clean. Next, he began cleaning the ashes from the furnace. After cleaning the ashes, he swept the ground before heading towards the garbage pit at the back of the mountain with the trash can on his back. However, while emptying the trash, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he promptly reached out and stopped the 12 discarded pills. These things are useless, but what if I put them in my treasure basin overnight? Could they be strengthened? Let's try. What if it works? Anyway, there's nothing else to put them in, leaving the basin empty all the time is a waste. With this thought in mind, Pingsheng tucked the 12 dark pills into his pocket and returned to the alchemy room. He glanced at Hao Yun. The guy was already asleep. Pingsheng returned to his bedroom, locked the door from the inside, and bolted it shut. He also closed all the windows. Then he pulled out the dark, treasure-gathering basin from under the bed. 12 dark pills were tossed into the basin. Whether they would work was up to fate. Whoosh! Pingsheng covered the basin with a wooden board and pushed it under the bed. Then, he rummaged around and pulled out a pill from the other side of the bed, a golden bone pill. This pill was a gift from that senior sister in green. There were 2 in total. One was taken by Boss Zhang, and Pingsheng had unintentionally put the remaining one into the basin to enhance it into 2 top-grade golden bone pills. Pingsheng ate one, leaving only one. Having consumed this substance before, Pingsheng was acutely aware of its miraculous effects. It could be said that consuming it would instantly heal all injuries. There's only one pill left. Should he give it to senior brother Hao Yun? Pingsheng was immediately conflicted. It wasn't that he was reluctant, but rather, what if senior brother Hao asked about it? He couldn't very well reveal everything, could he? But if he didn't give it to him, he couldn't bring himself to do it. After all, Hao Yun had saved his life. He should think of a perfect reason first, and then give it to him. Night fell. After having dinner with Hao Yun, Pingsheng returned to his room and opened the window, letting the moonlight stream in. The moonlight shimmered and gathered around the treasure basin. Pingsheng discovered that the gathering of moonlight in the treasure basin had nothing to do with whether the basin was covered or not. Even with a thick wooden board covering it, the moonlight couldn't be prevented from entering the treasure basin. After observing for a while, Pingsheng rested his head on his hand, pondering how to concoct a perfect excuse to give the golden bone pill to senior brother Hao. Thinking, he fell asleep. When he woke up the next day, Pingsheng suddenly smelled a strong medicinal fragrance. Oh no! Bang! Pingsheng sprang out of bed with a jolt, quickly pulled out the ceramic basin from under the bed, and opened the wooden board. Hiss! Hiss! The pill inside appeared before his eyes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Pingsheng slowly counted. A total of 24 pills. Each pill was the size of a broad bean, as white as jade. And each pill had 4 lines imprinted on it. Top grade? Good heavens! But Pingsheng had no time to admire them anymore, because the medicinal fragrance was too strong, and it was getting stronger and stronger. What to do? Hide it? But, where to hide it? He really didn't understand. The fragrance of the golden bone pill was faint, so why was the fragrance of this chi-gathering pill so strong? Pingsheng first closed the windows, then rummaged through drawers and cabinets, trying several places, but found that nothing could block the fragrance. Clothes couldn't cover it, blankets couldn't cover it. Even the wooden planks and the treasure basin couldn't hide it. What to do? Large beads of sweat dripped from Pingsheng's forehead in anxiety. What if someone came to refine pills at this moment and smelled this strong medicinal aroma? Never mind. He'd rather lose these pills than reveal the secret of the treasure basin. Pingsheng gritted his teeth, lifted a few floor tiles, picked up an axe from the room, and dug a hole under the bed with a few quick bangs. He then threw all 24 top-grade chi-gathering pills into the hole, covered them with soil, and finally covered them back with the floor tiles. Sure enough, the aroma of the pills disappeared. He quickly opened the window to let in some air, blowing away the strong medicinal fragrance. Having done everything, Pingsheng took 2 iron bowls to the servants' quarters to get his meal, then delivered it to Hao Yun's room, where the two ate together. What was that smell just now? It smelled so good. Hao Yun took a bite of his food and couldn't help but ask, "It smells like a chi-gathering pill." But even a chi-gathering pill wouldn't have this strong aroma, unless it's a high-grade one. He stared at Pingsheng. He Pingsheng's heart pounded, but he forced a calm expression and said, I smelled it too. I was just about to ask my senior brother. Strange. Hao Yun shook his head and said, but I can't smell it now. Never mind, let's eat. He Pingsheng breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Hao Yun, who had just been talking about eating, suddenly stopped and asked, is the alchemy room all cleaned? Is all the firewood ready? Has anyone said they wanted to come and refine pills? Well, He Pingsheng answered carefully again, and the two began to eat. Just after finishing, He Pingsheng took a deep breath, preparing to take out his golden bone pill to heal Hao Yun's injuries. However, before he could even take out the pill, they heard a majestic voice from outside, where's Hao Yun? I was refining pills, where did you go? That brat. Quickly! Hao Yun, startled, patted He Pingsheng, go out and check the situation, or you'll get beaten again. He Pingsheng rushed out of Hao Yun's room and saw a tall, white-haired old Taoist priest standing before the alchemy room. This man exuded an ethereal aura, like an immortal. He Pingsheng was so frightened he was about to kneel. But the man said, don't kneel. I hate it most when you disciples kneel and bow. Too much kneeling will shorten my lifespan. Yes. He Pingsheng quickly cupped his hands in greeting. He Pingsheng hadn't seen the old man before, but he recognized him, because his portrait was plastered all over Ziyuzu Peak. He was a disciple of the current supreme elder of the Taixu Sect, one of the sect's elders, and the founding patriarch of Ziyuzu Peak. A powerful figure with golden core cultivation, true person Chongyang. This true person Chongyang was also the master of Yuxian, Yuda, and others. In other words, he was Linglong's grandmaster. Wasn't this man influential enough? You look unfamiliar. Master Chongyang looked at He Pingsheng and asked, just arrived. He Pingsheng nodded, I'm just a servant, a menial laborer in the alchemy room. Outrageous. Master Chongyang immediately became angry, saying, I came here to refine pills, and instead of the alchemy apprentice to greet me, you're sent as a menial laborer? What kind of logic is that? Where is Hao Yun? This lad was personally promoted by me from outside. Where is he? Why isn't he coming to see me? He Pingsheng took a deep breath and bowed again to his patriarch, reporting to patriarch, senior brother Hao Yun has had several ribs broken and is currently bedridden, unable to come and pay his respects. Injured. The Golden Core stage elder took a single step, covering dozens of feet in an instant, landing at Hao Yun's doorway. Looking inside, he saw Hao Yun lying pale-faced on the bed. He was immediately enraged, saying, what happened to you, brat? Who is so cruel as to injure you to this extent? Hao Yun's face fell. Grandmaster, this disciple cannot kowtow to you. Enough. What's with the kowtowing? Tell me, what exactly happened? Hao Yun said, yesterday, senior sister Linglong, a disciple of Master Yud, came to refine pills. Because the pill refining failed, she beat me up. Outrageous. Master Chongyang trembled with anger, saying, if that's the case, then it's truly the height of rudeness. This is adding karmic burden to our Ziyuzu Peak. Decades of hard cultivation, how can I let them be ruined in an instant? Humph. Having said that, Master Chongyang moved his feet, and in a flash, he flew into the sky, transforming into a tiny figure the size of a bean, disappearing in a few breaths. Hiss. He Pingsheng looked up at the direction where his ancestor had disappeared, a wave of envy washing over him. Immortals are truly blessed, they can fly and disappear in an instant, roaming freely in their own world. If only I could cultivate immortality. Oh no. The man lying on the bed inside looked utterly dejected, exclaiming, we're doomed. He Pingsheng walked over and asked, what do you mean, senior brother? Hao Yun said, you don't know. Our patriarch on Ziyuzu Peak is extremely righteous and straightforward, hating evil as if it were his enemy. When he returns this time, he'll definitely punish senior sister Linglong and Uncle Yud together. He Pingsheng was just a boy, unable to grasp the intricacies of the situation, and scratched his head, asking, isn't that a good thing? Hao Yun said, of course it's bad. Those senior Uncle Yuda and senior sister Linglong are both narrow-minded. If I'm punished because of them, wouldn't I be dead by now? If the punishment is light, that's fine, at most I'll get another beating. If the punishment is severe, I'm afraid I'll lose my life. Hey! He Pingsheng thought for a moment and said, senior brother, even the ancestral master punished them. Aren't they afraid? Would they dare to retaliate? You! Hao Yun stretched out his right hand and tapped He Pingsheng's head twice forcefully, saying, not everyone thinks like you. Some people are narrow-minded, but capable of anything. Besides, they don't necessarily need to do it themselves. They could just find someone, sneak into our alchemy room in the middle of the night, and beat me up. Who knows who did it? He Pingsheng understood, and felt a surge of admiration for his senior brother Hao Yun. He couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, saying, senior brother sees things clearly. Hao Yun said, what's so insightful about that? I was just like you back then. The more you see, the more you understand. You haven't witnessed the wickedness of the world yet. Once you've been beaten and suffered losses, you'll naturally understand. Pingsheng nodded admiringly. After a few breaths, he secretly took out the golden bone pill from his pocket and offered it to Hao Yun, saying, "Senior brother Hao, you should eat it." Golden bone pill? Hao Yun's brow twitched. He reached out and took the golden bone pill in his hand. Upon closer inspection, he saw 4 pill patterns on it. He couldn't help but raise his voice, saying, it's actually. He quickly lowered his voice, "It's actually a top-grade pill. You brat, where did you get this?" Pingsheng lowered his head and said, "Never mind that, just eat it. It will heal your injuries quickly." Hao Yun's face immediately hardened. "Tell me first. If you don't tell me, I won't eat it." Pingsheng pulled out the lie he'd already prepared. This thing was left to me by my parents before they died. They said no one else could see it. They didn't even give me the porcelain bottle. I've always carried it with me." "Your parents?" Hao Yun asked, puzzled. "Weren't they just outer disciples? How could they get such a good thing? This is top grade. Don't underestimate this first grade pill. No one on the entire Taixu Peak can refine it. No, I should say, no one on the entire Taixu Sect can refine it." Pingsheng remained silent. Hao Yun asked again, "Are you sure it was left by your parents? You're not lying?" Pingsheng nodded sincerely. Hao Yun didn't stand on ceremony. "I saved your life, so I'll eat one of your pills. We're even." Slap. He slapped his hand to his mouth, and the pill went down his throat. "Heh, this is really good stuff." Hao Yun's face flushed shortly after swallowing the pill. "I feel like my injuries will heal today," he said. No wonder the book said that top-grade pills and high-grade pills are completely different things. Hiss, ouch, it hurts so much. Taixu Peak, Teleportation Plaza. The Teleportation Plaza has 2 teleportation arrays, one for sending and one for receiving. Disciples who cannot fly must use these arrays to enter or leave. Therefore, this is destined to be the busiest and most crowded place on Taixu Peak. At this moment, however, 3 disciples are kneeling on the Teleportation Plaza. One is Linglong, and the other 2 are the disciples who went with her to the alchemy room to participate in the beating of Hao Yun. The 3 of them are punished with 3 days of reflection. This reflection involves kneeling on this teleportation plaza to examine their actions. "Senior brother, senior brother, senior brother." Pingsheng rushed from outside the alchemy room into the courtyard, then arrived at Hao Yun's room. He found Hao Yun, dressed in a black daist robe, leisurely pacing around his room. You're better." Pingsheng looked surprised. "Oh," Hao Yun said, "I'm better. Didn't I take the top-grade golden bone pill you gave me?" "Hey, I used to read in books that top-grade pills and high-grade pills are completely different things. I thought the books were just bragging." "So it's true. There are 4 grades of golden bone pills: low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade." Hao Yun looked at Pingsheng and began counting on his fingers. "With my injuries, if I didn't use any pills and relied solely on my own recovery, it would take about 4 months. If I had swallowed a low-grade golden bone pill, the recovery time would have been shortened to 2 months. If it were a mid-grade, about a month would have been enough. If it were a high grade, half a month would have been enough. But you gave me a top-grade one, a top-grade pill, effective immediately. I recovered completely in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, and without any side effects." "Shocking." Hao Yun nodded as he spoke, finally looking at Pingsheng and asking, "By the way, did you find out about what I asked you to inquire about?" "Yes." Pingsheng said, "I heard from Boss Zhang and the others that Linglong and the other 2 disciples who attacked were punished, said to spend 3 days reflecting on their actions in the teleportation plaza." 3 days reflecting on their actions. Hao Yun shook his head, saying, "That's all right, the punishment isn't too severe. I broke so many bones, and the 3 of them only get 3 days of reflection. That's too lenient on them. Don't worry, Linglong shouldn't bother me again for a 3-day punishment. Come, sit down." Hao Yun gestured to Pingsheng. The 2 sat down on opposite sides of the table. Pingsheng noticed a large bowl and some fruit on the table. He thought his senior brother Hao was going to offer him fruit. "Don't move." Hao Yun slapped his hand lightly, saying, "I'm going to explain the principles of cultivation to you today. Listen carefully. Do you know the distinction between spiritual roots?" Pingsheng replied, "Yes." Hao Yun then asked, "Do you know why cultivators with a single spiritual root cultivate faster?" Pingsheng shook his head. Thud. Hao Yun slammed the large, dark iron bowl down in front of Pingsheng, saying, "For example, the rim of the bowl represents a person's spiritual root. This is a single spiritual root. During cultivation, all the spiritual energy enters the body through the rim of the bowl. Do you understand?" Pingsheng nodded. "Oh." Hao Yun then took out 2 pairs, placing them in the bowl, perfectly filling the rim. "Look, now, these 2 pairs, that's a dual spiritual root. Each pair represents a spiritual root. Now you see, one of the spiritual roots in a dual spiritual root is much smaller than a single spiritual root. Pingsheng understood, nodding, yes. The iron bowl contains a single elemental spirit root. Place 2 pairs inside the iron bowl, each pair the thickness of a double elemental spirit root pair. The difference will be that the diameter of the single elemental spirit root pair is twice that of the double elemental spirit root pair. Hao Yun said, you saw it too. For example, a cultivator with both wood and fire spiritual roots cannot cultivate both roots simultaneously, because a person only has one set of meridians. When circulating and refining fire spiritual energy, they cannot refine wood spiritual energy, do you understand? Therefore, although a cultivator with dual spiritual roots has 2 roots, only one is useful. And the thickness of this single spiritual root is only half that of the single spiritual root. The thickness is half, but its surface area is only a quarter, and the amount of spiritual energy passing through during cultivation is also a quarter. That's the difference. Theoretically, a cultivator with dual spiritual roots can cultivate at a quarter the speed of one with a single spiritual root. Do you understand? Pingsheng nodded, I understand. Good. Pingsheng took out the 2 pairs and put 3 oranges into the large iron bowl. Look, this is a triple spiritual root. A triple spiritual root is thinner, and the cultivation speed is slower. He took out 3 oranges and put in 4 eggs. The eggs were even smaller. However, the smallest thing was a bowl containing 5 plums at once. These plums were even smaller than eggs. Look at this for yourself. Hao Yun said, you have 5 elemental roots, each of these roots is almost 1/10 the thickness of a single elemental root. With the same resources and the same cultivation method, someone with a single elemental root can go from the 1st to the 12th level of qi refining in just 10 years. You'll need 100 years. Tell me, how are you going to catch up? How are you going to cultivate? Hao Yun's analogy was apt. Pingsheng was speechless. Looking at it this way, cultivation really is too unfriendly to those with 5 elemental roots. He was truly a little desperate. But the next moment, Pingsheng's fighting spirit was reignited. Yes, cultivation is indeed too unfriendly to those with 5 elemental roots, but what does it matter? I have the Treasure Basin. With this, why worry about having bad elemental roots? A finer spiritual root does indeed slow down the absorption of spiritual energy. However, the spiritual energy in the world is mixed and sparse. In reality, even cultivators with dual spiritual roots cannot fully tap into their roots' potential, let alone those with only one. I take pills every day. And they're all top-grade pills. Who knows who will be faster or slower in cultivation? Hao Yun continued, I have 4 spiritual roots, you have 5. Neither of us will ever reach the foundation establishment stage in our entire lives. However, since you want to cultivate, I do have a rudimentary breathing technique here. Take a look, but don't get your hopes up too high. As he spoke, Hao Yun pulled out a book that looked quite old. He gently placed it on the table and pushed it in front of Pingsheng. Pingsheng's heart pounded with excitement. The thing he had longed for had finally arrived. The book cover had the words, Basic Breathing Techniques, written vertically on it. 7 days. Hao Yun gestured, I'll give you 7 days. You can't copy it, you can only memorize it. I'm just letting you see it, not for you to cultivate. Because this is something I memorized back then. The first 3 levels might be correct, but I can't guarantee the rest. About 80% wrong. Pingsheng's face darkened immediately. Good heavens, so rough? But 3 levels it is. Better than nothing. Yes, senior brother. I'll take a look first. Pingsheng took the book, said goodbye to Hao Yun, returned to his bedroom, closed the door, and began to read carefully. Pingsheng returned to his room, closed the doors and windows, and sat down at his desk to read. Basic Breathing Techniques. He opened the first page. The title page was blank, except for a name, Hao Yun. Good heavens, so this book really was copied by Hao Yun. Pingsheng continued flipping through the pages. Next was the table of contents. The first part of the table of contents was the general outline. The second part was the method of guiding qi. The third part contained the actual cultivation techniques. Pingsheng didn't rush to the cultivation techniques section. Instead, he started reading from the general outline. Through the general outline, he understood the general steps of cultivation. The first step was to cultivate qi perception. Yes, it was about cultivating the method of guiding qi, and then using this method to sense the thin, invisible spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Therefore, one must cultivate qi perception before truly beginning cultivation. Then, let's practice qi perception first. Pingsheng flipped to the page on the methods of qi induction, read it through once, then 3 times, thoroughly understanding its meaning. Only after this did he sit cross-legged, close his eyes, and lower his head, using his divine sense to sense the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Actually, this was nonsense. Because during the qi refining stage, a cultivator's divine sense can only be internalized and cannot be projected outwards, so it's impossible to sense external spiritual energy using divine sense. then what do they rely on? The 480 million pores throughout their body, and the hair on their skin, etc. A tiny, gradual sensation. After practicing like this all night, Pingsheng hadn't developed any qi perception. The next morning, after breakfast, Pingsheng sat cross-legged again and began practicing qi perception. Hey! A voice suddenly came from outside the window. Little he, looking for your qi sense. Pingsheng turned his head, looked at Hao Yun outside the window, and chuckled. Yeah. Hao Yun asked, found it? No. Pingsheng shook his head and said, should we go chop wood? No, no, no. Hao Yun waved his hand and said, well, you focus on finding your qi sense. I'll do the chopping wood. You take your time finding your qi sense. With that, Hao Yun actually picked up an axe and went out the door. All right. Since my senior brother went to chop wood, I'll continue searching for my qi sense. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. On the evening of the 3rd day, Pingsheng suddenly found his qi sense. His hair stood on end, he could clearly feel the flow of spiritual energy outside, and the collision of various elements within this spiritual energy. Although weak, he had at least managed to sense the qi. Pingsheng was extremely excited, carrying the basic breathing technique manual to Hao Yun's bedroom. Yo! Hao Yun, who was sitting at the table, looked up at Pingsheng and asked, You found the qi? He. Pingsheng chuckled and said, yes, senior brother Hao, I just sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy outside. So, have I found the qi? I guess so. Hao Yun nodded. Pingsheng sat down in front of him excitedly, with an expression that said, praise me. But after waiting for more than 10 breaths, Hao Yun still hadn't given any feedback. He couldn't help but ask, senior brother, how long did it take you to achieve that qi sensation? Hao Yun took a sip of water and said, 1 day. One day. Pingsheng's previous pride vanished instantly. Yes. Hao Yun asked, is there a problem? Pingsheng's face fell. I took 3 days and 2 nights, and you achieved it in 1 day? This is too much. Senior brother's talent is extraordinary, I can't compare. Pingsheng sighed. Hao Yun scoffed, tch, what kind of extraordinary talent is that? Those single spiritual root geniuses can reach the first level in 2 days, what am I compared to that? Ha! Pingsheng asked, 2 days, first level. Yes, Hao Yun replied calmly, sipping his tea. The first level of qi refining is the simplest. As long as you guide qi into your body, following the methods described in the cultivation technique, guiding the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into your body, circulating it through your meridians for 1 cycle, and finally gathering it in your danshan, you've broken through to the first level. It's that simple. Oh, Pingsheng nodded casually, then asked, how long do those genius disciples need to find their qi sense? Hao Yun replied, it's said to take about half an hour. This. Hao Yun seemed to see through Pingsheng's thoughts. He smiled and said, don't ask, those genius disciples are simply incomparable to us. Let me put it this way, it took me half a month to guide my spiritual energy through 1 cycle. That means it took me half a month to break through the first level, while those genius disciples only took 2 or 3 days. Then, Hao Yun continued, from the first level to the second, it's all about talent and resources. I didn't have any elixirs or know how to refine qi gathering pills, so it took me a full 3 years to break through. After breaking through to the second level, another 9 years have passed, and the third level is still a long way off. I think that in my entire life, I'll either be stuck at the second level forever, or I'll still have a chance to break through 1 level to the third level of qi refining. Anything beyond that is impossible. Smack! Hao Yun slammed his teacup on the table, then stood up. So, Xiao He, I'm just lending you this book to look at. Don't actually try to cultivate it. In the end, it's all just a dream. Pingsheng retorted defiantly, why? Didn't you also reach the second level? That's different. Hao Yun said. I have 4 spiritual roots, and you have 5. Can you compare to me? Pingsheng was speechless, 4 spiritual roots looking down on me, 5? After a while, Hao Yun took out a white porcelain bottle and placed it in front of Pingsheng. You need a porcelain bottle to store pills. This way, you can mask most of the smell. If your parents left you anything good, use this to store it. Don't let anyone see it, it's not good for you. Pingsheng said, I don't have any. I don't need this. Hao Yun said, don't worry, only you know whether you have it or not. Anyway, I'm not after your things. Take it. Go away. He shoved the porcelain bottle into Pingsheng's hand, then pushed Pingsheng away. Looking at the porcelain bottle in his hand, Pingsheng suddenly wondered if senior brother Hao was testing him. Could it be that he deliberately gave me the bottle, waiting for me to fill it with the pills, and then suddenly appeared to snatch them from me? No, I absolutely can't fill it. I must resist. After dinner, Pingsheng lit the oil lamp. Then he began to read. A knock came at the door. He Pingsheng went over, first removing the bolt from the door, then unlocking it. Hey, Hao Yun's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. What are you doing in there, kid? And why did you lock the door so tightly? Can't open it for ages? Hao Yun's gaze focused, moving down to He Pingsheng's philtrum. He Pingsheng quickly covered his crotch with his hand. Don't misunderstand, it's not what you think. I'm only 14, I don't know anything. Alright. Hao Yun's gaze returned to his seat, tossing a book onto He Pingsheng's desk. Look what this is. He Pingsheng and Hao Yun sat down across the table, their eyes fixed on the book. The cover read, 36 Formulas for Alchemy. What does that mean? I don't understand. These are the formulas for 36 common pills in the cultivation world, Hao Yun said. Actually, in their immortal world, it's not a secret, it's basic stuff, almost everyone has a copy. It records the refining methods for a series of pills, including the Golden Bone Pill, Qi Gathering Pill, Yuan Nourishing Pill, Marrow Cleansing Pill, Spirit Gathering Pill, Foundation Building Pill, and so on. Even though you're just a servant, you'll still be working in the alchemy room. We don't need to worry about the specific refining and cleansing methods, but you must memorize the timing and intensity of the heat. Go back and study it carefully, lest you end up like me, half beaten to death. Read it once first, and if you don't understand anything, just ask me. Okay. He Pingsheng picked up the book and opened it. The first of these 36 formulas was the Qi Gathering Pill. Very comprehensive. Starting with every aspect of refining the Qi Gathering Pill, the types of medicinal herbs, their selection, the order of adding them to the pot, controlling the heat, the refining time, precautions, and so on. This single pill formula alone took up 10 pages. However, for He Pingsheng, he didn't need to memorize anything else, he only needed to remember the heat control during the Qi Gathering Pill refining process. After all, he was just a menial laborer, specifically in charge of tending the fire. Alright, Hao Yun stood up. You keep an eye on this for now. There's no rush. Give it back to me when you've memorized it. He Pingsheng nodded. Just as Hao Yun stepped out of He Pingsheng's room, he saw a disciple dressed in blue enter the courtyard of the alchemy room. This person had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a friendly expression. Are you Hao Yun? The newcomer stared at Hao Yun. Hao Yun said, it's me. That's good. The man said, I am a disciple of Master Yud, and also Linglong's junior brother. What happened before was my junior sister's fault. My master said that since you are injured, he cannot ignore it. You should come with me to Hung Garden to pay your respects to our master. Hao Yun said, no need, my injury has healed. The disciple smiled and said, Hao Yun, this is an invitation from my master, Master Yud. Whether you go or not is up to you. If you truly do not go, then I will truthfully report to our master that you do not wish to go. Hao Yun's face immediately darkened, refusal was no longer an option. Alright. He nodded, then looked at He Pingsheng and said, I'll leave things here to you. I'm going to Uncle Master Yud's place to receive his instruction. He Pingsheng, bewildered, could only nod and watch his senior brother leave with Uncle Master Yud's disciple. After they left, He Pingsheng saw that it was getting late and night had fallen, so he locked his door securely again. He ignored the book 36 Formulas of Alchemy and instead took out the basic breathing technique and began practicing. He could now sense the spiritual energy outside, but drawing it into his body to refine and condense it was another hurdle. He didn't know how long it would take to complete. And so, He Pingsheng began trying again and again. After trying for 2 whole hours, he still hadn't succeeded. In other words, he hadn't made any progress. However, he wasn't discouraged, because senior brother Hao Yun had said that even a genius with a single spiritual root would need several days to see results. Oh, He Pingsheng yawned, so sleepy. Before going to sleep, he had something else to do. He Pingsheng took out an axe and pried open the 2 stone slabs under the bed, then carefully removed the layers of soil, revealing the pills he had buried earlier. A unique fragrance filled the entire room. He Pingsheng didn't dare to delay and quickly took out 2 pills and dropped them into the porcelain bottle Hao Yun had given him. He had initially worried that Hao Yun had given him the bottle as bait, to spy on his secrets. Now that Hao Yun had been called away, and he was alone in the pill room, He Pingsheng no longer had that concern. Snap! He closed the bottle. He thought the porcelain bottle would effectively mask the fragrance emanating from the top-grade pills. But actually, no. It could only mask most of the pill's fragrance, but about 20% would still leak out. He Pingsheng looked disappointed, then buried the pill back into the ground. He covered it with soil, and finally weighed it down with the 2 stone slabs. Finally, He Pingsheng pulled out a dark, black ceramic basin from the corner under the bed, lifted the wooden board on top, and tossed the porcelain bottle inside. Since this ceramic basin could strengthen anything, it should be able to strengthen the porcelain bottle too, right? Even if it couldn't strengthen it, at least 1 bottle could become 2. Having done all this, He Pingsheng climbed into bed and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, just as dawn broke, He Pingsheng got out of bed and eagerly pulled the black ceramic basin out from under the bed. Lifting the wooden board, he was overjoyed. He'd got it. 2 porcelain bottles lay quietly in the earthenware basin. No, these aren't porcelain bottles. Pingsheng picked up one of the bottles. This bottle felt cool to the touch, and upon closer inspection, it resembled a piece of fine jade. This is a jade bottle? It seems that placing the porcelain bottles in the treasure basin not only increased their quantity but also enhanced their quality. He just didn't know if it could now mask the fragrance of the pill. Pingsheng didn't rush to dig out the pill. Instead, he left the room and called out to Senior Brother Hao outside his door. Actually, there was no need to call. Senior Brother Hao's door wasn't even closed. Upon entering, it was completely empty. Not a single person was there. It was exactly the same as yesterday. So, Senior Brother Hao hadn't returned all night? Pingsheng's gaze swept across the entire alchemy room. He called out several more times, but still received no response. Only the echoes reverberated in the empty valley. His brow furrowed sharply, a profound sense of unease washing over him. Could something have happened to Senior Brother Hao? What important matter could Uncle Master Yud have that kept him out all night? Senior Brother Hao! Senior Brother Hao! Pingsheng called out several times, then returned to his room with a worried expression. What to do? His gaze swept across the room, examining everything inside. A ceramic basin, 2 jade bottles, 2 books. The 2 jade bottles and the 2 books, in particular, stood out starkly. Pingsheng was starting to panic. Why? Because Senior Brother Hao hadn't returned, something had most likely happened. Thinking about Uncle Yuda's character, he couldn't possibly be drinking and chatting with Senior Brother Hao, could he? Because of Senior Brother Hao, that woman named Linglong was punished by being confined to the teleportation plaza for 3 days to reflect on her actions. Why was it such a coincidence that, exactly 3 days later, Uncle Yuda's disciples invited Senior Brother Hao over? Something must have happened. Pingsheng took a deep breath. He felt his hands trembling. No, I can't lose my composure. Senior Brother Hao is in trouble. I absolutely cannot let anything happen to him. Pingsheng forced himself to calm down, then quickly dug up the ground and carefully pulled all 24 pills from the soil, placing them one by one into the jade bottles. He placed 12 pills in each jade bottle. He closed the lids. Sure enough, the next moment, the fragrance disappeared. The jade bottles could perfectly mask the medicinal fragrance emitted by top-grade pills. But keeping the pills in his hands was definitely not an option, so Pingsheng buried the 2 jade bottles along with the 2 books under the bed. He covered them with a layer of soil and then covered them with a stone slab. He swept away the excess soil, without a trace. As for the ceramic basin, Pingsheng wasn't worried at all, because it looked like an ordinary old basin. After finishing everything, he took 2 iron bowls and ran to the servants' quarters to get his meal. He didn't see his senior brother Hao Yun until after he finished eating and the sun was rising. However, a seemingly otherworldly Taoist priest arrived in the courtyard of the alchemy room. This man was tall, dressed in a blue Taoist robe, with gray hair but a black beard. His complexion didn't look good. Greetings, master. Pingsheng respectfully bowed. Anyway, calling an unfamiliar immortal master was always a safe bet. The middle-aged cultivator stroked his 3 tufts of blue beard with his right hand and said calmly, I am Yuda. You. Pingsheng's voice trembled, Uncle Master Yuda. That's right. Yuda nodded and said, You're the handyman from the handyman's platoon, aren't you? Pingsheng nodded, Yes, I am Pingsheng. Yuda said seemingly casually, Haoyun said his injuries healed so quickly because you gave him a top-grade golden bone pill, is that right? Pingsheng's heart pounded as if it would stop. Senior Brother Hao actually betrayed me? Oh no, I'm doomed. My secret is about to be discovered. Having the treasure basin stolen is a small matter, but losing my life is a much bigger one. Speak, Yuda suddenly shouted. The sound, like a thunderclap, exploded in Pingsheng's ears. Pingsheng knew that his hesitant expression just now had already betrayed him halfway. However, in the past few days, while practicing the basic breathing technique, although he hadn't truly been able to draw qi into his body, he could still sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy outside. Pingsheng's mind had opened a layer, and his reaction speed had become slightly faster. Hearing Yuda's loud shout, he stammered, Master Uncle, this lad knows about golden bone pills, but what is this supreme-grade golden bone pill you're talking about? This question startled Yuda. Right, how could a menial disciple possibly know what supreme-grade meant? I heard that your senior sister Luo Yu gave you 2 golden bone pills before. Yuda stared at Pingsheng. Pingsheng said, Yes, I don't know the fairy's name, but a fairy did give me a porcelain bottle containing 2 pills. Yuda asked, Where are the pills? Pingsheng said, I ate one. The other, along with the porcelain bottle, was taken by John Laeta, the head of the menial labor squad. His voice trailed off at the end. Yuda stared at him for a good dozen breaths, then stepped directly into Pingsheng's room. He scanned the room for a while, rummaging through it, but finding nothing suspicious, he emerged. He Pingsheng. Yuta looked up at the sky and said, I have something for you to do. Yes. He Pingsheng followed closely behind Yuta, his face respectful. Yuta said, Hao Yun was a disciple in the alchemy room. Yesterday, I kindly invited him over and intended to heal his injuries, but unfortunately, he got into an argument with my disciple Linglong, and they ended up fighting. Linglong accidentally killed Hao Yun. Boom. He Pingsheng's heart trembled violently. He trembled all over. Senior brother Hao, dead? Just like that? Don't be sad. Yuta said, everyone has their destiny. This was his fate. This is his destiny, do you understand? At this moment, He Pingsheng collapsed to the ground, his face filled with fear and confusion. A trace of sorrow rose within him. Senior brother Hao was such a good person, just like that? Fate? Killing someone and then saying their fate is bad? What kind of bullshit logic is that? He Pingsheng was furious and wanted to unleash a torrent of curses, but at the crucial moment, he held back. Why? He Pingsheng looked up at Yuta. Can't we talk this out? Why did you have to kill him? He was a very good person. Alas, Yuta sighed, I am also heartbroken. Linglong committed such a grave mistake, and last night the ancestral master already condemned her. This matter is settled, you don't need to ask any more questions. In the eyes of immortals, ants and weeds are nothing to be concerned about. And what is there to pity? Bang! As he spoke, Yuta took out some clothes from his storage bag and casually tossed them on the ground. It was a corpse. Hao Yun. Hao Yun had 7 sword wounds on his chest. Each sword pierced through his body. He Pingsheng trembled as he looked at Hao Yun before him. Was this an accidental injury? I asked around. Hao Yun has no relatives or friends, and we don't know where his family is. But he was your superior after all, so his body is yours. You're responsible for finding him an auspicious burial site. Oh, right. Yuta paused, then added, Zayuzu Peak is a sacred place, it cannot be defiled. Go find a place in the outer sect. With that, Yuta drifted away. He Pingsheng sat on the ground, utterly bewildered, motionless like a wooden or clay sculpture. After a long while, He Pingsheng suddenly moved again. He stood up and first closed the entire courtyard gate of the alchemy room. Then he closed Hao Yun's room door. Finally, he went into his own bedroom. He had to make a decision. He Pingsheng was deeply saddened, but he had no time for sorrow. If he didn't make a choice today, he believed that one day, the tragedy of his senior brother Hao would repeat itself. To become a pill-making apprentice, a menial servant in the pill-making room? Sooner or later, he would be beaten to death by people like Linglong on Zayuzu Peak. He Pingsheng was merely a menial disciple, his transfer had nothing to do with the immortal sect, and the head of the menial servant class could decide. Moreover, if he didn't want to be a menial disciple, he could go down the mountain and find another job in the outer section. This wasn't difficult for He Pingsheng. But what was difficult? The difficult part was how to take his belongings down the mountain. These immortal cultivators, spouting benevolence and morality, spent their days foolishly hoping to find opportunities in the dark ravines. They would search you at the drop of a hat, and even brazenly rummage through your room. What for? Wasn't it all for the sake of a lucky find? What if he stumbled upon something good? You can imagine how difficult it would be for He Pingsheng to bring his jade bottle and pills down the mountain. Besides the jade bottle and pills, there were 2 books, 36 formulas for alchemy, basic breathing techniques. Given the way things are on Zayuzu Peak, if He Pingsheng were to go down the mountain, he would definitely be interrogated 1,000 times over. What to do? Bury it here? Then he might never come back, and he wouldn't need it. Eat it now? Don't be ridiculous. Although He Pingsheng hadn't set foot in the world of cultivation, he still understood some basic common sense. If he dared to swallow this top-grade chi-gathering pill, he would probably be burst by the spiritual power within the pill in no time. Alright, back to the point. What to do? How can he bring the items down? He Pingsheng unbuttoned Hao Yun's coat. He had 7 wounds on his abdomen and chest, all from sharp weapons. 2 of the wounds were particularly long, revealing his internal organs. He Pingsheng took a deep breath. Senior brother Hao Yun, I'm so sorry. He stuffed 2 jade bottles and 2 books into Hao Yun's wounds. Then he took a thick needle and thread and stitched Hao Yun's 2 wounds together. He then refastened Hao Yun's clothes, carried him on his back, and went out the door. Although He Pingsheng was only 14 years old, he was very strong. He used to be able to carry water without difficulty, so carrying someone was naturally easy for him. Little he, what are you doing? Is this senior brother Hao Yun? This is senior brother Hao. Senior brother Hao. Zhang Leida and his men surrounded He Pingsheng. Little he, we've all heard about senior brother Hao's situation. To be honest, we're saddened too, but there's nothing we can do. If you need any help, just tell me. At this moment, for some reason, Boss Zhang suddenly became more agreeable. Perhaps, it was a case of shared sorrow. Boss Zhang, He Pingsheng, carrying Haoyun on his back, said to Boss Zhang, "Uncle Yuda asked me to take senior brother Haoyun to the outer sect and find a place for his burial. I might have to keep vigil for him for a while. I probably can't continue working in the pill hall." "It's all right." Boss Zhang waved his hand and said, "I'll find someone else later. You go ahead and do your work." Sigh, He Pingsheng continued walking forward with Haoyun on his back. After descending a mountain path, they arrived at the teleportation plaza. The sun shone brightly overhead. The entire teleportation plaza was deathly silent. There were only two people there. One was the disciple guarding the teleportation array. The other was Linglong. She was kneeling there again. The difference was that last time she was punished with 3 days of reflection, this time she was punished with a few more days, that was all. When He Pingsheng carried Haoyun's body to Linglong's side, the woman glared at him angrily and shouted, "Get out, stay away from me. You unlucky thing. Damn it, you all deserve to die, making this old lady suffer punishment here." He Pingsheng stopped, gave her a deep look, and then walked away again. "Excuse me." The disciple guarding the teleportation array stopped He Pingsheng, saying, "This teleportation array is for inner disciples only. Those who are not inner disciples are not allowed to set foot here." He Pingsheng naturally knew this rule. "Over there." The disciple pointed to a spot not far away, saying, "There's a path down the mountain over there. You can go down that way later." "Wait." As usual, everyone going down the mountain will be searched. Sure enough. He Pingsheng's face darkened considerably, but he still cooperated with the disciple's search. The disciple not only searched He Pingsheng but also thoroughly examined Haoyun's corpse. He found nothing amiss and then allowed He Pingsheng to take Haoyun down the mountain. The path down the mountain was long. He Pingsheng walked for most of the day before finally descending Ziyuzu Peak. The outer gate of the Taixu Sect is just a name, it occupies a place outside the main sect. Although the spiritual energy is thin here, the scenery is beautiful. He Pingsheng found a spot where the mountains meet the water, dug up the soil and buried Haoyun. There was no coffin, but there was no other way. He had nowhere to get one. Of course, before burying Haoyun, He Pingsheng had already taken out the 2 medicine bottles and 2 scrolls from Haoyun's body, wrapped them in cloth, and buried them in the ground not far from Haoyun. Afterwards, He Pingsheng chopped a stone and erected a tombstone for Haoyun. Having finished everything, He Pingsheng collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. Holding a dark, black axe, he exclaimed, "Things enhanced by the treasure basin are truly heaven-defying. Splitting stone is like cutting tofu. Heaven-defying, heaven-defying." After a short rest, He Pingsheng buried the 2 axes near Haoyun's tomb, then got up and began climbing the mountain again. He finally reached the alchemy room around midnight. He slept there that night. The night wind was chilly, howling incessantly. He Pingsheng managed to get half a night's sleep, only to be awakened several times by nightmares. He woke up feeling weak and listless, carrying a worn-out black ceramic basin as he went out. Inside the basin were a few pieces of clothing and 2 pairs of shoes. Nothing else. He greeted Boss Zhang and left. At this moment, he actually felt that someone like Boss Zhang was already considered a good person on Ziyuzu Peak. "Stop right there." Linglong, kneeling on the teleportation plaza, saw He Pingsheng and shouted, "He Pingsheng, come here." He Pingsheng, naturally, couldn't afford to offend her, so he could only walk over, carrying the basin. "Come closer." As soon as He Pingsheng got close, Linglong suddenly opened her mouth and spat a mouthful of saliva at his face. Fine spittle sprayed all over He Pingsheng. If he hadn't protected his head, he would have been covered in it too. "Get lost." Linglong cursed again, her voice filled with anguish. He Pingsheng decisively left, carrying the broken basin. He shook his head, "This woman is truly hopeless. She killed someone, and was only punished with a few days of reflection, yet she's this furious?" Sigh. "Senior brother Hao, don't worry. Once my cultivation is complete, I will definitely kill her and avenge you." This time, without any loads, descending the mountain was naturally no problem for He Pingsheng, given his physical strength. After about an hour, he had descended from Ziyuzu Peak. The Taixu Sect's mountain gate lay at the foot of these mountains. Although there were no spiritual veins outside, and the spiritual energy in the air was extremely thin, the terrain was quite open. A large river flowed around the mountains at their foot, carving out a vast river valley plain on the south side. On the opposite bank of the river was a human settlement, which, after hundreds of years of development, had become a small town. This small town was the location of the Taixu Sect's outer section. The outer sect was a melting pot of all sorts of people, from all walks of life. It was said that hundreds of years ago, this place was merely a temporary refuge for low-level cultivators. Later, countless outer sect disciples formed deist couples and multiplied here, resulting in a large and numerous offspring. And most of these descendants of the immortal outer sect were just ordinary mortals without spiritual roots. Over time, this place developed into a human town. Whether mortals or low-level disciples at the first, second, or third level of chi refining, all were under the unified management of the outer sect of the Taixu Sect. Pingsheng was naturally in this situation as well. His parents were both low-level outer sect disciples. Although they passed away early, and their belongings were looted by the low-level cultivators in the small town, his home still remained. It was a small courtyard. The courtyard had trees and flowers. Although small, it was quite exquisite. Pingsheng took out his key, unlocked the rusty iron lock, and stepped into his small courtyard. Having been away for more than half a year, the courtyard was overgrown with grass. Crossing the courtyard, Pingsheng arrived at the door of the east wing, opened it, and pushed it open. This was the house where he had lived since childhood. From now on, he would have to rely on himself. After putting away his belongings in the treasure basin, Pingsheng closed the door and headed towards the outer gate hall in the town. The outer gate hall was the place that managed the entire outer area. Inside the hall were the elders in charge, as well as numerous disciples. Although Pingsheng had left Taixu Peak, he still needed to survive in the outer gate. Eating, drinking, relieving himself, and various other necessities were indispensable, so he still couldn't leave the Taixu Sect. He entered the outer gate hall. It was quite spacious inside. Moreover, because dozens of luminous pearls hung from the ceiling, the hall was quite brightly lit. People were coming and going, making it quite busy. On the right wall was an array, its surface flashing with light, and lines of characters scrolling in turn. Fire Cloud Peak Teleportation Array Guardian, 50 contribution points per month, Chi Refining Stage 3 required. Cloud Observation Peak urgently needs 6 disciples to tend the spirit fields, 200 contribution points per month, Chi Refining Stage 4 or above required, with a primary cultivation level of wood spirit root and knowledge of wood-type spells. Sky Pivot Peak Scripture Pavilion urgently needs 2 disciples to guard, 100 contribution points per month, Chi Refining Stage 4 or above required, easy work. Taixu Sect Trading Hall needs 2 outer sect disciples, Chi Refining Stage 5 or above required, female cultivators required, 200 contribution points per month. Pingsheng glanced at them. These were jobs specifically prepared for outer sect disciples with cultivation levels. The benefits are generous. These sect contribution points can not only be exchanged for basic necessities like firewood, rice, oil, and salt, but they are also extremely valuable. To put it simply, 10 points can easily buy a cultivator's year's worth of rice in the outer sect hall. The remaining contribution points can be used to exchange for cultivation resources, such as pills and cultivation techniques. Unfortunately, this isn't for Pingsheng. Because he's not even an outer sect disciple, he's just an ordinary handyman. The handyman's work is on the left wall. The left wall looks the same as the right, with scrolling text displayed on a light membrane formed by an array. However, the content is completely different. Handy duties, chopping wood. Complete the monthly task as required to earn 4 contribution points. Carrying water. Complete the task as required to earn 8 contribution points per month. Farming. Complete the task as required to earn 120 contribution points per year. Clearly, these kinds of tasks are more suitable for Pingsheng. Could it be that he'll have to be a handyman disciple again? Pingsheng looked at the tasks on both sides, then shook his head and walked directly to the front desk. What is it? A disciple wearing the insignia of an outer sect disciple looked at Pingsheng with an arrogant attitude. Pingsheng ignored his attitude, then took out a red card from his pocket and said, "Please check how many contribution points are left in this." He hadn't been working on Taixu Peak for long, so he certainly hadn't earned many contribution points. But it didn't matter, his parents had left him some when they were still alive. He had never used these contribution points, so naturally, he didn't know how many he had. The disciple glanced at Pingsheng's card, then frowned slightly in surprise. "What's your name?" he asked. Pingsheng replied, Pingsheng. "Where did this card come from? How can you have so many contribution points at such a young age?" Pingsheng said, "My parents are both outer sect disciples." Upon hearing this, the outer sect cultivator opposite him immediately did a complete 180-degree turn, smiling broadly. "I see, young brother, you have a total of 1686 contribution points on this card." Pingsheng was slightly surprised. So many? If these contribution points were only used for living expenses, it would be enough for a lifetime of food and drink. After all, for food and drink alone, an ordinary person could only consume a maximum of 20 points a year. 1,600 points, that's enough for me for decades. Pingsheng spent a few contribution points to buy some daily necessities in the main hall, then returned to his small courtyard. No one paid him any attention. He finished packing his things. In the afternoon, Pingsheng took some items and went to a nearby mountain. After offering prayers to Hao Yun, he dug up the items buried near Hao Yun's grave one by one. 2 axes, 2 porcelain bottles, 2 books. One advantage of being in the outer sect was that no one checked him anywhere. Back home, Pingsheng was still worried, so he buried the 2 jade bottles again. He carried the 2 axes and the cultivation manual with him at all times. Even if he were caught with these, they wouldn't cost him his life. After all, My parents were both Outer Sect disciples, so it's reasonable for me to possess a copy of the basic breathing technique and the 36 formulas of alchemy, right? For the next period of time, Pingsheng secluded himself, practicing the basic breathing technique daily. He hoped to draw qi into his body as soon as possible, complete a full cycle, and thus break through to the first level of the qi refining stage. Of course, the spiritual energy in the Outer Sect was extremely thin, but this didn't have a significant impact on his cultivation. After all, he wasn't yet in the stage of absorbing spiritual energy, he was only trying to complete a full cycle. For the next month, Pingsheng spent his days in this monotonous routine. Besides eating and sleeping, his days consisted entirely of cultivation. He diligently tried to guide the spiritual energy outside his body into his body. However, after a month, Pingsheng couldn't even get the spiritual energy to complete a single cycle within his meridians. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared blankly at the moonlight outside the window. Was cultivating with the 5 elements spiritual roots really that difficult? His senior brother Hao Yun had said that he could guide the energy into his body and complete a single cycle in half a month, thus breaking through to the first level of the qi refining stage. And those genius disciples could do it in just 2 or 3 days. But I've been doing this for a month. Could it be that my cultivation method is wrong? Thump! Pingsheng slammed the basic breathing technique onto the table. Then, he reached under the bed and pulled out the dark, heavy ceramic jar. For the past month, Pingsheng hadn't given up exploring, using the earthenware pot daily to condense items. 10 pounds of rice would become 20 pounds, and of higher quality. However, the rice didn't transform into spirit rice as Pingsheng had imagined. After a month of experimentation, Pingsheng had a basic understanding of the treasure pot's properties. First, it could only increase the quantity and strength of things, but it couldn't change their type. For example, rice and spirit rice were 2 different species, 2 completely different things. Therefore, rice couldn't become spirit rice. Similarly, the axe only became much sharper, it didn't transform into a magical weapon wielded by immortals due to the treasure pot's enhancement. So, the question arose, what should he enhance today? Pingsheng looked around the house. For the past month, he had enhanced almost everything in his house that could be enhanced. Shovels, spoons, bowls, he even enhanced a pair of his shoes. The moonlight was like water. Pingsheng's gaze, however, fell upon the book on basic breathing techniques on the table. A bold idea suddenly surged into his mind. Could cultivation techniques be enhanced? Let's try. Anyway, I already know the first 3 levels by heart. Even if I enhance this thing to the point of ruining it, it doesn't matter. Thud. No sooner said than done, Pingsheng tossed the book into the ceramic basin, making a crisp sound. However, he didn't have much expectation that the treasure basin could enhance the book's content, so he tossed the basin under the bed and soon fell fast asleep. He woke up early the next morning. Pingsheng rubbed his eyes, then, half asleep, reached out and habitually pulled out the wooden basin under the bed. At first glance, hey, 2 books. It really was enhanced. Pingsheng's heart leaped into his throat, and he excitedly reached into the treasure basin and pulled out 1 book. Hiss. The texture. The previous one was handwritten by Hao Yun. The texture was surprisingly good, just an ordinary scrap of paper. Now, holding this one, the paper's resilience is immediately apparent. Holding it in his hand, Pingsheng's eyes narrowed slightly. He noticed that the cover of the cultivation manual had changed. The previous cover had the words basic breathing technique written on it. Now, however, it had changed to the 5 characters Changchun Zinki Ju. Holy crap! Pingsheng's breathing quickened. It's changed. The cultivation method has been changed, so it's obvious that the basic breathing technique has been enhanced. Let's take a look. So, he opened the first page. The first page originally had a name written on it, Hao Yun. This proved it was Hao Yun's book. But now, there was only 1 character, Heaven. What does that mean? Pingsheng stared blankly at the character Heaven, muttering to himself, could it be that this book was created by Heaven? That must be it. As he spoke, he turned to another page. General outline. The general outline explained that this was a cultivation method suitable for those with a wood attribute spiritual root. Then came the specific techniques for each level. From the first level of qi refining, all the way to the 12th level of qi refining. Moreover, judging from the content, it seemed much more extensive and detailed than Hao Yun's previous book. Take the first level, qi induction, for example. The method he described was completely different from the previous one. Furthermore, besides the cultivation technique, it also included 2 wood attribute spells as an appendix. Pingsheng wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. He reached out and took out a second book. Looking at the title, it was different again. This book was titled, True Method of Separating Fire. This, a cultivation technique of a different attribute. Pingsheng picked up this book again and began to read. The first page, again, contained only 1 word, Heaven, followed by the general outline. The general outline stated that this was a fire attribute cultivation technique, suitable for cultivators with fire attribute spiritual roots. Similarly, it was a complete cultivation technique from the first level of Qi refining to the 12th level of Qi refining, with 2 minor fire attribute spells appended at the end. Pingsheng took a deep breath. Try it. Which one should he try? His gaze fell upon the fire attribute cultivation technique, the true method of departing fire. Let's try this one first. Pingsheng tidied up all the other unnecessary items and hid them under the bed. Finally, he sat cross-legged on the bed and picked up the true method of departing fire. First, study it thoroughly, then understand it. Of course, he only needed to understand the general outline and the first level first. These things took Pingsheng half a day, and by the time he could cultivate, it was already noon. After a simple meal, Pingsheng began to guide his qi into his body again. At this moment, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth flowed slowly across the surface of his body. The sensation became exceptionally clear. With a slight movement of the technique, fire attribute spiritual power condensed and adhered to Pingsheng's skin. Then, under his guidance, the fire attribute spiritual energy clinging to his skin slowly entered his flesh through countless pores on his body. From skin to flesh. From flesh to meridians. However, before entering the meridians, there was another barrier. The spiritual root. The spiritual energy drawn into the body from the outside first entered the spiritual root. Only after exiting the spiritual root could one enter the meridians. Pingsheng's spiritual root was a 5-elemental root. When the fire attribute spiritual energy he guided passed through his spiritual root, the 4 elemental roots, metal, wood, water, earth, naturally closed, leaving only the fire attribute spiritual root open. Although this spiritual energy was extremely weak, it still took him a considerable amount of time to pass through his spiritual root. To put it simply, a spiritual root is like a water pipe. If it's too thin, it will block the flow of spiritual energy, thus affecting the efficiency of accumulating it. This is the fundamental reason why it's difficult to cultivate with 5-element spiritual roots. With a single spiritual root, these problems wouldn't exist. Because a single spiritual root is 10 times thicker than Pingsheng's fire spiritual root, the speed at which spiritual energy passes through is definitely much faster. After passing through the spiritual root, the spiritual energy is compressed once before entering the meridians. It circulates through the meridians for one cycle and is then refined. After refinement, it gathers in the danshan, thus achieving the first level of the qi refining stage. An hour later, boom! With a muffled sound from within Pingsheng's body, he finally broke through to the first level of the qi refining stage. This, covered in sweat, Pingsheng was filled with astonishment and joy. This is too heaven-defying. He hadn't made any progress in a month of cultivation, and now, after just 1 hour, he'd broken through? The cultivation technique condensed by the Treasure Basin was naturally extremely heaven-defying, but it wasn't as heaven-defying as Pingsheng had imagined. The reason he broke through so quickly was because of his continuous efforts to draw qi into his body over the past month. Otherwise, even with the true fire technique, drawing qi into the body would take a whole day. An hour was absolutely impossible. Pingsheng suddenly became shocked. Because he had broken through to the first level of the qi refining stage, Pingsheng suddenly felt as if he could see the state of his body. He saw his flesh and blood, his meridians, and his danshan. Within his danshan, a tiny, finger-thick, crimson vortex of fire attribute energy was slowly rotating. Could this be internal vision? Pingsheng was astonished. Legend has it that cultivators develop divine sense upon reaching the qi refining stage. This divine sense is extremely weak, yet sufficient to see one's own body and its internal state. This is wonderful. Before, drawing qi into the body relied entirely on feeling. Now, he could observe his own cultivation. Wouldn't that be much faster? While overjoyed, Pingsheng didn't forget the perilous path ahead. The path of cultivation is long and arduous, he's only just begun. Therefore, he must continue cultivating. He opened the second chapter of the True Fire Separation Technique and began studying it carefully. This second chapter describes the method for advancing from the first to the second level of the qi refining stage. By evening, Pingsheng had finally mastered the methods in the second chapter. After dinner, he sat cross-legged and began the second stage of his cultivation. The cultivation of the second level of the qi refining stage is different from the first. The first level only requires guiding qi into the body and gathering it in the danshan. However, cultivating to the second level requires accumulating quantity. One must continuously absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth to replenish oneself. As soon as he started cultivating the second level, Pingsheng's face turned bitter. His spiritual root was too poor. The problem was that he wasn't absorbing external spiritual energy slowly. Large amounts of fire attribute spiritual energy entered his flesh and blood through his skin. Then it entered his meridians and spiritual root through his flesh and blood. But when it came to his spiritual root, a problem arose. Because his fire attribute spiritual root was too thin, it simply couldn't accommodate too much spiritual energy passing through at once. So, no matter how fast he absorbed spiritual energy, it was useless. It simply couldn't pass through. And then there were the meridians. The spiritual energy began circulating and condensing as soon as it entered the meridians from the spiritual root. The problem is, while his meridians are circulating, the spiritual energy within them remains perpetually deficient. The issue persists, his spiritual root is too thin. It's like trying to draw water from a large pool to a smaller one. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is like a large pool, and the meridians are like a small pool. Right now, the large pool outside has plenty of water, but the small pool lacks sufficient water. The reason is that the pipe connecting the two pools is too thin, resulting in a slow flow. This is how Pingsheng's cultivation is now. No wonder his single spiritual root cultivation is so fast. Now, through introspection, he finally has a more direct understanding. Is a powerful cultivation technique enough? No. No matter how powerful the technique, it only refines spiritual energy quickly. But if the spiritual energy enters too slowly, or even not at all, what good is a good technique? Speaking of which, does having 5 spiritual roots mean one can't cultivate? Not necessarily. If a type of spiritual energy enters the meridians without passing through the spiritual root, the refining speed is still very fast. What kind of spiritual energy can enter the meridians without passing through the spiritual root? Pills, various external tonics and rare herbs. After being consumed by a cultivator, these things don't enter the meridians through the body's pores, flesh, and spiritual root like the spiritual energy outside. Instead, they enter directly through the meridians after digestion. This way, the drawback of lacking spiritual roots could be avoided. However, wouldn't this mean cultivators without spiritual roots could also cultivate using elixirs? The answer is no. Because the meridians and dantian in cultivation are not the same as the blood vessels in the human body, they are derivatives of spiritual roots. Without spiritual roots, there are no meridians. Therefore, cultivators born without any spiritual roots cannot cultivate even with elixirs. Pingsheng understood these basic principles of cultivation. So what to do next? Pingsheng walked out of the courtyard and looked around. Under the cover of night, he tightly sealed all the cracks in his doors and windows, then broke a bottle of sesame oil before digging the 2 jade bottles out from under the bed and taking out a top-grade, chi-gathering pill. A rich medicinal aroma instantly filled the small house. Pingsheng quickly crushed the pill, taking only 1/10 of it. He put the remaining 9/10 back into a porcelain bottle. The remaining 9/10 were then placed in a large porcelain bowl and filled with water. In an instant, the pill powder dissolved into the water. The surrounding medicinal fragrance abruptly ceased. Pingsheng buried the jade bottle back in the ground, took a sip of water, and began cultivating. Boom! The water, brimming with pure energy, entered his stomach, and a vast, powerful energy surged into his meridians from all directions. At that moment, Pingsheng felt as if his meridians were about to explode. But actually, they wouldn't. Because, relatively speaking, the spiritual energy in the chi-gathering pill is the purest and gentlest. Even consuming one at a time wouldn't cause an explosion. It's just that pills that can't be refined in time will dissipate into the void, wasting valuable resources. Pingsheng quickly circulated the fire attribute true fire separation technique, frantically refining the spiritual energy. The spiritual energy circulated through his meridians once, then was refined and gathered into the vortex of energy in his dantian. Then, the excess energy filled his meridians again, which was then refined and gathered back into his dantian. This cycle repeated itself endlessly. This bowl of water sustained Pingsheng for 3 full days of cultivation. During these 3 days of cultivation, although he failed to break through to the second level of chi refining, upon introspecting his dantian, the wisp of fire attribute crimson energy within it had more than doubled in size. 2 months later, after consuming approximately 2 top-grade chi gathering pills, Pingsheng's cultivation finally broke through. He advanced from the first level of chi refining to the second level. About half a year later, Pingsheng consumed 7 more top-grade chi gathering pills. His cultivation finally broke through to the third level of chi refining. It took him 8 months to advance from the first to the third level of chi refining. A total of 9 top-grade chi gathering pills were consumed. Finally, I've reached the third level of chi refining. Pingsheng took a deep breath. My current cultivation has surpassed that of senior brother Hao Yun back then. He pushed open the door. The outside world had turned a silvery white. It's snowing, and the new year is almost here. I should go offer incense to my parents and senior brother Hao. Whoosh! A fierce wind whipped up swirling snowflakes, relentlessly lashing at Pingsheng. Pingsheng wore only a thin robe, yet he felt nothing of the freezing cold. It's said that those in the early stages of chi refining are no different from ordinary people, but that's not true. Entering the chi refining stage brings significant differences from ordinary people. For example, they are not afraid of the cold, rarely suffer from hunger or cold, and are less prone to illness, and so on. Rise. On the hillside, Pingsheng could often leap several meters high in a single bound. Therefore, traversing the mountain in the snow was as easy as walking on flat ground. To put it another way, if he were to go to Xiaozu Peak to fetch water right now, he could finish 20 trips a day and at most an hour. That's the difference. A pot of liquor, a few stacks of paper money, 3 sticks of incense. After offering sacrifices to his parents and senior brother Hao Yun, Pingsheng leisurely descended the mountain. He didn't return directly to his courtyard, but instead walked towards the grand hall across the river. Outer Gate Hall. Despite the snowy weather, the hall was bustling with people. No one really paid attention to Pingsheng's cultivation level. Pingsheng slowly entered the hall, looking around. A striking message flashed in his eyes on the screen to his left. Xiaozu Peak's pill refining room is seeking another pill apprentice. Cultivation level is not limited. 200 contribution points per month. Don't worry, there will be absolutely no bullying of the pill apprentice. Pingsheng frowned slightly. Good heavens, Xiaozu Peak still hasn't found a pill apprentice? Thinking about it, it made sense. The Taixu Sect was vast, yet also small. News of what happened on any peak would quickly reach the outer gate. Hao Yun's tragic death will undoubtedly serve as a wake-up call for countless outer sect disciples. Compared to life, what are a mere 200 contribution points? Of course, judging from the notes following the message, Xiaozu Peak has been searching for alchemists for over half a year, and they're probably really desperate now. Pingsheng smiled coldly, leaving the array's light membrane on the left and arriving at the counter in the center of the main hall. There were over a dozen people handling miscellaneous tasks for outer sect disciples. Pingsheng didn't go to the same one as before, but went to another place. Senior brother, I'd like to buy some spirit rice. Pingsheng didn't want to eat ordinary rice anymore. Spirit rice is extremely beneficial to a cultivator's practice. Alright. The cultivator took Pingsheng's card and looked at it, saying, what kind of spirit rice would this junior brother like to buy? There are 3 grades, superior, medium, and inferior. Pingsheng didn't even think about it, saying, inferior grade, please. He didn't need to buy high-quality rice. Because of the treasure basin, anything placed inside, regardless of quality, can be transformed into a top-grade product. Oh, the cultivator said, low-grade spirit rice, 1 contribution point per jin, 500 G. How much do you need? Pingsheng said, 200 jin first. 200 jin, that's 200 points. This stuff is much more expensive than ordinary rice. Ordinary rice, 200 jin, only costs 2 or 3 contribution points. Alright. The cultivator handed Pingsheng a pickup card, saying, take this card and go to the warehouse to collect your spirit rice. Thank you. Pingsheng politely accepted the card. The disciple said, junior brother, you're at the 3rd level of qi refining, right? Actually, you could consider doing some tasks at Fenshui Mountain. If you catch any spirit beasts or gather any spirit herbs, you can bring them back to the sect to exchange for contribution points. Now that the mountains are snowbound, many spirit beasts have nowhere to hide. It's a perfect time to capture them. Look, there are related tasks on the array over there. The man pointed to the array sign. Pingsheng said, okay, senior brother. After leaving the counter and getting some spirit rice, Pingsheng bought some everyday necessities and returned directly to his courtyard. Doing tasks? I still have so many contribution points, why bother with tasks? Isn't cultivation more appealing? I'll raise my cultivation level first. Pingsheng decided that this time he would directly break through to the 4th level of qi refining during his seclusion. He wouldn't leave seclusion until he reached the 4th level. Just now in the main hall, the cultivator was able to see through Pingsheng's cultivation level to the 3rd level of qi refining at a glance because his divine sense could be projected outwards. A single thought could reveal everything. Pingsheng, however, could not. To project one's divine sense outwards, one's cultivation level must break through from the early to the middle stage of qi refining. That is, the 4th level. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels of qi refining are called the early stage. The 4th, 5th, and 6th levels are called the middle stage. The 7th, 8th, and 9th levels are called the late stage. And the 10th, 11th, and 12th levels are called the perfect stage. Therefore, to project one's divine sense outwards, one must at least reach the 4th level. Moreover, after projecting one's divine sense outwards, besides being able to scan one's surroundings and the cultivation levels of others, there is another huge advantage: cultivating spells. Only after projecting one's divine sense outwards can one cultivate various spells. Bang! After returning home, he closed the door. Pingsheng tightly sealed the crack in his door to prevent any energy from leaking out. Then he continued his cultivation. He took out 2 jade bottles. One bottle contained 12 pills, and the other contained only 3. A total of 15 pills. That is to say, he had consumed 9 pills to break through from the 1st level of qi refining to the 3rd level. Hopefully, these 15 pills will allow me to break through to the 4th level. Pingsheng took a deep breath, then directly took out a pill and swallowed it. That's right. With the improvement of his cultivation, his speed of refining spiritual energy was now much faster. He no longer needed to break the pills and use water to aid absorption as he had done when he first started cultivating. Boom! The entire pill entered his stomach, and countless pure energies surged from the pill, flowing into his meridians. There is another difference between pill swallowing cultivation and qi induction cultivation. That is, the process of drawing in qi, vital energy, involves filtering and selecting from 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth before it enters the body. However, the spiritual energy within the elixir is not categorized by the 5 elements, it is the purest form of energy. After being refined through the meridians, it automatically transforms into spiritual energy of the corresponding elemental vortex. Winter passed, spring arrived, and all things revived. After another 6 months, Pingsheng, having consumed 13 spiritual pills, finally broke through to the 4th level of cultivation as he had hoped. Boom! At the moment of breakthrough, a sudden enlightenment emanated from his body. Within a 10-jang radius, even outside of houses, everything was within his sight. His divine sense extended outwards. Excellent! Pingsheng opened his eyes, a gleam in them. I can start cultivating spells soon. Spells, in essence, are various techniques. Attack, defense, support, the list goes on. Pingsheng flipped to the very end of the true fire technique, where the cultivation methods for 2 spells were recorded. First, fire crow technique. Second, fire shield technique. Fire crow technique, fire shield technique. Which one should I cultivate? Pingsheng checked first. The fire crow technique, after cultivation, uses the fire elemental power within the body to condense fire crows, which can be released to attack enemies. This is only a low-level spell. However, its attack power is extraordinary. After cultivating to a minor level, one can release a single fire crow, controlled by divine sense, capable of attacking enemies within a 10-jang radius. Further distance is limited, as Pingsheng's divine sense can currently only extend 10 jang. If cultivated to a major level, 9 fire crows can be released at once. If cultivated to the perfect level, one can release 108 fire crows in one go, with unparalleled attack power. A swarm of crows flying about can easily kill even a cultivator at the 12th level of the qi refining stage. Of course, reaching perfection is very difficult. Now, let's talk about the fire shield technique. This is a defensive spell. After cultivation, one can instantly form a fire attribute shield, capable of blocking a single attack from an enemy of the same cultivation level. In short, both spells are very useful to Pingsheng at this stage. Which one should he practice first? Definitely the fire crow technique. What's the use of a strong defense without an attack? Therefore, offensive spells are naturally the priority. Pingsheng first memorized the cultivation techniques of the fire crow technique, and then began cultivating in his room. In the early stages, there's no need to worry about the fire burning down his room, because he simply cannot condense flames. When the fire spiritual energy circulates normally within his meridians, he can condense the shape of a fire crow. Spells are easier to cultivate than other forms of practice. As long as the correct method is used, it's simply a matter of honing proficiency. The first step is completed when one can draw the fire spiritual energy from within the body out of the body. This doesn't depend on aptitude, only on proficiency. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days had passed. Pingsheng was practicing his fire crow technique as usual when suddenly, a burst of fire erupted from his right palm, instantly transforming into a dazzling crow. The crow wasn't large, only slightly larger than his palm. The crow was enveloped in blinding firelight, flapping its wings incessantly in his palm, as if ready to take flight at any moment. Pingsheng was overjoyed. He took a deep breath and withdrew his magical power. With the fire spirit energy gone, the fire crow in his palm naturally lost its foundation and vanished instantly. The room is too cramped, I can't practice here. I'll find a secluded place to try my supernatural power. Pingsheng stood up, dusted himself off, and was about to go outside when he suddenly saw the treasure basin lying under the bed. This place was different from Xiaozu Peak. Anyone could break into his house at any moment. The scene of his parents' precious treasure being stolen years ago was still vivid in his mind. Therefore, Pingsheng was worried about leaving the treasure bowl in the house after he left. Although it was highly likely that even a thief wouldn't touch it, what if it was a treasure? Pingsheng couldn't afford to gamble, but carrying it around would be too much trouble. Sigh. He couldn't help but sigh deeply. If only I had a storage bag. Unfortunately, it was just a beautiful wish. Even among the most gifted inner disciples of the Taixu Sect, over 99% didn't possess such a high-level item as a storage bag. This was something usually reserved for foundation establishment stage elders. How could he dare to hope for it? Perhaps I should just bury it. Pingsheng picked up the treasure basin. However, just as he was about to dig, a thought flashed through his mind. When he was young, he had seen his father cut his finger and drip his blood onto that magical artifact. Could it be that a drop of blood on this treasure could make it recognize him as its owner? Let's try it. If it doesn't work, then we can bury it underground. With a try-it-and-see attitude, Pingsheng took a small knife from the table and quickly cut his left hand. A few drops of blood instantly flowed out. Pingsheng dripped a drop of blood into the treasure basin. Soon, a miraculous scene unfolded. A golden light suddenly flashed where the blood had dripped. Then, the blood, following the previously invisible patterns, instantly merged into the center of the treasure basin. Within a few breaths, the blood disappeared. Again! Pingsheng dripped another drop of blood, and another golden light flashed. After several such instances, the basin suddenly changed, transforming into a streak of purple gold light and flying into Pingsheng's body. Pingsheng was dumbfounded. Where is my treasure? Where is the basin? Could it be lost? The next moment, Pingsheng's divine sense flashed, and he examined himself internally. He saw, within his dantian, beneath a crimson vortex of energy, lying quietly a black basin. What else could it be but the treasure basin? Come! Pingsheng's divine sense stirred. With a whoosh, the treasure basin transformed back into golden light and flew out, landing in Pingsheng's hand. Collect! With another thought, the treasure basin returned to his dantian. Hiss! Hiss! Great! Pingsheng laughed heartily, then plopped down on the bed, taking a deep breath. From now on, he wouldn't have to worry about the treasure basin being stolen. After a long while, Pingsheng's excitement subsided, and he began to ponder again. The treasure basin was collected, but there were still 2 jade bottles in the room. These 2 bottles contained 2 top-grade chi-gathering pills. What to do with them? Carry them with him? He wondered if he could put items into the treasure basin and then collect them. Let's try. Come. With a thought, Pingsheng summoned the treasure basin in his hand. Clang! A sound rang out. Pingsheng tossed the 2 jade bottles into the basin. Collect! Now he went to collect the treasure basin. Whoosh! The treasure basin was indeed collected into his dantian. Pingsheng scanned himself with his divine sense and found that there were indeed 2 more jade bottles inside the treasure basin in his dantian. Hey! It really can be collected. Since it can be collected, let's collect them together. Come! Pingsheng summoned the treasure basin from his dantian and then put the 2 books inside as well. Besides the 2 books, he found a bag of spirit rice in the room. About 100 jin. That definitely wouldn't fit. Pingsheng had tried it before. The basin could only hold about 10 kilograms of spirit rice. Any more wouldn't do. Sigh. He sighed, it's a bit small. If only this treasure basin were bigger. As soon as Pingsheng finished speaking, the treasure basin on the table suddenly grew larger. From a normal basin size, it became the size of a bathtub. Now, there was no problem putting the spirit rice in. However, Pingsheng wasn't in the mood to put in the spirit rice now. He excitedly looked at the treasure basin, saying, bigger, bigger, bigger. The treasure basin grew larger and larger. Finally, the entire basin was 3 feet in diameter before it stopped growing. In other words, 3 feet was the limit of the basin's size. Collect! Pingsheng put all his belongings into the treasure basin, then stored them in his dantian. What to do next? He still had 2 top-grade chi-gathering pills. However, these 2 were definitely not enough to help him break through to the 5th level of chi refining. To continue breaking through, he could only rely on long-term chi cultivation. Given Pingsheng's 5 elemental spiritual root aptitude, that would truly be a very long time. Perhaps he would never be able to reach the 5th level through breathing exercises in his entire life. Therefore, he still needed to find cultivation resources. Before searching for cultivation resources, I should go out and test this spell. Pingsheng went out and headed into the mountains. The small town was definitely out of the question. After all, no one knew the power of the fire crow, and it wouldn't be good if he attracted attention. Over the past year, with the improvement of his cultivation, Pingsheng's mind had gradually opened up. Things he couldn't understand before, or things that he couldn't process, he could now understand. Of course, in terms of personality, he remained as cautious as ever. This caution wasn't innate, it was a lesson he learned after witnessing his parents' murder. In the deserted mountains, Pingsheng walked for 2 days in the opposite direction from the Taixu Sect before finally stopping. We've come this far, even if we make some noise, it shouldn't alert the Taixu Sect, right? Pingsheng stopped in a primeval forest. Before him, behind him, and all around him, were towering ancient trees. The ground was slippery with moss, and the sun was obscured. Only the murmuring of the stream flowing down from the mountaintop to his left seemed to give Pingsheng a sense of reality. Gather! Pingsheng took a deep breath, and his fire attribute spiritual energy surged wildly within him, quickly gathering into a ball of fire in his right palm. As the flame flickered, it formed the shape of a raven. The raven flapped its wings, its form incredibly lifelike. Go! Pingsheng's mind stirred, and he controlled the fire crow to fly forward. 3 jang away, the fire crow suddenly crashed headfirst into the trunk of a tree as thick as a person's embrace. Bang! A violent explosion rang out. A wave of fire attribute energy rushed towards him. Caught off guard, Pingsheng was actually blown back 3 steps by the heat wave. Looking up again, he saw a large, dark hole in the trunk of the tree 3 jang away, with flames burning at the opening. The flames grew stronger and stronger, crackling and popping. Bang! In less than 3 breaths, the towering ancient tree snapped in half, branches and all, crashing heavily to the ground. However, the fire on the trunk grew even more ferocious. Oh no! Pingsheng slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "We mustn't start a wildfire." He quickly grabbed his treasure basin and rushed to a nearby stream to fetch water, which he then poured directly onto the flames. A miraculous scene unfolded. Pingsheng poured 5 or 6 basins of water, but the flames not only didn't get extinguished, they grew even stronger. This is really strange. How can water not put out this fire? Pingsheng, his face filled with worry, rushed over and tried to extinguish the fire with rocks and mud. After much effort, the flames finally went out on their own after completely burning the tree. Huff! Pingsheng took a deep breath, then sat down somewhat disheveled on the ground, looking at his palm and muttering, "Could it be that this flame, forged with spiritual energy, is different from ordinary flames? This strike was powerful enough to break an old tree, so it must be quite formidable. I wonder what would happen if it hit a cultivator. Would it be comparable to a disciple of the same level?" Next, Pingsheng dared not strike any trees. He found a spot on a rocky outcrop, then conjured a fire crow and slammed it fiercely against the cliff face. Bang! The next moment, rocks flew everywhere. A large black hole was smashed into the cliff face. So powerful! Pingsheng exclaimed in astonishment. He hadn't expected that smashing rocks could create such a large hole. Again! Bang, bang, bang! After unleashing 12 fire crows in succession, Pingsheng's fire attribute spiritual energy was finally exhausted. This meant he could only unleash 12 attacks of this magnitude in one go. If he couldn't defeat the enemy within 12 attacks, he would have no choice but to flee. Because he had no reference point, and Pingsheng had never fought anyone before, nor did he know how powerful other chi refining stage 4 spells were. Although he had witnessed his own spell, he didn't know how it compared to others. He felt his aptitude was far inferior to those genius cultivators, so he habitually assumed his spell was also inferior. But what if other cultivators of the same level saw his fire crow technique? How astonished they would be! After testing his spell, Pingsheng returned to the small town along the same route. The round trip took 5 days. Upon arriving at the outer gate town, Pingsheng didn't immediately return home. Instead, he went back to the outer gate's main hall. Entering the bustling hall, Pingsheng's divine sense involuntarily extended, clearly discerning the cultivation levels of all the cultivators within a 10-jang radius. There were cultivators at the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels of chi refining. There were also those at the 4th level. However, there weren't many at the 4th level. As for those above the 4th level, Pingsheng found he couldn't see through them. Yet, among the more than 100 people in the entire hall, only 3 had cultivation levels he couldn't discern. Pingsheng felt secretly pleased. Senior brother. The disciple in charge of miscellaneous tasks, sitting in the middle of the hall, stood up and greeted Pingsheng as he approached. Pingsheng had never received such treatment before. "Senior brother, what business do you need?" the disciple asked respectfully. Pingsheng scanned the other party with his divine sense and found that they were only at the 3rd level. He smiled and said, "Junior brother, I heard that our Taixu Sect has a Changji pavilion open to outer sect disciples. I'd like to go and take a look, but I don't know how to get in." The so-called Changji pavilion is slightly more advanced than the miscellaneous goods processing area in the outer sect hall. It sells cultivation items needed by outer sect disciples. However, not just any outer sect disciple can enter. Its entry threshold is mid-stage chi refining, that is, at least level 4. "Senior brother, you've reached level 4, haven't you?" the disciple opposite him asked respectfully. Pingsheng nodded. "I've reached it." "That's good," the man said. "Senior brother, Changji Pavilion is on the 2nd floor of our outer sect's main hall. You can enter from the side, there's a staircase there. However, before entering, your cultivation level will be tested. Once you reach level 4, someone will guide you up." "Okay." Pingsheng was overjoyed and walked towards the staircase leading to Changji Pavilion. Pingsheng looked in the direction the 3rd level chi refining disciple pointed and indeed saw a staircase in a corner of the main hall. "Thank you, junior brother." Pingsheng bowed in thanks and walked towards the staircase. He ascended the stairs and reached the 2nd floor. He first entered a room. In the room sat an old man dressed in gray robes. He couldn't discern the old man's cultivation level. However, the old man's sharp gaze swept over Pingsheng, and he said, "4th level. Is this your first time here?" Pingsheng respectfully replied, "Yes, this is my first time here." "No need for such formality." The gray-robed old man waved his hand and said, "You are at the 4th level of qi refining, and I am at the 9th level. Although there is a difference, we are both at the qi refining stage. You can call me senior brother from now on. I cannot accept the title senior." "Yes, senior brother." Pingsheng quickly corrected himself. The gray-robed elder said, "Go in." This hurdle was now cleared. Pingsheng breathed a sigh of relief, politely bowed to the gray-robed elder again, and then turned and entered the second-floor hall. The second floor was the same size as the first. However, the bustling atmosphere of the first floor was gone. Only a dozen or so disciples were moving back and forth among the various shelves. "Junior brother." A disciple at the 5th level of qi refining approached Pingsheng, smiled slightly, and said, "Are you here to choose some items? Please follow me." Pingsheng said, "No, this is my first time here, I'll just look around for now." "All right," the man said, "then please take your time looking around. If you find anything you like, you can buy it. Each item has a price tag." Pingsheng thanked him and then began to wander around the spacious second floor alone. There were other cultivators on the second floor, but not many. For Pingsheng, the ideal scenario would be to purchase some discarded pills at a very low price, then use the treasure basin to enhance their quality before finally using them. However, he knew this was wishful thinking, because the Changji Pavilion wouldn't sell discarded pills. Then, low-grade qi-gathering pills. Hopefully, the price wouldn't be too outrageous. Pingsheng first searched along the shelves, and soon arrived at the pill shelf, a huge shelf, filled with various pills. Qi-gathering pills, golden bone pills, yuan nourishing pills, marrow cleansing pills, bigu pills, and so on. The most numerous were bigu pills. Pingsheng glanced at them. One batch of bigu pills cost 800 contribution points, and one batch contained 12 pills. Bigu pills couldn't assist in cultivation, but they had one advantage: they allowed one to abstain from food. Qi refining stage disciples must juggle eating and drinking with other chores during cultivation, preventing them from focusing solely on their practice. With the bigu pill, these chores could be avoided. Each bigu pill allows a person to go without food or water for a month. One batch of bigu pills can support a cultivator's needs for a year. However, after looking at the price, Pingsheng realized he couldn't afford it. Too expensive. He only had a little over 1,000 contribution points. Looking at the others, low-grade qi-gathering pill. This thing is much more expensive than the bigu pill. Because it's a cultivation pill that can enhance cultivation, it's incomparable to crude things like the bigu pill. This thing isn't sold by the batch, a furnace, but by the pill. One low-grade qi-gathering pill requires 2 low-grade spirit stones. Therefore, they don't want contribution points, just spirit stones. Pingsheng wanted to buy some qi-gathering pills, but unfortunately, he didn't have any spirit stones. Of course, as a disciple of a cultivation family, Pingsheng couldn't possibly be unaware of what spirit stones were. Spirit stones are special stones. Each low-grade spirit stone is roughly the size of a date, and they come in 5 different attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each containing different elements of spiritual energy. This thing can aid cultivation and serve as an energy source for formations. Of course, it can also serve as the driving energy source for certain flying magical artifacts. Because of its wide range of uses, it has become the common currency in the cultivation world. Pingsheng had seen these before. After his parents died, his family had several dozen of them, but they were later stolen by unidentified people. Not a single one remained. "Senior brother," Pingsheng saw the salesman and went over to ask, "How many contribution points do I need to exchange for one spirit stone?" The disciple in blue chuckled and said, "Junior brother, you may not know, contribution points and spirit stones cannot be freely exchanged. Some items only require contribution points, but some precious items require spirit stones to purchase. Do you understand?" "Understood." Pingsheng wasn't stupid, he understood immediately. Pingsheng continued looking at the shelves. Qi-gathering pill, low-grade, 2 spirit stones per pill. Golden bone pill, low-grade, 1 spirit stone per pill. Marrow cleansing pill, low-grade, 5 spirit stones per pill. All these pills cost spirit stones. Pingsheng's gaze shifted, noticing some herbs near the shelf. 7-leaf spirit grass * 10 stalks, 1 spirit stone. Spirit apricot * 10 apricots, 2 spirit stones. Immortal bamboo shoots * 10 apricots, 1 spirit stone. Vermilion fruit * 10 apricots, 3 spirit stones. Pingsheng's eyes narrowed. The 7-leaf spirit grass, vermilion fruit, immortal bamboo shoots, and spirit apricots are all grade 1 spirit herbs. Together, they form the ingredients for refining qi-gathering pills. In other words, these herbs are enough for 10 batches of qi-gathering pills. Purchasing them would only cost 7 spirit stones in total. If all 10 batches were successfully refined, even if they were all low-grade, there would still be 120 pills. Each pill is worth 2 spirit stones, which is 240 spirit stones. Hiss, compared to materials costing 7 spirit stones, that's more than 30 times the price? Of course, the success rate of alchemy is very low. For some alchemists, 10 sets of materials often only yield 1 batch of pills. These 12 pills could then be sold for 24 spirit stones. That's a premium of more than 3 times the original price. However, alchemy is not that simple. Besides purchasing materials, one also needs an alchemy furnace, a formula, and a flame, among other things. Ordinary outer disciples never have the opportunity to enter the alchemy room to refine pills. However, if he were to refine pills at home, the success rate would drop more than tenfold. Therefore, Pingsheng immediately abandoned the idea of selling materials to refine pills. The key issue was that he didn't have any spirit stones. Pingsheng shook his head and left the shelf selling pills. He'd go look around elsewhere. Elementary flying sword, a first-grade magic weapon, priced at 60 spirit stones. Azurewood shield, a first-grade magic weapon, when unfolded, it can defend against spell attacks from cultivators of the same level, priced at 130 spirit stones. Ice needle talisman, a first-grade talisman, when used, it summons ice needles, equivalent to a full-force attack from a 7th-level chi refining cultivator, priced at 60 spirit stones. These are truly good items. Unfortunately, I can't afford them. I really can't afford them. Magical artifacts, talismans, pills, cultivation techniques, and so on, everything imaginable. Of course, only first-grade items, all items needed by chi refining stage disciples. Pingsheng also saw a paper crane. Paper crane, price, 2 spirit stones. What is this? Pingsheng asked the blue-robed disciple beside him with some curiosity. The blue-robed disciple said, "This is a paper crane. When you pour your magical power into it, it can be activated. After activation, it transforms into a crane that can carry 1,000 pounds and fly for a day, flying 10,000 miles in a day." Pingsheng was immediately stunned. A day? Flying 10,000 miles? My God! Moreover, the blue-robed disciple held up 3 fingers. This thing can be reused 3 times. It's an indispensable item for us chi refining stage disciples when traveling long distances. So, Pingsheng understood. To put it bluntly, this paper crane is essentially a puppet. Once a cultivator reaches the foundation establishment stage, they can fly on a sword, covering thousands of miles in an instant. Disciples below the foundation establishment stage lack this ability and must rely on other external aids for long-distance travel. This paper crane is one such aid. It's truly a valuable item. Senior brother. Pingsheng asked again, "If you have anything good, do you buy it here?" Of course. The disciple in blue smiled and said, "If you have anything good, junior brother, we'll buy it too. What about yours?" Oh. Pingsheng pulled a book from his robes and said, "Look, do you buy this?" The cultivator in blue glanced at it and saw several large characters written on the book, 36 Formulas for Alchemy. This wasn't the book Hao Yun had given him before. The book, 36 Formulas of Alchemy, that Hao Yun gave Pingsheng was placed in the Treasure Basin by Pingsheng. After being enhanced by the Treasure Basin, it became 2 books. However, the name remained the same, 36 Formulas of Alchemy. Pingsheng couldn't compare them directly, but based on his previous memories of the original 36 Formulas of Alchemy, he knew that the enhanced version had much more content and some parts had been deleted. Clearly, this one was far more valuable than the original 36 formulas. Pingsheng wanted to exchange for some resources, and this was the only one he could offer. Why? Because there was no risk. If they traced it back to me, I could just say it was given to me by Hao Yun. How could they investigate then? It's this. The disciple in blue robes looked at the 36 formulas in Pingsheng's hand and couldn't help but sneer, saying, "Junior brother, come with me." Pingsheng followed him. They arrived at a place where books were stored. On the bookshelf, there stood the 36 recipes for alchemy. 36 recipes for alchemy, price, 1 spirit stone. He. The disciple in blue chuckled, "Our sect has plenty of these, we don't accept them." This, Pingsheng explained, "Mine is different from yours. Mine is more detailed and more advanced." Nonsense. The disciple in blue immediately became displeased, saying, "These 36 recipes for alchemy have been passed down since ancient times. It's not just our Taixu Sect that uses them, countless sects throughout the cultivation world use them. Your recipes are different from ordinary recipes, isn't this just swindling? Junior brother, put your book away and please go downstairs. Don't force me to call someone over." Sigh. Pingsheng took a deep breath, could only stuff the 36 formulas for alchemy into his pocket, then shook his head helplessly and left. Oh well. Anyway, it's not a loss. He went down from the 2nd floor to the 1st. Pingsheng looked bewildered. He couldn't afford the resources. What about his future cultivation? How could he obtain spirit stones? He'd go ask that kid. He Pingsheng walked towards the counter in the middle of the hall. The disciple who had just greeted He Pingsheng stood up, a smile plastered on his face. Senior brother, did you go upstairs? Yes. He Pingsheng nodded, then said, Brother, I have a question for you. How do outer disciples like us obtain spirit stones? The disciple hesitated slightly, then said, Generally speaking, outer disciples like us don't have access to spirit stones. Inner disciples of the sect receive between 10 and 30 spirit stones per month. The only way for us outer disciples to obtain spirit stones is by trading with inner disciples, or by doing favors for others, or by selling items. Also, there are some special sect missions that reward spirit stones. He Pingsheng nodded. Special sect missions are generally very dangerous. No one would be willing to do such missions without rewarding spirit stones. For example, the disciple continued, Taixu Peak couldn't recruit any alchemy apprentices for a while, but after promising 2 spirit stones a month, they still got snapped up, didn't they? He Pingsheng turned his head and couldn't help but look at the array's light membrane on the left. Sure enough, the news about Taixu Peak recruiting alchemy apprentices had disappeared. Actually, there's another way. The disciple in blue robes whispered. I've heard that the work at Spirit Herb Valley is quite good. If you can get in and take good care of the herbs, the elders will reward you with spirit stones if they're happy. Moreover, it's said that Spirit Herb Valley is the most lucrative place in the Taixu Sect. I wouldn't dare hide it from you, senior brother. The disciple continued. The elders at Spirit Herb Valley are actually quite fierce. If you don't take good care of the herbs, you'll often be scolded, and sometimes even beaten. But the advantage is that no one has ever died in Spirit Herb Valley, and the elders are careful with their strength. Look, there's a notice here recruiting outer disciples for Spirit Herb Valley. He Pingsheng looked over. Sure enough, there was a message on the light membrane. Spirit Herb Valley is recruiting 1 fire attribute disciple to care for the blazing sunflower in the valley. 200 contribution points per month. That was all the details. He Pingsheng's mind started working. This job is perfect for him. First, he's a fire attribute disciple. Second, he possesses the Treasure Basin, which can help balance the quality of the herbs he gathers. As long as he brings out the herbs the elders like, getting some spirit stone reward should be possible. Besides, he's in a prime position. My Treasure Basin can double if the opportunity arises. Getting some spirit herbs isn't out of the question. Let's do it. All right. He Pingsheng said, Junior brother, I'll take the mission from Spirit Medicine Valley. My main cultivation element is fire. Good, the disciple in green said, I'll contact the senior brother from Spirit Medicine Valley right away, but he'll need to test your fire elemental power later. If it doesn't meet his requirements, he won't accept you. There were 3 or 5 other people who applied before, but none of them were selected. Hearing this, He Pingsheng was somewhat disappointed. If others can't do it, how could my 5 elemental roots possibly work? About an hour later, a plump disciple dressed in a blue deist robe arrived at the outer hall. Senior brother Wang is here. I found you a disciple specializing in fire elemental roots. Please take a look. All right. Senior brother Wang's expression was not good. He looked at He Pingsheng and said, he's only at the 4th level of qi refining. Is he capable? The disciple's face immediately fell. Senior brother Wang, it's been so long, and nobody's even shown interest. You know the situation in your Spirit Herb Valley. How about this, you try him first. If it doesn't work, then continue waiting. Senior brother Wang's name was Wang Dun, 6th level of qi refining. Hearing the words of the disciple in blue, Wang Dun took a deep breath and said, all right, let's leave it at that. Wang Dun looked at He Pingsheng and said, release some of the fire elemental power within you. Let me see its quality first. If it's about 7 or 8 out of 10, I'll take you to the valley for further testing. Yes. He Pingsheng didn't dare to delay. He slowly extended his right hand, circulating the true fire technique within his body. Instantly, a cluster of fire attribute elemental power burst forth from his palm. The flame was crimson, interspersed with some white. Oh! Wang Dun was slightly surprised and said, the quality is quite good. This fire elemental power is extremely pure. Come on, put away your magic power and come with me to the Spirit Medicine Valley for another test. Hearing Wang Dun say this, He Pingsheng breathed a sigh of relief. Then he followed Wang Dun up the mountain again. The entire inner sect of the Taixu Sect was located on the mountain. Last year, He Pingsheng had climbed up and down the mountain several times at the Taixu Sect, each time leaving him exhausted. But now, with his cultivation at the 4th level of qi refining, climbing the mountain was much easier. He could often leap dozens of feet in a single bound, scaling walls and rooftops as if walking on flat ground. By mortal standards, he was already a true martial arts master. After about half an hour, Wang Dun and He Pingsheng arrived at a valley. Taking a deep breath, He Pingsheng felt that the spiritual energy here was more than 10 times denser than outside. However, it wasn't very useful to him. His spiritual root was too weak, even the best spiritual energy was useless because he couldn't refine it quickly enough. He Pingsheng, right? Come with me, watch your step, don't run around. Wang Dun led He Pingsheng across the valley. On both sides of the valley were patches of spiritual fields. Various plants were grown in the spiritual fields. Most of it was spirit rice. A small portion was medicinal herbs. The deeper you went, the denser the spiritual energy became. At the very innermost part of the valley, the plants cultivated in the spirit cultivation fields on both sides had all transformed into spirit herbs. There were all sorts of things: 7-leaf spirit herbs, spirit apricots, vermilion fruits, immortal bamboo shoots, and more. However, they were all only first-grade medicinal herbs. He Pingsheng recognized all of these things because he had already read through the 36 formulas for alchemy and knew all the herbs listed. At the very innermost part of the valley, there was a patch of fiery red plants. These are the blazing sunflowers. Wang Dun pointed to the fiery red plants and said, "They are in bloom now. There are 560 plants here, all second-grade spiritual herbs. Come here." Not far from the blazing sunflowers stood a massive rock. Wang Dun said, "Send some of your spiritual energy onto this rock. The purity of your spiritual energy will naturally be reflected on it. If it passes, you can stay. Let's begin." "All right." He Pingsheng took a deep breath and then circulated his spiritual energy. Fire spiritual energy was drawn from his dantian, flowing through his meridians before finally erupting from his palm. However, this time He Pingsheng was cautious. He didn't unleash his full power, only releasing about half of it before covering the rock. Buzzing. The rock seemed to possess magic. As He Pingsheng's fire spiritual energy touched it, it suddenly changed color. From gray to crimson, then from crimson to yellow, and finally to gold. Under Wang Dun's astonished gaze, He Pingsheng withdrew his fire spiritual energy. "Impressive." Wang Dun clapped his hands, saying, "Impressive, impressive. Junior brother is impressive. You're only at the 4th level of chi refining, yet the quality of your fire spiritual power has reached the superior grade? Junior brother's cultivation technique must be extraordinary." He Pingsheng's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, he'd been exposed. However, fortunately, Wang Dun added, some of the previous disciples reached the 7th or 8th level of chi refining, but their fire spiritual power quality couldn't reach the superior grade. Of course, here, mid-grade is enough. Junior brother, come with me to see Senior Kumu. He is an elder of our Taixu Sect Spirit Medicine Valley. Yes. He Pingsheng quickly followed behind Wang Dun. The two continued walking into the Spirit Valley, a misty fog rising up from somewhere. The deepest part of the valley was like a dream. Wang Dun explained, "There's an array set up by a senior here, hence these illusions. You don't need to serve here under normal circumstances. Don't you dare barge in." He Pingsheng replied, "Yes." As they spoke, the two suddenly found themselves at a cave. Senior Kumu. Wang Dun bowed respectfully before the cave, saying, "This disciple has found the person to care for the blazing sunflower. Please grant my command, Senior Kumu." As soon as Wang Dun finished speaking, the thin mist at the cave entrance vanished instantly. A thin, short old man emerged from within. His face was as white as withered wood, and his hair and beard were completely white. He glanced at He Pingsheng and asked, "4th level of chi refining, can you handle it?" Wang Dun smiled bitterly, "Senior, I've searched many these past few days, and this is the only qualified one." "Never mind." The withered wood immortal took out a black token and handed it to He Pingsheng, saying, "This is the Spirit Medicine Valley token. With this token, you can freely enter and leave the valley and the Taixu Sect. But remember, don't wander off. If you run to another peak and get a good beating, that's not my problem." He Pingsheng took the token and said, "Yes, this junior will remember." The withered wood immortal continued, "That kid did quite well before, but unfortunately, he got into a fight outside and died. The blazing sunflower's blooming season has 3 more months, you finish the rest. Well done, I'll reward you. If it's perfunctory or a mistake, ha." The withered old man looked at He Pingsheng, sneered twice, then waved his hand. "Go. Wang Dun will teach you how to care for the blazing sunflower and how to harvest its pollen. Get lost." With that, before He Pingsheng could speak, the old man turned and went back into the cave. "Junior brother please follow me." Wang Dun led He Pingsheng out of the cave where the withered wood immortal resided. After walking for about half an incense stick's time, the two arrived again at the place where the fiery red blazing sunflowers were. "Let me explain a little to you." Wang Dun looked at He Pingsheng, then pointed to the sea of flowers beside them. "These blazing sunflowers are second-grade spiritual plants. In the cultivation world, spiritual plants, also known as immortal herbs, are graded. They are divided into 1st grade, 2nd grade, all the way up to 9th grade. Similarly, pills are also graded. 1st-grade spiritual plants can only be used to refine 1st-grade pills, 2nd-grade spiritual plants can be used to refine 2nd-grade pills, and so on. These two are second-grade spiritual plants of the fire attribute. They originally grow in places where earth fire emerges, and they need to absorb the power of the fire attribute to grow. Of course, this is not absolute. Artificially cultivated sunflowers, even without exposed earth fire, can be supplied with fire attribute spiritual energy through an array. The condition is that they require a stable source of fire energy. Fire spirit stones are possible, but the spiritual energy within them is unrefined and quite impure. While they can be used to power the array and the sunflowers, they easily cause widespread death of the plants. The survival rate is very low. Besides fire spirit stones, the only other method is to nourish them with the cultivator's own fire spiritual energy. Refined fire spiritual energy is pure and stable, providing a continuous supply of fire attribute spiritual energy to the sunflowers. This is why it's crucial to find a cultivator whose primary cultivation root is fire. See this stone? Wang Dun pointed to the stone he had just used to test the concentration of Pingsheng's fire spirit energy, saying, "This is the energy center of the entire formation. I'll tell you again, this stone has 4 colors, crimson, yellow, gold, and purple. Later, send all your spiritual energy into it. If it's crimson, then this spiritual energy will only last for 1 day, you'll have to supply it continuously every day. If it's yellow, you don't need to do anything for 3 days, the energy inside will last for 3 days. If it's gold, then it will last for 7 days. Understood?" Wang Dun's voice was a little loud. Pingsheng nodded and repeated, "Understood. Red for 1 day, yellow for 3 days, and gold for 7 days. Good." Wang Dun chuckled, seeing how cooperative Pingsheng was. "Alright, now you can ask me anything you don't understand." Pingsheng asked, "How many days does the purple last?" Wang Dun's face darkened immediately. Forget about the purple. It wasn't that Wang Dun was unwilling to answer, it was simply that when Master Kumu instructed him, he only mentioned gold, not purple. "Oh." Pingsheng nodded. Wang Dun continued, "Besides supplying the fire elemental energy for this formation, your job also includes collecting the pollen of the blazing sunflower." Pingsheng was taken aback. "Pollen? I'm not a bee." "That's right, pollen," Wang Dun said confidently. "Of course, the pollen won't fall off on its own, and you don't need to collect it every day. You just need to collect it every 3 to 5 days. Junior brother you don't understand. The most useful part of this entire blazing sunflower is its pollen. After collecting the pollen, grind it into powder, and then mix it with beast blood to make talisman ink. Talisman ink? Pingsheng heard a new term again. What is that? He felt he had been talking too much today, but if he didn't ask, he wouldn't be satisfied. Wang Dun was quite friendly, answering all of Pingsheng's questions. Talisman ink is something used by cultivators who draw talismans. The pollen of the blazing sunflower is one of the main materials for drawing the second-grade talisman, blazing fire talisman, and it is extremely expensive. Of course, the pollen is also divided into 4 grades: low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade, which can be easily distinguished by color. Their corresponding colors are almost the same as the stone: red, yellow, gold, and purple. Come on, take a look this way. Not far from the blazing sunflowers was a cliff face, with a round opening carved into it. Wang Dun pointed to the opening and said, "To prevent fires and floods in the spirit herb garden, the construction of palaces and houses is forbidden. Everyone, including the withered-wood immortal, lives in caves. Don't worry, this cave has spacious lodgings, and there's a fire attribute spirit stone inside, ensuring it stays dry year-round. This used to be the residence of the previous disciple who looked after the blazing sunflowers, now it belongs to you. Follow me." Pingsheng followed Wang Dun into the cave. It was indeed very large inside. There were 3 interconnected rooms, each with a stone door. It was quiet and peaceful. Above the center of the main hall, on the stone wall, was a red spirit stone the size of a date, constantly flashing a faint light. Waves of heat emanated from it. Just as Wang Dun had said, the cave was dry and quite comfortable to live in. "These are the tools for collecting pollen." Wang Dun pointed to a jade bottle on the shelf in the room. The jade bottle looked similar to those used for storing elixirs. Under normal circumstances, Wang Dun said, you can collect 10 bottles a month. After collecting the pollen, you need to grind it here, grind it into powder. All the pollen you obtain must be given to Master Kumu. You must not keep any for yourself, otherwise, if you are discovered, you will receive a severe beating. Alright, that's all. Wang Dun said, you'll have to figure out your own food, but if you're short of rice, I have plenty. I can even give you 30 caddies of spirit rice every month. Take care. With that, Wang Dun left. Pingsheng didn't immediately start working, but instead familiarized himself with the surroundings. This place was roughly at the innermost part of the valley, quite far from Wang Dun's location. It wasn't far from the withered wood immortal, but even walking slowly would take about half an incense stick's time. It was relatively quiet, undisturbed. After familiarizing himself with the surroundings, Pingsheng finally arrived beside the blazing sunflower spirit field. He reached out and placed his hand on the stone. Rumble. The fire attribute's spiritual energy within Pingsheng surged forth like water, flowing towards the stone. The stone radiated light. It first appeared crimson, then yellow. After Pingsheng poured about 80% of his spiritual power into it, the stone finally turned golden. Pingsheng took a deep breath and withdrew his magic power. That's enough. It's actually golden. Of course, he didn't know if he had the ability to make the stone turn purple, but even if he did, Pingsheng didn't intend to try, because revealing this would do him no good. During the test, the stone was also golden, but it only flickered briefly. Now, thanks to Pingsheng's infusion of magical power, the stone didn't just flicker, it remained golden continuously. After the energy supply was complete, Pingsheng observed for a while before returning to the house to learn techniques for collecting and grinding pollen. It wasn't easy. Of course, it wasn't too difficult either. Because a single infusion of spiritual power could last for 7 days, Pingsheng had ample time to cultivate. He found a quiet moment when no one was around and took out a top-grade chi-gathering pill. The fragrance quickly spread. However, it wasn't a major problem. First, although the fragrance was strong, there were few people in the valley, and they were far away. It was difficult to smell the fragrance of this top-grade pill from 20 feet away. Second, this place was originally a cultivation ground for spiritual plants, with various spiritual herbs and flowers blooming in profusion, filling the valley with the fragrance of various herbs. After being masked by this layer of fragrance, the scent of the top-grade pill in Pingsheng's hand was reduced by half. He picked up a small, dark axe and divided the pill into 4 parts. Pingsheng had calculated that he needed to collect pollen approximately every 3 days. Therefore, he needed to interrupt his cultivation every 3 days. Exactly 1/4 of the pill was enough for 3 days of cultivation. Having finished everything, Pingsheng put away the other 3 pill fragments, took out only one piece, popped it into his mouth, and began cultivating. As his cultivation level increased, his speed in refining the pill also increased. Previously, it would take him more than 10 days to completely digest this 1/4 of the pill. Now, he could refine it in less than 3 days. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. After 3 days, Pingsheng had completely digested the energy in this piece of pill. Then, he picked up the bottle and tools and went to the blazing sunflower spirit field. It was time to collect pollen. Pingsheng, carrying his tools, arrived at the field of blazing sunflowers and noticed that the stone's color had changed. From gold, it had turned yellow. This meant that the fire elemental energy within could last the blazing sunflowers for another 3 or 4 days. There weren't many blazing sunflowers in this field, only 300. Pingsheng spent about an hour collecting the pollen, obtaining a little over 1 bottle of it. The pollen was all red. Clearly, it was only of low quality. Collecting the pollen wasn't the end of the work, it still needed to be ground. Next, he needed to grind the pollen into a finer powder, as it would be mixed with talisman ink to ensure smooth writing. After grinding, he sealed it in a jade bottle. Pingsheng had initially wanted to test the enhancement using his own basin, but ultimately decided against it. The risk of exposure was too high. He collected pollen every 3 days, and after about 10 collections, he delivered 10 bottles of ground pollen to the entrance of the Withered Wood Immortal's cave. Pingsheng worked carefully and made no mistakes. His work was methodical, neither outstanding nor flawed. 2 months passed in a flash. He had used up the last 2 top-grade chi-gathering pills he possessed. His cultivation resources were completely cut off. Of course, he was still far from reaching the 5th level of chi refining. One day, Master Kumu emerged from his cave and summoned Pingsheng and Wang Dun. Pingsheng has done well these past 2 months. Master Kumu looked at Pingsheng, giving him an approving evaluation. Then, he took out 2 spirit stones and tossed them to Pingsheng from a distance. "This is my reward to you." Pingsheng was overjoyed. "Thank you, senior." Wang Dun, standing beside him, looked on with envy. Master Kumu nodded again, saying, "If you calculate carefully, the blazing sunflower's blooming period has 1 last month, but I have some business to attend to and need to leave the sect for a while. During this time, you must take good care of the blazing sunflower. After 1 month, the flower will wither, and you don't need to worry about it anymore." "Yes." Pingsheng bowed. Kumu continued, "However, this stuff isn't easy to preserve. Over time, its fire attribute will dissipate, and with too much fire spiritual power lost, it will be impossible to draw fire talismans. But I don't know when I'll be back." "All right, Wang Dun, when the time comes, take Pingsheng to Mata Mountain and bring the pollen collected in this last month to the market. Find a shop called Fenghe Manor and give it to Manager Shi." "Yes." Wang Dun and Pingsheng bowed. Kumu then gave Wang Dun a paper crane. Afterwards, Kumu left the Spirit Medicine Valley. Only Pingsheng and Wang Dun remained in the vast valley. Next, Pingsheng continued working as usual, exerting spiritual power, collecting pollen, grinding pollen. During this time, Wang Dun would occasionally come to keep an eye on Pingsheng, as if afraid he might steal something. Pingsheng found it amusing. Just as the withered wood immortal had said, all 300 plus blazing sunflowers withered overnight after their last month. Pingsheng had collected a little over 11 bottles of pollen in that last month. He had worked for 3 months. The first month, he collected a little over 10 bottles of pollen. The second month, also a little over 10 bottles. But this month, for some reason, he collected an extra bottle, reaching over 11. This couldn't help but make him think. After all, there was no precise standard for how much pollen to collect each day during the flowering season. He only had a rough estimate. A little more, a little less, nobody knew. Should he embezzle some? Pingsheng was certain that even if he embezzled some, neither the withered wood immortal nor Wang Dun would find out. Faced with 11 bottles of pollen, Pingsheng didn't hesitate. He immediately took one bottle and poured it into his own jade bottle. I'm sorry, Senior Kumu. This junior is truly lacking in cultivation resources. I'll lend you this bottle of pollen for today. When the opportunity arises in the future, this junior will certainly repay the debt of gratitude for today. One should be more flexible, not a blockhead, right? While preoccupied with his thoughts, Pingsheng calmly took a bottle of pollen. After packing up the remaining pollen, he went to find Wang Dun. Senior brother Wang, Pingsheng said, the blazing sunflowers have all withered, and the remaining pollen has been collected and ground. It's all here, please take a look. Wang Dun opened the cloth bag Pingsheng had brought, looked at the 11 bottles, and said, Junior brother didn't you think of keeping some for yourself? Pingsheng immediately became serious and said, Senior Kumu has been good to me, I would never do such a thing. Wang Dun chuckled and said, how about this, we hide half a bottle, Senior Kumu might not even know. We can just say the withering date of the flowers 2 days in advance, who would know? How about we split the spirit stones from selling this half bottle of pollen 50-50? Junior brother, you don't know, do you? Wang Dun looked at Pingsheng with a lewd smile and said, this bottle of low-grade fiery sunflower pollen can sell for over 90 spirit stones. Let's, brothers, get half a bottle and sell it. You get 30, and I'll get 20, how about it? Pingsheng shook his head, saying, Senior brother is confused. This pollen is going to be sold to Fenghe Manor. Fenghe Manor and Senior Kumu are definitely familiar with each other. If we sell it privately, wouldn't we be walking into a trap? Wang Dun chuckled, saying, that makes some sense. How about this, we can keep it for now and sell it later. Fenghe Manor might not even notice us. Pingsheng continued, Senior brother, you're confused again. Senior Kumu said that this pollen easily loses its fire elemental power. Once the fire elemental power is completely depleted, wouldn't it become useless? How can we exchange it for spirit stones? Wang Dun laughed heartily upon hearing Pingsheng's words, saying, good, well said. Junior brother, actually, I was testing you just now. I was afraid you'd secretly hidden the pollen. You're right, hiding the pollen is useless to us. First of all, the two of us definitely won't be able to sell it. Secondly, if we hide it for too long, not even 3 months, the spiritual energy within it will definitely dissipate. I didn't expect you to be so clever, junior brother, seeing through it at a glance. Here, these are 3 spirit stones. Wang Dun took out 3 spirit stones and handed them to Pingsheng. Senior Kumu asked me to prepare these, saying that if you pass the test, these 3 spirit stones will be considered compensation for your hard work these past few days. If you fail the test, you'll certainly get a beating today. Pingsheng immediately got goosebumps all over his body. Damn it! These people are really something, each and every one of them is so calculating. Thank you, senior brother. Pingsheng bowed and accepted the 3 spirit stones. At this point, he already possessed 5 spirit stones. That guy, Master Kumu, is quite generous. Probably because he earns so much. Senior brother Wang Dun just said that 1 bottle of this stuff can sell for over 90 spirit stones, and 10 bottles a month would be 900. Hiss. Sure enough. He still earns more. Let's go. Wang Dun took out a paper crane. Pingsheng asked, where are we going? Wang Dun replied, what else could we be going to the market at Mata Mountain to sell Senior Kumu's pollen. Otherwise, who can take responsibility for the loss of this fire attribute later? Open. Wang Dun channeled a wisp of spiritual energy into the paper crane, and it instantly transformed into a yellow crane. Of course, it wasn't a real crane, just a puppet, and not even a very realistic one. Pingsheng had seen this paper crane before in the Changji Pavilion on the 2nd floor of the outer sect. It sold for 5 spirit stones each, could carry 1,000 jin, approximately 500 kilograms, and could travel 1,000 li, approximately 500 kilometers, in a day. Moreover, it could be activated 3 times. Go! Wang Dun landed on the paper crane first, then said, Junior brother you hurry up too, there's no time to lose. Alright. He Pingsheng figured that Kumu and Wang Dun wouldn't stoop to tricking a penniless guy like him, so he leaped onto the back of the paper crane. Hold on tight, hoo-hoo, go. Whoosh! The paper crane's wings fluttered slightly, and in an instant, it soared into the sky. The valley below slowly shrank, and the entire Taixu Sect also gradually shrank. It was He Pingsheng's first time flying, and he felt a sense of unreality. He reached out and pinched his leg hard. Beside him, Wang Dun laughed heartily. Don't worry, it's not a dream. Junior brother is this your first time riding one? He Pingsheng nodded. Yes, it's all right. Wang Dun reassured him, you'll get used to it after a few more rides. As he spoke, he controlled the paper crane's speed and direction, heading southeast. This Mata Mountain market is 3,000 li away from our Taixu Sect, not far. We can get there in a morning. We'll set off in the morning and arrive by noon, returning to the Taixu Sect before evening. The wind howled, distorting Wang Dun's voice. Just as Wang Dun said, about 2 hours later, the two descended from the void, landing in a valley. The valley was large, with a small town at its entrance. The town was bustling with all sorts of cultivators. It was incredibly lively. He Pingsheng scanned the area with his divine sense. Most of the cultivators coming and going were at the 4th level or below. Junior brother Wang Dun said, don't use your divine sense carelessly. It's very impolite. If you encounter those eccentric cultivators, you might end up fighting, and losing your life is common. He Pingsheng hadn't known this before, and he quickly withdrew his divine sense. Wang Dun continued, this is the Mata Mountain Market. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, there are dozens of sects like our Taixu Sect. These dozens of sects belong to an alliance called the Daoxuan Alliance. Mata Mountain is basically located at the very center of this Daoxuan Alliance, so a market was set up here to facilitate exchange and trade. Of course, not only disciples from various sects, but also many independent cultivators. After listening to Wang Dun's words, He Pingsheng gained some understanding of Mata Mountain and the Daoxuan Alliance. He Pingsheng followed Wang Dun. He discovered that there were many merchant guilds in Mata Mountain. At a glance, both sides of the street were lined with merchant guilds selling all kinds of goods. There were also many individual cultivators setting up stalls on the ground. Wang Dun pulled He Pingsheng directly into a shop called Fenghe Manor. Manager Lu. Wang Dun walked to the counter, chuckled, and said, I am a disciple of Master Kumu from the Taixu Sect. Oh, Manager Lu looked up and said, so you are Master Kumu's disciple. Please, what brings you here? Wang Dun said, my master was unable to come due to other matters, so he sent his disciples to help him sell some pollen. It's all top quality pollen from the blazing sunflower. Please take a look. As he spoke, He Pingsheng opened a cloth bag containing 11 bottles. Manager Lu smiled and said, all right, let me see. He carefully opened all the bottles, examined them, and nodded, saying, not bad, 10.5 bottles in total, all low grade. At the previous price, 96 spirit stones per bottle, totaling 1,008. All right, you can leave now. With that, Manager Lu waved his hand dismissively. He Pingsheng was taken aback, leaving without paying spirit stones? Then, Manager Lu added, wait, I need to issue you an official seal, otherwise you two won't be able to explain it to that guy Kumu, will you? Soon, a document resembling an ordinary folk contract was handed to Wang Dun by Manager Lu. Wang Dun then gave it to He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng took it and examined it. It bore a signature and seal. It seemed there shouldn't be any problem. After all, since the old man Withered Tree dared to send his disciple with something, the risk must be very low. Thank you, Manager Lu. He Pingsheng bowed in thanks and was about to leave when Wang Dun grabbed him, saying, Junior brother, don't be in such a hurry to leave. It's not easy to come to Mata Mountain, how can we not take a look around? He Pingsheng naturally had no right to decide whether to stay or leave, so he could only nod. Wang Dun was overjoyed. He placed the unfolded paper crane behind Manager Liu's counter and said with a smile, Manager Liu, could you please take a look at the paper crane for me? Manager Liu waved his hand, no problem. The paper crane could only be activated 3 times. Each activation lasted for 1 day. Wang Dun planned to make the round trip in 1 day, thus saving himself one opportunity to activate his powers. The two bypassed the counter through the front door and then ran up a staircase behind it to the 2nd floor. Wang Dun excitedly pulled He Pingsheng along, saying, Junior brother come on, I'll take you to see something good. Okay. He Pingsheng followed Wang Dun to a display case on the 2nd floor and said, look. His chubby little hand pointed to a display case covered by a transparent jade screen. He Pingsheng noticed a small, brown pouch embroidered with gold thread. His eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of it. This is a storage bag? He asked. Wang Dun nodded, his eyes gleaming with longing. That's right, a storage bag. He said. Look, there are 3 here, a beginner, an intermediate, and a high-level storage bag. Pingsheng was naturally also eager for storage bags, but unlike Wang Dun, he wasn't obsessed. He shifted his gaze from the storage bag to the price below. 2,250 spirit stones. Hiss, hiss, so expensive. And this is just a beginner storage bag. The intermediate one is even more expensive, costing over 8,000 spirit stones. The high-level one is nearly 20,000, reaching over 18,000. Pingsheng asked, does the size of the bags vary depending on their level? That's right. Wang Dun replied with familiarity, these storage bags are Samura worlds created by high-level cultivators through spatial compression. Take this basic storage bag, for example. It only has 1 foot of space inside, with a length, width, and height all being 1 foot. Pingsheng nodded, immediately gaining some understanding of the space in this basic storage bag. 1 foot in length, width, and height? Then isn't this about the same size as my treasure basin when it's maximized? The intermediate level is higher. Wang Dun said, 3 feet in length, width, and height. It can hold a lot of things. Pingsheng asked, what about the advanced level? Wang Dun said, the advanced level has a length, width, and height of 1 zhang, approximately 3.3 meters. However, the reason the advanced level is advanced isn't just because it has more space, but because it can change the shape of the space according to the shape of the items. Pingsheng exclaimed in amazement, so high-end. Come, this way. Wang Dun said, junior brother let me show you some even more advanced goods over here, spirit beast bags. Do you know what that is? Passing 2 display cases, Pingsheng saw the so-called spirit beast bags again. They looked very similar to storage bags, except this one had a beast head embroidered on it. These can also be used to store your own immortal pet. Wang Dun said, do you know what an immortal pet is? Uncle Yuta of Xiuzu Peak has a golden giant python immortal pet. Now that pet has reached the foundation establishment stage. Taking it out doubles your combat power. However, his golden giant python has killed quite a few disciples. Wang Dun shook his head. The two wandered around the merchant guild for a long time. Let's go. Wang Dun pulled Pingsheng out of the merchant guild, saying, there are good things at the stalls outside, and they're usually much cheaper than inside. Let's go check them out. Okay. The two wandered around the numerous stalls. It has to be said, the goods here were incredibly diverse. Various magical artifacts, herbs, pills, books, cultivation aids, talisman pens, talisman paper, and so on. Almost everything imaginable was available. Of course, there were no high-grade items, they were all low-grade goods. Brother, do you want some seeds of the blazing sunflower? Planting them will give you a second-grade immortal herb. A woman in a peach-colored robe waved several seeds in front of Pingsheng and Wang Dun. Pingsheng raised an eyebrow. How much? What do you mean, how much? Wang Dun immediately pulled him back, saying, junior brother, don't buy these seeds. Who knows what you'll grow back? Besides, even if they were real, how would you plant them? Pingsheng had indeed been excited, but Wang Dun's words instantly calmed him down. Right, how would he plant them? These things need to be planted in a spirit field. The key is, even if you have fire attribute spiritual energy, you don't have a supply array. Brother, want some pills? A middle-aged man in blue robes looked at Wang Dun and asked with a smile, my pills here are of good quality and cheap. Come, take a look. The two stopped and looked at the man's stall. There were many things on it, pills, spirit herbs, talismans, paper cranes, and even books. How much are the chi-gathering pills? Wang Dun asked. The middle-aged cultivator said, low-grade chi-gathering pills, I'll give you a discount, 2 spirit stones each. TCH. Wang Dun immediately looked displeased, even our own sex prices are lower than yours. No problem. The stall owner said, buy more, I have 12 here. If you buy all 12, that'll be 24 spirit stones, but I'll give you 20. How about that? Now, Wang Dun was somewhat tempted. He thought for a moment, then looked at Pingsheng and said, junior brother could you lend me a few spirit stones? Pingsheng's face suddenly darkened. Damn it, are we that close? You come up here and ask to borrow my spirit stones? Isn't that inappropriate? Pingsheng's face fell. Senior brother Wang, I only have 5 spirit stones on me, and I also need to buy something. Pingsheng wasn't lying. He picked up a paper crane from the stall and asked, brother, how much is this paper crane? The middle-aged stall owner replied, these paper cranes are 5 spirit stones each, but the one you have has been used twice and can still be activated one last time. If you want it, it's 2 spirit stones. Why buy a paper crane? Because Pingsheng was coming back. He still had a bottle of sunflower pollen on him, which he needed to sell. Brother, your price. Pingsheng was speechless. 5 spirit stones for 3 times, 2 for 1? Brother, how about we sell it? The middle-aged stall owner also looked helpless. Look, if I sell it to you for 1 spirit stone, I'll be losing out. After all, I didn't make this myself, I bought it from a shop. But if I sell it to you for 2 spirit stones, you think it's too expensive. Then how about this? I'll sell it to you for 2 spirit stones, and I'll give you a treasure as a bonus. How about that? Pingsheng asked, what treasure? The middle-aged stall owner said, wait a minute, let me look. He opened his backpack, rummaged around for a long time, and finally pulled out a book made of some kind of animal hide. Look here. The stall owner said, this contains records of supernatural powers. Take it and practice refining it. What if you manage to understand it? That would be incredible. My ancestor was a remarkable alchemist, and this was passed down from him. It's a pity that we descendants can't learn it no matter what we try. Sigh. The middle-aged stall owner handed the item to Pingsheng, sighing as he spoke. Pingsheng took the treasure and examined it, then frowned. Brother, the general outline is missing. The first chapter is missing. The second chapter is largely missing. The third chapter is 80% missing. The fourth chapter is completely missing. Pingsheng was utterly bewildered. The general outline stated there were 6 chapters in total. But this, how can you refine this? Moreover, because the general outline was missing, Pingsheng had no idea what the purpose of this supernatural power was. Judging from the book's title, Shen Tong, there was nothing particularly insightful. So he couldn't help but ask, and what does the title Shen Tong mean? The middle-aged stall owner, his face darkening, replied, it's Shen Tong Fa, but one character is missing. Look here, it's been too long, the characters have worn away. Pingsheng was speechless. The middle-aged stall owner said, if it were truly complete, would I still give it to you? Young brother, don't be ungrateful. If you can comprehend this method and gain some insight, it will be enough to benefit you for a lifetime. All right. Pingsheng thought for a moment, then took out 2 spirit stones. The transaction was complete. Of course, he knew he had bought something useless, but it didn't matter. When he got back, he could strengthen it in his treasure basin, and maybe he could even enhance it into a complete version, and it could even be upgraded. Senior brother Wang. After finishing, Pingsheng took out the remaining 3 spirit stones. If you still need them, you can borrow these 3. Yes. Junior brother thank you so much. Don't worry, Wang Dun, am the most trustworthy. I have a pill refining furnace at home. I'll leave it with you as collateral. Pill refining furnaces do exist in this world. Small pill refining furnaces can be used by individuals. However, compared to large pill refining furnaces, these small furnaces heat unevenly and are difficult to control in terms of temperature. Unless one is a cultivator with strong spiritual sense, generally no one uses them, especially for low-level disciples. Alright. Pingsheng gave Wang Dun 3 spirit stones. Wang Dun readily spent 20 spirit stones to purchase a batch of qi-gathering pills. Of course, the price was acceptable, at least much better than buying them at the sect's Changji Pavilion. Alright, junior brother it's getting late, we should head back. Wang Dun retrieved the paper crane from Fenghe Manor, and the two of them mounted it, instantly soaring upwards towards the Taixu Sect. Mount Mata belonged to the Daoxuan Alliance's territory. There were dozens of sects in the vicinity, and since Wang Dun and Pingsheng were both wearing Taixu Sect robes, they were unlikely to encounter any danger. Robbery and murder for treasure hadn't occurred on Daoxuan Alliance territory for many years. Of course, since the two were penniless and had no treasures, they naturally didn't attract attention. As the sun set, the two finally returned to the Spirit Medicine Valley. Junior brother wait a moment. Wang Dun retrieved a palm-sized bronze furnace from his quarters, saying, this is my alchemy furnace. I'll leave it with you for now. I'll return it to you when I have 3 spirit stones. You can use this too, you can open it with spiritual power. Sigh. Pingsheng nodded, and without ceremony, took the furnace. Because the withered wood deist hadn't returned, Pingsheng couldn't leave. He settled down in the valley, cultivating while waiting. Night fell, and all was silent. The valley, usually shrouded in mist, gradually cleared. In the night sky, stars shone like pearls, and the full moon, the size of a cartwheel, hung in the sky, its rays illuminating the entire valley. Pingsheng closed each of the stone doors in his cave, then eagerly pulled the treasure basin from his body. He placed the rest of the items that had been in the basin on his bed. He then tossed the tattered and incomplete book, The Divine Communication Technique, into the treasure basin. Whoosh! He pushed the treasure basin under the bed. The cave was pitch black, without a single ray of light. However, the moonlight outside, condensed into moonlight, drifted slowly through the stone doors into the bedroom like a semi-transparent mist, and was absorbed by the treasure basin. Pingsheng ignored it and rolled over to sleep. He woke up early the next morning. The first thing he did was pull the treasure basin out from under the bed. One glance, and Pingsheng was overjoyed. There really were 2 books inside. He took them out and looked at them. The first book was titled Heavenly Demon Seed Divine Technique. Pingsheng didn't even bother to study it. Instead, he immediately took out the second book. The second book was titled Profound Gate Tranquility True Technique. This is good. Pingsheng immediately picked up the Profound Gate Tranquility True Technique and began to read. The first page contained only one word, heaven. The second page, the general outline, was complete. The first chapter, Qi Refining, was complete. The second chapter, Foundation Establishment, was complete. The third chapter, Golden Core, was complete. Below were the Nascent Soul, Deity Transformation, and Void Refinement chapters. All 6 chapters were complete. But what exactly was this thing? Pingsheng took a deep breath and carefully studied the general outline of the Suanmen Tranquility True Technique. An hour later, he finally understood what it was. That stall owner really didn't lie to me. This thing was a spirit refining technique. Cultivating it could strengthen one's divine soul. A strong divine soul had countless benefits for cultivators. First, it could better support alchemy. Second, during combat, cultivators with strong divine sense had better control over spells. For example, if 2 cultivators were at the 4th level of Qi refining, their divine sense would be similar, extending about 10 zhang, approximately 33 meters, outward. But if one cultivated a spirit refining technique, their divine sense could extend 20 zhang, or even 50 zhang. Wouldn't this allow for perfect suppression of the opponent through distance? The attack range was increased. Divine sense is a truly wondrous thing. It automatically arises when a cultivator draws in Qi and circulates it throughout their body, reaching the first level of the Qi refining stage. Then, as the cultivator's cultivation level increases, their divine sense gradually grows stronger. It doesn't require dedicated cultivation. Besides playing an indispensable role in alchemy, talisman making, and array formations, divine sense also provides a significant advantage in combat. Furthermore, the strength of one's divine sense determines the strength of their comprehension. However, it can also be cultivated. It's just that cultivation methods for divine sense are extremely rare, so most people don't specifically cultivate it during their cultivation. Pingsheng recently obtained a fragmented divine sense cultivation method, which, after enhancement, became 2 books. Moreover, upon opening both books, the first page of both books features a large character, heaven. Pingsheng, combining this with the character on the previously Huo Zhenfa and Chang Chun Xing Qi Ju, deduced that this likely indicated the cultivation method's grade. Of course, whether this is true or not is just speculation. Never mind. It won't affect the later outline and content. What to do? Cultivate. Anyway, there's nothing else to do. Improving cultivation level is impossible because there are no resources. So, let's practice divine sense first. Pingsheng took out the mysterious Gate Tranquility True Technique again, skipped the outline, and directly began reading the first chapter, Qi Refining chapter. This divine sense refining technique, like cultivation level improvement, has 12 levels for each realm. After half an hour of familiarization, Pingsheng began divine sense refining. He guided a wisp of divine sense from his sea of consciousness, passing it through the meridians of his soul. Ah! The next moment, Pingsheng cried out in pain. Divine sense refining is different from cultivation. Cultivation doesn't produce that kind of intense pain, but divine sense refining does. Pingsheng gritted his teeth and started again. Ah! Another scream. But he persevered, failing repeatedly but succeeding each time, and finally, a day later, he successfully guided his divine sense within his sea of consciousness to complete a full cycle throughout his soul. Divine sense level 1, achieved. As night fell, Pingsheng ate a little something and then closed the stone door. He was too exhausted. When cultivating by guiding Qi into the body, he would eliminate all fatigue, but refining the spirit was different. After refining the spirit, he felt completely dazed, as if his soul had been drained, and he wanted to sleep. But before sleeping, there was one more thing to do. Pingsheng casually tossed the paper crane he had bought from the stall into the treasure basin, then pushed the basin under the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Pingsheng woke up feeling refreshed. Boom! The next moment, his divine sense extended outwards. The range of his divine sense had increased somewhat. To put it another way, before, his divine sense could cover a radius of about 10 zhang, approximately 33 meters. Now, that range has reached about 15 zhang, approximately 33 meters. The increased range wasn't the key was that Pingsheng felt the quality of his divine sense had improved. It was sharper and more agile. Excellent! He hadn't expected to achieve such results in just one day of cultivating his divine sense. Right. Pingsheng quickly bent down and pulled the treasure bowl from under the bed with a whoosh. His eyes darted into the bowl. Wow, 2. That's right. The paper cranes he had previously tossed into the treasure bowl had now multiplied into 2. Pingsheng excitedly held the 2 paper cranes in his hands. Previously, each paper crane only had 1 activation opportunity left. Great, now he could activate them twice. Pingsheng gently scanned the paper cranes with his divine sense. Then, this. Pingsheng jumped off the bed in shock. 12 times. That's right. Each paper crane now had 12 activation opportunities, for a total of 24. Moreover, the duration of each activation remained the same one day, but the paper crane's flight speed was twice as fast as before. In other words, previously it took 2 hours to fly from Spirit Medicine Valley to the Horsehead Mountain Market, but now, using these paper cranes, it only takes 1 hour. So, these paper cranes also have levels. Pingsheng's eyes narrowed. Then, should I consider selling one? It should fetch a good amount of money, right? What Pingsheng lacks right now is cultivation resources. Cultivation requires Dharma companions, wealth, and land. Without wealth, what's the point of cultivation? Put it away. Pingsheng put away the 2 paper cranes, ignoring them, and then focused intently on cultivating his divine sense. In a flash, another month passed. The autumn wind was bleak, and the leaves in the valley turned yellow. When Pingsheng's divine sense cultivation reached the second level of the Qi refining stage, the withered wood immortal returned to Spirit Medicine Valley. His face was pale, and the wrinkles on his face appeared even deeper. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing Pingsheng, he coughed a few times and said, "Little he, have you finished what I asked you to do?" "Senior." Pingsheng replied, "I've finished. I collected 10.5 bottles of pollen in the last month, and finally, under senior brother Wang Dun's guidance, I went to the market at Mata Mountain and handed the items over to manager Lu at Fenghe Manor. This is the seal manager Lu gave me." Pingsheng handed the paper to Kumu. "Not bad." Kumu nodded, looking at the seal, and said, "You did well. Pingsheng, you're a good kid, what a pity." Kumu said as he put away the seal, "It's a pity you mainly cultivate the fire spirit root, you can't stay in the Spirit Medicine Valley for long. How about this, when I plant the blazing sun flower next year, I'll ask you to come and help again. You can leave now." "Ha, leave? He's being driven away like that?" Pingsheng was somewhat dazed. Because the past few months in Spirit Medicine Valley had been quite pleasant. "What is it?" Kumu asked, "Is there anything else?" Pingsheng cupped his hands and said, "I previously worked in the alchemy room on Zayuzu Peak and know that they dump a lot of wood ash in a valley. If you'd like, senior, I can collect all that wood ash to use as fertilizer for the various spiritual plants in Spirit Medicine Valley. Wood ash can fertilize fields." "Humph." Kumu snorted coldly, Pingsheng, "Don't give me any bad ideas. Wood ash to nourish spiritual plants? Are you out of your mind to come up with such a method? Or perhaps you yourself intend to go there to find something?" Kumu's gaze, like a knife, swept over Pingsheng. Pingsheng's heart tightened. That's right. He did indeed harbor selfish motives. He wanted to find some discarded pills there, so he would have enough resources for his future cultivation. But which cultivator in the Taixu Sect was a fool? The higher their cultivation, the higher their intellect. They could often grasp the core information in an instant. Pingsheng dared not look him in the eye, only cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "This junior was presumptuous. Go." Kumu waved his hand. Pingsheng quickly retreated. After watching Pingsheng leave, Kumu Genren's eyes suddenly narrowed, and then he instantly flew on his sword, arriving at the spot on Zayuzu Peak where the ashes of the fallen plants had been dumped. This kid wouldn't have come here without a reason. Could it be, there's something fishy going on here? The withered wood immortal's divine sense surged forth, searching the surroundings. He carefully sifted through the ashes at the foot of the mountain. There was nothing inside, just ashes, and some discarded pills. "It seems I was overthinking things." The withered wood immortal shook his head. "Just an outer disciple. Even if he has some ulterior motives, it's probably not some kind of opportunity." "Never mind. You've wasted my time." The withered wood immortal shook his head and left Zayuzu Peak. "It's not that Senior Kumu is sending you away." At the very front of the valley, Wang Dun accompanied Pingsheng, comforting him as they walked. "It's because your main spiritual root is fire, and we don't really need you here. Don't worry, Senior Kumu plants blazing sunflowers every year. If I need to tend to them next year, I'll definitely choose you." Pingsheng smiled and said, "It's all right. By the way, Senior Brother Wang, about your alchemy furnace." He took out the palm-sized alchemy furnace. Wang Dun's face twitched slightly. "Junior brother, this thing is a low-grade magic artifact. I bought it for over 50 spirit stones. I thought that since I also have metal, fire, and wood spiritual roots, I could refine pills and maybe even become a great alchemist someday, making my cultivation path much smoother. Unfortunately, after a few tries, I realized I'm really not cut out for this. Sigh, what a waste of money. Keep this with you for now. I'll redeem it from you later when I have spirit stones. A man's word is his bond." Sigh. Wang Dun sighed deeply again, saying, "Actually, I should have sold it when I went to Mata Mountain last time, but I still harbored some hope, always feeling that one day I could become an alchemist." Never mind. Seeing Wang Dun's insistence, Pingsheng nodded, saying, "All right, this is my home address. Just come find me beforehand." He Pingsheng gave Wang Dun a slip of paper with his home address in the small town at the foot of Outer Gate Mountain. After delivering it to the valley entrance, He Pingsheng bid farewell to Wang Dun and went down the mountain alone. He returned to his small courtyard. He Pingsheng closed the door and then took out all the items he had acquired recently, taking inventory. First, 2 cultivation techniques for refining the spirit, one from the demonic path, the other from the orthodox Suanman section. Second, 2 paper cranes, each capable of flying 12 times. Finally, a bottle of blazing sunflower pollen. Of course, there's also a pill refining furnace, but this doesn't currently belong to He Pingsheng. It can't be considered his own. It's merely temporarily stored here. This haul is quite substantial. However, looking at it carefully, it hasn't achieved his cultivation goals. After all, there are neither spirit stones nor pills. The fire attribute energy of the blazing sunflower pollen has almost completely dissipated. He Pingsheng took out the jade bottle, opened the lid, glanced at it, and curled his lip. I'm afraid in another 10 days, this thing will become completely useless. The originally crimson pollen has already turned somewhat whitish. Sell it now? With this poor condition, even Fenghe Manor probably wouldn't accept it. Besides, we just came down from that mountain. If we rush headed straight for Mata Mountain, that guy Kumu might get suspicious. What if he's watching me? Forget it. I can't take the risk. He Pingsheng stared at the pollen in his hand, thinking there might still be a chance to save it. Come on. He Pingsheng took out his treasure basin, opened the bottle, and poured the entire bottle of pollen into it. Then he waited. While waiting, He Pingsheng wasn't idle. Although he couldn't cultivate the true fire technique, he could refine his spirit. Let's continue. Early the next morning, He Pingsheng pulled the treasure basin out from under the bed. The powder, which had turned whitish, had now changed color. Purple. Hiss hiss. This is top grade? He Pingsheng was stunned. Because he had previously heard Wang Dun say that the quality of the blazing sunflower was divided into 4 grades. Low grade was crimson, medium grade was yellow, high grade was gold, and top grade was purple. Originally, He Pingsheng only wanted to restore the quality of this thing, but he hadn't expected to accidentally push it to the top grade. Top grade. But, looking at the contents of the basin, He Pingsheng was troubled again. If this stuff were taken to Fenghe Manor, or anywhere else, it would cause a sensation. Not only would he risk being taken there and dissected for research, but if word got back to Kumu, He Pingsheng would be unable to explain himself. His face fell. I'd rather have a mid-grade one. Never mind. I'll put it away for now. He Pingsheng put the pollen away. What was originally just 1 bottle had now filled 2. It was useless anyway, so he decided to keep it. Then, He Pingsheng continued refining his spirit. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, 4 months had passed. For 4 months, he had done nothing but cultivate the mysterious Gate Tranquil Mind True technique. His spiritual sense had reached the 4th level of the Qi refining stage. He had finally caught up in cultivation. Boom! At this moment, He Pingsheng's divine sense expanded overwhelmingly. What was originally a 10-foot wide range of divine sense now extended to a radius of 30 feet around his body. Inside and outside the house, everything was clearly visible. This is snowing? He Pingsheng, absorbed in his cultivation, had forgotten the time. Opening the door, he saw snow falling heavily outside. The ground, rooftops, distant mountains, everything was a pure white. Another year has passed. He Pingsheng sighed, looking at himself. He was now 16 years old. He looked completely different from when he went to Zayuzu Peak to fetch water 2 years ago. He had grown a foot taller and was much stronger. His face had transformed from a slightly childish one into a resolute young man. An unfamiliar person would never recognize him at first glance. Hey! He Pingsheng looked at the snow falling heavily from the void, then turned his gaze towards the Taixu Sect. That brat Wang Dun, it's been 4 months, and he still hasn't mentioned returning my spirit stones. Don't you want the alchemy furnace anymore? As he spoke, He Pingsheng went back into the house and took out 2 jade bottles. These jade bottles originally contained top-grade pollen from the blazing sunflower, but after 4 months of loss of medicinal properties, its quality had declined considerably. Now it was yellow, probably only of mid-grade. Looking at the falling snow outside, He Pingsheng decided it was time to make a trip to the Mata Mountain Market. However, before leaving, he needed to store all his belongings in his treasure basin. Finally, he changed into ordinary clothes, removing the Taoist robe bearing the Taixu Sect's insignia. This way, even if it caused some disturbance, he wouldn't worry about anyone tracing it back to the Taixu Sect. A cold wind swept across his face, and the falling snowflakes resembled chaos. He Pingsheng felt that this heavy snowfall was perfect. Flying around would also shield him from others' attention. However, he dared not take flight from his small courtyard. Instead, he walked all the way to Hao Yun's grave before taking out the paper crane and activating it. A flash of spiritual light appeared, and the paper crane instantly grew to about 10 feet in size. Pingsheng jumped onto the paper crane and with a thought, he piloted it into the air. The paper crane soared into the sky. Pingsheng looked down at his feet, and the world around him was vast and chaotic. The wind was biting cold. Fortunately, Pingsheng was a cultivator. The fire attribute spiritual energy within his body circulated, creating a warm current that flowed throughout his body. Even in the heaviest snow and the strongest wind, he felt no cold. An hour later, the paper crane landed directly at the entrance of the market on Horsehead Mountain. Pingsheng didn't care about the paper crane's activation once or twice, and simply put it away. He continued walking without stopping. Although the weather was very cold, and snow was still falling from the sky, there were still all the cultivators setting up stalls. Pingsheng arrived at the familiar middle-aged man's stall, looked at his pills, and asked, "How much are the chi-gathering pills?" The middle-aged stall owner glanced at Pingsheng, surprisingly not recognizing him, and said, 2 spirit stones per pill. If you want a whole batch, I can give you a discount, it'll be 20 spirit stones. Pingsheng silently scanned the area with his divine sense and was shocked to find that he had actually seen the cultivation level of the cultivator before him. 8th level of chi refining. That's right. This left Pingsheng stunned for a long time. How is this possible? In the cultivation world, cultivators can only perceive cultivation levels from top to bottom. Generally, at most, one can only see through the cultivation level of cultivators at the same level, not the specific cultivation level of those with higher cultivation levels. But now, he had seen it. He was only at the 4th level of chi refining, yet he could see through the 8th level of this person's cultivation? Who? Pingsheng took a deep breath. He was certain this was a benefit of his cultivation of the divine sense technique. There was no other reason. Okay, please reserve 2 batches for me. I'll go inside to get some things and be right back. Pingsheng pointed towards the merchant guild and walked over. Soon he arrived at Fenghe Manor. But this time, he didn't go in. After all, this was where the withered wood immortal frequently traded. It would be very unpleasant if manager Lu recognized him. Passing through Fenghe Manor, he saw numerous shops lined up one after another. He randomly chose one and went inside. The manager was a hunched, thin old man. Pingsheng didn't dare use his divine sense to scan the old man, but instead respectfully cupped his hands in greeting. After all, easily scanning someone with divine sense was a very impolite act. "Hello," the old man smiled. "Young man, what would you like to buy?" "I have most of what you need here." Pingsheng said, "This junior doesn't want to buy anything, but I'd like to ask the shopkeeper, do you buy pollen from the blazing sunflower?" "Oh." The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow. "In the dead of winter, you still have pollen from the blazing sunflower? It's cultivated where the earth's fire emerges, isn't it?" Pingsheng's heart skipped a beat. He almost gave himself away. But luckily, the shopkeeper had already made up an excuse. Pingsheng went along with it, saying, "I don't know either, my master cultivated it and sent me to sell it." The old man said, "All right, let me see, how many do you have?" Pingsheng said, "Only 2 bottles, please look." He took out 2 jade bottles. "A little less." The shopkeeper held up the jade bottle, opened the lid, and was immediately astonished. This, it's actually mid-grade? Hiss hiss hiss. Incredible, incredible, to cultivate mid-grade blazing sunflower in the dead of winter, truly amazing. Your master is an extraordinary figure. All right, I'll take these 2 bottles of blazing sunflower pollen. The old man capped the bottle and said, "Young man, did your master say how many spirit stones he'd sell it for?" His eyes were small but focused, giving him an extremely shrewd look. Pingsheng, however, adopted a simple and honest demeanor, saying, "I don't know, my master didn't say." The old man asked, "What sect are you from?" Pingsheng replied, "This disciple comes from the north." He didn't directly state his sect. He didn't want to reveal it, lest it cause him trouble. Of course, he couldn't just make up a sect, as that would easily give him away. "I said I came from the north because I didn't want to tell you. It's best if you, old man, are sensible." All right, fine," the old man said. According to the rules, a bottle of low-grade, blazing sunflower pollen is worth about 100 spirit stones. These 2 bottles of yours are mid-grade, good quality, we'll give you 300. 2 bottles, 600 spirit stones in total. Is that all right? Pingsheng nodded and said, "Sure, the normal price is fine." "Good." The old man waved his hand again, pointing inside. "We have everything in our shop, would you like to take a look and buy something?" Pingsheng smiled, "No need, thank you, the spirit stones belong to my master, I wouldn't dare use them." "Just kidding. How could he possibly buy anything here? He'd buy pills and spirit herbs later. They could tell at a glance you're a rogue cultivator, a wild cultivator without a master. Wouldn't that expose what he said before?" "All right." The old man took a cloth bag, tossed it onto the counter, and said, "There are 600 spirit stones inside. Count them." Actually, there was no need to say anything. Pingsheng possessed divine sense. A quick scan revealed the number inside. Each spirit stone was small, about the size of a date. but 600 was quite a lot. Pingsheng had no choice but to carry the bag on his back. Then he slowly walked out of the shop and strolled along the street. He had no choice but to carry the bag around. He couldn't very well put all the spirit stones into his treasure basin and then into his body in front of so many people, could he? Pingsheng's actions immediately attracted countless onlookers. But there was no need to worry about anyone trying to steal them here. After all, this was the market town of Mata Mountain. Pingsheng then visited several shops and bought quite a few things. 7-leaf spirit herb, spirit apricot, immortal bamboo shoot, and vermilion fruit. These are the materials for refining the qi gathering pill, and they must be purchased. Anyway, now that I have a pill refining furnace, I'll try it out when I get back. What if I succeed? Pingsheng bought 20 portions of each of these materials. Of course, he couldn't just buy spirit herbs, he also needed to buy some spirit pills. He bought 2 batches of qi gathering pills at the shop and 2 more batches at the middle-aged cultivator's stall. This should be enough for the short term. Young man, the middle-aged stall owner said, actually, you could also buy some cleansing spirit pills. You'll probably need them. Pingsheng asked, what are cleansing spirit pills? The middle-aged stall owner chuckled, young man, you may not know this, but while consuming pills for cultivation is a shortcut, allowing you to quickly refine spiritual energy and fill your danshan, everything has its advantages and disadvantages. If you consume pills for cultivation for a long time, the toxins in the pills will accumulate in your body. Over time, it will actually hinder your cultivation. Therefore, cultivators should supplement their pill consumption with the cleansing spirit pill to clear away the pill toxins in their bodies. Pingsheng scratched his head and said, pill toxins? There's such a thing? How could it not? The middle-aged stall owner said, when refining pills, it's impossible to completely remove impurities from the herbs. If there were not a single impurity, wouldn't it be a top-grade pill? Pingsheng's brow twitched, you mean, this top-grade pill has no pill toxins? Nonsense. The middle-aged man said, of course, but this top-grade pill only exists in legends. Who could possibly refine it? Hearing the middle-aged cultivator's words, Pingsheng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Pill poisoning? I only consume top-grade pills, so naturally I don't need to worry about this kind of thing. No need. Pingsheng said with a smile, I don't usually consume many pills. I'll buy more from you when I really do suffer from pill poisoning. After all, I'm not exactly flush with cash. The middle-aged cultivator's gaze shifted from Pingsheng's face to the cloth bag slung over his back. You're not exactly flush with cash. Pingsheng abruptly pulled the bag from his back, hugging it tightly to his chest, and said, the spirit stones in this bag aren't mine, they belong to my master. I wouldn't dare spend them recklessly. Oh, the middle-aged cultivator nodded. Pingsheng carefully put away the purchased pills, asked the middle-aged cultivator for 2 empty porcelain bottles, and then casually left the Mata Mountain market. 3 fierce-looking men immediately followed him. The middle-aged cultivator shook his head and sighed, a mere 4th-level cultivator, now targeted by the Black Wine 3 fiends. This kid's chances of survival are slim. Alas, he doesn't even understand the principle of not flaunting wealth, no wonder. The Black Wine 3 fiends were notorious villains in the Dao Shan Alliance. Rumors circulated that the 3 of them were ruthless murderers and thieves. However, no evidence had been laid, so the Dao Shan Alliance couldn't convict them. All the stories were just legends. But without a doubt, these 3 were definitely not benevolent. Brother. After leaving the Matio Yushan market, the second brother said, this way, hurry, chase after them. Go. With a whoosh, a paper crane soared into the sky, heading towards the direction Pingsheng had disappeared through the snowstorm. The speed of the paper crane wasn't constant. The higher the cultivator's cultivation level, the faster it would move. The Black Wind Trio's thinking was simple, how fast could a mere Qi refining stage 4 disciple run? Even if we catch up a little later, we can still catch up, right? However, they didn't. The 3 of them flew frantically through the void for half a day, but didn't even catch a glimpse of Pingsheng. Meanwhile, Pingsheng landed on a hillside not far from the sect an hour later. He then put away his paper crane and walked towards the outer sect town. From beginning to end, he had no idea that anyone was following him. Pingsheng didn't go straight home, but instead went to the outer sect's main hall. It was time to replenish his supplies. After buying some spirit rice with contribution points, Pingsheng went to the counter in the center of the main hall. It was a circular counter with several disciples sitting inside, ready to serve anyone who came. Junior brother, what can I do for you? Seeing Pingsheng approach, one of the disciples stood up and asked him gently. Pingsheng said, greetings, senior brother. I'd like to ask if the Spirit Herb Valley is currently recruiting disciples. Spirit Herb Valley? The man nodded slightly and said, yes, they are. Junior brother, would you like to work there? Are you a wood attribute spiritual root? No. Pingsheng quickly waved his hands, saying, I don't have a wood attribute spiritual root, and I don't work at the Spirit Herb Valley. I just wanted to ask my senior brother if anyone goes to the Spirit Herb Valley could pass on a message to senior brother Wang Dun there. I have some urgent business with him. Pingsheng didn't want his 3 spirit stones back, he just wanted to discuss using his alchemy furnace. After all, it belonged to him. The disciple before him shook his head, saying, I can't take him. Don't you know, junior brother? Senior brother Wang Dun was fighting someone outside a while ago and was killed. Ah, Pingsheng's mouth dropped open. No way, he is gone? Gone. The disciple's face showed sorrow. Senior brother Wan was a good person. Pingsheng asked, who killed him? The disciple looked at Pingsheng and quickly lowered his voice, saying, it's said to be an inner disciple from Xiaozu Peak, but I don't know who exactly. Someone like senior brother Wang Dun, without a sect or protection, is just dead, nobody cares. Sigh. Cultivating immortality, that's all. By the way, what do you need Wang Dun for? The disciple asked again. Pingsheng shook his head, saying, senior brother Wang borrowed a few spirit stones from me before. Never mind, the debt is settled now that he's dead. Thank you for your explanation, senior brother. Pingsheng bowed to the disciple and then left. Wang Dun is dead. Theoretically, the alchemy furnace should belong to him, but Pingsheng felt no joy at acquiring the furnace. Instead, he felt only profound sorrow. It was Xiaozu Peak again, and it was an inner disciple again. In the eyes of those inner disciples, perhaps we outer disciples are truly less than ants. Killing Hao Yun only resulted in 7 days of reflection. I wonder how many days they'll reflect on killing Wang Dun. Pingsheng shook the snow off his clothes and returned to his room. He closed the door tightly. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Pingsheng's brows were furrowed, his heart unable to find peace. Could it be that vicious woman, Linglong, again? Are the lives of outer disciples so worthless? Then, in the eyes of cultivators, are the countless mortals in this town also as insignificant as weeds? Pingsheng pondered for a long time, unable to move. After a while, he shook his head, clearing his mind of the chaotic negative emotions. With a thought, he retrieved the treasure basin from his dantian. The basin was 3 feet in size, and its contents were varied. First and foremost were spirit stones. He had spent 20 stones on pills and 14 on medicinal herbs, totaling 54 stones, leaving him with 546. Besides the spirit stones, there were 4 jade boxes containing 7-leaf spirit grass, immortal bamboo shoots, vermilion fruit, and spirit apricot. These were the raw materials for refining qi-gathering pills. Each item contained 20 portions. In addition to these herbs, there were 4 porcelain bottles, 2 of which contained a total of 24 low-grade qi-gathering pills. The rest were miscellaneous items. Sigh. Looking at all the things in the room, Pingsheng couldn't help but sigh, if only I had a storage bag. If there were storage bags, everything could be stored inside, unlike now, where everything else has to be taken out and left on the floor or bed whenever the treasure basin is used to enhance something. It's really inconvenient. Just think about it. Even the most basic storage bag costs over 2,000 spirit stones. Never mind. Pingsheng shook his head and threw all 20 portions of the 4 types of herbs into the treasure basin. Enhance. Over the next few days, Pingsheng went out to inquire several more times. After confirming that Wang Dun had indeed perished, he also threw Wang Dun's alchemy furnace into the treasure basin. Materials: alchemy furnace, porcelain bottle, pills. Enhance them one by one. Pingsheng wasn't idle either. He picked up the 36 formulas for alchemy and studied it for several days. These past few days, I've only been studying the basics of alchemy and the formula for the qi-gathering pill among the 36 formulas. Because I'm about to start alchemy, the preparations for alchemy don't stop there. I also need wood. Different pills require different types of firewood. Even the same type of pill requires different types of firewood depending on the stage of refining. The size and specifications also vary. All of this means I'll need quite a bit of wood. Pingsheng picked up his axe again and personally went up the mountain to chop firewood. In the cultivation world, alchemy is a profound art. Upon reaching a certain level, one can use divine sense to control the alchemical fire, directly roasting the medicinal herbs to burn away the dregs and retain the essence, extracting the medicinal juice from the herbs, after purifying and fusing the juices of all different kinds of herbs. Then, after cooling, the pill is formed. This is a profound method of alchemy. Clearly, disciples in the qi refining stage and foundation establishment stage cannot use this method to refine pills. On one hand, they lack the powerful divine sense to separate the medicinal juice from the dregs. On the other hand, because a golden core has not yet formed in their dantian, they naturally cannot summon alchemical fire. Therefore, the alchemy method for lower-level disciples is simple and crude: boiling. Water is added to the alchemical furnace, and then the washed medicinal herbs are also added. Then the boiling begins. After boiling, the essence of the herbs is released into the water. Finally, the water is boiled away, yielding the herbal essence. This method is extremely tedious and has a very low success rate, often only 1 in 10 batches succeeds. However, this is the alchemy method used by low-level disciples in the cultivation world, there is no other way. Pingsheng can only use this tedious method now. The herbs in the alchemy furnace have been fully enhanced. What was originally 20 portions of herbs has now become 40 portions. The key is that these 40 portions of herbs are all of top-grade quality. Previously, it was Wang Dun's alchemy furnace, a low-grade magic artifact with only one layer of restrictions. Now, after being enhanced by Pingsheng, this furnace has become a top-grade magic artifact with 4 layers of restrictions. Moreover, there are 2 such furnaces, one square and one round. He. Seeing the alchemy furnace, Pingsheng chuckled, a top-grade magic weapon. Next time I go to the Mata Mountain Market, I'll sell this thing, it should be worth quite a few spirit stones. In the cultivation world, the classification of magical artifacts is quite strict. From low to high, they are magic weapon, spiritual weapon, magic treasure, and profound treasure, etc. Generally, Qi refining stage disciples use magic weapons. Foundation establishment stage disciples use spiritual weapons. Golden core stage disciples possess the basic conditions for nurturing magic treasures, so generally, cultivators at the 3rd level of the golden core stage or above possess magic treasures. Profound treasures are treasures used by nascent soul stage cultivators. Of course, this isn't always the case. For example, those poor early foundation establishment stage cultivators might still be using magic weapons. And magic weapons, spiritual weapons, magic treasures, and profound treasures are all divided into 4 qualities: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade. Take magical artifacts as an example. A low grade magical artifact has 1 layer of restrictions. A mid grade magical artifact has 2 layers of restrictions. A high-grade magical artifact has 3 layers of restrictions. A top-grade magical artifact has 4 layers of restrictions. And so on. Even the lowest-grade spiritual artifacts have 5 layers of restrictions. In other words, the more restrictions imprinted on a treasure, the higher its grade and the greater its power. Pingsheng reached out and took out the round alchemy furnace in front of him. It was about the size of a palm. "Open," he shouted, and his magical power surged forth. Instantly, the furnace transformed into the size of an iron pot, with 4 layers of restrictions on it. Unfortunately, none of the 4 layers of restrictions had been refined. Therefore, using this alchemy furnace at will was out of the question. Before refining pills, the furnace itself needed to be refined first. Come on, I wonder how long it will take to refine it. Next, it was time to refine the furnace. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Pingsheng had refined all 4 layers of restrictions on the furnace. Open. Collect. Exit. After refining, Pingsheng found that the furnace was much easier to use. He could freely take it out or store it in his danshan. Of course, the furnace also had some storage space, which could be used to temporarily store items. Next was the pill refining. The first step was to summon the furnace, transforming it into the size of an iron pot, and place it in the courtyard. It could only be placed in the courtyard because a fire needed to be lit. It certainly wouldn't work indoors. The second step was to add water to the pot. Then, the herbs were added one by one to begin the simmering process. The simmering process required utmost care. However, there were no major problems. The methods for refining and brewing the pills, the control of the heat, and what would happen in the pot at any given time, all of this was clearly recorded in the 36 formulas for alchemy. Pingsheng had already memorized all of this. The first ingredient added was the immortal bamboo shoot, then the 7-leaf spirit herb, the third the spirit apricot, and finally, the vermilion fruit. Everything was in place. Half an hour later, a strange fragrance emanated from the cauldron. However, it wasn't particularly strong. Only Pingsheng could smell it, his neighbors couldn't. Even if they could smell it, they wouldn't come to inquire, because Pingsheng's neighbors were all ordinary people, none of them cultivators. Several more hours passed. Pingsheng scooped out the debris from the pot and discarded it, then began to refine the small amount of mixed medicinal liquid remaining. Watching the pills gradually take shape, eventually forming 12 pills. But before they were fully formed, a loud bang erupted from the pot. Bang! It exploded. His first attempt at pill refining failed. However, what comforted Pingsheng was that although the pill refining had failed, he had obtained 12 waste pills, similar to the 12 he had obtained in the pill refining room on Zayuzu Peak. Phew! Pingsheng breathed a sigh of relief and put away the waste pills. What would be waste pills to others was a treasure to Pingsheng, who possessed the extraordinary Treasure Basin, because it could be directly purified, and after being strengthened with the Treasure Basin, it would become a top-grade qi-gathering pill. The first batch failed. Pingsheng didn't rush to refine a second batch, but instead calmly began to ponder. Why did it fail? Where did it go wrong? What was the problem? How to solve it? With the questions and solutions in mind, Pingsheng began refining the second batch. But the result was predictable, the second batch also failed. There are few shortcuts in alchemy. It relies on repeated failures, accumulating experience, and a feel for the process. Fortunately, despite his failures, he could always produce some flawed pills. The following days were spent entirely on alchemy. He refined 2 batches each day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon, day after day. When Pingsheng refined the pills for the 17th time, he finally succeeded. Pingsheng was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, I can refine pills now. I can refine qi gathering pills. What he didn't know was that for a normal mid-stage qi refining cultivator, it was practically impossible to refine their first batch of pills without at least 100 attempts. The reason Pingsheng was able to get the hang of it on the 17th attempt was firstly because his divine sense was stronger than that of his peers, and secondly because he had the heaven-rank 36 formulas of pill refining as a boost. Otherwise, he wouldn't have succeeded either. Again. Next, Pingsheng continued refining pills. But he didn't succeed every time. His success rate was about 1 in 4. That is to say, on average, 4 portions of herbs could produce 1 batch of pills. This success rate was already incredibly high, because even ordinary skilled pill refiners only had a similar success rate. For beginners, some might not even succeed in refining 1 batch out of 10 attempts. Of course, Pingsheng believed that if the pill refining were done in the alchemy room of Xiaozu Peak, the success rate would be even higher. Furthermore, if one's cultivation level and divine sense continued to grow, the success rate of pill refining would increase significantly. Many factors determine the success rate of alchemy. Besides these, there's also spiritual root. That's right, spiritual root. Theoretically speaking, cultivators with spiritual roots of the metal, wood, or fire attributes have the highest success rate in alchemy. According to ancient texts, possessing a metal spiritual root allows for better perception of the cauldron's attributes and state, possessing a wood spiritual root makes it easier to control the essence of herbs and trees, and possessing a fire spiritual root allows for better control of the flame's attributes and more precise adjustment of its variations. Pingsheng hasn't yet delved into these aspects. Never mind, let's continue alchemy. Anyway, any failed pills are the same to him. The next 10 days or so passed in this monotonous routine. He finally finished refining 40 portions of medicinal herbs. A total of 12 batches of pills were produced, yielding 144 pills. The quality of the 10 batches of pills produced was largely similar. 11 batches were all low-grade, while only the last batch contained 4 mid-grade and 8 low-grade pills. 28 batches of pills were wasted. Fortunately, none were completely pulverized. At the very least, they were still waste pills. Then things became easier. He simply threw the waste pills into the treasure basin and doubled their strengthening. He strengthened them while simultaneously cultivating. These 28 batches of wasted pills and 12 batches of successful pills, totaling 40 batches, were ultimately transformed into 80 batches of top-grade, qi-gathering pills through Pingsheng's treasure basin strengthening and doubling. Pingsheng then purchased porcelain bottles in several batches to transform them into jade bottles, storing all the pills. Later, because there were simply too many to store, he even buried some of the pills in the soil beneath his bedroom. In the blink of an eye, several more months passed. Pingsheng cultivated the true fire separation technique daily, and his cultivation level broke through from the 4th to the 5th level of the qi refining stage. He didn't encounter any major difficulties during this period. When cultivating, Pingsheng didn't simply sit in meditation like a wooden statue. Instead, he alternated between meditation and spirit refinement. Therefore, when his cultivation level broke through to the 5th level of the qi refining stage, his cultivation of the mysterious gate tranquility true technique also reached the 5th level. Pingsheng's divine sense had become much stronger. A single thought could cover a radius of 80 feet. This distance was quite far. He opened the door. Fallen leaves rustled. Another autumn had arrived. Unbeknownst to him, more than 2 years had passed since Pingsheng began cultivating. It's time to go to the outer disciples' hall to replenish my supplies, because he had almost finished eating the spiritual rice and other items at home. This time, Pingsheng planned to purchase some materials needed for the bigu pill. If he could refine the bigu pill, 1 pill would last a month, and 1 batch would last a year. This would save him the trouble of cooking every day. Pingsheng closed the door and then leisurely made his way here. The outer hall was unusually lively today, practically packed with people. Pingsheng scanned the area with his divine sense. He could roughly discern the cultivation levels of the surrounding cultivators. He could now sweep across an area of 80 feet with a single thought. This powerful divine sense was also highly concealed, so those being scanned were generally unaware of it, and even if they were, they might not know it was Pingsheng's divine sense. Therefore, there was nothing to fear. In an instant, Pingsheng was startled. Such high cultivation levels. There were cultivators at the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th levels. On the contrary, those at the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels were almost non-existent. This was too abnormal. The group had split into dozens of small teams, queuing up and waiting for something. Pingsheng immediately became curious. He cupped his hands in greeting to a cultivator beside him and said, "Hello, senior brother. I'd like to ask why you're queuing here. Is there something important?" "I don't know." The man glanced at Pingsheng and shook his head coldly. Pingsheng was speechless. "Don't know? You're queuing here and you don't know? Fine, it seems the other party doesn't want to say. But it doesn't matter, if you don't say, someone else will." Pingsheng asked several people in a row, and finally got the result. The selection. To be precise, it's the selection for inner disciples of the Taixu Sect. Within the Taixu Sect, the outer disciples are numerous, while the inner disciples are relatively few. Sometimes, they will periodically select talented individuals with high cultivation levels from among the outer disciples to enter the inner section. The requirement for entering the inner sect is Qi refining stage 5 or higher. But it doesn't mean that just because you're at Qi refining stage 5, you're guaranteed entry into the inner section. It depends on your bone age, spiritual root, and skills. Of course, luck also plays a role. This time, there are only 20 spots for the inner sect selection. But right now, there are thousands of disciples waiting in line in the entire hall, showing how fierce the competition is. Pingsheng understood why others had responded coldly when he asked. After all, more people meant more competitors. So the question was, should he go? Of course he should. Inner disciples held extremely high status and had easier access to resources. Although joining the inner sect meant closer proximity to powerful figures, Pingsheng wasn't afraid because his treasure basin could now be stored within his body, generally remaining hidden. And there was more. The benefits of being an inner disciple didn't stop there. One could also participate in various missions and trials. For example, the dozens of sects within the Dao-Xian Alliance jointly controlled 2 secret realms. Every so often, they would organize disciples from various sects to enter these realms for treasure hunting, trials, and so on. This was something only inner disciples could participate in. Outer disciples wanting to get in? Dream on. So now that this opportunity had presented itself, Pingsheng was definitely going to take the plunge. So, Pingsheng randomly chose a line and joined it. The line moved quickly. About an hour later, it was his turn. In front of him was a table, and behind it sat 2 people, a man and a woman, both wearing the inner sect's standard Daoist robes. These robes were black, with gold trim on the collar and cuffs, and bore the unique cloud pattern emblem of the Taixu Sect. Outer sect disciples wore dark green robes. "Senior." Pingsheng respectfully bowed. "No need for that." The woman nodded and said, "Just call us senior brother and senior sister. What's your name? What's your spiritual root?" Pingsheng replied, Pingsheng, 5 elements spiritual root. "Oh." The woman looked at Pingsheng with some surprise and said, "Cultivating to the 5th level of Qi refining with 5 elements spiritual root, junior brother, you are indeed a person of strong will and great fortune." Pingsheng smiled but didn't answer. The woman asked again, "How old are you this year?" Pingsheng cupped his hands and said, 17 years old. Actually, he lied by a year. He was only a little over 16 years old at most. Of course, if you used the traditional Chinese age reckoning, saying 17 wouldn't be wrong. What? This time, the male disciple next to him couldn't sit still. 17 years old? 5 elements spiritual root? 5th level of Qi refining? Under normal circumstances, cultivators of the 5 elements improve their cultivation by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and it's almost impossible for them to break through to the 4th level in their entire lives. At most, they can reach the 3rd level of the Qi refining stage, also known as the early stage of Qi refining. But Pingsheng actually reached the 5th level of the Qi refining stage at the age of 17. How could this not be astonishing? Of course, Pingsheng had already prepared an explanation for his cultivation. "Senior brother, don't be surprised." Pingsheng said calmly, "I possess the spiritual roots of metal, wood, and fire, and I have a great talent for alchemy, so I usually cultivate by absorbing pills. It's not what senior brother thinks." "Oh." The senior brother took a deep breath, nodded, and said, "That's possible." "Wait." The female cultivator suddenly looked at Pingsheng and asked, "You just said you're skilled in alchemy?" Pingsheng said, "Yes." This wasn't bragging. He currently has a success rate of about 30% when refining Qi gathering pills. This success rate is incredibly high, not only for the Qi refining stage but also for the foundation establishment stage. Then, the woman asked again, "Junior brother, what is your approximate success rate in refining pills?" Pingsheng replied, "About 4 batches of herbs to make 1 batch of pills." Hiss. No wonder. The woman gasped in shock, saying, 4 batches to make 1 batch. And as far as I know, the raw materials for Qi gathering pills can be bought for 10 portions for 7 spirit stones. Even if you refine 10 portions into 3 batches, that's 36 pills. Each pill sells for 2 spirit stones, that's over 70 spirit stones. 7 coins for over 70 coins. Junior brother's earning power is terrifying. If he cultivates by consuming pills, he can naturally reach the 5th level. However, The woman added, after all, consuming pills leaves behind pill toxins. Junior brother, remember to detoxify your body promptly. Yes, Pingsheng replied sincerely, thank you for the reminder, senior sister. Go. The woman waved her hand, saying, the results will be out in a month and announced in the outer hall. Junior brother, don't forget to come and take a look. After speaking, the woman stared at Pingsheng and said, Junior brother, you must come, because as far as I know, some senior uncles and masters need disciples who know alchemy. Yes. Pingsheng cupped his hands and left. After leaving the first floor, Pingsheng went to the second floor, as usual buying some daily necessities and browsing inside. He originally wanted to buy some defensive treasures, but after looking for a long time, he didn't see any and had to give up. Back in his small courtyard, he began refining pills again. This time, he refined Bigu pills. As his divine sense improved, his success rate in refining pills also increased, now reaching about 1/3. He refined 10 batches, 4 batches yielded successful pills, and 6 batches failed, all of which he simultaneously threw into the treasure basin. Overnight, their effects doubled. He obtained a total of 240 top-grade Bigu pills. These Bigu pills vary in quality and efficacy. A low-grade Bigu pill allows one to go without food for a month, but a top-grade Bigu pill, once consumed, allows one to go without food for 6 months. In other words, the Bigu pills Pingsheng possessed were enough for him to use for 120 years. It was that exaggerated. Fortunately, these Bigu pills had no fragrance, so they could be stored in ordinary porcelain bottles. In the following time, Pingsheng didn't meditate or cultivate. Instead, he took out the spells from the back of the true fire technique and began practicing them. There were only 2 types of fire attribute spells, Fire Crow technique and Fire Shield technique. Pingsheng had already mastered the Fire Crow technique. It was an offensive spell. The Fire Shield technique, however, was a defensive spell. After mastering it, the fire spiritual power within his body could condense into a fire shield for defense, but the extent of its defensive power was unknown. But it was better to have something than nothing. Therefore, Pingsheng began practicing the fire shield technique. Practicing spells wasn't difficult. After more than 20 days, Pingsheng successfully mastered the fire shield technique. Open! With a soft shout from Pingsheng, fire attribute spiritual energy condensed from his fingertips, instantly transforming into a circular shield. The shield wasn't large, only 2 feet in diameter. It was enough to cover Pingsheng's upper body. That was sufficient. Because it was in his hand, it was like a physical object that could be moved at will. When an opponent attacked, blocking it with a fire shield spell wouldn't be difficult. How much of a fire shield spell could actually block was still unknown, because unlike the Fire Crow spell, it couldn't be tested. I can only test it in future battles. Pingsheng took a deep breath, then sat cross-legged. He was thinking about something else, the intersection. What if he successfully passed the intersect selection? Would he continue cultivating rapidly, breaking through a cultivation level every few months as before? That would be absurd. Under the watchful eyes of the ancestors, if you dared to cultivate like this, you'd be dragged out for thorough investigation. A cultivator's progress depends on 2 things. First, spiritual root. Second, cultivation technique. Without a good spiritual root, even the most powerful technique won't work. However, if one cultivates by consuming pills, one can bypass the limitations of spiritual root, but even with pill-consuming cultivation, there are differences in speed. That depends on the cultivation technique. For example, Pingsheng, even if he consumes top-grade qi-gathering pills, if he doesn't cultivate the true fire separation technique but instead cultivates the basic breathing and exhalation technique, his progress will be much slower. So even if you tell others that you broke through so quickly by consuming pills, no one will believe you. What to do? There's no way. This is a dead end. The only way to break the deadlock is to slow down. But slowing down would be counterproductive, wouldn't it? It's all right. There's still a way to remedy this. Pingsheng waved his hand and picked up another book, the Changchun Zinqi Ju, Eternal Spring Qi Circulation Technique. If I can't continue cultivating the fire attribute Danshan, then I'll cultivate the wood attribute Danshan. In the cultivation world, spiritual roots correspond to dantians. One type of spiritual root corresponds to 1 danshan. For example, Pingsheng has 5 elemental roots, so he possesses 5 dantians: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This isn't surprising. Most people, due to limited energy, only cultivate 1 danshan. But throughout history, those who cultivate 2 or even 3 dantians have been quite numerous. Pingsheng decided to give it a try. Cultivating dual or multiple dantians has a significant advantage: profound magical power. Imagine, both at the 5th level of qi refining, others have only 1 danshan storing spiritual power, while you have 2. Wouldn't that give you a huge advantage in a fight? Let's give it a try. He Pingsheng immediately sat down and began studying the eternal spring qi circulation technique. 2 hours later, he finished studying the general outline and the first few levels of the techniques and began his cultivation. Step 1: Guiding qi into the body. This wasn't difficult. Regardless of the attribute, once you've done it once, it's easy now. Therefore, it only took He Pingsheng a few breaths to guide a wisp of wood attribute spiritual power through his spiritual root into his meridians. Step 2: Refining one cycle. This was a bit more difficult. It took He Pingsheng about a day to complete one cycle. The qi rushed into his danshan. The wood attribute danshan has been successfully connected with the meridians. 10 days later, He Pingsheng's cultivation in the wood elemental danshan broke through to the second level. He took a deep breath, then quickly gathered his belongings before heading towards the outer sect hall. Today was the day the inner sect selection results were announced. The inner sect selection was rather peculiar. There were no competitions or tests, just a few simple questions, and the decision was made. He Pingsheng didn't have high hopes for himself. He leisurely walked into the outer sect hall. It was packed with people, shoulder to shoulder. But the inner sect disciples hadn't arrived yet. Since they hadn't arrived, he'd wait. He waited and waited. An hour later, a yellow crane flew down from the inner sect's high mountain, landing precisely in front of the outer sect hall. He Pingsheng saw that the yellow crane was actually a paper crane. A man and a woman descended from the yellow crane. He Pingsheng had never seen this man and woman before, and he dared not easily scan their cultivation levels with his divine sense. Everyone. The two did not enter the main hall, but waved their hands outside the outer gate, saying, "Everyone, please be quiet." The man in the black daist robe looked sternly at the disciples surging out of the gate and said, "The disciples selected for the top 20 of the sect have been determined. Those whose names I call, please stand behind me. Sima Ju, Lu Konyuan, Zhang Kuiyun, Shi Daiqiang, Gui Ziyun." One by one, the cultivators wept with joy, stepping out from the crowd and standing behind the man in the black daist robe. He Pingsheng secretly extended his divine sense, thoroughly examining the cultivation levels of these people. Most were at the 7th or 8th level of the qi refining stage. There wasn't a single one like him at the 5th level. "Never mind. I'm probably out." Just as He Pingsheng shook his head, about to leave, the man said, "The last one, He Pingsheng." "Ha!" He Pingsheng was stunned, then overjoyed. "I'm in? Great. I'll have a chance to participate in the secret realm trial later." He hurriedly stepped out from the crowd and quickly stood behind the man in black. He Pingsheng immediately felt countless divine senses sweeping over him. However, the next moment, someone objected. "Why?" Someone said, "He's only at the 5th level of qi refining, why choose him and not me? I'm at the 8th level of qi refining." "That's right, I'm at the 7th level. My cultivation is higher than his." In an instant, countless people spoke up, expressing their dissatisfaction with the inner sect selection. "Insolence!" The man in black roared, "The inner sect selection has its own rules, who are you to interfere with?" Swish! A crisp sound rang out, and the man in black instantly drew his sword, saying, "Who's still not convinced? Come and ask me." Now, no one dared to speak. "Get lost!" The man roared again, and the outer sect disciples scattered like birds. The entrance to the outer sect hall was instantly empty. The man turned and looked at the 20-odd people behind him, then his expression softened. "Fellow disciples, you will soon be inner disciples. From now on, we must work together. Please wait a moment, the guiding disciples from each peak will arrive shortly." "Thank you, senior brother." The group bowed to the man, their faces filled with excitement. After all, joining the inner sect offered numerous benefits. Not long after about half an incense stick's time, He Pingsheng saw a dozen or so figures descend from the mountain behind them, riding paper cranes. Of course, these so-called paper cranes were all just paper cranes. Paper cranes were practically the go-to choice for low-level disciples in the cultivation world for travel assistance. After landing, the disciples immediately called out to each other. "Lu Konyuan and Sima Ju, you two come with me. Gui Ziyun, come with me. He Pingsheng and Shen Shiju, you two come here." A female disciple in a moon-white robe called out from the front. Then, He Pingsheng and another tall man stepped forward and came to the woman's side. The robes of the Taixu Sect were all of the same style, but inner disciples did not only have one set of clothes, so this moon-white robe was considered the uniform of the inner disciples. "Greetings, senior sister." He Pingsheng and Shen Shiju bowed to the woman. The woman nodded and said, "You are He Pingsheng?" She was very impolite, immediately scanning He Pingsheng with her divine sense. He Pingsheng cupped his hands in greeting, "Disciple He Pingsheng." The woman asked again, "I heard they say you can refine first-grade pills." He Pingsheng replied, "Yes." The woman nodded, "You'd better not lie. Master allowed you into the inner sect precisely because you can refine pills. If you lie, you'll surely die." He Pingsheng nodded calmly. "Come with me." After speaking, the woman hopped onto the back of the yellow crane. You too, get on too. Yes. Pingsheng and Shen Shiju dared not disobey and jumped onto the yellow crane's back as well. This thing could normally carry 1,000 jin, approximately 500 kilograms, of weight when flying, so the weight of 3 people was naturally no problem. Whoosh! The yellow crane took flight, heading towards the Taixu Sect. Previously, it took Pingsheng a long time to climb from the foot of the mountain to Xiaozu Peak, but now, riding the yellow crane, he arrived in an instant. Amidst Pingsheng's conflicted expression, Huan Yi stopped at a place he knew all too well, Xiaozu Peak. Damn it! Pingsheng cursed inwardly. No way, Xiaozu Peak again? Although it was Xiaozu Peak, this was a height Pingsheng had never been to before. The place where the 3 landed was like a fairyland. Directly opposite them was a magnificent hall. Beside the hall were 3 smaller palaces. Beside each palace were countless pavilions, terraces, and tranquil courtyards. This is Xiaozu Peak, the woman said calmly, looking at the 2. My surname is Zhao, and my name is Zhao Linger. You can call me Senior Sister Zhao from now on. Yes, Senior Sister Zhao. The 2 bowed to the woman. Zhao Linger continued, let me give you a brief explanation. Look, that grand hall over there is the ancestral master's dais temple. Under normal circumstances, you must not approach it. The ancestral master. Pingsheng nodded. He had seen this ancestral master once a couple of years ago. The 3 halls behind are the dais temples of the ancestral master's 3 foundation establishment stage disciples. Zhao Linger continued, from front to back, they are the dais temples of Senior Uncle Yuxian, Senior Uncle Yuda, and the last one is my master Yuning's dais temple. Shen Shiju, go to the hung garden in the middle now. That's Senior Uncle Yuda's dais temple. From today onwards, you are Senior Uncle Yuda's disciple. Someone will greet you when you arrive. Yes. Shen Shiju bowed and left. Pingsheng, come with me. Zhao Linger led Pingsheng forward, saying as they walked, from today onwards, you are my master's disciple. We are now fellow disciples. Pingsheng followed Senior Sister Zhao forward. First, they passed the ancestral master's main hall. Then they walked past the east side of Master Yuxian's dais temple. When they reached Master Yuda's dais temple, Senior Sister Zhao suddenly said, Junior brother in the future, when you have nothing to do, don't come to Master Yuda's place. He keeps a spirit beast under his tutelage. It's violent and unpredictable and has killed people before. Oh, Pingsheng nodded cautiously. Beyond Master Yuda's dais temple was the residence of true person Yuning. This was also a palace, though not large. It had a main hall and side halls. Come on, I'll take you to see Master. All the other disciples are here too. Zhao Linger led Pingsheng into a courtyard and then to the palace entrance. Pingsheng looked up and saw 3 large characters carved on the lintel above the palace gate, Yuning Palace. Master, the person has been brought. Zhao Linger respectfully bowed towards the entrance of the main hall. A rather calm female voice came from inside the hall, saying, you 2 come in together. Then, Pingsheng and Zhao Linger entered the palace. The palace was very spacious. Although the outside sunlight couldn't penetrate, several luminous pearls embedded in the palace's dome illuminated the entire hall brightly. The floor was spotless. Seated directly in front was a daist nun who appeared to be around 50 years old. She wore a blue daist robe and had a solemn expression. A dozen or so disciples sat before her. Those sitting on the prayer cushions all turned their heads and bodies curiously, looking at Pingsheng with varying expressions. Some of them Pingsheng had seen 2 years ago, but they couldn't possibly recognize him now. On one hand, Pingsheng's status was extremely low at the time, no one even glanced at him. On the other hand, in the past 2 or 3 years, Pingsheng had undergone a dramatic transformation in terms of physique, appearance, and even temperament. Quickly kneel down and kowtow to your master. Zhao Linger reminded Pingsheng. Pingsheng naturally dared not be negligent and respectfully knelt on the ground, kowtowing 3 times to his master. The daist nun at the head of the table nodded and smiled, saying, not bad, you may rise now. Pingsheng cautiously stood up and stood respectfully in the main hall. The daist nun said, my daist name is Yuning, and from now on, I will be your master. From today onwards, you are a true disciple of the Yuning Palace of Xiaozu Peak, and you should be ranked 9th in order. These are your senior brothers and sisters, you should have greeted them. Pingsheng glanced at the others in front of him, then quickly cupped his hands and said, this junior brother greets all senior brothers and sisters. Everyone chuckled. Master Yuning asked, you are currently at the 5th level of the Qi refining stage. What cultivation method do you practice? Pingsheng was already prepared. He took out a copy of the basic breathing technique that he had personally copied and respectfully presented it to Master Yuning, saying, reporting to Master, this is what I practice, but it primarily focuses on the fire elemental root. The basic breathing technique does not distinguish between attributes. It is a relatively low-level technique, only teaching how to guide qi into the body and refine spiritual energy. The type of spiritual energy you refine determines the attribute of your cultivation. Yuning nodded, picked up the cultivation manual, and flipped through it a couple of times. You've really put in a lot of effort to reach such a level using a basic technique. It seems, as Linger said, you must be skilled in alchemy. Pingsheng quickly replied, I wouldn't dare say I'm skilled. This disciple can only succeed occasionally. I have a fire attribute cultivation technique here, perfect for your cultivation. Yuning took out a book and tossed it in front of Pingsheng, saying, take this back and study it carefully, consider it a small gift from me. Also, these 20 spirit stones are for your temporary use. From now on, you can continue to receive the inner disciple benefits every month, plus 10 spirit stones each month. Pingsheng was overjoyed, accepting the gifts and thanking her repeatedly. It has to be said, being an inner disciple is really good. He just became an apprentice and already has everything. Cultivation manual, spells, and spirit stones all given to him. Furthermore, there are residences to the left of this palace. You can choose one. All of you fellow disciples will receive the same type. There are also 16 sets of seasonal deist robes. Go, choose your residence, change into your robes, and then come see me. Yes. Pingsheng and Zhao Linger chose a relatively secluded residence to stay in, and received the 16 sets of seasonal deist robes, as well as an inner disciple token, etc. Finally, after changing into his new clothes, he returned to the Jade Ning Palace. Not bad. Jade Ning Genren nodded and said, you said you were skilled in alchemy before. Very well, I will test your alchemy skills. Here are 10 portions of materials for the Qi gathering pill for you, try it. As he spoke, Jade Ning Genren tossed out a jade box. The jade box landed in front of Pingsheng. Hong Muxian. Master Yuning said, go out and bring back a few portions of wood needed to refine the Qi gathering pill. Yes. A tall, slender male disciple in a moonwhite deist robe stood up and left Yuning Palace. About half an incense stick's time later, Hong Muxian returned with several servant disciples. Let's go. Yuning said, let's go take a look. The firewood had been brought, but they certainly couldn't refine the pills in Yuning Palace. They would have to do it in Master Yuning's courtyard. Open. Master Yuning waved his hand, and a pill furnace appeared. The furnace, about the size of a palm, spun rapidly in the air, instantly shrinking to a size of about a foot in diameter and landing in front of Pingsheng. Pingsheng, Yuning said, according to the rules of the cultivation world, I'll give you 10 chances. If you can successfully refine the Qi gathering pill within these 10 chances, you'll pass my test. If you spout nonsense, don't blame me for being ruthless. A cold glint appeared on her face. To be honest, Yuning didn't think much of a mere 5th-level Qi refining cultivator. She didn't need a disciple like that. What she valued was Pingsheng's alchemy skills. If Pingsheng dared to lie, his fate would be dire. Yes. Pingsheng took a deep breath. Normally, his success rate was 1/3. Now that he was given 10, if he couldn't refine all 10, he might as well give up. Master. Pingsheng cupped his hands and said, this disciple has a request. Yuning said, speak. Pingsheng said, this disciple has his own alchemy furnace, and I'm used to using it for refining pills. I can't change it temporarily, so please allow me to use my own furnace, master. Yuning nodded and said, very well. She waved her hand and put away her own furnace. Actually, Yuning Genren's furnace was of a higher grade than Pingsheng's. Pingsheng's furnace was a top-grade magical artifact with 4 layers of restrictions. Yuning Genren's furnace, however, was a mid-grade spiritual artifact with 6 layers of restrictions. Yuning added, these 2 servants are the ones I use when refining pills in my Yuning Palace. They have no problem controlling the fire. You can let them control the fire with confidence. Alright, you can begin. Yes. Pingsheng respectfully pulled his alchemy furnace from his sleeve. It was a small, round, 3-legged cauldron, a top-grade magic artifact. A top-grade magic artifact, it possessed 4 layers of restrictions. It's actually a top-grade magic artifact? Yuning was somewhat surprised to see Pingsheng's alchemy furnace. Although this thing was much lower in grade than her spiritual artifact, top-grade items were still very difficult to obtain. She had lived for over 100 years, yet she had never seen a top-grade magic artifact, because top-grade items were extremely rare. Don't underestimate this thing just because it was low-grade, with only 4 layers of restrictions. For a weapon refiner, the difficulty of refining this thing was far greater than that of her mid-grade spiritual artifact, which had 6 layers of restrictions. You've got some luck, kid, actually managing to get your hands on a top-grade magic artifact. Yuning looked at Pingsheng and praised him. The surrounding fellow disciples were also envious, filled with curiosity. To dispel everyone's curiosity and unrealistic expectations, Pingsheng smiled and said directly, I dare not hide it from you, master. Wang Dun, a disciple of the Spirit Medicine Valley, owed me a few spirit stones, so he pawned this alchemy furnace to me. Later, he died mysteriously, and the furnace became my property. Yuning was speechless. Your luck. The surrounding senior brothers and sisters all became envious again, envious of He Pingsheng's good fortune. The curiosity from before had vanished. He Pingsheng had achieved his goal. I'm not afraid of your envy, I'm afraid of your curiosity to study me. He, open. He Pingsheng uttered softly, and the fire attribute spiritual power within his body surged into the furnace. The furnace instantly opened to a foot in size, and with a wave of his hand, it landed on the ground. Start the fire. He Pingsheng said, use a large pear wood fire for half an hour. As he spoke, He Pingsheng poured water into the alchemy furnace. Then, following the usual order of alchemy, he placed the 4 ingredients immortal bamboo shoots, 7-leaf spirit herbs, spirit apricots, and vermilion fruits into the furnace. He began to simmer. It was a long process, but the senior brothers and sisters around him watched with great interest. He Pingsheng's method for refining the qi-gathering pill differed from the original 36 formulas for alchemy, so his technique was also different from most alchemists. However, the difference was subtle, not very obvious. Therefore, even Yuning couldn't discern the subtle difference between He Pingsheng's alchemy and that of others. About an hour and a half later, a fragrant aroma wafted from the furnace. It's done. He Pingsheng was overjoyed and reached out to lift the lid of the furnace. 12 qi-gathering pills leaped out, which He Pingsheng caught and placed in the porcelain bottle. His usual success rate in alchemy was only 30%, roughly 3 out of 10 batches. He hadn't expected such good luck today. He succeeded on the very first batch. Heh! Yuning was overjoyed. It really worked. Come, let your master see. She walked over, picked up the porcelain bottle, and examined it. Although all 12 are low-grade pills, it's still quite remarkable. Not bad, not bad. He Pingsheng, from today onwards, you are my personal disciple. Come with me. The group returned to Yuning Palace. Yuning sat in the main seat, with the disciples seated below. Only He Pingsheng stood there awkwardly, without a seat. Master, I've been lacking qi-gathering pills lately during my cultivation. I'd like junior brother to refine a batch for me. Me too. Junior brother, me too. I'll provide the materials. Following the rules of the cultivation world, 10 portions of materials are needed to refine 1 batch of pills. Me too. Me too. The senior brothers and sisters called out to He Pingsheng one by one. Yuning nodded and said, He Pingsheng, what do you think? He Pingsheng smiled bitterly and said, Master, it's not that I'm unwilling, but I'm at the critical juncture of breaking through to the 6th level of qi refining. I probably won't have time for a while. How about this, after I break through to the 6th level, I'll refine pills for all my senior brothers and sisters. Yuning nodded and said, how about this, you provide the sect with 5 batches of qi-gathering pills every month, and the sect will give you 50 sets of materials for refining qi-gathering pills. Is that acceptable? From now on, you won't have to do any sect tasks yourself, and your annual contribution points will all be credited to you. 5 batches? He Pingsheng frowned. 5 batches wasn't a small amount. You see, his success rate was about 1/3. Refining 5 batches successfully meant he would need to refine 15 or more. And he could only refine 2 batches a day, 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. These 15 batches will take 7 or 8 days. If luck is bad, it might take 10 days a month just to bury himself in alchemy. To shorten the time, he'd have to work overtime. Even refining 3 batches a day would still take 5 days. Alright. Having just joined the sect, He Pingsheng didn't have the leverage to bargain with his master, so he could only nod in agreement. Good, good, good. Yuning smiled and said, this batch today is yours too. You may all leave. Yuning waved to the disciples and said, He Pingsheng, come with me. Yes. He Pingsheng quickly followed. Yuning walked around from the front of the main hall to the back. After leaving the main hall and crossing a garden, the two arrived at a small house. Although small, the house was equally magnificent. Yuning opened the door with a wave of his hand, revealing several luminous pearls inlaid inside. Beneath the gleaming pearl light stood a high platform, upon which sat more than a dozen jade tablets. Each jade tablet bore a name. Yuning, Ho Muxian, Xiao Suejian, Cheng Siu. Yuning took a snow-white jade tablet from her storage pouch and placed it before He Pingsheng, saying, cut your finger and drip 2 drops of blood onto this. I will make you a life tablet. A life tablet? He Pingsheng asked, puzzled. Yuning pointed to the pile of jade tablets in front of him, saying, as you can see, your senior brothers and sisters each have a jade tablet. These jade tablets are life tablets, equivalent to what mortals call life lamps. As long as the person lives, the tablet exists. When the person dies, the tablet shatters. If you perish outside in the future, I will know immediately. He Pingsheng immediately understood what these life tablets were. They were life indicators. The intact life tablet indicates the person is still alive. Once someone dies, the life tablet shatters. In the cultivation world, every sect possesses such a tablet. This allows the sect to constantly monitor the disciple's status. The more important the person, the more carefully their life tablet must be preserved. All right. Pingsheng took out a dagger, cut his finger, and dripped a few drops of blood onto the snow-white jade tablet. Then, Yuning performed a few incantations, and a snow-white life tablet was completed. She then picked up a brush and wrote a name on the jade tablet, Pingsheng. This is a treasure pouch. I'm giving you one. For your daily use. Go. Yuning waved her whisk and said, I will also be in seclusion for the next few months. If you have any questions about cultivation, ask Zhao Linger first. You also need to ask her about the taboos of Xiaozu Peak and Taixu Sect, otherwise it's not worth losing your life for nothing. A treasure pouch is simply a bag that can hold things. Similar to a cloth bag in the mortal world. The difference is that this treasure pouch is made of special materials that can block even the divine sense of a foundation establishment cultivator, making it impossible for others to see the contents. Yes. Pingsheng took the treasure pouch, then respectfully bowed and left Yuning Palace. In the afternoon, Pingsheng visited his senior brothers and sisters, getting to know them all. Eldest senior brother Ho Muxian. Second senior brother Xiao Suejian. Third senior sister Cheng Xiu. Fourth senior brother Yang Qingyun. Fifth senior brother Wu Zhengyang. Sixth senior brother Zhao Linger, the female cultivator who brought Pingsheng from the outer section. Seventh senior brother, also a female cultivator, named Tian Xiaoqing, rumored to be a junior of Master Yuning. Eighth senior brother, a large, fat man named Su Kunlun. Ninth senior brother, Pingsheng. Although Pingsheng bowed to each of his senior brothers and sisters, he dared not use his divine sense to scan their cultivation levels. After bowing to his senior brothers and sisters, Pingsheng returned to his small courtyard and hung a sign that read, in seclusion, at the entrance. This way, those who came to disturb him would naturally not knock. Night fell. Only then did Pingsheng take out the items bestowed upon him by Yuning that day to examine them. A book. It's a fire attribute cultivation method called Fiery Qi Refining Technique. This still requires practice. Why? Because you need to understand some of it. Otherwise, if his master asks and he's completely clueless, wouldn't he be creating trouble for himself? He has to pretend he knows it. After reading the technique through, Pingsheng's gaze returned to the spirit stones. Yuning had given him 20 spirit stones as a gift today. Pingsheng originally had about 550 spirit stones. Now he has 20 more, making it 570. Actually, Pingsheng had long ago considered throwing the spirit stones into the treasure basin to strengthen them, but he didn't do it. The reason is simple. Based on Pingsheng's experiments and observations over the past 2 years, 500 spirit stones thrown in would definitely double the next day, becoming over 1,000 spirit stones. That's not the key point. The key is that the treasure basin not only doubles the value of items placed inside but also enhances them. Spirit stones are divided into low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade. Based on past experience, if 500 low grade spirit stones are put in, 1,000 top grade ones are guaranteed to appear tomorrow. What are top grade spirit stones? What are their uses? Will they cause earth-shattering events? Pingsheng knew nothing about these things, so he dared not rashly put spirit stones in. The crucial point is, if he put them in and all that came out were top-grade spirit stones, how would he spend them? A guy at the 5th level of Qi refining carrying a large number of top-grade spirit stones to the Matio Yushan market, do you think he'd be chopped into 8 or 16 pieces? But looking at the spirit stones today, Pingsheng couldn't help but think, why not put one in first and see what comes out? Ding-a-ling. A small spirit stone was tossed into the treasure basin by Pingsheng. Then, Pingsheng picked up the blazing fire Qi refining technique again and began memorizing it, even practicing it for a while. This technique was far inferior to his separating fire true technique. Forget it, I won't practice it. Understanding it is enough. It's just to appease my master. I can't be completely clueless when he asks, can I? Early the next morning, as soon as dawn broke, Pingsheng jumped out of bed. Hey! Pingsheng took a deep breath, such rich spiritual energy. He hurriedly got out of bed and pulled out the treasure basin from under the bed. Inside the treasure basin were 2 spirit stones. In the cultivation world, ordinary low-grade spirit stones are about the size of a date, but these 2 spirit stones were clearly different, much larger, roughly the size of an egg. This is. Pingsheng reached out and picked up the 2 spirit stones. He had never seen higher-grade spirit stones, so he couldn't confirm whether the ones before him were top-grade. However, the abundant spiritual energy in the room was definitely emanating from these 2 spirit stones. Collect. Pingsheng dared not expose the 2 spirit stones too much, so he quickly stored them, along with the treasure basin, into his danshan. After washing up, he waited inside for a long time until the dense spiritual energy within the room slowly dissipated. As the sun rose, Pingsheng opened the courtyard gate and came out. Senior sister Zhao. Pingsheng found Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger smiled and said, "What's wrong, junior brother?" Pingsheng said, "Master said that if I have any questions, I should come and ask you." "Okay." Zhao Linger's smile deepened. Junior brother, what do you not understand? Tell me. Oh, Pingsheng said, actually, I know a lot about the common knowledge of the cultivation world, but I can't ask you about everything. So I was thinking, are there any books on the common knowledge of the cultivation world? I'd like to get some to read. Zhao Linger said, hey, you've come to the right person. Our Taixu Sect has a scripture repository, and you can find this kind of book there. I even borrowed it years ago. What's it called? Let me think. That's right, it's called Miscellaneous Records of Cultivation. It records many common sense questions about the cultivation world. You can borrow it, or you can buy a copy, it's not expensive. Yes, Pingsheng said, thank you, senior sister. Where is the scripture repository? He. Zhao Linger smiled and said, the scripture repository is right here in our Taixu Sect, on Jade Dragon Peak behind us. Go to the plaza in front, take the teleportation array to the Taixu Hall first, and then take another teleportation array from there to Jade Dragon Peak. Remember, it's Jade Dragon Peak. Just ask when you get to Jade Dragon Peak. Yes. Pingsheng bowed in thanks and then walked to the plaza of Zayuzu Peak. There are 2 teleportation arrays here. Several years ago, Pingsheng had also been here. Back then, Linglong, a disciple of the Yid sect, was reflecting on her actions here after committing murder. Therefore, when Pingsheng arrived at this plaza, he couldn't help but think of his senior brother Hao Yun from back then. That familiar face seemed to still be leaping before his eyes. Senior brother. The outer disciple guarding the teleportation array bowed respectfully upon seeing Pingsheng, his head almost touching the ground. Back when Pingsheng was just a menial disciple, this outer disciple guarding the teleportation array used to yell at him. Different status, different treatment. No need for formalities. Pingsheng looked at the person before him indifferently. If he wasn't mistaken, this guy was the same one from 3 years ago. I need to go to the Taixu Sect, please teleport me. Yes. The outer disciple was overjoyed and said, senior brother, please, I'll activate the teleportation array right away. Buzzing sounds. A flash of white light. Pingsheng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and when he opened his eyes again, everything had changed. Before him stood a row of dozens of teleportation arrays, neatly arranged. Beyond the teleportation arrays was a wide plaza, and behind the plaza stood a magnificent hall. The hall was enormous, several times larger than even the dais temple of the founder of Zayuzu Peak. Above the hall's entrance hung 4 gilded characters, Taixu Divine Hall. Pingsheng knew this was the most important place in the entire Taixu Sect, the palace of the sect's supreme elder, and the very core of the section. The supreme elder. That was the master of the founder of Zayuzu Peak, the great grandmaster of Master Yuning, a terrifying nascent soul stage expert. Pingsheng glanced at it twice, then quickly looked away and asked the disciples guarding the array, I need to go to Jade Dragon Peak. Which teleportation array should I use? Senior brother, over here. An outer disciple led Pingsheng to another teleportation array. Buzzing. A flash of white light, the same feeling, the same dizziness. Pingsheng was already on Jade Dragon Peak. Looking around from Jade Dragon Peak, a layer of clouds obscured everything, he couldn't see anything. Therefore, Pingsheng didn't know where he was in the Taixu Sect, nor did he know which direction Zayuzu Peak was. May I ask, where is the scripture hall? Pingsheng asked the outer disciple. The outer disciple guarding the teleportation array stood up and said respectfully, I heard it's behind Jade Dragon Peak. I'm not qualified to go there, senior brother, you can find it yourself. Alright. Pingsheng walked from the teleportation array towards the back of Jade Dragon Peak, inquiring as he went. Before long, he saw the scripture repository. The scripture repository was also guarded. There were 2 outer disciples at the entrance on the first floor. Pingsheng showed his name tag and was allowed to enter. On the first floor, there was an old man who looked like a shopkeeper. This man had white hair and beard, and his cultivation level was unreadable. Young man, the old man looked up at Pingsheng, didn't your master teach you that casually scanning seniors with divine sense is impolite? Senior? Pingsheng was immediately shocked and quickly cupped his hands, saying, this disciple knows his mistake. The old man didn't pursue the matter further, but nodded and asked, which peak are you from? Whose disciple are you? Pingsheng replied, Zayuzu Peak, my master is true person Yuning. Oh, the old man nodded and said, so your junior sister Yuning's disciple. Alright, young man, you can call me Uncle Master from now on. Yes, Uncle Master. Pingsheng was deeply shaken. The old man said, with your cultivation level, you can only wander around the first floor. Go on. If you need anything, just give it to me. Pingsheng cupped his hands in thanks and then walked forward. The first floor was very large. However, it was mostly empty, except for a bookshelf in the very center. The bookshelf was about 10 zhang long and divided into several shelves. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that most of the items placed there were cultivation techniques used by qi refining stage disciples. There were techniques based on various attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Besides cultivation techniques, there are also alchemy techniques, weapon crafting techniques, talisman making techniques, formation techniques, and so on. There were also some magical spells and supernatural abilities. Each book had a price tag below it. Most of the cultivation techniques were low level, so the prices were relatively low, ranging from 100 to 300 spirit stones. The cheapest was the basic breathing technique, which only cost 30 spirit stones. Pingsheng looked around and finally found the cultivation miscellany. It was a very thick book. He checked the price, 10 low-grade spirit stones. Not expensive. Pingsheng looked around. Besides this, there was nothing else useful. So he took the cultivation miscellany and returned to the old man. "You've chosen." The old man glanced at the cultivation miscellany and smiled. 10 spirit stones. Okay. He took out 10 spirit stones and left the library with the cultivation miscellany in his arms. Why buy the cultivation miscellany? Because Pingsheng truly lacked a lot of basic knowledge about cultivation. Moreover, he was eager to know what the enhanced spirit stones in his treasure basin were and their value. After leaving the scripture hall, Pingsheng's gaze turned further back. Behind it was another building. Building name, Treasure Hall. What was this for? Could it be similar to the outer sect hall, where one could buy various items? Curious, Pingsheng walked to the entrance of the rear treasure hall and asked the outer sect disciple guarding the door. Sure enough, like the second floor of the outer sect hall, this was a place selling various cultivation items. Pingsheng took out his nameplate and easily entered. The treasure hall was much more lively here. Disciples came and went in a constant stream, unlike the deserted scripture hall in front. Pingsheng entered and began to look around with great interest. Pills, spiritual herbs, various materials, talismans, paper cranes, magic artifacts, and more. Everything imaginable is available. A talisman used by chi refining stage cultivators costs approximately several dozen spirit stones. A magic artifact used by chi refining stage cultivators, even the lowest grade, costs only 50 spirit stones. A mid-grade magic artifact costs about 100 spirit stones. A high-grade magic artifact costs 200 spirit stones. Top grade. Sorry, we don't have top-grade magic artifacts. The truly expensive items are those used by foundation establishment stage cultivators. For example, spiritual artifacts. A mid-grade spiritual artifact costs over 1,000 spirit stones. A second-grade foundation establishment stage talisman also costs several hundred spirit stones. Of course, the attack power of these talismans is extremely strong. Even a single one can pose a significant threat to a foundation establishment stage cultivator. If used on a chi refining stage disciple, it could instantly kill them. Pingsheng thought for a moment, then took out a low-grade magic weapon, a flying sword, a low-grade magic weapon, a greenwood shield, and 2 talismans, a fireball talisman and an ice needle talisman. The flying sword cost 50 spirit stones, and each of the first-grade talismans cost 60 spirit stones. The most expensive was the greenwood shield, costing 100 spirit stones. The total was 270 spirit stones. Pingsheng paid the spirit stones and then walked out of the treasure hall with a pained expression. He returned the way he came. By the time he got back to his courtyard, it was almost noon. Pingsheng once again took out the sign that read seclusion and hung it on his door. Back in his room, he eagerly pulled out the cultivation miscellany and began flipping through it. He quickly came across the page about spirit stones. Spirit stones are classified into 4 grades based on quality: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade. The description stated, low-grade spirit stones are the size of a red date, mid-grade spirit stones are the size of a chicken egg, high-grade spirit stones are the size of a fist, and top-grade spirit stones are the size of a human head. This is only mid-grade? Pingsheng immediately looked disdainful. For the past 3 years, whenever he enhanced any item, it was always upgraded directly to top grade. Why is it that when it comes to spirit stones, he only gets a mid-grade one? Is it so hard to get a top-grade one? I'll see what this top-grade spirit stone is all about. Low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade. These are the 4 grades of spirit stones. As for why the spirit stones he had enhanced were only mid grade instead of top grade, Pingsheng couldn't understand. Let's continue reading and see what these spirit stones are used for. He buried himself in reading again. After about half an incense stick's time, Pingsheng looked up in shock. He finally understood why his treasure basin hadn't enhanced into top grade spirit stones. Because it was too heaven-defying. Ordinary low-grade spirit stones can be used as currency and tools in the cultivation world. Mid-grade spirit stones contain abundant spiritual power. Even a single mid-grade stone can support the cultivation of a chi refining or even foundation establishment stage disciple. As everyone knows, cultivators in the cultivation world must find places rich in spiritual energy to cultivate. Where is the spiritual energy abundant? The answer: blessed lands and sacred islands. For example, the reason the Taixu Sect was established is because a spiritual vein emerges in the mountains beneath it, continuously emitting spiritual energy for cultivators to absorb and cultivate. Once one leaves the Taixu Sect, there is no spiritual energy outside, making cultivation impossible. However, if one possesses a mid-grade spirit stone, one can cultivate even in ordinary places. This is because mid-grade spirit stones contain abundant spiritual energy, providing a more concentrated source of energy for cultivation than low-grade spiritual veins. And this is only a mid-grade spirit stone. What about a high-grade one? High-grade is even more extraordinary. A high-grade spirit stone buried underground is essentially a small spiritual vein. To put it simply, a single high-grade spirit stone is enough to support a cultivation family. As for top-grade spirit stones, they are even more incredible. A top-grade spirit stone the size of a human head buried underground is equivalent to a medium-sized spiritual vein, enough to support a massive sect like the Taixu Sect. Therefore, Pingsheng finally understood why the Treasure Basin only enhanced with mid-grade spirit stones. What if it directly enhanced with top-grade spirit stones? Of course, what Pingsheng didn't know was that the Treasure Basin could indeed enhance with top-grade spirit stones, but this enhancement ability was related to his cultivation level and the degree to which the Treasure Basin was refined. Just because it couldn't do it now didn't mean it couldn't do it in the future. Besides, there was an exchange ratio between different grades of spirit stones. For example, one mid-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. One high-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. As for the value of top-grade spirit stones, the cultivation miscellany didn't mention it, but it was certainly even more incredible. 10,000. Pingsheng gasped in astonishment. He currently had 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, it was useless. Although he had some mid-grade spirit stones, Pingsheng wasn't foolish enough to actually spend them. Without sufficient strength, displaying items incompatible with his status would only invite trouble. Phew! Looking at the remaining approximately 300 spirit stones, Pingsheng sighed softly, I don't know when I'll have enough to buy a storage bag. No rush, let's take it slow. First, he'd throw the low-grade magic weapon, flying sword, into the treasure basin, then push the basin under the bed. Let's strengthen them one by one. While strengthening his equipment, Pingsheng wasn't idle. He took out his alchemy furnace and began refining pills. His master, Yuning, had instructed him to provide the sect with 5 batches of qi-gathering pills each month. This was a mandatory task that couldn't be delayed. After about 7 days, he finally refined all 5 batches of pills. The remaining unused pills weren't wasted, they were stored away, as they could be further strengthened into top-grade qi-gathering pills later. During these 7 or 8 days, Pingsheng also strengthened all the items he had purchased from the treasure hall. First, the low-grade magic weapon, the flying sword, was strengthened into 2 top-grade flying swords. Of course, it was still a magic weapon. Each flying sword had 4 additional restrictions. Second, the low-grade magic weapon, the Azurewood shield, was strengthened into 2 spirit shields. One was a vine armor shield, and the other remained an Azurewood shield. However, even after being strengthened, the shields were all top-grade magical artifacts, possessing 4 layers of restrictions. The Fireball Talisman, after strengthening, became 2 Explosive Bomb Talismans. The Ice Needle Talisman, after strengthening, became 2 Ice Arrow Talismans. The 4 strengthened talismans all saw a significant improvement in grade. Although they were still first-grade talismans used in the Qi refining stage, their power was several times greater. Looking at these treasures, Pingsheng frantically calculated in his mind. He definitely needed to keep the Explosive Bomb Talismans and Ice Arrow Talismans for himself, for self-defense. He could keep 1 flying sword in one of the 2 shields. This way, he could sell 1 top-grade magical artifact flying sword, 1 top-grade magical artifact Azurewood shield, and 1 top-grade magical artifact alchemy furnace. 3. He wasn't sure about the price of the flying sword, but he could roughly guess. For example, a high-grade flying sword costs around 200 spirit stones, so a top-grade one would definitely cost no less than 300, possibly even 400. The price of an alchemy furnace couldn't be lower than that of a flying sword. The most expensive item is undoubtedly that Azurewood shield. Of all magical artifacts, defensive artifacts are often the most expensive. Pingsheng didn't know the specifics, but what he saw in the shops was that these things were extremely expensive. A high-grade Azurewood shield sells for 400 spirit stones, so what about a top-grade one? 800? Or 1,000? In that case, these 3 magical artifacts could be sold for about 15 to 2,000 spirit stones, which should be enough. Enough to buy a storage bag. Originally, Pingsheng wanted to go to the treasure hall again to buy some more magical artifacts to strengthen his own, but he ultimately abandoned the idea. It's better not to, it wouldn't be good to attract unwanted attention. Only by proceeding cautiously can one go far. Picking up 5 batches of pills, Pingsheng went out. His master, Yuning, was in seclusion, and had previously stated that it would be for a long time, so Pingsheng didn't want to disturb him. He went directly to the gate of his sixth senior sister, Zhao Linger's, courtyard. There was no sign hanging at Zhao Linger's courtyard gate, indicating that she wasn't in seclusion. He simply knocked. "Junior brother?" Zhao Linger looked at Pingsheng in surprise and said, "What are you doing here?" Pingsheng smilingly and took out 5 porcelain bottles. "Senior sister, these are the pills I refined this month. Please take a look. Master said I should give them to you." "That's wonderful." Zhao Linger was overjoyed and said, "Junior brother, please come and sit down." "Yes." Pingsheng didn't stand on ceremony and followed Zhao Linger to her courtyard. Zhao Linger's courtyard was about the same size as Pingsheng's, almost identical, but it looked far superior. The woman had planted many flowers and plants in the courtyard, creating a vibrant scene, and they smelled wonderful. Pingsheng's gaze passed over the flowers and plants, but landed on the earthen yellow light barrier at her doorway. "What is that?" "This is a formation." Seeing Pingsheng's expression, Zhao Linger explained with a smile, "Junior brother, you don't know yet, this thing is really useful." Pingsheng took a deep breath, his eyes flickering a few times, and then asked, "Sixth senior sister, what's this formation for?" "Hey!" Zhao Linger pulled Pingsheng to the formation. She casually took out a jade tablet and swiped it across the earthen yellow formation's light membrane. The formation vanished. "Why is it gone?" Pingsheng asked. "Giggle." Zhao Linger covered her mouth and laughed, saying, "Junior brother, it's not gone, I just deactivated it. Look." She picked up the jade tablet again and swiped it. Buzz. The formation rose again. "Amazing, amazing." Pingsheng gave a thumbs up in astonishment. "What's so special about this?" Zhao Linger explained, "We cultivators must always be careful to protect ourselves. Although we're all brothers and sisters in our sect, and we have a master to protect us, you can't judge a book by its cover. The person most likely to harm you is often the one closest to you. It's always good to be wary of others. A formation is still necessary for cultivators. Look at this, it's a grade 1 isolation formation." Pingsheng asked, "Isolation formation? What's its function?" "It's incredibly useful," Zhao Linger said. "First, once activated, it has defensive capabilities, preventing outsiders from freely entering and leaving my courtyard. Second, it can also block some divine sense, preventing those with ill intentions from secretly using their divine sense to peep. Especially for us girls, we must protect ourselves, otherwise, we might be seen naked by those lecherous old men without even knowing it." As she spoke, Zhao Linger's face flushed. Pingsheng said, "Boys need to protect themselves too." Zhao Linger burst out laughing, "That's true. By the way." She suddenly lowered her voice and said, "There's a guy named Su Kuei under Master Yuda's tutelage next door. We all call him Senior Brother Huang. He's a real spies. He not only loves to spy on female disciples, but he also likes to spy on male disciples. It's disgusting. Junior brother, you should be careful. You'd better set up an array like I did." Pingsheng felt a surge of excitement. Why? The so-called protection against peeping was secondary. He needed to use pills for cultivation, and these pills were top grade. Once he took them out, their fragrance would instantly spread throughout the house. What would happen if his fellow disciples discovered that? So, it had been almost half a month since he entered the inner sect, but Pingsheng hadn't cultivated even once. Sometimes he even wanted to go back down the mountain to cultivate at his home. Now, if he could set up an array to cover his courtyard, he wouldn't have to worry about the aura of his top-grade chi gathering pills leaking out. "Senior sister," Pingsheng asked earnestly, "how is this formation set up? Could you teach me?" "Heh," Zhao Linger replied, "that's simple. Go to the treasure hall and buy a set of materials for the imprisonment formation. Just arrange them according to the diagram and activate it. A first-grade formation, it can be done in half a day." "Okay, thank you, senior sister." After handing over the pills and receiving the transaction agreement, Pingsheng left. Leaving Zhao Linger's courtyard, he went directly to the Jade Dragon Peak Treasure Hall. In the treasure hall, Pingsheng found the array materials. The materials for a grade 1 array imprisonment array included 1 array plate, 16 array flags, 2 array talismans, and 1 array diagram. Total price, 280 spirit stones. Hiss hiss hiss, Pingsheng gasped. Good heavens, that's really expensive. He only has 294 spirit stones left. In other words, after purchasing the materials for this confinement array, one's resources will be completely depleted. To buy or not to buy? Of course, one must buy. How can one cultivate with peace of mind without purchasing? "Senior." Pingsheng took the array materials to the counter, looked at an old man behind it, and respectfully asked, "This junior would like to ask, can an ordinary person set this up?" The old man said gently, "No problem. It's just a first-grade array, no prior array knowledge is required." Simply place the array plates and flags in the designated positions according to the diagram. If any problems arise during activation, feel free to come to us. Okay. Pingsheng emptied the spirit stones from his bag. After paying, he only had 14 low-grade spirit stones left. Back in his courtyard, Pingsheng picked up the array diagram. The array diagram has instructions. It explains how to place the array plates, where to put each array flag, how to support the spirit stones, how to activate it, and how to enter and exit. It provides detailed instructions on everything. After reading it, Pingsheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Should he strengthen it? It's quite necessary. Not long after, a commotion arose outside the courtyard. Pingsheng stored all his belongings in his dantian and then walked out of the courtyard. Outside the courtyard gate, his fellow disciples were all there. Zhao Linger was explaining something to a cold-faced Taoist nun dressed in a moon-white robe. "Senior sister, what's wrong?" Pingsheng asked, bewildered. Zhao Linger said, "Junior brother, did you just buy array materials from the treasure hall?" "Yes." Pingsheng nodded. The cold-faced Taoist nun looked at Pingsheng, smiled coldly, and said, "Pingsheng, is it? You've only been a disciple of the inner sect for less than a month, yet you've recently been making a fortune buying things in the treasure hall, spending over 500 spirit stones. I've come to ask where these spirit stones came from. If you can't give me a clear answer, don't blame me for being ruthless." This, Pingsheng's mouth dropped open in shock. "No way? I was just buying something, and they're really targeting me? Wow, the Taixu Sect is really going too far. It's like this." Pingsheng said, "My spirit stones, on one hand, were left to me by my parents, on the other hand, I can also refine some qi-gathering pills. I earned some spirit stones by selling them to fellow disciples. All my savings over the years amount to only a little over 500 spirit stones. Don't believe me? Look." Pingsheng took out a bag, only 14 spirit stones left. "Yes." Zhao Linger chimed in, "Uncle Master Feng, my junior brother really can refine pills. My master even said he has to refine 5 batches of qi-gathering pills for our sect every month. If you don't believe me, I'll have my master explain it to you later." And Feng then looked at Pingsheng and asked, "Where are your parents?" Pingsheng replied, "My parents were both outer disciples of the Taixu Sect. They're both gone now." "Oh," and Feng nodded and said, "Very well." She then turned and left. Because Pingsheng's parents were dead, and this guy could refine pills, she couldn't investigate thoroughly and could only leave it at that. "It's all right, junior brother." Zhao Linger comforted him. "That's how sects are. Disciples are often questioned. As long as your spirit stones came from the right place, generally nothing will happen." "Oh," Pingsheng appeared nonchalant, but secretly he learned his lesson. The crowd dispersed. Pingsheng returned to his room. He had originally planned to use the treasure basin to strengthen the array, but now he dared not. Why? Because if he strengthened it to a higher level, it would be easily recognized, causing trouble. He'd just have to make do for now. So, Pingsheng spent a day setting up the array. Actually, setting up such a low-level array was quite simple, without many complexities. All the array flags and array plates were simply placed in their positions. Finally, he attached spirit stones to provide the energy source and then activated it. "Open," Pingsheng uttered softly. Buzz. Instantly, a yellowish-brown array light membrane rose up, enveloping Pingsheng's room and half of the courtyard. "Close." He swiped the array, and it immediately shut down. Once inside the formation, he used the formation talisman to activate it. "Open." The formation rumbled open once more. This thing's energy source is spirit stones. One low-grade spirit stone can sustain the formation for about 2 months. The cost is moderate, acceptable to every inner disciple. Entering the formation, Pingsheng took out a top-grade qi-gathering pill and released it. Instantly, a familiar, rich fragrance wafted over. Pingsheng even went outside the formation to test it. Indeed, there was no fragrance at all. Excellent. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about others recognizing him using a top-grade pill for cultivation. Then he could cultivate honestly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The next 3 months were spent cultivating by consuming pills. During this time, he would set aside some time each month to refine pills and send them to Zhao Linger. How Zhao Linger distributed them was none of his concern. Of course, the materials needed for refining the pills were provided by his section. Each time, he refined 5 batches of pills, receiving 50 portions of materials. Pingsheng wouldn't waste a single one. He sent the refined pills to the sect, and used the failed ones to strengthen them into top-grade qi-gathering pills for himself. One day, 3 months later, a soft sonic boom suddenly came from Pingsheng's room. He had broken through 6th level of qi refining. Because he had told his master, Yuning, when he became an apprentice, that he would break through, this breakthrough wouldn't seem too abrupt. But from now on, he would have to be careful. Pingsheng took out the miscellaneous records of cultivation and started flipping through it again. He quickly found the information he wanted. In the cultivation world, the speed of cultivation is related to a cultivator's talent. A single spiritual root cultivator in the mid to late Qi refining stage breaks through 1 level per year. Ordinary cultivators with 2 or 3 spiritual roots need 2 years or even longer. Pingsheng let out a deep breath. 2 years. We're 5 spiritual root cultivators. Even with consuming pills, it shouldn't be less than 2 years. 2 years to break through 1 level. Others might not suspect anything, but it absolutely can't be any faster. Then another problem arises. Pingsheng usually consumes top-grade pills, which allow him to break through 1 level in at most 6 months. What about the remaining time? Let's refine my spirit. Pingsheng gave himself an excuse. Besides refining my spirit, I can also cultivate my wood attribute dantian and raise its level. If the progress is still fast, he can continue to expand his other dantians, cultivating the metal, water, and earth attributes as well. This way, the progress won't be too abrupt. Spring passed, winter came. In the blink of an eye, it was another season of falling snow. Pingsheng's cultivation had reached the 6th level of the Qi refining stage. Not just one dantian, but both his fire and wood attribute dantians had reached the 6th level. Of course, others couldn't tell. His mysterious gate tranquil mind true technique had also reached the 6th level. He had reached the limit of cultivation. The crucial point was that less than a year had passed. There was still more than a year until the next breakthrough he had set for himself. What to do? He couldn't just waste time, could he? Pingsheng stood in his house, looking at the spirit stones in his hand. Only 7 left. These spirit stones were only enough for the array to last a year. It was time to go out and take a look. He planned to go to the market at Mata Mountain to exchange some items for spirit stones. However, before leaving, Pingsheng directly took the array. He threw the array plate, array flags, array talismans, and array diagram into the treasure basin. After 1 night, the enhancement was complete. He had enhanced 1 set of imprisonment array materials into 2 sets, and the level had also increased. Previously, this was a low-grade imprisonment array. Now, it could construct a top-grade imprisonment array. What was the difference? First, the defensive capabilities were improved. Second, the defensive range was also increased. This top-grade array's coverage area expanded from a radius of 10 zhang to a radius of 100 zhang. Let alone Pingsheng's small courtyard. If this formation were to be expanded, it could cover several surrounding courtyards. Of course, a top-grade formation has its flexibility. This thing can cover a distance of 100 zhang, but it can also shrink its range to only 10 zhang. I wonder how much this thing can sell for. Pingsheng stored everything into his dantian before going out to pay his respects to his senior sister, Zhaolinger. You're going down the mountain? Zhaolinger looked at Pingsheng with some surprise and asked, for how long? Pingsheng replied, just going down the mountain to take care of some business, about a day. Oh, Zhaolinger nodded and said, if it's only for a day, you don't need to inform master, but if you're going away for more than 3 days, you must inform master. All right. Pingsheng nodded and then went down the mountain. Upon reaching a secluded spot, he took out the paper crane and activated it. With a whoosh, it soared into the sky, heading towards Mata Mountain. This was Pingsheng's 3rd trip to the Matishan market. The first time was with Wang Dun, selling pollen from the blazing sunflower. The second time, he secretly went to sell blazing sunflower pollen on his own. This time, Pingsheng's main purpose was to sell off the magical artifacts he possessed one by one. If possible, he also wanted to buy a storage bag. Not having a storage bag was truly inconvenient. Riding on the yellow crane, Pingsheng took out the items from his dantian one by one and put them into his treasure bag. 1 top-grade magic weapon flying sword. 1 top-grade magic weapon rattan armor shield. 1 top-grade magic weapon alchemy furnace. 1 complete set of materials for the top-grade array, imprisonment array. Because it would be inconvenient to take these items in and out of the treasure basin once they arrived at the market, it was necessary to prepare them in advance to avoid unnecessary trouble. As for how much these items could be sold for, Pingsheng didn't know. He'd just have to wait and see. He'd get an appraisal first, and then decide what to do next. After doing all this, Pingsheng changed his clothes, swapping his inner disciple's robes for ordinary, unmarked deist robes. Why? To avoid running into fellow disciples. Whoosh! A little over an hour later, Pingsheng landed at the entrance of the Mata Mountain market on his paper crane. With a wave of his hand, the paper crane fell back into his grasp. Pingsheng put away the paper crane, then, carrying a large bag, walked into the Matishan market. Most of the Qi refining disciples here carried treasure bags. Many vendors lined the roadside. Pills, materials, magical artifacts. Here, you could buy all sorts of things. Pingsheng saw the middle-aged cultivator selling pills again. He was still the same as before, constantly calling out, selling the Qi gathering pills and other items he had refined himself. He walked along and arrived directly at the shops inside. There were many shops here, not just 1 or 2. he saw Fenghe Manor again. It was here that he had sold the pollen of the blazing sunflower for true person Kumu. To avoid trouble, Pingsheng naturally didn't enter Fenghe Manor, but instead went into a shop next door. Behind the counter was a middle-aged woman. "Greetings, senior." Pingsheng bowed to the woman. Sigh. The other woman's divine sense swept over him. Seeing that Pingsheng had cultivated to the 6th level of qi refining at such a young age, the woman was somewhat surprised, and her tone softened. "Hello, young man, what do you want?" Someone like Pingsheng, who could cultivate to the 6th level of qi refining at such a young age, was probably seen by others as a core disciple of some sect, so the merchant guild on Mata Mountain didn't dare to offend him easily. After all, there was no need. "I don't want anything." Pingsheng took out a square, four-legged alchemy furnace from his treasure bag and said, "Senior, I have a top-grade magic artifact here. It's an alchemy furnace. You should be willing to buy it, right? Name your price." "Oh," the middle-aged Taixu nun raised her eyebrows, shocked. "A top-grade magic artifact." As she spoke, she reached out and took the four-legged square furnace in her hand. After examining it, she said, "Top-quality magical artifacts are quite rare, let alone a pill-refining furnace." "Young man, wait a moment, I can't make this decision myself, I need to go ask around." "All right." Pingsheng nodded. The Taixu nun took the four-legged square cauldron and left. About half an incense stick's time later, she returned and said, "All right, if you're truly serious about selling it, I'll give you 800 spirit stones." Pingsheng's heart skipped a beat. 800. Hiss hiss hiss. Good heavens. Far exceeding his expectations. Originally, he was hoping to sell it for 300 to 500 spirit stones and would be grateful. He never expected it to fetch such a high price. "Okay." Pingsheng suppressed his excitement and nodded seemingly calmly. The woman readily gave him the spirit stones, which Pingsheng then stuffed into his treasure bag. Then, he left the shop with his bag on his back. After leaving the shop, Pingsheng didn't rush to the next one. Instead, he circled around the outside of Mata Mountain before re-entering and entering a new shop. Why all this trouble? It was all to be careful and avoid attracting too much attention. The second shop was called Shenyetang. Pingsheng slowly walked in. These shops were all pretty much the same. The same counter. Behind the counter was a shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was a middle-aged male cultivator, whose cultivation level was unknown. Pingsheng cupped his hands and respectfully greeted him. "Senior." The middle-aged man said, "No need for such formalities. Junior brother, you've already reached the 6th level of qi refining. Actually, I'm not much higher than you. Just call me senior brother." "Yes." Pingsheng changed his address. "Senior brother, I'd like to sell an item." "Oh," the man immediately became interested and asked, "What item do you want to sell?" Pingsheng fumbled around in his treasure bag and pulled out a rattan armor shield. This rattan armor shield was also a top-grade magic weapon. It had 4 layers of restrictions on it. "My master said that among magical artifacts, defensive treasures are the most expensive," Pingsheng said, handing the rattan shield to the man. "Mine is a top-grade magical artifact. When fully extended, it can easily withstand a full-force attack from a qi refining stage 12 cultivator. How many spirit stones can you offer?" "It's actually a top-grade magical artifact." The man looked at the rattan shield in his hand, his eyes gleaming with greed. "Good stuff, good stuff. I'm really in need of something like this. Young brother, how about this?" The man lowered his voice and whispered, "Don't sell it to the merchant guild. I'll personally offer spirit stones to buy it. What do you think? You've already asked several merchant guilds, right? Name your price. If it's suitable, I'll buy it personally." Pingsheng frowned slightly. Personal purchase was fine with him, but, how do I set a price? He quickly calculated in his mind. He sold a top-grade alchemy furnace for 800 spirit stones. This greenwood shield is definitely worth slightly more than the furnace. Then, 1,000? No, no, no. I can't ask for less. 1,200 spirit stones. Pingsheng looked at the man and announced his offer. This, the man immediately felt a pang of pain. 1,200 spirit stones. The price was practically his entire savings. How to put it? Top-grade magical artifacts are priceless. You can't usually buy them. Defensive magical artifacts cost at least 1,000 spirit stones. 1,200, while a bit high, is still reasonable. Give me a break. Brother, could you give me a little discount? The man pleaded. 1,100 coins. Pingsheng said, 1,150 coins. The man gritted his teeth. Okay, it'll be like this. Wait a minute. The man ran upstairs and soon came back down with a treasure bag. 1,100 spirit stones, a huge pile. Pingsheng gave him the rattan armor shield, then took the spirit stones and leisurely left. He already had 1,950 spirit stones. He was still 300 short of 2,250. Pingsheng had two more items in his pocket. One was a top-grade magic weapon flying sword. The second was a complete set of materials for a confining array. Which one to sell? The array materials, of course. The more the merrier. Pingsheng wandered around for a while and then entered a third merchant guild. The Chamber of Commerce has a very unique name, Kunlun Pool. I have no idea what Kunlun Pool means. He. An elderly man with white hair and a white beard behind the counter smiled at Pingsheng and said, "Young man, what do you need?" Pingsheng replied, "A storage bag." "Oh." The old man was slightly surprised, straightened up, and said, "You've got potential. To own a storage bag at such a young age. Incredible. Come, let me show you." He led Pingsheng to a shelf and said, "Take a look. There are 3 types, low grade, mid grade, and high grade. Which one do you want?" Wang Dun had previously explained the different grades of storage bags to Pingsheng. A low-grade storage bag has 1 foot of space. Its length, width, and height are all 1 foot. A mid-grade storage bag has 3 feet of space. A high-grade storage bag has 10 feet of space. Moreover, the superior quality of a high-grade storage bag lies in the fact that this space can change shape. For example, if you have a spear longer than 10 feet, it doesn't matter, it can fit inside, as long as the total volume doesn't exceed that. It's that incredible. Pingsheng's gaze swept over the storage bags. Low grade, 2,250 spirit stones. Mid grade, 8,600 spirit stones. High grade, 18,500 spirit stones. There was simply no choice. Pingsheng didn't even have enough spirit stones to buy a low grade storage bag. This one. He pointed to the low grade storage bag and said to the shopkeeper, "Low grade, please." "But, shopkeeper, I'm a little short on spirit stones." The shopkeeper thought Pingsheng was going to haggle, and chuckled, asking, "How much are you short?" Pingsheng said, "Right now, I only have 1950 spirit stones on me, I'm still short 300. "Hey!" The shopkeeper's face darkened, and he immediately snapped, "You little rascal, that's going too far. How can you haggle like that? You've already taken 300 from me?" "No, the lowest is 2,100, no less." Pingsheng was taken aback. He hadn't intended to haggle. He was genuinely short. All right, Pingsheng was overjoyed, saying, "Shopkeeper, it's like this. I am indeed a little short on spirit stones, how about you take a look at this and see how much it's worth?" As he spoke, he took out a complete set of array materials from his treasure bag. A ceiling formation. The shopkeeper picked up the materials, examined them carefully, and exclaimed in shock, This is a top-grade formation?" "Yes." Pingsheng nodded, saying, "Although it's a first-grade formation, its quality is top-notch. Once activated, it can cover a radius of 100 feet. This thing is even useful to foundation establishment cultivators. Moreover, its defensive power is stronger." "That's right." The shopkeeper nodded, saying, "It can indeed be used by foundation establishment disciples. This is a good thing. How many spirit stones are you planning to sell it for?" Pingsheng said, "Just name your price, I'll sell it if it's reasonable." The shopkeeper stared at the formation materials, pondered for a while, and finally said, 1,500 spirit stones. Pingsheng didn't actually know how much to sell it for, but he could use it as a reference. The pill furnace sold for 800, and the rattan armor shield sold for 1,150. These formation materials were more expensive, so 1,500 spirit stones was acceptable. "All right." Pingsheng nodded in agreement, 1,500 it is. Then, he took out another 600 spirit stones from his pocket and said, "Now, is that enough?" Enough. The old man chuckled and took out a storage bag, saying, "Young brother, this storage bag is yours. Try it. Attach a wisp of your divine sense to it, and you can open it at will, no refining required." "All right." Pingsheng took a deep breath and extended his divine sense towards the storage bag. Soon, he was able to completely control its opening and closing. Just as Wang Dun had said, this thing only had 1 foot of space. 1 foot long, 1 foot wide, and 1 foot high. Very small. It could only hold ordinary items. Whoosh! Pingsheng put the remaining 1,300 plus spirit stones into the storage bag. Just like that, the storage bag was almost full. But even though it was full, the weight of the storage bag in Pingsheng's hands didn't change. What a good thing! After strengthening it with the treasure basin later, it will definitely be upgraded, at least to a mid-grade, right? Pingsheng tucked the storage bag into his sleeve, tied it up, and then continued to carry the treasure bag out. Originally, he planned to sell his flying sword, alchemy furnace, array materials, and rattan armor shield to get just enough for a storage bag. However, he hadn't expected top-grade magic weapons to be so valuable. 3/10 of the price was enough, and he still had over 1,000 spirit stones left over. So, he didn't need to sell the flying sword. He could keep it for himself. "Senior brother, how much for this cultivation technique? Pingsheng stopped in front of a stall. He saw a cultivation technique with earth elemental attributes. Of course, this technique only had a general outline, the content was missing. Reading the general outline would allow him to understand the quality and function of the technique. 70 spirit stones. The cultivator glanced at Pingsheng and solemnly offered his price. Pingsheng said, 30. A direct 50% discount. All right. The cultivator opposite him surprisingly agreed very readily. He gave Pingsheng the complete earth attribute cultivation technique. Pingsheng checked it and found no problems before taking out 30 spirit stones from his sleeve and handing them to him. To avoid being discovered using top-grade pills to boost his cultivation, Pingsheng's cultivation couldn't increase too quickly. A level up every 2 years was ideal, even slower. But the key was that he could actually level up about every 6 months. He couldn't waste the rest of the time, so he decided to buy another cultivation technique. Earth attribute primarily focuses on defense. Let's cultivate it. If we get into a fight later, it'll give us more ways to protect ourselves, right? After buying the earth attribute technique, Pingsheng returned to the shopping district, casually walked into a shop, and spent over 200 spirit stones to buy a set of low-grade, imprisonment array materials. Why buy it? Because he needed to use it. Although he possessed a top tier 1, it wouldn't be good if he were discovered using it. After all, many people knew he had purchased a low-grade isolation array from the section. Better safe than sorry. He'd saved this top-tier array for another opportunity. With that, Pingsheng had achieved his purpose in coming to Mata Mountain and could leave. He left the Mata Mountain market, found a relatively secluded spot, and released a paper crane, heading towards the Taixu Sect. As Pingsheng flew away, 3 burly men emerged from a hidden spot behind him. The Black Wine 3 Fiends. This kid's cultivation is incredibly fast. One of them said. In less than 2 years, he's actually broken through from the 4th level of Qi refining to the 6th level. Impressive. This guy has quite a few good things on him. He even bought a storage bag. He. The 3 chuckled. That's right, they had chased Pingsheng the time before last, but unfortunately, they were too slow and couldn't catch up, allowing Pingsheng to escape. This time he won't get away. The leader of the Black Wind Trio waved his hand, summoning a flying boat. This flying boat was only the size of a palm, but with the support of his internal magic power, it instantly expanded to a size of 10 feet. My flying boat can't carry too many people, otherwise we won't be able to catch this guy. Second brother, you wait here. Third brother, come with me to give chase. The Black Wind Trio. They were notorious evil cultivators in the Mata Mountain area. Legend had it that the 3 of them specialized in robbing low-level disciples. However, these 3 were extremely cunning. They specifically targeted powerless, unaffiliated rogue cultivators or outer disciples of sections. This way, even if they killed 1 or 2, the sects wouldn't expend much effort to investigate. Besides, there was no evidence. Everything about the Black Wind Trio was just legend. And this time, it was clear that the 3 demons mistook Pingsheng for an ordinary rogue cultivator. You're a rogue cultivator, without a sect background, yet you managed to break through 2 levels in less than 2 years. You definitely have something good on you. And you even have a storage bag? Whoosh! The flying boat, carrying the leader and 3rd member of the Black Wind Trio, soared into the clouds, chasing after Pingsheng. The flying boat was very fast. Much faster than Pingsheng's paper crane. This was a treasure they'd obtained after the Black Wine 3 Fiends killed a rogue cultivator. It was perfect for the pursuit. About half an incense stick's time later, the flying boat caught up with Pingsheng high above a mountain range. Boy, get down here. On the flying boat, the eldest brother waved his hand sharply, and a fireball shot from afar. Pingsheng was immediately alarmed and quickly controlled the paper crane to descend. Then he jumped directly to the ground. Why? Because if he was ambushed in mid-air, he might not be killed by the attacker, but rather fall to his death from the sky. Humph. The eldest and 3rd brothers, seeing Pingsheng land, also landed on the ground. He. Black Wind Boss glared at Pingsheng with a ferocious expression, saying, Kid, you're quite wealthy. You actually bought such a high-end item as a storage bag. Hand over your storage bag, and I might consider sparing your life. Pingsheng crouched low, retreating continuously, his divine sense sweeping out. He could see through the cultivation levels of the 2 people opposite him. One was at the 7th level of Qi refining, the other at the 8th level of Qi refining. Both were higher than him. I'll say it again, hand over your treasure, and I might spare you. Black Wind Boss followed Pingsheng, step by step. Although he said he would spare his life, his hands didn't stop. Suddenly, he blasted out a fireball, throwing it towards Pingsheng. Pingsheng had already been carefully preparing, so the moment the fireball hit him, he rolled away to dodge. However, just as Pingsheng stood up, he suddenly saw another fireball hurtling towards him from the Black Wind 3rd brother. Pingsheng had no fighting experience and was momentarily at a loss for how to react. He could only hastily summon his palm-sized alchemy furnace, hastily opening it and throwing it out. Bang! The fireball slammed heavily into the alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace wasn't exactly a defensive artifact, so it was blasted away, landing several dozen feet away, its condition unknown. Heh! The Black Wind Elder said, "This guy has a lot of treasures on him, even a top-grade magic artifact alchemy furnace." Third brother, attack together, kill him. The two of them conjured another fireball and hurled it at Pingsheng. Pingsheng, surprisingly, remained much calmer. "You have magic, but I don't?" With a thought, two fire crows flew from his palms, controlled by his divine sense, hurtling towards the Black Wind Boss and third brother from the left and right. The spell following the true fire technique, Fire Crow Technique. Bang! Bang! The two fire crows collided directly with the fireballs launched by the two men. The two fireballs shattered into pieces. However, the two fire crows did not dissipate, continuing their trajectory towards the Black Wind Boss and third brother. Moreover, because Pingsheng's divine sense was powerful, he could control the direction of the two fire crows. The Black Wind Boss and third brother were immediately at a disadvantage. But these two were, after all, experienced in combat, and their defensive methods were numerous. Two spiritual energy shields gathered, easily blocking the fire crows. After all, the fire crow was at its last gasp. Only then did Pingsheng suddenly remember that he had also practiced the fire shield technique. Hey, how could he have forgotten to use it? And another thing, he hadn't refined the top-grade magic artifact, the Azure Wood Shield. Otherwise, the Azure Wood Shield could have blocked the fireballs from the two just now. At this moment, Pingsheng suddenly felt a pang of regret. With so much time on his hands, why hadn't he thought to refine all his treasures? This kid is a bit strange. Fight from a distance. Whoosh! The two brothers immediately retreated, creating some distance between themselves and Pingsheng. Slash! The elder brother waved his hand, throwing out a palm-sized flying sword. This flying sword was a mid-grade magic artifact, supported by magic power. It expanded in the wind, instantly becoming 3 feet long, slashing towards Pingsheng from a distance. Of course, the distance couldn't be too great. It must be within the control of his divine sense. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to control the flying sword. Pingsheng was very calm this time. He took a deep breath, and a fire attribute energy shield immediately appeared around his body. Fire shield technique. Crack! The flying sword slammed into Pingsheng's shield. The light on the shield dimmed slightly, but it didn't break. Of course, cracks were still visible. Slash! However, the Black Wind Trio didn't attack alone. After the eldest's flying sword slashed, the third's flying sword followed suit. Pingsheng's fire shield technique shattered instantly after withstanding the two flying sword strikes. He rolled on the ground, creating distance between himself and the Black Wind Trio. He had to maintain distance from their divine senses, but his opponents weren't stupid either. They retreated while he advanced, relentlessly pursuing Pingsheng. Ha ha ha, no rush. Black Wind Leader laughed heartily, "We'll wear him down, don't worry, the treasure is ours." Pingsheng felt a growing anxiety. He vowed that once he returned, he would definitely refine the flying sword and the Azure Wood Shield. Go! During a gap in his defense, Pingsheng conjured two more fire crows, which slammed into the two brothers. At the same time, he waved his hand, pulling out a talisman from his sleeve, Fireball Talisman. This was something he had previously enhanced with the Fireball Talisman. He wondered how powerful it was. Let's try it. Open! Pingsheng unleashed his magic power, and the talisman instantly unfolded, sending a fireball flying. Without deflection, it hurtled straight towards the Black Wind Leader. It was more like a fireball than a fireball. This thing was incredibly fast, carrying a massive amount of fire attribute power, and slammed into the Black Wind Leader's chest with a bang. The Black Wind Leader had absolutely no time to react. Bang! The Black Wind Leader died, and without pain. His body had been blasted into countless pieces. Damn it! Seeing that Pingsheng had actually produced such a powerful talisman, the third Black Wind Leader didn't care about his leader anymore and turned to run. He was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he had covered dozens of feet. Just as he was about to disappear into the depths of the jungle, Pingsheng produced another talisman, an ice arrow talisman. Go! Whoosh! A 2-foot-long ice arrow shot out, catching up with the fleeing third brother in the blink of an eye, and then piercing his heart. Black Wind third brother, dead. Huff, huff. Pingsheng gasped for breath. The duel just now hadn't drained him of much strength or spiritual energy. However, this first kill had taken a heavy toll on his mental energy. Fear, terrification, dazed, a narrow escape, relief. A variety of emotions swirled in the mind of the 18-year-old boy. This put immense pressure on his psyche. However, Pingsheng's mind was clear. He went to the Black Wind Boss's body, which had been blown to pieces, and picked up the boss's treasure bag. He opened it and looked inside. a few hundred spirit stones, some earth-rank magic treasures, and 2 cultivation manuals. That was all. Pingsheng didn't have time to carefully inventory the contents, so he simply dumped everything from the treasure bag into his own. Then he went to the third brother's side. The third brother was dead. A 2-foot-long ice arrow was embedded in his body. The ice arrow pierced his body through the back. He was now a statue of ice. Pingsheng ignored the ice statue and instead took out his treasure pouch. He took everything inside. Let's go. Whoosh. He mounted his paper crane and flew into the clouds again, heading towards the section. His treasure pouch was now overflowing with items and spirit stones. Therefore, Pingsheng dared not simply return to the section. What if his treasure pouch was searched? How would he explain so many spirit stones? The only solution would be death. So, Pingsheng returned to the outer sect, to his own courtyard. After closing the gate, he sat cross-legged on the bed, tossed all his belongings onto it, and began to take stock. Having killed the leaders of the Black Wind Trio, Pingsheng obtained quite a few items. First, spirit stones. About 800 in total. Adding to Pingsheng's original 1,100, he now has approximately 1,900. Besides spirit stones, there are also magical artifacts. 2 flying swords. One is a mid-grade magical artifact, and the other is a low-grade. One mid-grade magical artifact, the cloud-piercing boat. This is interesting. Pingsheng picked up the palm-sized flying boat and examined it, muttering to himself, "This thing is surprisingly fast, I can use it for long journeys in the future." Aside from these, there were no other magical artifacts. Pingsheng then took out 4 books. These 4 books were all cultivation techniques. 2 fire attribute cultivation techniques, 1 metal attribute cultivation technique, and 1 wood attribute cultivation technique. Fire and wood attributes are of little use to Pingsheng. However, this metal attribute cultivation technique could be strengthened. This way, Pingsheng would possess cultivation techniques of 4 attributes: metal, wood, fire, and earth. Only the water attribute was missing. After taking stock of his items, night fell. Pingsheng took out the storage bag again and, with a whoosh, poured all the spirit stones inside onto the ground. Then, he tossed the storage bag into the treasure basin. Strengthen it. Let's see how well this storage bag can be strengthened. With boundless imagination, Pingsheng lay down in his small house and fell fast asleep. He was awakened several times during the night by dreams of fighting the Black Wine 3 fiends. The night finally passed by, albeit somewhat unhappily. The next morning, Pingsheng rubbed his slightly swollen eyes and got out of bed, pulling out the treasure basin from under the bed. Inside the treasure basin were 2 storage bags. Phew! Seeing the 2 storage bags, Pingsheng breathed a sigh of relief. The enhancement was successful. He just didn't know what quality the storage bags had been enhanced to. He reached out and randomly picked one up. He attached his divine sense to the storage bag and then extended it into its space. The next moment, Pingsheng was immediately shocked. 10 zhang of space? That's right. This storage bag had 10 zhang of space. 10 zhang wide, 10 zhang long, and 10 zhang high. It could hold many items. It can store much more than a high-grade storage bag. Pingsheng gasped in shock. Could it be a top-grade one? After attaching his divine sense, Pingsheng also captured some other information about the storage bag. Besides its increased capacity, this storage bag has another function: invisibility. That's right. Once hung around his neck, the storage bag vanishes into nothingness. Even Pingsheng himself can't see it. He can only communicate with it using his divine sense. Great! Pingsheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, he was worried about how to handle the storage bag. For example, would it be too conspicuous if his elders saw it? Even if you hide it inside your clothes, it's useless, someone can still scan it with their divine sense. But now it's great, the storage bag is completely invisible. It's the kind of bag that even divine sense can't detect. Then he can use it without restraint. Ha 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 ha, load it up. Pingsheng quickly stuffed all his belongings into the storage bag. From now on, he won't have to bury things in the ground anymore. As for the other storage bag, he attached it to his body after imbuing it with his divine sense. Since he could become invisible anyway, wearing 1 or 2 made little difference. As for the treasure bag, Pingsheng still used it to store some things. For example, a low-grade flying sword, his own alchemy furnace, a dozen spirit stones, a low-grade confinement array material, and several tattered low-level cultivation manuals. He wasn't worried about others knowing about these things. After finishing these tasks, Pingsheng left his courtyard and went directly up the mountain. After returning to Ziyuzu Peak, he greeted Zhaolinger, and then Pingsheng went into seclusion again. This time, he had quite a lot to do in seclusion. First, he needed to refine the flying sword and azure wood shield magic weapons. This way, when facing enemies in the future, one would be better for offense and the other for defense, unlike the chaotic situation he had yesterday. He also needed to strengthen his cultivation techniques. He then strengthened the two cultivation techniques, one of the metal attribute and the other of the earth attribute. Then he chose the earth attribute one to cultivate. Day after day, in the blink of an eye, another year passed. Pingsheng cultivated the earth and metal attribute techniques, reaching the 6th level of the qi refining stage in both. Looking inward, he could see 4 vortexes of qi rotating within his danshan. Each vortex was a gathering of spiritual energy of a specific attribute. The reason he cultivated so quickly was because Pingsheng had already broken through the 1st to 6th layers of the physical barrier, eliminating any bottlenecks. The so-called subsequent cultivation of other attributes was simply a matter of accumulating spiritual energy. It was a natural progression, hence the speed. Besides cultivation, Pingsheng, after the last battle, also placed great emphasis on spells. He cultivated another earth attribute defensive spell called Earth Armor Technique. After casting this spell, a layer of armor, like a mountain, would form around his body, providing extremely strong defense. He had gained another means of survival. Pingsheng felt that if he were to encounter the 3 black wind fiends again now, he would certainly be able to handle them with ease. Metal, wood, fire, earth. Pingsheng cultivated 4 cultivation techniques. However, he only possessed 3 spells: Fire Crow Technique, Fire Shield Technique, and Earth Armor Technique. 2 were defensive, and 1 was offensive. Combined with the now refined Azurewood Shield, he had 4 defensive methods. But his only offensive method was the Fire Crow Technique. That's a bit limited. He flipped through several cultivation techniques but couldn't find any better spells to cultivate. However, this was sufficient for Pingsheng for the time being. He believed that with his 4 danshan, he could absolutely crush opponents of the same level. The last great battle had taught him a lesson: talismans were crucial. If necessary, he should buy more talismans. What to do next? Continue cultivating and break through to the 7th level of qi refining, or find a 5th cultivation technique to complete the 5 elements? Pingsheng didn't have obsessive compulsive disorder, but he felt that if all 5 elements were gathered, it would definitely be beneficial. Let's go take a look. He opened his courtyard gate and walked outside. This time, he didn't go to the treasure pavilion at the back, but went directly down the mountain to the shop on the 2nd floor of the Outer Sect Hall. Senior brother, please, what would you like? The Outer Sect disciple looked at Pingsheng with utmost respect. Pingsheng's divine sense swept over him without any restraint. He didn't need to consider the other party's feelings at all. The other party's cultivation level wasn't low either. He was actually at the 5th level of qi refining. I'd like 2 portions of the materials for the golden bone pill. The golden bone pill was the first type of pill Pingsheng had ever encountered. Back when he was doing menial tasks, senior sister Luo Yu gave him 2 pills, which Pingsheng enhanced into top-grade golden bone pills. Top-grade golden bone pills, once swallowed, could instantly heal any flesh wounds. This is incredibly powerful. This stuff is definitely important. Swallowing one in a critical moment could save your life. After the last battle, Pingsheng felt he needed to prepare some golden bone pills. After obtaining the materials for 2 sets of golden bone pills, Pingsheng began to wander around the main hall. He looked around but didn't see any water attribute cultivation techniques. Don't you have any water attribute ones? Pingsheng asked. No. The outer disciple smiled bitterly. Outer sect resources are scarce. However, if you need a water attribute cultivation technique, senior brother, I do have a way. Oh. Pingsheng looked at the outer disciple. The outer disciple said in a low voice, I cultivate a family inherited water attribute technique. If you want it, senior brother, I can make a copy for you. The outer disciple looked at Pingsheng and smiled, seemingly simple and honest. There were some things he was too embarrassed to say directly. Pingsheng naturally understood. He thought for a moment and said, Outer Sect practitioners usually sell cultivation techniques for 35 spirit stones. If it's a complete water attribute technique, I'll give you 30. If it includes a water elemental spell, I'll give you 50. Low-level cultivation techniques sometimes come with spells, sometimes they don't. There are many variations. That's why Pingsheng said this. All right, the disciple said, I'll go copy it first. Senior brother, come back in a few days. Don't worry, there's a water attribute spell at the end of my cultivation technique. Pingsheng nodded. After agreeing on the location and time for the transaction, he returned to his small courtyard on Zayuza Peak. He continued refining pills, because he had a monthly task. The next few days, Pingsheng spent all his time refining pills. He first refined 2 batches of golden bone pills, and unexpectedly, he succeeded in one go, without wasting any pills. Moreover, 1 batch of golden bone pills actually yielded 4 mid-grade pills. This delighted Pingsheng. Although quality wasn't important to him, as he could enhance it with the Treasure Basin, refining mid-grade pills meant his pill refining skills had improved, which was naturally something to be happy about. After refining the golden bone pills, he refined qi gathering pills. 1 batch, 2 batches, 3 batches. The success rate hadn't improved much. His success rate in refining qi gathering pills was still about 1/3. However, he discovered that 4 out of the 5 batches of qi gathering pills he refined contained mid-grade pills. Moreover, each batch contained 4 mid-grade pills and 8 low-grade pills. Pingsheng didn't hold back and handed all the pills to Zhao Linger. When Zhao Linger checked them and found so many mid-grade pills, she was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Junior brother, you can refine mid-grade qi gathering pills now?" This was truly good news. Mid-grade pills were far superior to low-grade ones. First, there was the medicinal potency. A single mid-grade qi gathering pill was more than twice as potent as a low-grade one. Second, there was the toxicity. All medicines have some degree of toxicity, and pills were no exception. Because all pills, whether high-grade, mid-grade, or low-grade, contain impurities to varying degrees, and these impurities are the source of pill toxicity. The toxicity of mid-grade pills is only 1/10 that of low-grade pills. Therefore, mid-grade pills are naturally more popular among cultivators. Maybe it's because I've refined more pills, so my pill refining skills have improved. Pingsheng chuckled, scratching the back of his head with a simple and honest look. Senior sister, I've been in the sect for 2 years, and I've been refining pills for 2 years. It's normal for my skills to improve. Yes, Zhao Linger said, this is a good thing. Let's go, let's report to Master. The two entered the Jade Tranquility Palace together. True person Jade Tranquility was quite pleased and rewarded Pingsheng with 200 spirit stones. After leaving the Jade Tranquility Palace, Pingsheng went down the mountain again to the outer section, because the time he had agreed upon with the outer sect disciple had arrived. Outer sect, a secluded place. Senior brother, look, this is my family's inherited cultivation technique, and this is a copy I made for you. Please compare them. Pingsheng picked up the 2 cultivation techniques and began to compare them. He had to be careful. Because cultivation techniques are very special, not a single word can be wrong. It took Pingsheng a full half-hour to carefully compare the copy word by word, and he said, very good, it's correct. Here are 50 spirit stones. Don't tell anyone about this. Don't worry, senior brother. The disciple said, this is my family's inherited cultivation technique. I'm too afraid of losing face, how could I possibly pass it on? All right. Pingsheng cupped his hands in farewell. Back at his courtyard on Zayuza Peak, Pingsheng, without a word, tossed the water attribute cultivation technique directly into the treasure basin and began strengthening it. He hadn't been in the courtyard for even half an incense stick's time when he heard a commotion outside. Matched with it was a rude knocking on the door. Junior brother is Junior brother there, come out quickly. Pingsheng frowned slightly, how rude. He clearly remembered that the sign he had just hung on the door was a seclusion sign. They can see I'm in seclusion, and they're still knocking? However, since someone was calling outside, he had to go and see. Reluctantly, Pingsheng got up and opened the courtyard gate. A woman dressed in red stood outside the courtyard gate. Upon seeing Pingsheng, she exclaimed, you must be Junior brother Pingsheng. That's wonderful. Here, I have 10 sets of materials. Please help me refine 10 batches of mid-grade qi gathering pills. Pingsheng's eyes narrowed slightly, because he recognized the person who came. Linglong, a disciple of his martial uncle Yud. Back when he was just a menial laborer, it was this Linglong who had confronted him, insisting that the deterioration of the mountain spring water's quality was his fault. As a result, he'd been severely beaten by Boss Zhang. Regardless, that beating back then was Linglong's doing. But that didn't matter, it was just a beating. The key was that this same vicious woman had also beaten his senior brother Hao Yun and then killed him. It was all her fault. And today she actually came to his door asking him to refine pills? What's wrong? Are you stupid? Linglong asked Pingsheng. Clearly, she didn't recognize Pingsheng, because Pingsheng's appearance, age, and demeanor were completely different from the boy he used to be. It was normal that she didn't recognize him. As for his name, Linglong had no idea what the servant's name was back then. Pingsheng didn't stand on ceremony. His divine sense extended from his mind and swept over Linglong. 10th level of qi refining. Hiss, so strong. Her cultivation is truly high. Oh. Linglong's lips curled into a teasing smile. What, secretly scanning your senior sister with your divine sense? Is it because I'm pretty that you want to peek at my body? Linglong's eyes flickered as she stared at Pingsheng. Pingsheng remained calm, offering a slight bow, and said, I apologize. I only subconsciously wanted to assess senior sister's cultivation level, but I didn't expect it to be so profound, far beyond the comprehension of a mere qi refining stage 6 disciple like myself. Humph. Linglong said, at least you have some self-awareness. How is it? She handed over the jade box in her hand. Refine 10 batches of mid-grade pills for me, no problem, right? I just heard that you can now refine mid-grade qi gathering pills. The disciples on Zayuzu Peak all knew that Pingsheng could refine pills. At first, no one cared. Why? Because everyone could refine pills. It's just a matter of success rate, right? A set of materials only costs 7 spirit stones, affordable. But when Pingsheng refined a mid-grade pill, things changed. Mid-grade. Throughout Zayuzu Peak, apart from the ancestor and a few foundation establishment stage masters and senior uncles, no one could accomplish this. Therefore, Linglong arrived immediately upon receiving the news. Senior sister. Pingsheng politely cupped his hands in greeting. First of all, alchemy has a success rate. Give me 10 sets of materials and ask me to refine 10 sets of pills, I can't do it. Even if you found the ancestral master, I'm afraid he couldn't do it. Linglong nodded and said, then tell me, how many batches can you successfully refine? Pingsheng didn't answer her question at all, but instead said, secondly, I am a disciple of Yuning Palace, and I have no obligation to refine pills for you. I have to refine 5 batches of pills for my sect every month, which already consumes 10 days of my cultivation time. So, I need to use the rest of my time for cultivation. I won't be refining pills for others. Senior sister, please leave. Linglong's expression suddenly changed. What do you mean? Pingsheng said again, I don't have time. I'm sorry. After saying that, he directly closed the courtyard gate. Alchemy? You're overthinking it. Bang, bang, bang. Linglong pounded on the door. Pingsheng, don't think you can offend me just because you're an inner disciple. Let me tell you, Master Yud is my grandfather. Offend me, and you'll never survive on Zayuzu Peak. Pingsheng was stunned. Yud's granddaughter? No wonder, no wonder. No wonder this woman was so arrogant and domineering. Killing Haoyun only resulted in a few days of reflection. But so what if she's Yud's granddaughter? I'm not a disciple of your Yud sect. Pingsheng ignored her, shook his head, and returned to his own dojo. After pounding on the door for a while, Linglong fell silent. However, about half an hour later, Zhaolinger returned. Junior brother, I'm your 6th senior sister. Pingsheng had no choice but to open the door again. Beside Zhaolinger was an outer disciple. What's wrong, senior sister? Pingsheng asked, somewhat surprised. Zhaolinger said with a worried look, this is a disciple of Master Yuda. He came to say that Master Yuda wants to have a word with you. Pingsheng's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, I just rejected that woman Linglong, and Master Yuda is already looking for me? Isn't this too protective? Master Yuda wants to see me. What's the matter? Pingsheng looked at the disciple. The disciple only had the cultivation of the 4th level of qi refining, but he was handsome and petite, with a pitiful appearance. I don't know. The young Taoist shook his head. Uncle Master Yuda didn't say. Zhaolinger said, it's probably because of Linglong's pill refining. Don't worry, Uncle Master Yuda is strict, but he's not unreasonable. Alright, junior brother, you go with him first. I'll go report this to Master right away and ask her to intervene. Don't worry, she won't let you suffer. As for pill refining, you can do it if you want, or not if you don't. We people of Yuning Palace don't need to be beholden to Hongda Garden. Alright. Pingsheng nodded, that was the only way. He believed that in crucial moments, Master would stand by his side. So they split up. Zhaolinger went to Yuning Palace, while Pingsheng followed the young Taoist to Hongda Garden. Hongda Garden wasn't far, they arrived in no time. Upon reaching the entrance, the young Taoist said, please wait here for a moment, senior brother. I will inform the ancestral master immediately. Yes. Pingsheng nodded. After about 10 breaths, the young Taoist still hadn't emerged. Pingsheng suddenly sensed an extremely dangerous aura. He didn't know exactly what it was, but his intuition told him that if he didn't leave immediately, he would be in imminent danger of death. So, Pingsheng mustered all his strength and leaped away. At that moment, a giant golden python suddenly rushed out of Hung Garden and slammed towards the spot where Pingsheng had just stood. Bang! The immense force smashed a deep crater into the ground at the entrance of Hung Garden. Pingsheng trembled with fear and ran without a word. The giant golden python, however, gave chase in a flash. Pingsheng's speed was no match for the python's. In less than a breath, the giant python caught up with Pingsheng, then opened its massive, blood-red maw and lunged down at him. If it bit him, Pingsheng would be swallowed whole. Pingsheng had heard of this giant python before. It was raised by his uncle Master Yuda, and its cultivation was now comparable to a human's foundation establishment stage. Pingsheng knew he couldn't defeat it. He reached into his sleeve and pulled out a talisman, a fireball talisman. Whether it could repel the python, he didn't know. But even in the face of death, one should at least struggle, right? Open. Pingsheng had nowhere left to retreat. With a wave of his hand, the talisman transformed into a fireball about a foot in size, which shot out with a roar, heading straight for the giant python's mouth. It was too fast, the giant python had no way to dodge. Boom! The fireball talisman exploded inside the giant python's mouth. Splash! Immediately, red blood rained down from the sky. The giant python, in pain, naturally couldn't continue devouring Pingsheng. However, it was in great agony, and its massive head twisted violently, slamming into Pingsheng. At this moment, Pingsheng was already prepared. A layer of earth armor opened up around his body, followed by a fire shield. In addition, his top-grade magic artifact, the Azurewood Shield, was also activated. A full 3 layers of defense. Even a cultivator at the 12th level of the Qi refining stage might not be able to break through these 3 layers of shields in one go. However, the golden python above was only at the foundation establishment stage. Bang! Pingsheng was instantly sent flying. His 3-layered shield was torn to shreds like paper. The wooden shield was also knocked to the ground some distance away. Pingsheng's body flew several dozen feet into the air before slamming heavily to the ground. Puffed, puffed, puffed. After landing, he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. The power of a foundation establishment cultivator was beyond the comprehension of a Qi refining disciple. Fortunately, Pingsheng possessed 3 layers of shields, and the force of that attack was merely the python's venting of pain, not a true attack. Otherwise, it would be uncertain whether Pingsheng would have survived. Roar! The golden python stared at Pingsheng, its vertical pupils blazing with boundless hatred, and then it was about to fly over. Just then, Pingsheng's master, Yuning, finally arrived. Beast, how dare you harm my disciple? Yuning took a step forward, landing in midair. Her whisk flicked, and white threads flew down, wrapping around the giant python. The python and Yuning clashed, neither gaining the upper hand for a moment. Damn beast! At this moment, the master of Hung Garden, Master Yud, finally emerged from his temple. With a loud shout, he subdued the golden python. What happened? After subduing the python, Yud looked at Yuning, junior sister. Why are you fighting this beast? Humph! Yuning sneered. You should ask yourself why this python suddenly flew out of your palace and attacked people. Look at my disciple. If you had been half a breath later, he would be dead. At this moment, Pingsheng had already stood up from the ground. He found his greenwood shield and picked it up. Then, he didn't dare to look up, afraid that Yud would recognize him. Of course, he was overthinking it. Yud didn't recognize Pingsheng. Boy, what's going on? Yud demanded of Pingsheng. Pingsheng replied, reporting to my master, one of your disciples, a young acolyte, said he came on your orders to ask me to question you at Hung Garden. I followed him to the entrance of Hung Garden, but instead of seeing you, I saw this giant python leap out of your temple and nearly swallow me whole. A young acolyte? Yud's eyes narrowed. No, I didn't send you. Don't wrong me. Yud stared at Pingsheng. Uncle Master. At this moment, Zhaolinger stepped forward and said, I can testify that it was your disciple, Mingzu, who did it. Good, good, good. Yuning sneered, senior brother, this is your disciple, killing someone in your name. Yud's face turned ashen. Where is Mingzu? Get out here. I want to ask who gave him the guts. Grandpa, Grandpa. Just then, Linglong led a group of people out of Hung Garden, saying, Grandpa, Mingzu dared to forge an imperial edict and almost harmed junior brother I have executed him on the spot. Look, bang. Several disciples threw a corpse on the ground. Who else could it be but Mingzu? Everyone was speechless. Dead? Dead and unable to testify? Pingsheng took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on Linglong. If he still didn't understand what was going on at this point, he might as well be dead. It must be that he refused to help this woman refine pills, and she held a grudge, fabricating a reason to lure him there, then using the golden python to kill him. If she killed Pingsheng, she could pin all the blame on the deist boy, Mingzu. What a scheme! How vicious! What a venomous woman! Linglong's gaze also turned towards him. Her eyes were filled with provocation, arrogance, and a hint of haughtiness. Senior brother. Yuning said, as far as I know, my disciple has no dealings with any of the deist boys at Hung Garden, nor any grudges. If I don't get an explanation, I will demand an answer even from Master. Pingsheng, do you have a grudge against Mingzu? After speaking, Yuning turned to look at Pingsheng. Pingsheng shook his head. No, I didn't even know Mingzu's name before. Then it was an accident. Yuda concluded directly, this beast doesn't understand humanity. He probably hadn't seen junior nephew before, which startled him and caused him to attack. No! Zhaolinger cried out from afar, Uncle Master, it's clearly Linglong who was refused when she asked junior brother to refine pills, and then she plotted against him. You must investigate this thoroughly. Otherwise, why would Mingzu falsely convey your decree to send Pingsheng? This doesn't make sense. Swish! All eyes turned to Linglong. Linglong panicked, saying, nonsense. I didn't. Yuda's gaze also sharply fell on Linglong. He knew his granddaughter's personality all too well, but he couldn't let this matter ruin her, could he? Junior nephew what do you think? Yuda looked at Pingsheng. You're a party involved, you have the right to speak. He Pingsheng thought for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, "This disciple doesn't know the truth. At the time, I thought it was just because she refused to refine pills. Senior sister Linglong shouldn't be so heartless." He Pingsheng naturally wanted to kill Linglong, but he knew it was impossible. Since he couldn't kill her in one blow, he might as well back down. Otherwise, shouting himself hoarse would just be a foolish cry. How could someone so high and mighty kill their granddaughter for his own sake? Even if he's an inner disciple, so what? This isn't cowardice, it's taking a step back to hide and wait for an opportunity. Nephew, he is right. Yuta chuckled, saying, "Very well, I think this is just a misunderstanding. Never mind, I will continue to investigate this matter. I hope nephew he won't take offense, this is some compensation. Take it first. Once I have some progress, I will definitely give you an explanation." A treasure bag was tossed over. He Pingsheng immediately took it. Why not take it? "Junior sister, what do you think?" Yuta then looked at Yuning. Yuning nodded, "Very well, let's leave it at that for now." Pingsheng, Linger. Yuning turned to her disciples, "You two, come with me." "Linger, you were reckless today." The moment she stepped into Yuning Palace, Master Yuning's face darkened. Looking at Zhao Linger, she reprimanded, "Without solid evidence, how can you spout nonsense based on mere speculation?" She was referring, of course, to Zhao Linger's accusation that Linglong was the mastermind behind the murder. Zhao Linger protested, "It was clearly her. Everyone on Xiaozu Peak knows what kind of person she is." "My foolish disciple," Yuning said, "even if you know, you can't just blurt it out like that. Do you think your senior uncle, Yuta, doesn't know? Speaking the truth without evidence only puts you at a disadvantage. Don't do that again." "Oh," Zhao Linger looked aggrieved. He Pingsheng said, "Master, senior sister is only doing this for my own good. She only does this because she hates evil." Yuning nodded, saying, "I know, you're both good children." Pingsheng. Yuning looked at He Pingsheng and said, "You did the right thing. We cultivators cultivate our true nature. She asked you to refine pills, you can refine them if you want, or not if you don't. There's no need to force yourself. Refining pills for the sect is fulfilling a sect task, the two are not the same." "Yes." He Pingsheng cupped his hands. Yuning continued, "Have you encountered any difficulties in your cultivation lately?" This time, her gaze was directed at the two of them, not just He Pingsheng. Zhao Linger thought for a moment and said, "I haven't encountered any major difficulties. With junior brother's pills supporting me during this time, I'm almost at the 9th level. However, it's just that I've taken too many pills, and the toxins in my body have accumulated excessively and haven't been completely cleared. Taking too many pills can cause pill toxicity, there's no cure for that. To detoxify, one must consume the cleansing spirit pill." "That's all right." He Pingsheng quickly said, "I'll just refine a few batches of grade 1 cleansing spirit pills later." Yuning nodded and said, "Then thank you for your trouble. I'll have Linger send you some of the cleansing spirit pill materials later." Pingsheng, have you encountered any problems during your cultivation? These days, you should be close to breaking through, right? He Pingsheng said, "Breaking through to the 7th level will probably take some time. I have the same problem as my senior sister, I can't consume too many pills. However, I haven't encountered any problems during my cultivation, it's just that I lack some spells." "That is indeed a problem." Yuning patted her storage bag, took out several books, and said, "The spells I usually practice aren't fire attribute, and they might not be suitable for you. How about taking a look at these spell books? Spells aren't always appended to the cultivation manual. Some powerful spells can be written in separate books." He Pingsheng flipped through the scrolls a few times and picked up a spell called Golden Fist, saying, "Master, this disciple wants to cultivate this." "All right." Yuning readily agreed, saying, "You can take it and copy it, you still need to return the original to me. However, this spell is a metal attribute spell. Although you can control it with fire spiritual power, the effect when you cast it will likely be diminished. In the cultivation world, spells, like cultivation techniques, are also divided into attributes. Different elements of spiritual energy can be used to activate different spells. However, this isn't absolute. Some spells can be activated using all 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. For example, the Golden Fist is best activated with metal elemental spiritual energy. Upon mastery, it transforms the hands and arms into gold, as if made of metal. A single punch from such an opponent of equal strength would likely be unbearable. However, if metal elemental spiritual energy is unavailable, fire elemental spiritual energy can be used. In that case, the arms will turn crimson, imbued with fire elemental spiritual energy. Then the fist loses its raw power, often failing to unleash its full potential in combat. At best, it will only be reduced to about 80%. But this doesn't matter to He Pingsheng, because he cultivates all 5 elements simultaneously. He possesses both a fire elemental Danshan and a metal elemental one. "Thank you, Master." He Pingsheng put away the original Golden Fist spell. Yuning said, go, but remember, magic is merely a secondary aspect, cultivation is the true essence. With higher cultivation, strength naturally follows. Don't put the cart before the horse, don't overexploit these things. Yes. Pingsheng bowed again. The two left Yuning Palace. Thank you for speaking up for me, senior sister. Pingsheng looked at Zhao Linger with gratitude. Zhao Linger said, it's nothing. That woman is ruthless and vicious. Remember, stay away from her in the future. Okay. Pingsheng nodded. Zhao Linger added, you go back first. I'll go find some materials for that clear spirit pill for you. Pingsheng returned to his courtyard, closed the door, and began copying the golden fist. The next morning, Pingsheng got up and first pulled the treasure basin out from under the bed. 2 books were inside the basin. Those were enhanced water attribute techniques. Pingsheng glanced at them, they were all heaven level. One had a spell at the end, the other had no spell appendix. The one with the spell was called 1000 Ren True Explanation, and the spell and the talisman at the end was Ren Water Escape Technique. It wasn't an offensive spell, just a supportive water escape technique, in short, a life-saving escape method. Pingsheng was somewhat disappointed. He already had several means of self-preservation, what he lacked now was an offensive one. Then he could only enhance Golden Fist. However, Pingsheng couldn't control the outcome of the enhancement. It would definitely produce 2 metal attribute spells, but whether they would be defensive or offensive was uncertain. He tossed the copy of Golden Fist into the treasure basin. Enhancement began. The next day, he woke up to find 2 metal attribute spells. The first one, Vajra Shield. Pingsheng's face darkened instantly. Even without reading the contents, the name Diamond Shield told him it was a defensive spell. The second book, Yellow Turban Warrior. Yellow Turban Warrior? What is that? Pingsheng opened the spellbook and began to study it. Having just finished reading the outline, Pingsheng became excited, because this was an offensive spell. As the name suggests, Yellow Turban Warrior, this spell could summon a Yellow Turban Warrior to aid him in battle. The Yellow Turban Warrior was an illusion, but its combat power should not be underestimated. His abilities are related to the summoner's cultivation level, the density of their magical power, and the strength of their divine sense. Excellent. Without hesitation, Pingsheng began studying it. Gather. 20 days later, Pingsheng suddenly opened his eyes and casually pointed to the void ahead. Bang! Instantly, a golden phantom descended. The Yellow Turban Warrior. The Yellow Turban Warrior was over 10 feet tall, wielding a giant axe. Under Pingsheng's divine sense control, he swung the axe repeatedly at the void ahead. Each swing carried immense power. Bang! A stone pillar in Pingsheng's room was shattered to pieces by the Yellow Turban Warrior's axe strike. So powerful. Pingsheng himself was shocked by this sight. If that axe had struck a cultivator, even a chi refining stage cultivator would have been severely injured. Withdraw. Pingsheng waved his hand, dispelling the spell. The Yellow Turban Warrior transformed back into a wisp of golden spiritual energy and returned to Pingsheng's danshan. For the next period, Pingsheng continued his cultivation. His days were relatively simple. Meditation, cultivation, and alchemy. After about half a year, Pingsheng's cultivation finally reached the peak of the 6th level of the chi refining stage, only a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the 7th level. He estimated that he could complete it in a month at most. At this moment, 3 deep, resonant bell tolls suddenly echoed in the Jade Tranquility Palace. Pingsheng quickly packed his things and stood up. He knew that the 3 chimes meant his master was summoning his disciples, probably to give some important instructions. Pingsheng dared not delay. He hurriedly changed into a clean daist robe and went to the entrance of Yuning Palace. When he arrived, a considerable number of people had already gathered. Come in, came his master's voice from within Yuning Palace. One by one, the disciples respectfully entered the main hall. In the center of the hall was a stone lotus platform, upon which Master Yuning sat. Below, on the ground, were 3 rows of prayer cushions. 3 cushions in each row. 9 in total. Pingsheng was ranked 9th, so these 9 cushions were naturally prepared for the disciples. Greetings, Master, the disciples bowed to Yuning. Seated gracefully on the lotus platform, the deist nun, who appeared to be about 50 years old, nodded slightly and smiled. Children, please sit down. Thank you, Master. The group sat down in order. Needless to say, Pingsheng naturally took the last seat. To his left was the 8th brother, Su Kunlun, and further to his left was the 7th brother, Tian Xiaoqing. And in front of Pingsheng sat the 6th brother, Zhao Linger. Hey, 9th brother, you're already at the 6th level. Su Kunlun's eyes widened like copper bells. When did that happen? If you advance another step, and reach the 7th level of chi refining, you'll catch up with me. Pingsheng's divine sense swept over Su Kunlun. Sure enough, this guy was at the 7th level of chi refining. Fool! Above, Master Yuning glared at Su Kunlun, his face darkening. 8th brother, what have you been doing all day? Your foundation isn't bad, why haven't you improved? How many years has it been? Su Kunlun's face fell. Master, it's not that I'm stupid. I don't know what's wrong, my cultivation just won't improve. Yuning said, it's just that you haven't put in the effort. When your junior brother catches up with you and surpasses you, don't even think about being the 8th brother anymore. Let him be the 8th brother, and you'll be the 9th. If that doesn't work, I'll send you back to the outer sect. Su Kunlun was about to cry. Master, please don't. Humph. Yuning snorted coldly, then her gaze met Pingsheng's. Pingsheng, I remember you broke through from the 5th to the 6th level of qi refining not long after you became my disciple. Now, almost 3 years have passed, why are you still at the 6th level? What's the reason? Clearly, Yuning thought Pingsheng's breakthrough was too slow. Pingsheng could only make up an excuse, saying, Disciple, ate too many pills before, which damaged my body, so I've been recuperating for a while. Master, don't worry, I'm not far from the 7th level now. I should be able to break through in a month at most. Oh. Yuning nodded upon hearing that Pingsheng could break through in a month, saying, that's for the best. After speaking, she withdrew her gaze and turned to the crowd, saying, everyone, some of you may have already guessed why I summoned you here this time, right? That's right, in another 6 months, the Quipping Mountain Secret Realm will open. According to the regulations, when the Quipping Mountain Secret Realm opens, all inner disciples of our Taixu Sect who have reached the late stage of qi refining can participate. I hope that you can all participate and find your own opportunities within it. Therefore, Pingsheng, you must speed up your cultivation. Reach the late stage of qi refining as soon as possible. Pingsheng immediately understood. No wonder Master repeatedly urged him to reach the 7th level of qi refining as soon as possible. Now I understand why. The qi refining stage is roughly divided into 4 levels: early, middle, late, and perfect. Early stage refers to levels 1 through 3. Middle stage refers to levels 4 through 6. Late stage refers to levels 7 through 9. Perfect stage refers to levels 10 through 12. The minimum requirement to participate in the Quipping Mountain Secret Realm is the late stage of qi refining. Therefore, theoretically, reaching the 7th level of qi refining qualifies one to participate in that secret realm. Yes, Master. Pingsheng bowed respectfully. Yuning nodded and continued, the Quipping Mountain Secret Realm only opens once every 30 years, making it an invaluable training ground for qi refining disciples. Today, I will explain the intricacies of it to you, so listen carefully. Yes, the disciples bowed. Yuning then recounted the story in detail. It turned out that the Quipping Mountain Secret Realm belonged to the public resource area of the Ma Tiou Mountain Dao Xian Alliance. It was shrouded by a massive array, the grade of which was unknown, but it was undoubtedly set up by their ancestor. The array had a unique characteristic: it repelled cultivators above the qi refining stage from entering. In other words, anyone at the foundation establishment stage could not enter. Of course, it wasn't truly impossible. Legend has it that a foundation establishment disciple from a sect once impersonated a qi refining disciple to enter. The array detected the foundation establishment disciple and immediately closed, preventing everyone from participating in the trial and treasure hunt. This ultimately ruined the trial, which only opened once every 30 years. The enraged cultivators united, not only killing the imposter but also wiping out the imposters section. Therefore, since then, no foundation establishment disciple has dared to impersonate a qi refining disciple to participate in the trial. As for the rules inside, that's simple. The answer is, there are no rules. Once inside, you can fight over whatever you see. However, generally speaking, each sect adheres to one principle: internal unity, searching as a sect unit. But when truly extraordinary treasures are discovered, sect disciples sometimes fight amongst themselves, even to the death. It happens all the time. Death is death. No one cares. The sects have basically reached a consensus: disciples lost during the trial are not considered part of sect feuds. If you have the ability, settle it within the trial grounds. As for the items obtained within the trial grounds, generally, the sect and the individual share them equally. Let's go, junior brother. After leaving Yuning Palace, Zhao Linger grabbed Pingsheng's hand. Let's go have a cup of spiritual tea with 8th brother He and chat. Beside them, 8th brother Su Kunlun and 7th brother Tian Xiaoqing were both looking at Pingsheng. Both of them had expectant faces. Alright, let's go. Pingsheng naturally couldn't be ungrateful, so he readily agreed. Ha ha ha. The fat Su Kunlun was overjoyed. Great. Come on, 9th brother. Let me tell you, I have some spiritual tea there. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Let's go. At first, Pingsheng thought these people were trying to recruit him to help them refine pills. He didn't refuse, thinking that refining pills wouldn't hurt, one more batch a month would be enough. But he was wrong. They didn't intend for him to refine pills. Entering Su Kunlun's courtyard, the group sat down in his room. Su Kunlun said, Come, have some tea. We've gathered here for the upcoming Emerald Screen Mountain trial. As he poured tea for everyone, he said, this thing only happens once every 30 years. None of us have ever been inside, but it's said to be extremely dangerous. Our senior brothers are all at the minor and major perfections of the Qi refining stage, so they won't take us. The four of us at the late stage of Qi refining will have to stick together. Pingsheng nodded. That was true. There were 9 disciples under the Yuning sect. The first 5 were all at the 10th level of the Qi refining stage or above, the perfection of that stage. They usually stayed together, generally not including Su Kunlun and the others. Let me mention something first. Su Kunlun said, we're all fellow disciples, not just brothers and sisters, but closer than brothers and sisters. When we get to that secret realm, the 4 of us will work together to find opportunities. How about we distribute the treasures we get according to our contributions? Su Kunlun looked at the group. I have no objection. Zhao Linger raised her hand in agreement. Tian Xiaoqing said, me too. Pingsheng also said, me too. For Pingsheng, having someone to team up with was the best thing ever. He didn't think that a mere 7th level Qi refining disciple like himself could encounter any heaven-defying opportunities after entering. Of course, they were only at the 6th level now, the 7th level was a matter for later. Alright then, Su Kunlun said, it's settled then. Also, after Lao Jie breaks through to the 7th level, let's go to Mata Mountain together to buy some self-defense items, just in case. The others naturally had no objections. After speaking, Su Kunlun looked at Pingsheng solemnly and said, Junior brother I heard you were almost devoured by that beast raised by Uncle Yud when I wasn't in the sect recently? Pingsheng nodded and said, yes, it's not that beast's fault, someone plotted against me. I understand. Su Kunlun said, it's that little bitch Linglong. Damn it, if she falls into my hands, I'll definitely rape her first. Looking up at Tian Xiaoqing and Zhao Linger beside him, Su Kunlun suddenly felt that what he said was inappropriate, and quickly changed his words, kill her, that woman is too arrogant, too shameless. Junior brother, you don't know, she's harmed countless people over the years just because she's the granddaughter of Master Yud. Back then, there was a young alchemist in our Zayuzu Peak alchemy room named Hao Yun. Su Kunlun counted on his fingers, recounting the stories with great familiarity. She went to the alchemy room to refine pills, but failed, and blamed it on Hao Yun. She beat Hao Yun half to death, and then that brat somehow got hold of a top-grade golden bone pill and ate it. That little bitch tortured Hao Yun all night to find out where that golden bone pill came from. That Hao Yun was incredibly stubborn, he didn't reveal anything even in death. In the end, that little bitch killed him. Pingsheng appeared calm, but inwardly, waves of shock surged. Senior brother Hao, he didn't betray me even in death. Sigh, Tian Xiaoqing sighed, so what? Hao Yun was just a baseless outer disciple, while Linglong was the granddaughter of Master Yud. Although she killed Hao Yun, she only had to reflect on her actions for 7 days. That's a human life. And a while ago, when she tried to frame junior brother Tong Mingzu also died, didn't she? She killed that too. Tian Xiaoqing's face turned pale, 2 lives, gone just like that. This woman is truly ruthless. And that's not all. Su Kunlun continued, I remember a few years ago, when I was only at the 5th level of Qi refining, Linglong killed a couple. There was an outer disciple named Sanja who angered Linglong for some reason, and she commanded that giant python to swallow him whole. Pingsheng's body trembled violently. Sanja? Sanja? Isn't that my father? And then, he asked, somewhat flustered. Su Kunlun said, and then? Then Sanja's deist partner came to argue, and was killed by Uncle Master Yuda. Sigh, that woman really committed countless evils. Pingsheng gently closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He tried hard not to let his tears fall. He tried hard to remain calm. Father. Mother. So that's how they died? Uncle Zhang had told him that his father had encountered a demon beast while out and about, and his mother, to avenge his father, had also gone to find the beast and was killed as well. So it wasn't a demon beast. It was a person. Linglong and Yuda, that grandmother and granddaughter. Junior brother Zhao Linger looked at Pingsheng and asked, what's wrong? Pingsheng's face was a little pale. He opened his eyes, forced a smile, and said, I'm a little scared. A little scared too. Don't be afraid. Zhao Linger reached out and patted Pingsheng's shoulder, saying, it's all in the past, just be careful when you see her in the future. By the way, Tian Xiaoqing suddenly said, I'm just worried that junior brother might have offended Linglong. What if she's watching us when we go to the secret realm trial? What are you afraid of? Su Kunlun slammed his hand on the table, saying, then the 4 of us will be together. I don't believe she'll dare to kill us to silence us. Tian Xiaoqing said, that's true. The group chatted amongst themselves, but Pingsheng didn't interrupt. He tried to remain calm. Past events, when pieced together, reveal the cause and effect. He remembered when he and Hao Yun were doing odd jobs in the alchemy room, his uncle Master Yuxian had gone to refine pills. At that time, when he saw He Pingsheng, he asked, "Do you know He Sanja?" He Pingsheng, of course, said he did. Later, Uncle Master Yushian reminded him, in front of outsiders, "Don't say you're He Sanja's son." At the time, He Pingsheng was baffled. Now it seemed that Uncle Master Yushian was protecting him, preventing the Yude grandfather and grandson from knowing his identity. Comparing this, the enemies who killed his parents made sense. It was the Yude grandfather and grandson. Who? He Pingsheng took a deep breath, silently calculating when he could break through to the foundation establishment stage so he could finally kill that bastard Yude. However, that's probably still a long way off. Senior brother Su. He Pingsheng looked at Su Kunlun and asked, "How much do you know about this secret realm? Do you have a map?" "Yes," Su Kunlun said, "there's definitely a map, but it's useless inside this secret realm. The map only shows the terrain, and the locations of the rare and precious materials change every 30 years. He Pingsheng asked again, "What kinds of rare and precious materials are there?" "There are countless," Su Kunlun said. "The rare and precious materials inside are practically innumerable. Think about it, junior brother, don't all these spiritual roots and herbs need spiritual energy to reproduce?" He Pingsheng nodded. Su Kunlun said, "The secret realm originally had several spiritual veins, and it was also shrouded by an enormous array, so the spiritual energy within couldn't escape and became increasingly dense. Thus, a secret realm was formed here. 30 years of accumulation. Can you imagine how many spiritual plants are contained within? Of course, at most, first-grade spiritual herbs. That is, the various materials used to refine pills like the Clear Spirit Pill, Gathering Chi Pill, Golden Bone Pill, and Nourish UN Pill. These are the most abundant. Nextly, second-grade materials. This secret realm also contains various materials for refining second-grade pills, the Spirit Gathering Pill, the Foundation Establishment Pill, and the Clarity Pill. However, the materials for second-grade pills are much scarcer than those for first-grade pills. Besides these, you can occasionally see some third-grade spiritual roots, those are valuable." Su Kunlun spoke excitedly, spittle flying everywhere. When his mouth became dry, he quickly picked up a sip of spiritual tea. Zhao Linger added, "Besides these, there's another incredibly rare and precious natural treasure, the water element spirit apricot. Someone once found the water element spirit apricot in the heavenly pool within the secret realm." Yes, Su Kunlun exclaimed, "The water element spirit apricot is the real treasure." He Pingsheng looked puzzled. "May I ask, senior brother and senior sister, what exactly is this water element spirit apricot?" Zhao Linger said, "The water elemental apricot is the pinnacle of first-grade heavenly treasures. Swallowing just one allows a chi refining cultivator to break through to the next level without any hindrance. I heard that when the secret realm opened last time, people fought fiercely over a single water elemental apricot, resulting in the deaths of 6 or 7 chi refining stage 11th level cultivators." He Pingsheng said, "It doesn't have to be that bad. No matter how precious it is, can it be more precious than life? We can just not have it, there's no need to fight over it. Cultivation may be slow, but if it takes 2 years, can't we break through to the next level in 3 to 5 years? Zhao Linger touched her forehead. Tian Xiaoqing smiled. He Pingsheng said, "What are you laughing at?" He. Su Kunlun said, "Junior brother, you don't know. We cultivators in the early, middle, and late stages of chi refining, just as you said, don't need to worry during cultivation. As long as there's enough spiritual energy, or rather, as long as we have pills, breakthroughs are only a matter of time. Sometimes it's a year to break through a level. Sometimes it might take 2 or 3 years. Of course, I'm talking about assuming we have a sufficient supply of pills. However, junior brother." Su Kunlun smiled at He Pingsheng and said, "You might not know this, but pills aren't a panacea, because upon reaching the peak of chi refining, every cultivator, without exception, will encounter their first bottleneck in cultivation." He Pingsheng agreed, "A bottleneck." "Yes," Su Kunlun continued, "otherwise, if cultivation were so easy, wouldn't foundation establishment cultivators be everywhere? But the reality is quite the opposite, very few cultivators can reach the foundation establishment stage. It's because of this chi refining stage bottleneck. Of course, I haven't reached the 10th level of chi refining yet, so I don't understand bottlenecks, but I've heard my senior brothers say that once you reach the 10th level of chi refining, you'll inevitably encounter this bottleneck sooner or later. Some people with good talent will encounter it later, at the 12th level. Some people with weaker talent will encounter it at the 10th level, and most people will encounter the bottleneck at the 11th level. Brother." Su Kunlun looked at He Pingsheng with a grin and said, "Someone with your 5-element spiritual root, forgive my bluntness, but I'm afraid you'll encounter a bottleneck at the 10th level." He Pingsheng hadn't yet realized the seriousness of the matter, and only asked curiously, "A bottleneck, is it difficult to break through?" "No." Su Kunlun shook his head. "A bottleneck isn't difficult to break through, it's simply impossible to break through. There are only 2 ways to break through the bottleneck. First, you need to find a heaven-defying item like the water elemental apricot, swallow it whole, and you'll break through one level of the bottleneck. Second, you need a great stroke of luck, suddenly comprehending some profound principle of the universe, which can also help you break through the bottleneck. Anyway, it's very difficult. For most people in this world, a bottleneck is something they can't overcome. It's the end of cultivation. And, brother, in your situation, even breaking through one level of the bottleneck won't help. If breaking through 10 levels is a bottleneck, then breaking through 11, 12, and so on will also be bottlenecks. Upon hearing this, Pingsheng fell silent. So, swallowing pills won't help anymore? Then when will I reach the foundation establishment stage after all my hard work? How can I take revenge if I don't reach the foundation establishment stage? The key is, what if there are 3 bottlenecks? Alright, stop scaring him. Zhao Linger rolled her eyes at Su Kunlun and said, we don't know what will happen in the future. It's not like everyone with 5 elemental roots will necessarily encounter 3 bottlenecks. Sometimes, even those with a single elemental root have 3 bottlenecks, don't they? That's not always true. Zhao Linger stood up and said, alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's focus on our current cultivation. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. There's no need to worry about the future. That's right. Tian Xiaoqing said, no need to worry about the future. Pingsheng thought about it and agreed. I'm only at the 6th level of qi refining now. Who knows when I'll reach the 10th level? Besides, I'm a man with the treasure basin on me, what bottleneck am I afraid of? Senior brother you. Pingsheng stood up, cupped his hands towards Su Kunlun, and said, I'd better go back to cultivate first. If I can't break through to the 7th level, everything is just empty talk. That's true. Su Kunlun said, you go first. By the way, I have some spiritual tea here, take it and drink it. Here, take 2 caddies. This is good stuff. Drink more of it, it has a calming effect. As he spoke, he gave Pingsheng a large bag of spiritual tea. Back in my little courtyard, Pingsheng first checked his own formation. Only after everything is in order will he begin his secluded cultivation. It's time to attempt to break through to the 7th level of the qi refining stage. Pingsheng took out a top-grade qi gathering pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Immediately afterward, the true fire separation technique within his body began to circulate wildly. In truth, Pingsheng had been cultivating for quite some time and wasn't far from breaking through to the 7th level. According to his estimation, he would be able to completely break through in another month. However, the breakthrough came sooner than he had anticipated. About 10 days later, Pingsheng broke through the physical barrier within his body, and his cultivation level surged forward with a poof. 7th level of qi refining. After reaching the 7th level of qi refining, his divine sense suddenly increased significantly. I've broken through. Pingsheng took a deep breath, overjoyed, and then waved his hand, revealing one of his hidden storage bags. With a clatter, many items were poured out. Inside were magical artifacts, talismans, and spirit stones. He would be entering the Kui Ping Mountain secret realm for trial soon. Although it was a treasure trove, it was also a place of life and death, requiring utmost caution. He needed to be fully prepared before entering. Therefore, Pingsheng began to take stock of his current possessions. What did he need to replenish? First, magical artifacts. He possessed numerous magical artifacts. He had 4 top-grade flying swords, 1 azure-wood shield, 1 pill furnace, and 2 cloud-piercing boats. 2 of the 4 top-grade flying swords were acquired through purchase and enhancement. The other 2 were obtained by enhancing the flying sword of the Black Wind boss. The cloud-piercing boats were originally obtained from the leaders of the Black Wind trio after he killed them. They were only mid-grade artifacts at first, but Pingsheng later placed them in his treasure basin, enhancing them into 2 top-grade cloud-piercing boats. The 2 enhanced cloud-piercing boats were identical and could be opened and controlled using magical power. They were extremely fast. However, if one's internal magical power was insufficient, spirit stones could be filled into the slots of the cloud-piercing boats, using the spiritual energy within the stones as an energy source to propel the boats at high speed. Besides magical artifacts, he also possessed talismans. Pingsheng still had 2 talismans left. One was an ice arrow talisman, and the other a fireball talisman. These 2 were incredibly powerful weapons. He had used them to kill the leader and the third of the Black Wind trio. Both were fatal with a single blow. Pingsheng felt that even against a qi refining stage 12 expert, these talismans would be more than enough. Whether they could actually kill them was unknown. Unfortunately, he only had 2 left. Pingsheng decided to go back to the Mata Mountain Market to buy some more low-grade talismans, and then use the treasure basin to upgrade them all to top-grade talismans. They would be good for self-defense. Besides that, there were spirit stones. In front of Pingsheng was a large pile of mid-grade spirit stones, each the size of an egg. The treasure basin can enhance all things, but Pingsheng's treasures are limited, so when he has no treasures to enhance it, he will take out spirit stones to enhance the treasure basin. At first, he dumped hundreds of spirit stones into the treasure basin all at once. However, the next day he discovered that the treasure basin had its limits. It could only enhance one item at a time. It could enhance one low-grade spirit stone into 2 mid-grade spirit stones. Although the process was slow, it didn't matter. So, whenever he didn't have any treasures to enhance, Pingsheng would use spirit stones to enhance his treasures. Over time, he accumulated more than 400 mid-grade spirit stones. According to the cultivation miscellany, 1 mid-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. 400 spirit stones, that's more than 4 million. Pingsheng was undoubtedly a very wealthy man. Unfortunately, his cultivation level was too low. He couldn't control these mid-grade spirit stones. He could only save them for later. Besides talismans, magic tools, and spirit stones, there were also pills. He currently possesses primarily chi-gathering pills, over 100 batches of them, all of the highest quality. Besides chi-gathering pills, he also has 2 batches of 24 highest quality golden bone pills. There are also some bigu pills. These pills are sufficient for his current needs. As for spells, he has 2 offensive ones, Fire Crow Technique and Yellow Turban Warrior. Defensively, he has many Water Escape Technique for quick escape using water currents, then the Fire Attribute Fire Shield Technique, and the Metal Attribute Diamond Shield. There are still 6 months until the secret realm of Quipping Mountain opens, so there's no rush to acquire other items. Pingsheng did not leave his seclusion, continuing his closed-door cultivation. His Fire Attribute Danshan has already reached the 7th level of the Chi refining stage, but what about the remaining 4 attributes, metal, wood, water, and earth? Let's continue. Pingsheng began cultivating the wood attribute Eternal Spring Chi circulation technique. A month later, his wood attribute Danshan broke through, reaching the 7th level. This breakthrough was different from his initial breakthrough in the Fire Attribute Danshan. Because his cultivation had already reached the 7th level of Chi refining, improving the other Dantians was relatively easy. He only needed to accumulate spiritual energy, without needing to break through any physical barriers. After another 4 months, Pingsheng finally cultivated all 5 Dantians metal, wood, water, fire, and earth to the 7th level of Chi refining. At this point, only a little over a month remained before the opening of the secret realm at Quipping Mountain. At the same time, he also learned the 2 spells, Ren Water Escape Technique and Diamond Shield. Pingsheng activated the formation and stepped out of the courtyard. Not far away was the courtyard of his 6th senior sister, Zhao Linger. That's great, junior brother, you broke through. Zhao Linger looked at Pingsheng and said, Tian Xiaoqing, He Laoba, and I were all worried you wouldn't break through. Why did you stay in seclusion for so long? Soon after, Su Kunlun and Tian Xiaoqing also arrived. The 2 of them naturally scanned Pingsheng with their divine senses as well. Seeing that he had broken through, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Pingsheng didn't stand on ceremony. You scanned me with your divine senses, so it shouldn't be impolite of me to scan you back, he thought. He discovered that Zhao Linger had also broken through, now reaching the 9th level of Chi refining. Tian Xiaoqing was at the 8th level of Chi refining. As for Su Kunlun, he was at the 7th level of Chi refining, just like him. Let's go, let's go. Zhao Linger said, now that everyone's gathered, I'll go ask Master for permission to go to the market near Mata Mountain to buy some items. Great. Everyone cheered upon hearing they were going to the market at Mata Mountain. Zhao Linger personally went to Yuning Palace and spoke with Master Yuning, after which the group descended the mountain together. At the foot of the mountain, Zhao Linger took out a paper crane and said, 1 paper crane might not be enough for the 4 of us. Does anyone have any more? I have some, ha ha ha. Su Kunlun also took out a paper crane and said, come on, 9th brother, sit behind me. Soon after, 2 yellow cranes soared into the sky, heading towards the market at Mata Mountain. Zhao Linger and Tian Xiaoqing sat together, while Pingsheng and Su Kunlun sat together. Under normal circumstances, such a group of 4 dressed in the robes of a prestigious sect wouldn't face any danger. Even if they had 10 lives, bandits like the Black Wine 3 Fiends wouldn't dare touch these inner disciples of prestigious sections. After all, this was the Dao Xian Alliance. Senior sister, senior sister, senior sister. Taixu Sect, Shiuzu Peak, Hongda Garden. At the entrance of a magnificently decorated hall, an inner disciple in a dark green daist robe rushed in, flustered. The palace gates opened, and a woman in red stepped out. It was none other than Ling Long, the granddaughter of Jade Virtue True Person. What's wrong? Ling Long's eyes flashed with displeasure. The disciple said, Senior sister, didn't you tell me to keep an eye on Pingsheng? He broke through to the 7th level of Chi refining, and he just went out. Went out. Ling Long's eyes lit up. That's great. Where did he go? Matu Mountain Market. However, he didn't go alone, but with Zhao Linger, Su Kunlun, and Tian Xiaoqing. Hearing this, the smile that had just appeared on Linglong's face vanished instantly. She looked at the disciple in front of her and said, I understand. Junior brother Qin, you can go now. Yes. Junior brother Qin respectfully bowed and left. A shadow of gloom immediately flashed across Linglong's face. Damn it, you went as a group? Fine, I'll let you off this time. The Quipping Mountain trial will start soon anyway. Now that you've broken through to the 7th level of Qi refining, you'll definitely participate, right? I'll deal with you when we get to the trial grounds. I'll show you the consequences of refusing me, Linglong. Bang! The tall red doors of the side hall slammed shut. 2 hours later, 2 yellow cranes landed at the entrance of the Mata Mountain Market. Wow, so many people. Su Kunlun looked inside and was startled. Pingsheng was also startled. There were just too many people here. I understand. Su Kunlun instantly realized. He said, look, the Quipping Mountain trial is about to begin, and these disciples are all here to prepare for the upcoming trial. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. This so-called Quipping Mountain trial wasn't just being participated in by the Taixu Sect. The entire Daoxuan Alliance, dozens of sects, and hundreds of families were also involved. So many people. Let's go, more people, more fun, more things. The 4 of them walked together into the Mata Mountain Market. Not only were there more customers, but there were also more stalls. Let's check out the stalls first. Su Kunlun took the lead and headed towards the stalls. These stalls were small, individual booths set up in the open space at the entrance of the Mata Mountain Market. They only took up a small area, just a piece of cloth. The stall owners were a mixed bag, a motley crew. There were independent cultivators from the surrounding area, disciples from various families, and disciples from various cultivation sections. Want some pills? They're very cheap, 3 spirit stones each. Qi gathering pills. Qi gathering pills. Pingsheng recognized the stall owner. Years ago, he bought a fragmented cultivation technique from him and later upgraded it into the divine refinement technique, the mysterious gate tranquil mind true technique. However, weren't Qi gathering pills usually only 2 spirit stones each? Why has the price gone up? Pingsheng wasn't interested in these pills. He continued walking. Flying swords, magical artifacts, talismans, elixirs. A dazzling array of items were available, even vendors selling treasure bags and wine. Someone even set up a stall on the street selling the incredibly powerful storage bag. The stall selling storage bags was surrounded by people. Pingsheng scanned the crowd with his divine sense, but found he couldn't discern the stall owner's cultivation level at all. Needless to say, they were probably Foundation establishment disciples. In this crowded situation, Pingsheng wasn't worried about being discovered using his divine sense. With so many people, how could you tell whose divine sense was scanning? My God, a storage bag. Su Kunlun looked on with envy, saying, this is truly a wonderful thing. Having one is much more convenient than a treasure bag. Indeed, Zhao Linger echoed, it's a pity it's too expensive. Generally, only Foundation establishment seniors can afford it. It's not that they can't afford it. The main reason is that Qi refining stage disciples have limited sources of spirit stones, and these limited resources should be used wisely to purchase items like pills that can improve cultivation. Therefore, few people waste spirit stones on storage bags. While storage bags are valuable, they are ultimately just auxiliary tools and don't actually help with cultivation. When I have money in the future, I'll definitely buy one. Su Kunlun turned his gaze back to Pingsheng, junior brother. I think you should consider it. You're an alchemist, and all alchemists are rolling in money. Pingsheng smiled and said, I don't have enough spirit stones right now, but I'm saving them up. Maybe in a few years. The group chatted and laughed as they walked. Pingsheng asked curiously, what are you all buying? Zhao Linger said, I want to buy a low-grade defensive magic artifact. Tian Xiaoqing said, me too. Su Kunlun said, our master gave us some low-grade offensive magic artifacts, but none for defense. We need to buy them ourselves. But defensive magic artifacts are the most expensive. Let's see if we can buy one. What about you, junior brother Everyone looked at Pingsheng. Pingsheng said, I don't need defensive magic artifacts. I want to buy some talismans to try. I heard they're very effective. Okay. Zhao Linger said, then you can browse first. We'll go check out the shops over there. We'll split up and meet back here. The Mata Mountain Market was bustling with people. Fighting of any kind was prohibited inside, so there was no need to worry about safety. Pingsheng walked to a stall and squatted down. The stall wasn't big, but it was filled with talismans. Young man, are you looking to buy talismans? The stall owner was a Daoist nun who looked to be around 30 years old. Pingsheng said, oh, senior, what kind of talismans do you have here? The Daoist nun smiled and said, we're all Qi refining stage disciples, so don't bother with senior, I can't accept that. I'm a disciple of Tianfu Mountain. I have some common talismans here, look. This is a fireball talisman, this is a ice needle talisman, this is a entangling talisman, this is a lightning talisman. He Pingsheng asked, how powerful are they? The Taoist nun said, take this fireball talisman, for example. It's equivalent to the fireball spell attack cast by a 7th level qi refining disciple. In layman's terms, it's just so-so. Since the fireball talisman's attack is roughly as powerful as a normal person's spell, why would anyone buy it? It's simple, instant cast. Sometimes, when an attack is already upon you, and you don't have time to cast a spell, you can simply take out the fireball talisman and strike, essentially delivering a single blow. Furthermore, when your spiritual energy is depleted, you can use this low-level talisman as an emergency measure. But for He Pingsheng, these were not problems, because they could be enhanced. How much? He Pingsheng asked, these talismans. 65 spirit stones each, the Taoist nun smiled. He Pingsheng nodded. The talismans here were more expensive than those in the sect's treasure hall. In the treasure hall, they only cost 60 spirit stones. Of course, that was before. Now, the Quipping Mountain trial was about to begin, and he heard that the prices in the sect's treasure hall had also increased. Besides, after being questioned by the sect after his last purchase, He Pingsheng always felt unsafe buying things from the sect's treasure hall. Even if they were more expensive, buying from Mata Mountain was much more convenient, wasn't it? These defensive talismans are more expensive, 150 spirit stones each. The Taoist nun picked up another talisman and placed it in front of He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng asked curiously, what kind of talisman is this? The Taoist nun replied, this is an earth shield talisman. Once activated, it forms an earth attribute shield around the body, capable of blocking an attack from a qi refining stage disciple. If the opponent doesn't break through, the talisman can be used again, up to 3 times. Of course, if it's destroyed, it becomes a one-time use item. Young brother, besides cultivators from various sects, there are many demonic beasts within the secret realm itself during the trial at Quipping Mountain. Bringing a defensive talisman would be invaluable. He Pingsheng nodded and asked, do you have any second-grade talismans here? Second-grade talismans are for foundation establishment stage disciples. The Taoist nun gave a wry smile and shook her head, saying, sorry, no. I'm just a qi refining stage disciple, how could I possibly create second-grade talismans? Besides, I won't need second-grade talismans for Kui Ping Mountain. If you really want to buy some, you can ask at the merchant guild there. Alright, He Pingsheng said, give me 2 ice needle talismans, 2 lightning talismans, and oh yes, 1 earth shield talisman will do. Great. The woman was overjoyed, saying, a total of 410 spirit stones, just give me 400, I'll round it down. He Pingsheng took the talismans, then took out 400 spirit stones from his treasure bag and gave them to her. The spirit stones in the treasure bag were ones he had put there beforehand. Of course, his storage bag was invisible, hidden inside his clothes, allowing him to secretly transfer spirit stones from his storage bag to his treasure bag at any time. As for the talismans he possessed, he secretly slipped them into his storage bag, leaving no trace. With these talismans, He Pingsheng felt much more at ease. At least he wouldn't have to worry when he went to Quipping Mountain for the trial. However, he genuinely wanted to buy a second-grade talisman. Why? Because of Yuda. Yuda and he had a blood feud. What if Yuda really discovered He Pingsheng's true identity one day? Would he eliminate the threat beforehand? You must know, Yuda was at the foundation establishment stage. A foundation establishment expert could easily crush a qi refining stage and with a single blow. At that point, no amount of defensive treasures would be useful. One should not have the heart to harm others, but one must always be wary of others. If I had a second-grade talisman on me, I could strengthen it later with the Treasure Basin. If the day truly came to face Yuda, I could use the talisman to send him to his death, right? I'll go ask. He Pingsheng hurried along, passing countless stalls, finally arriving at the back shop area. Here, too, it was packed with people. Previously, he had visited several shops like Shunye Hall and Fenghe Manor to sell his goods. To avoid being recognized, He Pingsheng didn't enter those shops this time, but chose another one. Entering the shop, he found the area behind the counter empty. The shopkeepers were all frantically busy, attending to the coming and going customers. He Pingsheng greeted them and then started looking around the shop. That's right, the goods here were all significantly more expensive than before. Of course, this refers to low-level items used by qi refining stage disciples. Slightly higher-level items haven't seen much price increase. For example, storage bags. Each basic storage bag still costs over 2,000 spirit stones, but almost no one buys them. He Pingsheng brushed past the cultivators and arrived at the talisman section. The talismans here are even more expensive. A low-grade fireball talisman, ice needle talisman, or lightning talisman cost 70 spirit stones. As for second-grade talismans, the quantity is much smaller. To be precise, only one type is presented to He Pingsheng, the blazing fire talisman. He knows about this. He once helped true person Kumu collect pollen from the blazing sunflower in the spirit medicine valley of the Taixu Sect. It is said that the pollen of the blazing sunflower, after being ground, can be mixed into talisman ink to draw this blazing fire talisman. Pingsheng glanced at the fiery talisman. There was no price listed below it, so he had to run to the shopkeeper and ask, "Senior, could you tell me the price of this fiery talisman?" Fiery talisman? The shopkeeper frowned slightly. He looked at Pingsheng, then smiled coldly and said, "Young man, you don't need this. It's a second-grade talisman for foundation establishment disciples." In his view, Pingsheng was just asking casually. Pingsheng, however, asked earnestly, "And the price?" "All right," the shopkeeper said, "this fiery talisman you have is of low quality, and it costs 1,800 spirit stones. If you have 1,800 spirit stones, I can sell it to you." Hiss, 1,800. Pingsheng trembled in shock. "That's too expensive. A second-grade item is this much more expensive than a first-grade one?" Pingsheng thought this item would cost at least 600 or 700 spirit stones, but he hadn't expected it to be so expensive. "Want it?" the shopkeeper asked, looking at Pingsheng. Pingsheng blushed and said, "Too expensive, I don't want it." He. The shopkeeper chuckled, flicking his sleeves as he left, his expression dripping with sarcasm. Pingsheng slunk out of the shop. He really didn't have 1,800 spirit stones. He had made a big sale at Mata Mountain last time, and after buying a storage bag, he had about 1,900 spirit stones left. In recent days, he had gradually upgraded 200 of them, and just now he spent another 400 on a level 1 talisman. So Pingsheng only had 1,300 to 1,400 spirit stones left. Of course, he had plenty of mid-grade ones, but he couldn't just take them out. Let's try another shop. Maybe this old guy is playing a trick on me. He checked another shop, a fiery talisman, priced at 1,800 spirit stones. The third shop, 1,800 spirit stones. The fourth shop, also 1,800 spirit stones. It seems the other party wasn't lying. He simply couldn't afford it. Come and see. Come and see. Strange, so strange. Rare, and bizarre. Everything here is mysterious and unpredictable. Only those with great fortune and luck can fathom its secrets. Just outside the commercial area, Pingsheng spotted a stall. The stall was only about 3 feet square, and the stall owner was an old man with white hair and beard, wearing a tattered Taoist robe. He was currently jumping and hopping around behind the stall, attracting passers-by. Looking closely at his stall, he indeed saw something unusual. Various strange materials were displayed. Pingsheng scanned them with his divine sense and found that he didn't recognize a single one. Of course, countless people, like Pingsheng, curiously gathered around. "What is this? Old man, what is this?" The white-haired, white-bearded old man's face hardened with anger. "Call me senior, what old man?" he said. "Ha ha ha ha." The onlookers burst into laughter. Someone said, "You shameless old man. You're just a mere 6th-level chi refining cultivator, yet you expect someone to call you senior?" Pingsheng hadn't noticed before, but now, a sweep of his divine sense clearly revealed the old man's cultivation level. Really a 6th-level chi refining cultivator? Good heavens. He can't keep his mouth shut. "You know nothing." The old man's face flushed red. "Don't let my current chi refining stage 6 fool you. I was much stronger in my younger days, only my cultivation was reduced by someone." "Fine, I won't argue with you ignorant fools. Come, look at my treasures. Back in my day, I traveled the entire continent and acquired countless treasures. These things laid out before you, even I don't recognize. So much for fate, perhaps I'm not destined for these items. How about this? Look around, take whatever you like. If you like anything, I'll sell it to you at the lowest price." The crowd surged forward, examining the old man's wares. Pingsheng, with his youthful spirit, was also incredibly curious. He walked over and squatted in a corner of the stall, casually picking up a round, black bead from the display stand. The moment Pingsheng picked it up, the bead lying in his palm gave him a fleeting, profound sense of clarity. "This?" Pingsheng was startled, then gripped the bead tightly in his hand. That feeling of clarity intensified. The white-haired old man looked at Pingsheng with a half-smile, saying, "Young man, everything is about fate. Some things may seem ordinary to others, but only those with the right destiny can recognize their extraordinary nature." "Well, are you the destined one?" The old man looked at Pingsheng. Pingsheng thought for a moment and asked, "How much is this bead?" The old man held up one finger. "Well then, it seems you've met a destined one. I'll give you this amount." Pingsheng was stunned. 100 spirit stones. The old man said, "What are you talking about?" "I said 10,000. Puffed. Pingsheng almost vomited blood. He tossed the beads onto the stall, stood up, and walked away. "Are you kidding? 10,000? I don't have any. Don't go, don't go, don't go." Seeing Pingsheng stand up to leave, the old man said, "I want 10,000, you can bargain." How about this? I'll sell it for 1,000 spirit stones, do you want it? He Pingsheng shook his head. Old man, do I look like I have 1,000 spirit stones? The old man said, how about 100? He Pingsheng sneered, already convinced this man was a swindler, and ignored him, continuing to leave. 10, young man, 10 spirit stones will do. But He Pingsheng had already disappeared into the vast crowd. Heavenly talisman scripture, do you want it? It's a book recording how to make talismans. Young brother, do you want it for 100 spirit stones? Monkey wine, monkey wine, 1 spirit stone for a jar. He Pingsheng walked along, discovering that the market sold all sorts of things. Not long after, he saw another cultivator selling talismans at a stall. This person's attire was similar to the deist nun from before, so she was probably a disciple of Tianfu Mountain as well. Having nothing else to do, He Pingsheng squatted down in front of the young girl's stall. Fireball talisman, lightning talisman, ice needle talisman, etc., were just common talismans used by low-level disciples in the cultivation world. He Pingsheng looked through them from beginning to end. The only difference between the young girl's stall and the deist nuns was the yellow talismans with characters written on them that He Pingsheng couldn't understand. What kind of talisman is this? He Pingsheng picked up the yellow paper talisman and asked the stall owner. The girl, who was reading a book, looked up. Hiss. He Pingsheng's breath caught in his throat. So beautiful. This woman's face was truly beautiful to the extreme. Her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, her long eyelashes fluttered, revealing eyes that sparkled like black gemstones, her skin was as white as snow, and her face was serene. She was as beautiful as a celestial maiden descended to earth. He Pingsheng was momentarily stunned. The woman smiled, seemingly unfazed by He Pingsheng's reaction, and said, "This is a disguised talisman." A disguised talisman? He Pingsheng looked at the talisman in his hand and asked, "What's it for?" Although he had been momentarily astonished by the girl's beauty, his composure was still strong, and in the blink of an eye, He Pingsheng returned to normal. This surprised the girl opposite him considerably. A disguised talisman, of course, can change one's appearance. The woman said with a smile, for example, to make oneself more perfect, more beautiful. Oh, He Pingsheng instantly understood, no wonder this stall owner was so beautiful, it was the disguised talisman. He shook his head, finding the talisman rather useless. Of course, the girl said calmly. Changing your appearance isn't just about becoming more beautiful, it can instantly alter your looks, making you unrecognizable to those who know you. That can be a lifesaver sometimes. A thought flashed through He Pingsheng's mind. Yes. This talisman of mine, the girl continued, is a low-grade one. It can disguise you 3 times, each time lasting only 2 hours, and even a cultivator at the 12th level of chi refining won't be able to see through it. Of course, if you encounter a foundation establishment cultivator, this disguise will be useless. Foundation establishment cultivators have powerful divine sense and can see through it at a glance. After explaining, the girl calmly looked at He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng was somewhat interested in buying it, so he asked, "How many spirit stones?" The girl replied, 200. He Pingsheng, so expensive. Aren't first-grade talismans usually only 60 or 70? Hee. The girl closed the book in her hand and smiled, of course not. Disguised talismans are rare talismans, and the materials used to refine them are different. They can't be valued at the same price as ordinary first-grade talismans. How about this? If you really want it, just give me 180. He Pingsheng thought for a moment and said, alright. What's the use of spirit stones? Useless. Only when they become useful can spirit stones show their value. After spending a large sum of spirit stones, He Pingsheng felt a pang of regret. He secretly tossed the newly bought disguised talisman into his storage bag, muttering to himself to console himself. He only had a little over 1,100 spirit stones left that he could use. Feeling he had bought enough, He Pingsheng stopped wandering around and found a quiet, shady spot under a tree to sit and wait for Su Kunlun and the other 2. About an hour later, the 3 of them arrived, looking excited. Junior brother. 9th brother. Su Kunlun asked, "What did you buy?" He Pingsheng replied, "I bought some talismans and such for self-defense." "Did you buy any defensive magic artifacts?" "No." Zhao Linger shook her head, saying, "Too expensive. By the way, I just saw a top-grade defensive magic artifact at Shunye Hall, called something like the Rattan Armor Shield. It's amazing." "Yes." Su Kunlun chimed in, "If we could get our hands on this and refine all 4 layers of its array, we could easily withstand attacks from cultivators of the same level. With this, even if we encountered someone at the 12th level of chi refining, we'd have a chance to escape." He Pingsheng's heart skipped a beat. That powerful? He really didn't know how powerful a top-grade magic artifact was. The key thing was, why did the name Rattan Armor Shield sound so familiar? And Shunye Hall. He Pingsheng remembered. He had sold a top-grade magic artifact to the manager of Shunye Hall for 1,150 spirit stones. That's right. Tian Xiaoqing said, that's a top-grade magic artifact. It's a pity it's too expensive, we definitely can't afford it. Pingsheng quickly asked, how many spirit stones? Tian Xiaoqing replied, 1,500 spirit stones. Pingsheng immediately felt uneasy. 1,500? They took my 1,150 and made a profit of 450? That's outrageous. These merchant guilds are truly ruthless. However, upon further reflection, he realized they also needed to make a profit, and besides, it was currently the opening of the once every 30 years secret realm, and almost everything was increasing in price. So, this price didn't seem so bad. Let's go, Zhao Linger said, we can go back to the sect now, we'll talk about it when we get back. Okay. The four of them stopped talking and summoned their paper cranes again, leaping onto them and soaring into the clouds. At sunset, the four of them landed directly on the summit of Xiaozu Peak. Junior brother, come on, I'll show you a treasure. Zhao Linger took a deep breath and then pulled Pingsheng towards her courtyard. Su Kunlun and Tian Xiaoqing naturally followed behind. Close the door. Senior sister, open your formation. A first-grade ceiling formation opened. Zhao Linger then carefully took out her treasure bag and said, Ninth brother, the three of us bought a treasure together today. I'll let you take a look, but we don't know what this treasure is. We'll have to show it to master later. As she spoke, Zhao Linger took out a dark, black bead from the treasure bag. Upon seeing the bead, Pingsheng was utterly stunned. Holy crap, isn't this the bead that old man was selling? Pingsheng had wanted to buy this bead before, but the seller initially asked for 10,000 spirit stones, too expensive. After Pingsheng refused, the seller lowered the price several times, and he realized it was a scam. Wait, how did these three little cuties end up buying it? Wait a minute. Sixth brother Zhao Linger just said that the three of them bought it together. So they spent quite a few spirit stones. Ninth brother, this is truly a treasure. Su Kunlun said, if you don't believe me, hold it in your hand, you'll feel something special. It's like your whole being becomes clear. Yes. Tian Xiaoqing said, when I held it in my hand, it felt like my divine sense was all-encompassing. Pingsheng didn't hold it, because he had already held it. He looked up at Zhao Linger and asked, Senior sister, how many spirit stones did you spend? Zhao Linger replied excitedly, only 1,000. Puffed, Pingsheng almost vomited. 1,000. Only? I didn't actually have that many spirit stones on me. I only managed to scrape together 400, and then 7th brother and 8th brother each contributed 300. So this treasure is now ours altogether. Junior brother. Zhao Linger asked expectantly, what do you think of this thing? Pingsheng didn't want to disappoint them, so he shook his head and said, I can't tell what it is. Su Kunlun said, don't worry, it's definitely not wrong. You don't know that old man who bought it, he looked like a sage, definitely a senior expert. Yes. Zhao Linger nodded as well, very dignified. Pingsheng, since we don't recognize him, let's let master take a look. Su Kunlun suggested, let's go find master. Let's go. Pingsheng watched the three of them happily walking towards the Jade Tranquility Palace, and immediately touched his forehead. Wait, aren't cultivators supposed to gradually expand their minds as their divine sense grows stronger? Why do these three little cuties seem so clueless? Just as he was pondering this, Zhao Linger turned back and waved to him, Junior brother, come along too. Alright. Pingsheng could only hurry to catch up. The four of them arrived at the entrance of Yuning Palace. Disciples Zhao Linger, Tian Xiaoqing, Su Kunlun, and Pingsheng greet master. Zhao Linger respectfully bowed to the gate, calling out all four names in one breath. Yuning's voice came from inside, come in. Buzzing. An invisible aura vanished from the surroundings. Pingsheng knew that Yuning Palace's defensive array had been withdrawn. The four opened the doors of the main hall and filed in. Master Yuning sat high on the stone platform. Greetings, master. The four bowed in unison. Yuning nodded and asked, what is it? Zhao Linger said, Master, my 7th junior sister, 8th junior brother, and I jointly purchased a treasure, but we don't know its uses. We came to show it to you. Oh, a glint flashed in Yuning's eyes, and she immediately appeared very pleased. She took a step forward, landing in front of the four. Where's the treasure? Show it to your master. Her voice was even somewhat urgent. Zhao Linger didn't hesitate, immediately taking out the dark, indistinct bead. Master. Su Kunlun chuckled, saying, hold this in your hand and feel it. All right. Yuning took the bead and held it in her hand. Then, she exclaimed in shock, this, heavens. I feel my entire divine sense has been cleared. A treasure. What kind of treasure is this? Boom. Her vast divine sense surged forth, sweeping towards the black bead. But upon closer inspection, she found nothing. She couldn't discern anything. This thing is extraordinary. Yuning shook her head, holding the bead, saying, even I can't discern its origin. How many spirit stones did you spend to purchase it? Yu Ning looked at the three of them. 1,000 yuan. Zhao Linger stammered excitedly, I contributed 400 yuan, and my junior brother and sister each contributed 300. The three of us pooled together 1,000 yuan. Yu Ning looked at the black bead in her hand, somewhat reluctant to part with it, and said, this item should be a treasure that can assist in cultivating the soul. You three are all only at the qi refining stage now, so it won't be of much use to you. How about this, give me the bead, and I'll give you 2,000 spirit stones. All right? Yu Ning looked at the three of them. The three of them immediately showed a troubled expression. A treasure. We don't even know what kind of treasure this is, and you're already taking it away? Isn't this a disguised form of plundering your disciples? But the person in front of them was their master, so naturally the three of them dared not refuse. However, they were unwilling to give up, and each of them remained silent. Yu Ning smiled and said, I know what you're thinking. Actually, I'm not coveting your treasure, I just feel it's useless to you. Well, your ancestor is about to celebrate his 300th birthday, and I've searched everywhere but haven't found a suitable treasure. My idea is that you give this treasure to me, and I'll offer it as a birthday gift to our ancestor. It's absolutely not that I'm greedy. How about it? Yu Ning looked at the three of them. All right, Zhao Linger said, I'll listen to master. Zhao Linger agreed, and the other two naturally didn't dare to disagree. I'll listen to master. Me too. Good. Yu Ning smiled, then took out 2,000 spirit stones. You can divide them among yourselves. Come with me to pay respects to the ancestor. Yu Ning wanted to take his disciples with him to see the ancestor to prove that he hadn't embezzled the treasure and that it was truly meant to be given as a birthday gift to the ancestor. Master, I won't go. Pingsheng was reluctant to go. Why? Because this so-called patriarch was none other than Chongyang Genren, the only golden core cultivator on Zayuza Peak, and he had met Chongyang Genren before. No, Yu Ning said, you've been my disciple for a while now, and you haven't even met the patriarch yet. How can this be? Come with me. Let's kowtow to the patriarch today. Pingsheng naturally dared not disobey, and could only nervously follow his master out of the palace, heading towards the patriarch's dais temple. The patriarch's dais temple was located at the highest point of Zayuzu Peak. The spiritual energy here was twice as dense as that of Yuning Palace. Rumble. Outside the massive palace, several layers of formations activated one after another, and Yuning led her four disciples inside. Although there was no sunlight inside the temple, golden light flowed everywhere. It was dazzlingly bright. Pingsheng dared not look left or right, only seeing a Taoist priest in green robes sitting on a lotus platform in front of him. Golden light shimmered around the Taoist priest, making him appear like an immortal with extraordinary aura. Chongyang Genren. Greetings to master. Greetings to the ancestral master. Everyone bowed in unison. The Taoist priest on the lotus platform opened his eyes, his face kindly saying, Yuning, no need for such formalities. As he spoke, the Taoist priest's gaze swept over Pingsheng, and he said, Is it you, boy? Pingsheng's heart skipped a beat. Years ago, when he was working as a handyman in the alchemy room, he had met the ancestral master once. He hadn't expected the ancestral master to have such a good memory. However, what Pingsheng didn't know was that it wasn't that true master Chongyang had a good memory, rather, for golden core cultivators, a single period of seclusion could last for years. Events from several years ago were as clear as yesterday to them. As for Pingsheng's changed appearance, that didn't matter. Golden core cultivators judged people by their bone structure and aura, not by their physical appearance. Now that Pingsheng had appeared, Chongyang could naturally see through him at a glance. Disciple Pingsheng kowtows to the ancestral master. Pingsheng quickly bowed again. Stop kowtowing. Master Chongyang quickly stopped him, saying, I don't like this. Yuning asked, Master actually knows this disciple of mine? Master Chongyang shook his head, saying, No, I didn't. I met him once by chance before, when he wasn't yet a disciple of Zayuzu Peak. Enough of that. Yuning, what brings you here today? Yuning said, Master, your 300th birthday is approaching. I've found a treasure that seems to have unique benefits for cultivating the soul. I've come to present it to you, Master, for your perusal. As he spoke, Yuning took out the black bead in his hand and gave it to Master Chongyang. Master Chongyang chuckled as he accepted the bead, saying, You're very thoughtful. But only a few breaths later, the Taoist's brow furrowed. Master Yuning asked, Is something wrong? You've been deceived. Master Chongyang slightly increased the pressure in his hand, and black dust peeled off the black bead, revealing a vibrant green seed. This. Yuning said, Master, what is this? Master Chongyang said, In the far west, there is a poisonous herb called the Jilin flower. Its seeds are highly poisonous, even a tiny glimpse can paralyze one's divine sense. This is the seed of the Jilin flower. Puffed. Pingsheng almost vomited. He thought it was a breakthrough to Daist enlightenment, but it turned out his divine sense had been paralyzed. Damn it! That old bastard is a complete fraud. Master, please forgive me. Yu Ning was about to vomit too. Master Chongyang, being of a good temperament, waved his hand and said, "There's no need for these things. 300 years of lifespan, I don't care. I need to go into seclusion to cultivate. You may all leave." "Yes." Yu Ning trembled. Master Chongyang then asked, "How many spirit stones did this thing cost?" Yu Ning replied, 2,000. "Hey," Master Chongyang said, "don't be greedy for small gains in the future. I still have some spirit stones here, which I don't need for the time being. I'll give them to you as a subsidy." Whoosh! A storage bag flew over from afar. Yu Ning took the storage bag and quickly led his disciples away from the main hall. Su Kunlun, Zhao Linger, and Tian Xiaoqing immediately shrank back, not daring to utter a sound. They were afraid of incurring their master's wrath. Upon arriving at Yu Ning Palace, Zhao Linger said, "Master, please return these spirit stones to you." Yu Ning's face darkened. "What kind of person do you take me for? Is that so? You three, go to the teleportation plaza ahead and reflect on your actions for 7 days. Go." Zhao Linger pouted, saying, "Why, master, this disciple? Why?" Yu Ning said with a dark face, "You still have the nerve to ask your master why? Because you are all foolish. Go." "Wait." Yu Ning looked at Pingsheng and said, "You come along too." Pingsheng immediately became agitated. "Master, this disciple wasn't involved in this matter, I didn't even know they were buying it. Damn it, it's not me who's stupid. Why am I being punished?" Yu Ning waved her sleeve, "Just go when I tell you to. Stop hesitating, believe me, I'll double your punishment." Four people knelt in the teleportation plaza. The sun beat down relentlessly, blinding them and making it almost impossible to lift their heads. The menial and outer disciples on Zayu's peak naturally dared not watch, but the inner disciples passing by laughed and joked, especially the disciples of the Yud sect of Hun Garden. Oh, Linglong, dressed in pink and holding a sword, stood smiling before the four, saying, "What mistake have you made to be here to reflect on your actions?" Pingsheng, "You didn't kill anyone, did you?" Pingsheng ignored her. Linglong didn't care either, continuing her sarcastic remarks. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long. Master Yu Ning had originally punished the four with 7 days of reflection, but after only half an hour, she softened and sent her eldest disciple, Homuxian, "Here. Junior brothers and sisters, rise immediately." Homuxian calmly looked at the four of them and said, "Master said that this time you will be exempted from 7 days of reflection. If there's a next time, you'll be expelled from the sect." Everyone was dumbfounded. Pingsheng and the other three slowly stood up, exchanged glances, and quickly left the teleportation plaza, heading towards their respective residences. The first thing Pingsheng did upon returning home was to hang up the sign at his door that read "In seclusion," then activated the array and entered. Being punished by his master was such a trivial matter that he never took it to heart. What was this small grievance? Compared to the hatred for his parents, it was utterly insignificant. Pingsheng sat cross-legged on the ground, first calming himself for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, allowing all his negative emotions to dissipate, and then he opened his eyes. There was less than a month left before the secret realm would open. The preparations were almost complete. However, one last round of adjustments was still needed. His cultivation level had reached its limit, only the 7th level of qi refining. Those unfamiliar with spells, or those who hadn't practiced them at all, could take this opportunity to hone their skills. Then, there were all sorts of treasures. Especially the talismans he'd bought at the Mata Mountain Market, he needed to strengthen them properly. Pingsheng took out all the talismans. Not many, 6 in total. Ice Needle Talisman, 2. Lightning Talisman, 2. Earth Shield Talisman, 2. Disguise Talisman, 1. Without a word, Pingsheng tossed all the talismans into the treasure basin. Then, he began to familiarize himself with the various spells. First, he inventoried his spells. 2 metal attribute spells, Yellow Turban Warrior, Vidra Shield. None wood attribute spells. 1 water attribute spell, Ren Water Escape Technique. 2 fire attribute spells, Fire Crow Technique and Fire Shield Technique. 1 earth attribute spell, Earth Armor Technique. A total of 6 spells, including 2 offensive spells, Yellow Turban Warrior and Fire Crow Technique. Both of these have been learned. 3 defensive spells, Vidra Shield, Fire Shield Technique, and Earth Armor Technique. Only Vidra Shield Technique has not been learned. Of course, Pingsheng felt it was unnecessary to learn it. With Earth Armor Technique and Fire Shield Technique, it was sufficient. 1 escape spell, Ren Water Escape Technique. This needs to be learned. For the rest of the time, Pingsheng focused on practicing the Ren Water Escape Technique. In just over 10 days, he mastered the spell. Once he mastered it, he realized its true power. Simply put, it allowed him to hide underwater and escape quickly. His speed in water was extremely fast, almost indistinguishable from running on land. Furthermore, it granted invisibility. He could hide underwater. Unless the opponent's divine sense was exceptionally strong, they would be completely undetectable. It was that incredible. During this time, Pingsheng not only mastered the Ren water escape technique, but he also enhanced all his talismans. The Ice Needle Talisman was enhanced into the Ice Arrow Talisman. The Lightning Talisman was enhanced into the Heavenly Thunder Talisman. The Earth Shield Talisman was enhanced into the Stubborn Stone Talisman. The Disguise Talisman, even after enhancement, remained a Disguise Talisman. However, the quality of the Disguise Talisman improved further after enhancement. Before the enhancement, according to the beautiful woman, the Disguise Talisman could be used 3 times, each time lasting only 2 hours, enough to fool a disciple at the 12th level of Qi refining. After the enhancement, the talisman became 2, each usable 12 times, each lasting 1 day. Whether it could fool a foundation establishment cultivator, Pingsheng didn't know, but he knew it would definitely be an improvement. To summarize, he now possessed the following usable talismans: Ice Arrow Talismans 7, Fireball Talismans 3, Heavenly Thunder Talismans 4, Stone Talismans 4, Disguise Talismans 2. As for magical artifacts, Pingsheng had refined the following: 1 top-grade flying sword, 1 top-grade magic artifact, the Azurewood shield, 1 set of top-grade confinement arrays, and 1 top-grade magic artifact, the cloud-piercing boat. All of these combined, while not exactly fully armed, were more than enough for Pingsheng's needs. He stored the other materials in his storage bag, and placed the magical artifacts and talismans he needed at any time into another storage bag for easy access. After doing this, Pingsheng opened the door and went out. There were only 7 days left until the opening of this secret realm. "Junior brother, you've come out of seclusion?" Just as he stepped out, he saw his 6th brother, Zhao Linger, rushing towards him from afar. "Quick, quick! Master has asked me to find you. Hurry to Master's dais temple for a meeting." Pingsheng didn't dare to delay and hurriedly followed Zhao Linger to the Jade Ning Palace. He found a futon and sat down. On the stone lotus platform sat a dais nun who looked to be about 50 years old. This was his master, Jade Ning. Seeing his disciples arrive one by one, Yuning smiled and said, "Well done. This time, all 9 disciples of our Yuning Palace are qualified to enter the secret realm." Senior brother Ho Muxian cupped his hands and said, "It's all thanks to Master's excellent guidance." The other disciples, including Pingsheng, also cupped their hands and flattered him, saying, "Master's excellent guidance." He. Yuning chuckled and said, "Stop flattering me. There are only 7 days left until the opening of the secret realm. The sect has decided that we will go ahead of schedule, and we will depart in groups this afternoon. There are a few points I need to clarify with you. First, all inner disciples of our Taixu Sect must wear moon-white sect robes to facilitate quick identification among fellow disciples. Secondly, regardless of the other disciples, you disciples under my tutelage should travel in groups. Ho Muxian, you are the eldest brother, this group is yours to lead." "Master!" Ho Muxian's face immediately fell. "My cultivation has been stuck at a bottleneck for 13 years. This time, I finally waited for the secret realm to open, and I was prepared to risk going to the core area to see if I could obtain the water elemental apricot to break through the bottleneck. If I bring them along." As he spoke, Ho Muxian glanced at Pingsheng and the others, his face full of a desperate desire to survive. Clearly, Ho Muxian didn't want to take them along. In Ho Muxian's eyes, Pingsheng was nothing but a burden. "Xiao Suejian, you come here." Yuning didn't want to make things difficult for her eldest disciple, so she turned her gaze to her second disciple. Xiao Suejian's face also fell. "Master, I'm in the same situation. I still have to follow in my senior brother's footsteps." Then, the 3rd senior sister Chang Xiu, the 4th senior brother Yang Qingyun, and the 5th senior brother Wu Zhengyang also bowed to Yuning. "Master, we disciples will follow our senior brother into the secret realm." The 4 behind, Zhao Linger, Su Kunlun, Tian Xiaoqing, and Pingsheng, each looked increasingly grim. Good heavens, they were being rejected. Sigh. Yuning sighed deeply and said, all right, everyone has their own destiny. I can't force you. Do as you please. Linger, Xiaoqing, Kunlun, and Laoju, the 4 of you can team up for now. Once you're in the secret realm, don't go too deep, and don't fight with others. Opportunities are only for the living, don't force them. Remember? Pingsheng and the other 3 bowed to Yuning. "Thank you for your teachings, Master." Then, Yuning took out 9 white jade tokens and distributed them to his disciples, saying, "These are your credentials for entering the Alliance's secret realm, and also your guarantee of safety. If you encounter danger, simply crush this jade token, and you will be teleported out of this secret realm. However, remember, the essence of this jade token is a kind of array. Once crushed, an array will open. From the opening to teleportation, it's not instantaneous, it requires some casting time. About 3 breaths. Hearing this, Pingsheng's heart skipped a beat. 3 breaths. For escaping, 3 breaths is still too long. If the enemy is right in front of you, using this thing won't help. 3 breaths is enough time for someone to kill you 10 times over. To escape safely, you need ample time, this must be ensured. Pingsheng put away the white jade token, memorizing it. Yuning said, as is customary, I won't be accompanying you on this secret realm exploration. A total of 276 people from our Taixu Sect will be participating in this secret realm exploration, all led by Elder Xian Yang, the Grand Elder of the Internal Affairs Hall. Elder Xian Yang is a 9th-level golden core cultivator. Not only is his cultivation extremely high, but he is also very strict. He is the 2nd highest golden core cultivator in our entire Taixu Sect. You must be respectful. Go! Yuning flicked her sleeves, and the disciples filed out. They went back to pack their things, took their treasure bags, and then went to the teleportation plaza to gather. Pingsheng did the same. He went back first, taking what he had prepared beforehand. Actually, there wasn't much left. His main talismans, magical artifacts, and so on, were all stored in his storage bag. This bag contained only some ordinary items and several sets of moon-white clothing. His master had said that all disciples of the Taixu Sect must wear moon-white daist robes this time. Besides that, Pingsheng also had a set of women's clothing in his bag. Not for any other reason than to be able to switch places at a crucial moment. In case of danger, I can disguise myself as a woman, and none of you will recognize me. Having prepared everything, Pingsheng, like everyone else, carried his treasure bag and arrived at the teleportation plaza of Ziyuzu Peak. There were quite a few disciples here. There were Pingsheng and his senior brothers and sisters, a total of 9 people, and also the disciples of his 2 senior uncles, Yuda and Yuxian. At a glance, there were about 30 or 40 people. Pingsheng saw someone he deeply hated, Linglong. His hatred for Linglong ran deep. Not only was there the hatred for his senior brother Hao Yun, but also the blood feud of his parents. And even more so, the hatred that he was almost killed by her scheme. However, upon encountering Linglong, although Pingsheng felt an urge to tear her apart, his face remained calm, without deliberately showing even a trace of hatred. Linglong also saw him, smiled coldly, and said, "Oh, junior brother, he has reached the 7th level of chi refining. He. It's a good thing to have the qualification to participate in the trial, but I'm afraid this good thing will turn into a bad thing. If you die in the secret realm, then it will be a great loss." Pingsheng didn't react. However, Su Kunlun, Zhao Linger, and Tian Xiaoqing beside him glared angrily at Linglong. Ho Muxian's eyes narrowed, and he said, "Junior sister Linglong, isn't that a bit too harsh?" "Senior brother Ho, I'm not a harsh person." Linglong said, "Everyone knows I have a sharp tongue but a soft heart. I'm just giving junior brother he some good advice. Don't believe me? Look." Linglong stepped forward to Pingsheng's side and, with lightning speed, slapped him across the face. Everyone was shocked. Pingsheng quickly dodged. However, Linglong's previous move was a feint. By the time Pingsheng reacted, her delicate hand had already grabbed his treasure pouch. With a slight exertion, the contents of Pingsheng's pouch were emptied out. They were all ordinary items. A few dozen spirit stones, a few pieces of clothing, and 1 or 2 magical artifacts. What shocked everyone was that Pingsheng's pouch contained a woman's garment. Linglong burst into exaggerated laughter. "Junior brother, I never thought you were this kind of person, carrying women's clothing. Ha 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 ha, do you have some disgusting fetish?" Everyone cast strange glances at him. Pingsheng didn't answer, nor did he show any discomfort. He calmly squatted down, picked up the clothes and items from the ground, and put them into his treasure pouch. Then, Pingsheng stood up and glanced at Linglong indifferently. "Junior sister, don't be silly." A woman stepped forward and pulled Linglong away. Pingsheng's gaze lingered on the woman for 2 breaths. He recognized her. Back when he was a menial servant, he'd been beaten up by Boss Zhang, and this woman had given him 2 low-grade golden bone pills. He'd heard from that Taoist priest Yuda that this senior sister's name was Luoyu. "It's getting late, let's go." Ho Muxian glanced at his junior brothers and sisters behind him. "Let's go to the Taixu Palace first." The group stepped onto the teleportation array and vanished from Ziyuzu Peak in a flash. The moment he opened his eyes, he found himself in the Taixu Palace. The Taixu Palace was the largest palace in the entire section. Legend has it that it was the place where the sect's supreme elders and patriarchs cultivated. And the patriarch was the only nascent soul cultivator in the Taixu Sect. Not only had Pingsheng never seen him, but Ho Muxian had also never seen him. Even his own master, Yuning, might not have seen the patriarch's true face. In the plaza of the Taixu Grand Hall, there were dozens of teleportation arrays. From here, one could travel to the various peaks of the Taixu Sect. Each peak had 2 teleportation arrays, 1 for each direction. At this moment, a considerable number of disciples had already gathered in the plaza. All the disciples wore moonlight robes. After about 2 hours, disciples from almost all the peaks had assembled. An elderly man in a purplish-red daist robe suddenly appeared. This old man was tall, with a white beard and a face etched with the marks of time. His eyes shone brightly, his gaze sweeping over the disciples, seemingly able to pierce their hearts. Silence! The old man waved his whisk and said, I am Xianyang. A clattering sound followed. Upon hearing that this was Elder Xianyang, the disciples all knelt on the ground and bowed to him. Greetings, Elder. Greetings, Elder Xianyang. Greetings, Grandmaster Xianyang. Xianyang, holding his whisk in his left hand, stroked his white beard with his right and said, All right, not bad. Rise, all of you. He was quite satisfied with his disciples' politeness. This time, I will lead you to the Kui Ping Mountain secret realm to participate in the Dao Xian Alliance's trial. You all have your life and death tokens, right? Anyone who doesn't, tell me. Xianyang looked at everyone. The so-called life and death tokens were the white jade tokens in He Pingsheng's hand. Once crushed, they could instantly form an array, teleporting the disciples out of the secret realm. Alright, since you all have it, I'll repeat myself. Once activated, this thing will bring you out of that secret realm. Once you're out, you'll lose the right to continue exploring it. Also, there's a 3-breath delay after activation. Use it with utmost care. Yes, the crowd bowed and replied, Thank you for the reminder, Elder. Alright. Xianyang waved his sleeve. Everyone, follow me. A palm-sized flying boat appeared in Xianyang's hand. With his magical power, the flying boat instantly expanded into a large, azure ship about 100 feet long. On the ship, more than a dozen array formations flickered. Xianyang was the first to step onto the bow. Come on aboard. The disciples jumped on one by one. Because the ship was large, it was only a few feet off the ground, so even a disciple like He Pingsheng, whose cultivation was only at the 7th level of qi refining, could easily land on it. Upon reaching the ship, He Pingsheng discovered that it had 108 slots along its hull. Each slot contained a spirit stone. There were 108 spirit stones in total. These 108 spirit stones served as the power source for the flying boat. Of course, the array's light membrane also had other energy sources, the nature of which He Pingsheng had no idea. Everyone boarded the immortal ship. The Golden Core Stage Elder stroked his beard and asked, Is everyone here? A young cultivator stepped forward and said, Reporting to the Elder, all personnel from Qiyun Peak have arrived. Another one said, All disciples from Lotus Peak have boarded. Kaoxia Peak has arrived. Zizui Peak has arrived. Tianyi Peak has arrived. Songluan Peak has arrived. Zayuzu Peak is all present. Yulong Peak is all present. Juhi Peak is all present. Shen Peak is all present. All disciples of the 10 peaks of Taixu have arrived. Good. Elder Xianyang, the Internal Affairs Elder, nodded and said, Let's go. Rumble. A massive flying boat, hundreds of feet long, slowly lifted off with everyone, then turned in midair and headed southeast. Perhaps because it carried too many people, or perhaps for other reasons. In any case, although the flying boat was large, it flew at a very low altitude. To put it another way, it was only slightly higher than a mountain. The sky above was still blue, with white clouds above as well. The flying boat's speed increased, and the white clouds above and the mountains below rushed past faster and faster. The clear sky and the setting sun illuminated the mountain peaks, making them a vibrant green, with patches of white interspersed among the endless green. These were the exposed, massive rocks. What a beautiful sight! Not long after they set out, dark clouds suddenly gathered on the right side of the mountains ahead. Lightning flashed within the inky clouds. Suddenly, a torrential downpour descended upon that area. However, the flying boat carrying He Pingsheng was unaffected. It swept along the edge of this massive cloud. A few breaths later, the clouds cleared. The dark clouds receded to the right rear, gradually shrinking into a small dot before being obscured by the receding layers of mountains and disappearing from sight. The sky before them cleared once more. After traveling for half a day, He Pingsheng saw another long, towering mountain range. This flying boat could only fly on the right side of the mountain range, its altitude less than half its height. The group once again witnessed the magnificent spectacle of dark clouds filling the sky and snowflakes swirling in the air. This is Ice Peak Mountain, the highest mountain range in the entire Dao Xian Alliance territory. The Golden Core Stage Elder stroked his beard and explained to the crowd with a smile, Don't be fooled by the snow and ice covering this mountain. There's a massive sect there called the Ice Peak Immortal Sect. Moreover, the spiritual energy of the Ice Peak Immortal Sect is extremely rich. Elder Xianyang's words shocked everyone. There was actually a sect atop such a vast mountain. Seeing the elder's amiable demeanor, a disciple boldly asked, Elder Xianyang, why is our flying boat flying so low, not even as high as the paper cranes? This question moved everyone, and they all looked at the bold disciple. Some also looked at the elder with curiosity. The elder didn't blame them, but simply smiled and said, I also wish I could fly higher, but carrying so many of you, my flying boat is struggling, so I can only fly very low. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, the elder himself laughed. The disciples laughed along. Everyone then realized that Elder Xianyang had a rather good temper. Pingsheng noticed that this flying boat not only flew relatively low, but also wasn't very fast, not as fast as the paper crane. However, its advantage was that it had a defensive light membrane on the outside, which could protect it from enemy attacks. After flying for 2 days in this way, the flying boat finally reached a mountain range that wasn't too high. Rumble! The flying boat landed on a plaza. Pingsheng looked around and found the plaza densely packed with people. They were all wearing various colored Daoist robes. It seems many other sects within the Dao-Xian alliance have also arrived. As far as Pingsheng knows, there are about 20 large sects within the Dao-Xian alliance. Besides these large sects, there are over 100 cultivation families. In total, the various forces involved number over 100, and each trial involves nearly 10,000 disciples. The immortal boat landed, and the disciples disembarked one by one, taking up a corner of the plaza to rest. Elder Xian Yang, meanwhile, huddled with the elders of other sects, boasting boastfully. Pingsheng's gaze, however, was directed towards the back of the plaza. There, a massive array stood, and at its entrance, 18 cultivators clad in golden Daoist robes guarded it. It seems this is the entrance to the secret realm. See those 18 Foundation Establishment disciples over there? Zhao Linger gestured towards the 18 golden-robed figures. Pingsheng's gaze returned to the back of the plaza. 18 disciples in golden Daoist robes, each possessing Foundation Establishment cultivation. Of course, Pingsheng couldn't see their cultivation levels, he simply couldn't discern them, hence his guess. Now that Zhao Linger had confirmed it herself, he was certain. I see, Pingsheng nodded. What's wrong, senior sister? Nothing, Zhao Linger said. These 18 people come from 18 different sects, guarding this entrance together. Even if some sects wanted to enter beforehand, it would be impossible. Pingsheng was immediately shocked. Isn't it supposed to open only once every 30 years? Can we enter normally? Junior brother, you're naive. Zhao Linger smiled, then pulled him closer and whispered, to put it bluntly, isn't this so-called secret realm artificially created? It's just that there are many spiritual veins exposed within 1,000 miles of this place, so some senior experts used great magic to seal this place with a grand formation. This grand formation isn't activated only once every 30 years, it can be activated at any time. The activation date is artificially set at 30 years simply for the exploration by various sects. If it were unguarded, wouldn't a powerful figure from a sect be able to secretly open the formation and send their own descendants inside? Then the secret realm within the Dao-Xian alliance would lose all fairness. Therefore, to ensure fairness and impartiality, 18 Foundation Establishment Stage disciples are placed here to guard it. And these 18 Foundation Establishment Stage disciples come from 18 different sects. I heard from my master that one of our Taixu Sect's senior uncles is also guarding it here, but I can't recognize which one is my senior uncle. Pingsheng nodded. Now, he understood exactly what this so-called secret realm was. Junior brother, senior sister. The plump eighth brother, Su Kunlun, ran over, grinning, look, there are some vendors over there, should we go take a look? Pingsheng looked up and, sure enough, saw some cultivators setting up stalls along the edge of the huge plaza. This wasn't surprising, because those who had come were all Qi refining stage disciples from various sects and families, all at the same level, making it easier to exchange goods. The presence of stalls instantly attracted many people. Then even more people started setting up stalls. Let's go take a look. Before Pingsheng could even set off, he saw Ho Muxian had already walked over. So Pingsheng quickly followed. If he saw something good, arriving early meant he could grab it first, right? Pingsheng walked over to the stalls and glanced at them. The items sold by these Qi refining stage disciples were all very similar. Pills. Mainly golden bone pills. At this time, no one would buy spirit gathering pills. Because spirit gathering pills are for cultivation, who would come to the secret realm to cultivate. Golden bone pills are different. If one is injured in the secret realm, consuming this will be of great benefit. Besides pills, there are also talismans. And some people sell all sorts of strange and unusual things. Pingsheng had no shortage of talismans and pills. He currently possessed 14 offensive talismans, all enhanced versions. A single strike could kill any disciple in the Qi refining stage. As for golden bone pills, they were unnecessary. Pingsheng had 2 bottles containing 24 top-grade golden bone pills. He also had some ordinary mid-grade and low-grade pills. That was enough. However, he encountered an acquaintance here. Well, not exactly an acquaintance, but someone he had met before, the beautiful woman who sold talismans in the Matio Yushan market. He hadn't expected to run into her here again. She still had a stall selling talismans. Previously, Pingsheng had assumed she used a disguised talisman to appear so beautiful, but now it seemed that wasn't the case, because disguised talismans were extremely precious, and their effectiveness only lasted 2 hours. Even if this woman was wealthy, how could she maintain the same appearance year-round using a disguised talisman? She's probably just naturally beautiful. "Junior brother, would you like some talismans?" The beautiful woman looked up at Pingsheng. He had been staring at her for quite a while. Pingsheng immediately blushed, awkwardly touching his nose, and said, "No, no. He. The beautiful woman smiled and said, "I recognize you. You bought my disguise talisman at Madam Mountain before, didn't you?" Pingsheng hadn't expected her to recognize him, and a surge of inexplicable excitement welled up inside him. He said, "Yes, yes, yes." After saying that, he inwardly cursed himself for being so cowardly. Why am I so excited when a beautiful disciple speaks to me? With that, Pingsheng quickly quickened his pace and headed towards another stall. Junior brother, Zhao Linger followed behind Pingsheng, saying, "Tempted? He. I see from her daist robes, she's a disciple of Tianfu Mountain, he. She's quite a good match for our Taixu Sect." Pingsheng's face turned even redder. He didn't know how to respond to Zhao Linger, so he quickly pretended to look at something, casually squatted down at a stall, and picked up a green jade slip, placing it on his forehead. It was a cultivation technique. Of course, only the outline was available. The technique was called the copper skin golden bone scripture. According to the outline, this was a technique for body tempering. After practicing it, one could enhance their body's defense, transforming into copper skin and golden bones. At its peak, one could even withstand attacks from cultivators of the same level using only their body, without needing any external aids. So powerful? Pingsheng was somewhat tempted. "Junior brother, I have a complete body refining technique here." The stall owner was a daist nun who looked to be around 40 years old. She looked at Pingsheng with a kind expression. Pingsheng was also taken aback. So old, and still only at the qi refining stage? However, after a little thought, he realized it was normal. After all, there were quite a few male disciples in their 70s or 80s whose cultivation was still at the qi refining stage. "No!" Zhao Linger snatched the jade slip away, saying, "Junior brother, your cultivation is already difficult enough. You should focus all your energy on improving your cultivation. How can you dabble in such unorthodox methods? Cultivating this stuff is such a waste of time." Pingsheng smiled, took the cultivation technique back from Zhao Linger, and said, "I want to try it." A waste of time? For others, perhaps it truly is a waste of time. But for Pingsheng, it's definitely not a waste. He's been cultivating all 5 elements simultaneously to hold his cultivation level, and he's already reached the 7th level. Even so, he's still worried about breaking through too quickly. If he had this body refining technique, wouldn't it perfectly fill his spare time? "Senior sister, how many spirit stones does this cultivation technique cost?" Pingsheng returned the outline to the woman. The woman replied, 300. "What?" Pingsheng immediately bristled. 300? So expensive? Those ordinary cultivation techniques with various 5 elements usually only cost 30 to 50 spirit stones each. This thing costs 300? 10 times that right off the bat? He. The woman chuckled, "Junior brother, don't be fooled by the price. There's a reason it's expensive. To be honest, both this body refining technique and that spirit refining technique are extremely rare. You might see 100 cultivation techniques in the cultivation world, and you might not even find one that refines the body or spirit. That's why it's so expensive. Moreover, this technique of mine not only includes the qi refining stage but also a complete foundation establishment stage chapter. Buying it is a steal." Pingsheng said, 100 spirit stones, please. Although this thing is rare, the reality is that the demand is low. Out of 100 cultivators, perhaps only one would be interested in this kind of technique. She slashed the price by 2/3 in one go. The daist nun opposite him was stunned. "Junior brother, this is really too low. This isn't even a slash at the waist, it's practically a slash to my heel." Pingsheng said, "I'm sorry, this is my limit. If you sell it to me, I'll give you spirit stones. Any more, I can't buy it even if I wanted to, because I don't have enough spirit stones." All right. The daist nun waved her hand, saying, 100 it is, here you go. She tossed out a green jade slip. Pingsheng shook out 100 spirit stones from his treasure bag. Then, he examined the jade slip in front of the woman. After confirming that the cultivation technique inside was correct, he put the jade slip away, bowed, and left. "Junior brother," Zhao Linger asked, "are you really planning to refine this thing? It's such a waste of your cultivation." "Exactly." Su Kunlun chimed in, "Where would I find the time? I wish I could split the 12 hours of the day into 24, and it still wouldn't be enough. TCH. Zhao Linger scoffed at Su Kunlun's words, "I don't believe it." Tian Xiaoqing added, "I don't believe it either, but if you said 12 hours weren't enough to sleep, I'd believe you." Ha ha ha. Pingsheng was amused by their antics. All right. Su Kunlun said awkwardly, "Don't talk about me, ninth brother, this is such a waste of time." Pingsheng said, "Didn't you guys say before that everyone encounters a bottleneck during the qi refining stage? My spiritual root aptitude is quite poor, so I might encounter a bottleneck after reaching the 10th level. I plan to start practicing body refining techniques then. After all, practicing then is useless. Su Kunlun said, that makes sense. Zhao Linger said, I heard that there's a spiritual fruit in this secret realm called the golden and silver peach, a supreme treasure for body refining. Pingsheng asked, what is the golden and silver peach? Zhao Linger said, it's a kind of spiritual fruit, a first-grade spiritual fruit. From afar, this fruit shimmers with a golden and silver texture, but it doesn't promote cultivation. However, if you consume it and refine it with body refining techniques, you can achieve unexpected results. At this point, she rolled her eyes and gently nudged Pingsheng with her elbow. Ninth brother, you're not stupid enough to think that just getting a body refining technique will make you strong enough, are you? It requires auxiliary materials. Pingsheng was speechless. That's right, he really thought that as long as he practiced a body refining technique, he could achieve the effect of having skin of copper and bones of iron. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. Zhao Linger said, let's go, let's take a look ahead. A certain stall was surrounded by a large crowd, but to everyone's astonishment, the stall owner wasn't a chi refining stage disciple. It was a Golden Core Grandmaster. Beside the Golden Core Grandmaster's stall, several disciples were guarding it. Everyone, our ancestor is a powerful Golden Core cultivator, he would never lie to you. These maps were drawn by our ancestor after studying countless pieces of information left by his predecessors. Would you like a copy? Pingsheng understood they were using a Golden Core ancestor as a guarantee to sell maps. Every sect draws its own maps. They're drawn based on roots over the years, although incomplete, they still serve a purpose. Would you like to buy one? Su Kunlun asked Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger asked, how much is one map? A disciple in a green daist robe said, 600 spirit stones. Hiss, that price. Everyone was immediately deterred. No wonder they needed a Golden Core ancestor to endorse it, it's such a rip-off. Forget it. Zhao Linger said, Master said we don't need to go to the core area, so this map is unnecessary. Let's go, let's go. The four-person team returned to the Taixu Sect's location, and each found a corner to sit down. Pingsheng took out the jade slip he had just bought and began studying it. Leaving aside the main text, there was much to learn from the general outline alone. After reading it once, Pingsheng gained a slight understanding of the so-called body refining method. Body refining, as the name suggests, is about forging one's body, refining it into a powerful weapon, so that one can be invincible among enemies of the same level. Body refining requires external assistance. The general outline refers to it as external supplementation. Things that can be used for external supplementation can be divided into two categories. One category is rare and precious materials like the golden and silver peaches. After consuming them, they must be digested using body refining methods to strengthen the body and increase strength. The second category is blood. More precisely, it's the essence blood of various demonic beasts, spirit beasts, and even cultivators. Using this as an external supplement can also strengthen the body and increase power. After reading the outline, Pingsheng didn't continue his cultivation, because he planned to strengthen the copper skin golden bone scripture in the treasure basin before cultivating it. Wait, no rush. Several days passed quickly. That morning, 18 Foundation establishment disciples dressed in golden daist robes each took a step forward. Someone said, everyone, from now on, the secret realm is open. For 1 month. You may enter. However, you must return within a month. A disciple in a golden daist robe looked at the crowd and shouted, I know some of you are thinking of hiding inside and secretly cultivating after the secret realm ends. Hey, if that's what you're thinking, it's no different from courting death. Because once the secret realm ends, everyone must come out, otherwise, death. As for how you'll die? We'll send a Golden Core stage immortal pet in to slaughter every single chi refining stage disciple hiding inside, leaving no one alive. Disciples of the Taixu Sect, all of you come here. A rough roar came from afar. Everyone looked and saw it was Elder Xianyang of the Taixu Sect. The group surged forward to Elder Xianyang. Line up. Whoever I call, come here, Elder Xianyang said. Disciples of Lotus Peak, come forward. Dozens of disciples from Lotus Peak rushed to the Elder's side. You few. Elder Xianyang pointed to a group and said, come this way. 1 treasure bag for each of you. Bring back all the spiritual herbs you see. Remember, even the lowest grade 1 spiritual herbs, bring them back. Elder Xianyang distributed a new treasure bag to each person. He was worried that the disciples wouldn't have enough bags. After distributing the bags, Elder Xianyang waved his hand, and his magical power transformed into a grain of light that instantly created a barrier, enveloping the dozen or so people in front of him. Go! Elder Xianyang shouted, and the light membrane enveloped about 10 people, sending them soaring into the air before they whooshed into the entrance of the secret realm. At that moment, the entrance to the secret realm opened, revealing a dark vortex. elders continued to toss their sect's disciples inside one by one. This method of entering the secret realm broadened Pingsheng's horizons. Disciples from Lotus Peak were tossed in groups. Then came Sunset Peak, Dawn Peak. Finally, it was the turn of Xiaozu Peak. Little ones from Xiaozu Peak, come here. Elder Xian Yang's face was somewhat pale. After all, using magical power to guide disciples into the secret realm was physically demanding. Sending in so many disciples in succession had left him somewhat exhausted. But Elder Xian Yang showed no displeasure. Go, go, go. Disciples from the Yuxian and Yuta sects were sent in one group after another. Ancestor Xianyang wiped the sweat from his brow, glanced at Pingsheng, and said, "Phew, only one left, I'm exhausted, this is more tiring than fighting for my life. Come on, you four." Ancestor Xianyang gave each of the four a new treasure bag, saying, "Stand still. I'm only responsible for throwing you in, I don't know where you'll end up. Hold hands tightly, don't get separated by this spatial force." A light membrane enveloped the four of them. Go. Ancestor Xianyang raised his foot and kicked the light membrane hard. The white light membrane instantly carried Pingsheng and the other three into the entrance of the secret realm. The surrounding light instantly darkened. Pitch black. Pingsheng felt as if he were traveling through a dark void, as if he had been transported by a teleportation array. He didn't know how much time had passed when suddenly the light outside brightened. Then, thump, 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 the four of them landed on the ground like a human pyramid. "Damn it," Zhao Linger cursed, "you fatso, Su Kunlun, get off me, you're crushing me." Tian Xiaoking's face was flushed. "Junior brother you're crushing me." The two men scrambled to their feet simultaneously. The four of them looked around. Each of them looked wary. The sky was clear, without a single cloud. A bright sun shone in the mid-sky, its light dazzling. All around were endless mountains. The spiritual energy here was incredibly dense. "What a wonderful place!" Pingsheng exclaimed. "If we could cultivate here, we'd definitely achieve twice the results with half the effort." "Come on," Su Kunlun chimed in before Pingsheng could finish speaking. "You have a 5 elements spiritual root. Even if you had the densest spiritual energy, it wouldn't help. You couldn't absorb it, ninth brother." Pingsheng smiled awkwardly. "That's right, that's the truth." Zhao Linger, sword in hand, cautiously looked around and said, "With such spiritual energy, there must be many spiritual herbs in this secret realm. Let's go find some." "Oh, right, whatever items anyone gets, we four will split them equally. Any objections?" She looked at the other three. The other three, whose cultivation levels were lower than Zhao Linger's, naturally nodded in agreement. Tian Xiaoqing took a bottle from her magic bag and poured out a lot of seeds. She grabbed a handful of seeds and casually tossed them around. "Senior sister," Pingsheng exclaimed, "these are seeds of the 7-leaf spirit grass, aren't they?" "Yes," Tian Xiaoqing replied, "let's sow them here first. The spiritual energy here is so abundant, in 30 years, this place will surely produce a lush patch of 7-leaf spirit grass. Then, those who come later can harvest it." Su Kunlun gave a thumbs up, saying, "Senior sister Tian is so righteous." Tian Xiaoqing rolled her eyes at him, saying, "Where do you think all these spiritual plants in this secret realm came from? Isn't it because the predecessors planted the trees so that the successors can enjoy the shade? If we only harvested and didn't plant, wouldn't this secret realm have long since become a dead place? Before we came, Master spoke to me privately, saying that I was responsible for scattering seeds along the way. I still have many seeds here. Let's go." The four of them traveled together through the secret realm, scattering many seeds along the way. Because they were all chi refining stage disciples and hadn't yet learned to fly on swords, they could only walk through the secret realm. The advantage was that everyone was a cultivator, and a single stride could cover several meters, making their movement incredibly fast. They moved nimbly and gracefully through the mountains, as if treading on flat ground. However, after walking for about half an hour, the four of them hadn't encountered any spiritual plants. "Do you have a map? Let's see where we are now," Pingsheng suggested. Zhao Linger said, "I've already looked at it, a map alone isn't enough, let's walk around and confirm the characteristics of our area first. If we still can't find it in another half hour, I'll release my flying crane to take a look." As they walked, the fat Su Kunlun suddenly excitedly raised his hand and said, Look, what's that?" He was extremely excited as he spoke, spittle flying from his mouth. Pingsheng abruptly turned his head and looked in the direction Su Kunlun was pointing. In the distance, he saw a lush green bamboo forest. Su Kunlun exclaimed, "Fairy bamboo, this is fairy bamboo. What a huge patch of fairy bamboo." Everyone finally realized. Fairy bamboo. Fairy bamboo itself doesn't have any special value. However, if it's fairy bamboo that has just sprouted from the ground, then it's called fairy bamboo shoot. These immortal bamboo shoots are one of the 4 ingredients needed to refine a grade 1 chi gathering pill. Let's go take a look." The four of them ran towards the bamboo forest. Upon reaching the edge of the bamboo forest, they saw, hey, so many immortal bamboo shoots. Hundreds of immortal bamboo shoots sprouted from the dense bamboo ground. This is a grade 1 immortal herb. Don't just stand there, each of you on one side, pick them all. Leave not a single one. Stop, stop, stop. The group digging bamboo shoots was abruptly stopped by Zhao Linger. What's wrong, senior sister? Tian Xiaoqing asked, aren't you going to dig anymore? Look, Zhao Linger pointed back. The group turned around and saw a huge pile of bamboo shoots behind them. Zhao Linger continued, we only have 2 treasure bags each. We can't use them all to hold bamboo shoots, can we? The group's faces darkened immediately. Yes, everyone came to treasure hunt. If you take 2 bags of bamboo shoots, honestly, even a full bag wouldn't sell for 50 spirit stones. Bamboo shoots are a special kind of herb. When refining the qi gathering pill, you don't need a whole bamboo shoot. To put it another way, 1 bamboo shoot is enough for dozens of batches of qi gathering pills. If 4 people each took 2 bags of bamboo shoots back, wouldn't their master scold them to death? All right, Zhao Linger said, that's all. We've divided these, we'll leave the rest. Then the 4 of them began dividing the bamboo shoots. Each person received 10. 10 bamboo shoots were tossed into the treasure bag, already filling it halfway. Let's go. After dividing the bamboo shoots, Zhao Linger said, next time we encounter first-grade spiritual herbs, we don't need to collect so many, just a little will do. The key is, second-grade spiritual herbs. That's what's valuable. Pingsheng nodded. That's how spiritual herbs are, a difference of just 1 grade can drastically change their value. For example, ordinary qi gathering pill ingredients, being first grade, would only sell for 7 spirit stones even in 10 portions. That's a first-grade spiritual herb. But what about second grade? Take the pollen of the blazing sunflower, for example, even the lowest grade, a bottle can sell for 100 or so spirit stones. The difference between first grade and second grade is truly enormous. They emerged from the bamboo forest. Tian Xiaoqing asked, where do we go now? Pingsheng raised his hand, pointing to a towering mountain peak in the distance, and said, there's a high mountain over there, we can climb up and take a look. A higher vantage point might help us pinpoint our location within the secret realm. Zhao Linger nodded, saying, that's a good idea. Su Kunlun also nodded, I have no objection. Let's go then. Pingsheng led the way. Half an hour later, the 4 of them reached the top of the mountain. What a beautiful view. Standing atop the mountain, Pingsheng couldn't help but exclaim. Looking ahead from his position, the distant, undulating mountain range stretched across the horizon like a winding line. Countless green plants covered it, patches of orange-red, patches of golden-yellow, patches of lush green, patches of verdant hues. Behind them was a sheer cliff, hundreds of feet high. Mountain spring water cascaded down, forming a waterfall at the edge of the cliff, and where the waterfall landed, a clear, emerald-green pool formed. Sunlight shone through the pool, making it sparkle and shimmer in all directions. Give me the map, let me see where this is, Zhao Linger said, looking at Su Kunlun. Su Kunlun hurriedly took out a map and handed it to Zhao Linger, but Zhao Linger looked at it for a long time and still couldn't make heads or tails of it. She still couldn't pinpoint the exact location. Buzzing. Just then, a buzzing sound, like that of a bee, suddenly came from the air. At first, no one paid any attention, but after a few breaths, the buzzing grew louder and louder. Zhao Linger turned around and saw 2 golden wasps, each the size of a finger, hovering in the air not far behind her, staring at the 4 of them. Slash! Without thinking, Zhao Linger drew her sword and slashed out swiftly. She was incredibly fast. In a flash, the sword was already sheathed. In midair, one of the golden wasps was sliced in 2 and landed on the ground. Slash! Su Kunlun also raised his hand and slashed. Unfortunately, he wasn't using a flying sword, but rather his palm strike. Perhaps due to a lack of control over his power, this attack not only failed to kill the wasp but also allowed it to fly away using the force of the blow. Hey! Su Kunlun jumped up in anger, his obese body trembling like a spring. Damn it, even a wasp dares to provoke me? Just as Su Kunlun was cursing and swearing, Zhao Linger squatted down, looking at the golden wasp corpse on the ground, her brows furrowing. She said, This is a tiger-striped golden wasp. The other 3 also curiously gathered around. Senior sister, what is a tiger-striped golden wasp? Pingsheng asked. Zhao Linger said, it's an extremely powerful spirit wasp. They contain potent venom. If you were stung by the stinger of this tiger-striped golden wasp, even someone at the 12th level of qi refining would only meet their demise. There are actually these things here. Should we hurry up and leave? If we encounter a swarm of these things, we're likely doomed. Let's go. Tian Xiaoqing said, there's no time to lose. However, Zhao Linger said, there's no need to rush. Although these tiger-striped golden bees are terrifying, the honey they produce from the nectar of spiritual herbs is a top-tier natural treasure. Drinking this can instantly replenish the Danshan chi of a chi refining disciple. Legend has it that even if the spiritual energy in the Danshan is depleted, a single drop can replenish it. That powerful? Pingsheng's brow twitched. Then this thing is a top-grade natural treasure. According to the miscellaneous records of cultivation, anything that can instantly restore the body's spiritual energy is a rare and precious natural treasure. Although this thing is low-grade, it is still extremely rare. That's not all. Zhao Linger said, this tiger-striped golden bee elixir, besides instantly restoring a chi refiner's depleted Danshan, has two other uses. First, it can detoxify, and it can detoxify most poisons. Second, it can be used as a harmonizing elixir during alchemy. Pingsheng nodded. He was quite familiar with alchemy. Especially when lower-level disciples were refining pills, they couldn't directly roast the medicinal herbs in the furnace, otherwise they would instantly turn to ashes. How to do it? Add water. Boil it in water. Actually, adding water is the worst method. The best harmonizer isn't water, but various elixir. If you use elixir instead of water to refine pills, the success rate will be higher, and the quality will also be significantly improved. However, this stuff is rather useless to Pingsheng, because he doesn't need it. He has the Treasure Basin, which can directly enhance pills. Therefore, this tiger-striped golden bee jelly is extremely valuable. Zhao Linger continued, if our sect knew there was tiger-striped golden bee jelly here, they would definitely go to great lengths to have their disciples collect it. So, junior brothers and sisters. Zhao Linger's face showed an unprecedented seriousness. What I mean is, let's go and search for it, to see exactly where this beehive is. If we can collect it, it will be a stroke of luck. Even if we can't get it, recording its location would be good. Senior sister, be careful. On the sheer cliff face, Zhao Linger lightly pushed off with her feet, leaping from a slightly protruding rock. She schemed across the cliff face, covering a distance of 3 zhang, approximately 10 meters, and landed steadily on another protruding rock 3 zhang away. This protruding rock was small, barely large enough for 1 foot to stand on. Clang! A clear, sharp sound rang out as a sword was drawn. As she landed, Zhao Linger drew her sword again and embedded it into the nearby rock face. A double safety measure to ensure she wouldn't fall. Behind her, Tian Xiaoqing, Su Kunlun, and Pingsheng leaped across the path Zhao Linger had just taken. Despite being a large, fat man, Su Kunlun was surprisingly agile at this moment. Senior sister, did you see that? Su Kunlun shouted. Zhao Linger turned around and said, I see it, about 50 feet ahead. I'll find a landing spot a few more times and I can get across. There's a mountain crevice over there. This swarm of bees is all in that mountain crevice. As she spoke, Zhao Linger pushed off slightly with her feet, leaping up again and landing on a cliff protrusion about 10 feet away. After her jump, the others followed suit. After 7 or 8 such leaps, all 4 of them had landed at a mountain crevice. The landing spot was large enough for 4 people to fit in. Looking through the mountain crevice, it was pitch black, they couldn't see anything. Buzzing, buzzing, buzzing. Every now and then, huge golden bees would fly in from afar and enter the mountain crevice. Or they would fly out from the crevice. Some would reach Zhao Linger and her companions, only to be decisively cut down by her. Remember everything, Zhao Linger said sternly. Once we enter this cave, everyone, set up your defenses. The tiger-striped golden bee is a level 1 demonic beast. It's not inherently dangerous. Its attack power is also weak. It's not even as strong as a 2nd or 3rd level chi refining cultivator. However, what makes them formidable is the poisonous stinger on their tails. This thing is extremely poisonous. Once stung, even a 12th level chi refining cultivator will perish here. Zhao Linger held up 2 slender white fingers and said, our goal this time is to collect tiger-striped golden bee elixir. If we get it, great, if not, don't be too discouraged. But remember 2 things. First, if the swarm launches a large-scale attack, immediately stop collecting the treasure and return, escape. Understood? She didn't rush to say the second point but looked at the 3 people in front of her. Pingsheng, Su Kunlun, and Tian Xiaoqing nodded. Zhao Linger continued, secondly, if we are attacked by a large swarm of bees and cannot escape, please immediately crush the jade talisman in your hand. Don't hesitate, don't hesitate, don't hesitate. As she spoke, Zhao Linger even took out her own jade talisman. Did you hear me? The 3 people in front of her answered in unison, yes. Good, Zhao Linger said, follow me. Bang! Zhao Linger waved her hand, producing a silver shield. This shield, having been reinforced with 3 layers of magic, was actually a high-grade magic artifact. A spherical silver shield enveloped Zhao Linger completely. Even so, she still managed to free one hand to hold the jade pendant. Bang! Bang bang! Beside her, Pingsheng, Su Kunlun, and Tian Xiaoqing also erected their own shields. Pingsheng's shield was erected using the top-grade magic artifact, that Azure Wood Shield. With 4 layers of restrictions, Pingsheng's shield was the most robust among them. Back on Xiaozu Peak, when he was tricked by Linglong and nearly died in the mouth of the golden python, Pingsheng had used the Azurewood Shield, a top-grade magic artifact, for defense. Therefore, taking it out again now didn't seem out of place, because everyone knew he possessed a top-grade defensive shield. This thing was a supreme treasure in the eyes of Qi refining disciples, but worthless in the eyes of Foundation Establishment and Golden Core disciples. Therefore, no one really cared. The four filed in, entering the cold and damp cave. The cave wasn't large, about 10 feet in diameter. Buzzing. Soon, tiger-striped golden bees flew over. A single wasp suddenly landed on Pingsheng's light membrane. However, it didn't matter, this one wasp wouldn't affect the light membrane. Hurry! Zhao Linger said, they've discovered us, we need to get in and out quickly. The four started running in the cave. But from that moment on, a continuous stream of tiger-striped golden bees flew in. At first, there were only one or two. But after about 20 breaths, swarms of golden bees arrived. Buzzing, hundreds of them swarmed towards the four light membranes. The stretched-out light membranes felt heavy. Senior sister, this won't do, Tian Xiaoqing said. We don't know how far ahead is, but there are more and more golden bees. What should we do? I can't hold on much longer. Zhao Linger's face was also pale. She said, we miscalculated. We didn't expect there to be so many golden bees inside. Well, we can't risk going any further. Let's get out first. Let's go out and find a way to lure them away. Let's find a way to distract the golden bees in this cave first, then come back in to collect the honey. Zhao Linger was decisive. After speaking, she turned and left. The other three followed closely behind. The result: something unexpected happened. Buzzing, countless golden bees, like a golden cloud, flew out of the cave. And then, like a flowing river, they surged forward. Damn it! Su Kunlun cursed, senior sister, run, there are too many, we can't hold them off. The four of them accelerated, moving like the wind, and in just a few breaths, they shot out of the cave. The bees behind them weren't very fast. But as soon as they exited the cave, the four of them were dumbfounded. Outside the cave was only a platform about 10 feet wide, beyond which were sheer cliffs. Although the four were cultivators, they hadn't reached the Foundation Establishment stage, so they couldn't fly away on swords. What to do? They could only follow the original path, leaping across the cliffs to escape. This was going to be difficult. Paper cranes, paper cranes. Zhao Linger cried out, activate the paper cranes quickly. But before she could finish speaking, and before anyone could even take out their paper cranes, countless golden bees swarmed over. Buzzing, the four protective membranes were completely covered by golden bees. Thousands upon thousands of them. It was a sight to behold. Even if they managed to activate the paper cranes now, what good would it do? These golden bees could devour the entire protective membrane in a very short time. Then even the paper cranes would be stung by the bees. What to do? Oh, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. I'm going to die. What to do, what to do? Tian Xiaoqing frantically scratched her head. She looked at the light membrane surrounding her body. The light membrane was completely covered by dense swarms of golden bees, making it impossible to see anything outside. She couldn't see the sky, the sun, her senior sister, or her two junior brothers. She could only see the light on the membrane growing dimmer and dimmer. At this rate, the light membrane would surely shatter in less than 10 breaths. Don't panic. Pingsheng couldn't see anyone else either, but he remained relatively calm. Senior sister, senior brother, there's nothing but emptiness outside the cliff, and about 100 feet below is a deep pool. My thought is, if we jump off from here, we might not necessarily die from the fall, right? They were all late-stage Qi refining cultivators. Under normal circumstances, falling from a 100-foot cliff might kill them, but with a pool of water below, they certainly wouldn't die from the fall. No, not really. Su Kunlun's voice came, but you'll probably break your leg. Zhao Linger said, I can't swim, and I don't have any water escape techniques. If I break a leg in the water, I'll definitely die. Tian Xiaoqing said, I can't either. I can't swim. What should we do? I'm going to die. I can't take it anymore. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. It was the sound of a jade talisman being crushed. Junior brother, senior sister, I'm leaving. Whoosh! 3 breaths later, Tian Xiaoqing was teleported away. Pingsheng said, don't go. Jump down with me. I know water escape techniques. Zhao Linger said, no, I'm afraid of heights. Junior brother, when you get the treasure, share some with us. Crack! Zhao Linger's jade talisman shattered. Junior brother, I'm leaving too. Crack! Su Kunlun's jade talisman also shattered. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them were gone. Only Pingsheng remained at the cave entrance. To leave? Or to stay? Pingsheng took a deep breath and immediately made his decision. He leaped up, taking 10 zhang, approximately 33 meters, of stride forward. Then, like a stone, he plummeted down the cliff, enveloped in a massive membrane of light and countless tiger-striped golden bees. 100 jong, approximately 33 meters, was still a considerable height. A wave of dizziness washed over him. 2 breaths later, some light shone from the membrane surrounding Pingsheng's body. Many of the tiger-striped golden bees flew away. Another breath passed. Thump! Pingsheng landed in the emerald green pool, creating a huge wave. A sharp pain shot through his left leg, the first part of his body to touch the water. Accompanying this was a crisp cracking sound. 100 jong, approximately 33 meters, high was still too high. That's more than half a li, approximately 2.5 kilometers, high. Falling from that height wouldn't kill a person, but Pingsheng's left leg, because it hit the water's surface first, was struck by the enormous impact, causing a crack in the bone. Ah! He cried out, and plunged into the deep water. Fortunately, only his left leg was injured. The rest of his body was fine. And after sinking into the water, the swarm of tiger-striped golden bees didn't continue their pursuit. After all, they lacked the instinct to dive. Unfortunately, Pingsheng's azurewood shield, with its 4 layers of restrictions, had fallen into the deep water. It wouldn't be found anytime soon. Escape. Pingsheng endured the pain and immediately used the Ren water escape technique. His body moved like a fish, instantly covering dozens of feet underwater, swimming downstream. He swam like this for half an incense stick's time before daring to surface. This place was already several miles away from the cliff, so there were naturally no more tiger-striped golden bees. Pingsheng dragged his soaking wet body and injured leg ashore. Looking around, he found the place to be relatively calm. He found a fairly flat boulder, then took out his array setting materials and simply sketched a top-grade level 1 array on it. A defensive array. With this defensive array, he had nothing to worry about for the time being. This thing can defend against attacks from any chi refining stage cultivator or demonic beast. After everything was arranged, Pingsheng took out a green jade bottle from his storage bag. He opened the jade bottle and took out a blood-red pill, the golden bone pill. Moreover, its quality was top grade. He swallowed the top-grade golden bone pill. Pingsheng then sat quietly within the defensive array, waiting for his body to heal. Because the pill was top grade, it healed quickly. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the injury on his leg was completely healed. It was that miraculous. After all that fuss, it was already late. Pingsheng had no intention of continuing his treasure hunt. Instead, he decided to spend the night there. On the huge plaza of Qipping Mountain. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 consecutive flashes of white light. Su Kunlun, Tian Xiaoqing, and Zhao Linger appeared in the plaza. Ha 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 ha. Taixu Sect. It's a disciple of the Taixu Sect. Old bastard Xian Yang, you lost. He. The 3 had just appeared in the plaza when they heard voices from the side. Turning their heads, they saw their ancestor, Elder Xian Yang, staring at them with a dark expression. It turned out that several sect elders had gathered to make a bet, to see whose disciple would be teleported out first. Unexpectedly, it was a disciple of the Taixu Sect. Xian Yang said angrily, "It's only been less than a day, how could you 3 be so stupid? What happened?" Zhao Linger said, "Ancestor, I'm sorry, this disciple knows her mistake." The 3 quickly knelt on the ground. Xian Yang said, "Stop kneeling, tell me, what happened?" "Yes," Zhao Linger said, Disciple and I encountered those tiger-striped golden bees. We were chased by tens of thousands of bees, and there was no escape, so we could only—" "What? Tiger-striped golden bees? Where? Where?" Upon hearing these 4 words, the surrounding elders jumped up. This was a valuable item. Although they didn't need it, in the hands of low-level disciples, tiger-striped golden bee elixir was a supreme treasure. It was also an excellent blending agent for alchemy. "Shut up." Elder Xian Yang, seeing the gravity of the matter, quickly and solemnly said, "Don't say any more. You 3, come with me." He led the 3 quickly to a secluded spot, then conjured a barrier around them with a wave of his hand, saying, "All right, tell me, where did you find the tiger-striped golden bees?" If he knew the exact location, he could devise a plan for the next time the secret realm opened, specifically sending his disciples there to collect the bee honey. Although the secret realm belonged to everyone, the locations of treasures discovered by each sect were still kept secret from one another. Such things were generally not shared. "I don't know." Zhao Linger shook her head. "We haven't figured out where it is yet." Seeing Xian Yang's gloomy face, Zhao Linger quickly said, "But Elder, don't worry, Junior brother is still inside. We'll ask him when he comes out." Night fell. The moon rose. Pingsheng lay on the massive stone slab, gazing up at the moon in the void. Before, he knew the secret realm was shrouded by a high-level array, and he thought he wouldn't see the sun or moon here. But after entering, he discovered they were there. There was the sun, the moon, and even the stars. Then, could the moonlight here condense into moonlight essence, thereby strengthening treasures? Let's try. Pingsheng waved his hand, taking the treasure basin from his body and carefully placing it beside him. At the same time, he tossed a jade slip into it. This jade slip, purchased at the temporary trade fair in the plaza before the secret realm opened, was a body refining technique called the copper skin golden bone scripture. He wondered what it would look like after strengthening it. Pingsheng couldn't sleep, so he quietly stared at the basin. Beside him, moonlight gathered, strands flowing into the basin. Pingsheng was immediately overjoyed. It seemed the moon and sun he saw here weren't illusions, but real. Great! This way, even in the secret realm, he could enhance items. Watching this, Pingsheng drifted off to sleep. When he awoke, it was already morning. He quickly looked into the basin. Inside the dark ceramic basin lay 2 jade slips. One red, one green. Pingsheng took a deep breath, put away the treasure basin, and then took out the 2 jade slips, his face full of anticipation. He first placed the red jade slip on his forehead. Body refining technique. Name: Fiery Golden Body Technique. Rank: Heavenly Rank. Length: Chi Refining Chapter, Foundation Establishment Chapter, Golden Core Chapter, Nascent Soul Chapter, Deity Transformation Chapter. 5 chapters in total. Pingsheng glanced at the general outline. This cultivation method requires the use of external fire energy to temper the body, ultimately resulting in a body of unyielding strength. Upon reaching perfection, one can withstand attacks from equally powerful magical artifacts with their bare body. For example, if a Chi refining stage cultivator can perfect the Chi refining chapter, they can withstand a single attack from a 12th level Chi refining stage disciple using only their physical body, without any magical artifacts. They can even withstand an attack from a Chi refining stage disciple using a magical artifact. It's that powerful. Excellent! Pingsheng looked at this cultivation method, his heart burning with excitement. This is far superior to the previous copper skin and golden bone scripture. The only drawback is that the cultivation process is extremely time-consuming and painful. Pingsheng put away the red jade slip and picked up the green one. Before even looking at the green jade slip, he had almost made up his mind to cultivate the golden body reborn in fire technique. But after seeing the green jade slip, Pingsheng's thoughts changed. This green jade slip also recorded a body refining method. Name: 9 Poisons Refining Golden Body. Rank: Heavenly Rank. Length: Chi Refining, Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Deity Transformation, Void Refining, Body Integration, Mahayana, Ascension. A total of 9 chapters. Hiss hiss hiss. Upon seeing this body refining technique, Pingsheng was completely stunned. It has everything. From the Chi refining stage to Ascension, it has everything. So many? Gulp. Pingsheng couldn't help but swallow hard, then took a deep breath and continued reading the general outline. The outline not only provided an explanation and overview of the technique but also included introductions and descriptions. Through the outline, Pingsheng understood the terrifying nature of this technique. It used various deadly poisons to refine the body. The 9 and 9 poisons refining the golden body wasn't an absolute number. It was a figurative number. For example, if Pingsheng wanted to cultivate the first chapter, the Chi refining chapter, he first needed to find the poison pill of a Chi refining stage demonic beast. Then, by cultivating the 9 poisons refining the golden body technique, he would fuse the poison pill of a level 1 demonic beast into his own body. In this way, the body refinement could reach the first level of the Chi refining chapter. After reaching the first level, the cultivator would possess a special talent, poison aversion. In other words, immunity to all poisons. Of course, claiming immunity to all poisons is an exaggeration, but immunity to all poisons within the same level is fairly accurate. Once Pingsheng cultivates the Chi refining stage, the poisons of any demonic beast at the Chi refining stage will have no effect on him. Similarly, upon reaching the first level of the Foundation Establishment stage, any toxicity from Foundation Establishment stage demonic beasts will be perfectly defended against. While higher level toxicities cannot be completely blocked, they can be greatly weakened, preventing death by poison. It's that incredible. Of course, mastering this technique requires a vast amount of poison pills. After all, the Chi refining stage has 12 levels. Each level requires a massive accumulation of poison pills. Only upon reaching the 12th level can one be considered to have completed the Chi refining stage. So, the question arises, what are poison pills? In the cultivation world, all demonic beasts possess pills within their bodies. These pills are called demon pills. The demon core is similar to the golden core within a human cultivator's body. It generally only condenses after reaching the level of a third-grade great demon, equivalent to the golden core stage in humans. However, those highly venomous demon beasts possess not only a demon core but also a poison core. Poison cores aren't limited to third-grade great demons, some first-grade Chi refining stage demon beasts possess them. Pingsheng knew that many first-grade demon beasts were distributed within this secret realm, many of them highly venomous. For example, the tiger-striped golden bee he encountered earlier was a type of venomous demon beast. but the tiger-striped golden bee's poison core was quite small. Which one to choose? Pingsheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered. Judging from the outcome, he definitely needed to refine the 9 poisons refined golden body. Because with the same body refinement, the 9 poisons refined golden body not only tempered the body to the point of being able to withstand powerful magical artifacts but also made it immune to all poisons. Therefore, this was definitely the better choice. This is it. Pingsheng finally picked up the green jade slip. One advantage of cultivating the 9 poisons refined golden body is that it can be done now. He could secretly catch a few tiger-striped golden bees, kill them, and then extract their poison cores to refine. Once he entered the basics, he could refine it to the point of being immune to all poisons. This way, he could withstand the stings of these golden bees and enter the cave to retrieve the tiger-striped golden bee elixir. Excellent. It's a perfect arrangement. Pingsheng took a deep breath, then put all the items into his storage bag and stepped out of the formation. However, he didn't dispel the formation. Pingsheng leaped away from his original spot and headed back towards the tiger-striped golden bee's nest. This time, however, he wasn't going to retrieve the tiger-striped golden bee nectar, but rather the poison pill. He circled the cliff and traversed the forest. Pingsheng walked for a full half-hour before reaching the spot where the tiger-striped golden bees had appeared. After waiting for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he heard a buzzing sound in his ears. Pingsheng dared not be careless and abruptly turned his head, locking onto a tiger-striped golden bee in the air. Slash! He summoned his flying sword and slashed down precisely. A golden bee was instantly cut in two and fell to the ground. Pingsheng dared not approach the cave entrance where the tiger-striped golden bees had gathered, instead lingering around it. After killing 5 golden bees, he summoned a paper crane, rode it, and leaped off the cliff, returning to where he had set up his array. Back in the array, Pingsheng took out the corpses of the 5 golden bees and carefully dissected them one by one. The tiger-striped golden bees were quite large, about the size of a fingertip. Therefore, the poison pills extracted from each tiger-striped golden bee were only the size of a soybean, a vibrant green. 5 poison pills. Let's try them. Pingsheng placed the poison pills into a jade bottle, then took out the vibrant green jade slip. 9 poisons refining the golden body. The first step was not to consume the poison pills, but to first master the chi refining chapter of the 9 poisons refining the golden body. Body refining and chi refining are different. All chi refining techniques involve drawing external spiritual energy into the body's flesh and blood, allowing it to enter the meridians, where it is refined and transformed before finally converging in the danshan. Body refining is different. Body refining techniques don't circulate through meridians, but through the blood vessels. All poisons are absorbed into the blood vessels and then refined using a specific circulation path. After refinement, the poisons are integrated into the body's flesh and blood. This strengthens the flesh, bones, and muscles, and also achieves immunity to all poisons. Therefore, the first step is to learn how to circulate the blood vessels. After about half a day, Pingsheng could circulate his blood vessels smoothly according to the 9 poisons refining the golden body method. At this moment, without hesitation, he swallowed a poison pill. The poison pill entered his stomach and was digested. Finally, the poison was absorbed by the blood in his stomach and transferred into his blood vessels. Pingsheng felt his entire body numb from the poison. He couldn't even walk. Fortunately, he could guide his blood circulation with his divine sense. Rumble. His blood circulation, while still following its original path, under Pingsheng's guidance, underwent a slight alteration. He carried countless toxins, circulating throughout his body with his blood. Once, twice, 3 times. At sunset, after spending more than half a day, Pingsheng finally refined all the toxins in his blood. Puffed. He suddenly spoke, exhaling a puff of green smoke. 9 poisons refined golden body. Chi refining stage 1, successful. Immunity to all poisons? Pingsheng was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that refining a small poison pill would now grant him immunity to all poisons. Of course, this so-called immunity to all poisons wasn't true immunity to all poisons. He was only immune to all poisons of the same cultivation level. If a Foundation Establishment stage poisonous creature attacked, Pingsheng definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. Again. Pingsheng didn't recklessly rush into the beehive. He didn't leave, but instead sat cross-legged again and continued refining the poison pills. Overnight, Pingsheng fused 3 of the remaining 4 poison pills. His poison resistance was further strengthened. Moreover, due to the progress in his body refining technique, Pingsheng could now feel the increase in the resilience of his skin. Truly amazing. Pingsheng touched his skin, facing the rising sun, and stepped out of the formation. It was time to test this so-called immunity to all poisons. He took out a paper crane and summoned it, then instantly leaped over 100 John cliff, landing at the entrance of the tiger-striped golden bee's nest. Buzz buzz buzz. Immediately, a tiger-striped golden bee the size of a finger flew towards Pingsheng. Pingsheng neither dodged nor killed the bee. He simply let the bee bite his neck. After the bite, the tiger-striped golden bee flew away. It hadn't flown 3 jong before it fell to the ground with a thud, dead. A golden bee dies after stinging someone. Pingsheng didn't feel much. He only felt a sharp pain in his neck when the bee stung him. Then it was over. There was no sign of poisoning. This is truly heaven-defying. He took a deep breath and muttered to himself, "It actually makes me immune to all poisons from level 1 demonic beasts." Now, Pingsheng had no more worries. He moved, his body transforming into a gust of wind as he walked into the cave. Open! As he walked, fire attribute spiritual power surged within Pingsheng's body, and immediately 3 fire crows materialized, circling and flying around him. Firstly, they could be used for illumination. After all, the divine sense of a chi refining stage disciple is very weak. Using divine sense is far less direct than using sight. Secondly, they could be used to slightly defend against the golden bees. Golden bees are afraid of fire. After walking several dozen feet, a large swarm of golden bees swarmed out, flying towards Pingsheng. Although he now possessed the ability to be immune to all poisons, seeing this dense swarm of bees still made him feel uneasy. So Pingsheng directly took out a talisman, the Stubborn Stone Talisman. The Stubborn Stone Talisman was enhanced using a first-grade Earth Shield Talisman. Its defensive power was even stronger than Pingsheng's previous Azure Wood Shield. He charged forward, shielded by the Stubborn Stone Talisman. The golden bees densely covered the entire Stubborn Stone Talisman, forcing Pingsheng to rely on his divine sense for navigation. After walking about 100 feet further, Pingsheng smelled a strange fragrance. Then, an enormous beehive appeared before him. Inside the beehive were honey and honeybee nectar. With a bang, Pingsheng deliberately put away the Stubborn Stone Talisman, and then the dense swarm of golden bees relentlessly stung him. Ignoring them completely, Pingsheng reached out and began to collect the honeybee nectar. There was a lot of honey, but very little honeybee nectar. Pingsheng ignored the honey, only extracting all the bee nectar, filling almost a gourd. The gourd was large, weighing about 10 pounds. He was gone. Pingsheng activated the Stubborn Stone Talisman again, swung his hand to collect the thousands upon thousands of dead golden bees on the ground, then whooshed into the void, riding a paper crane away, returning to his defensive array. At this moment, his entire body was swollen. Because of the swelling, his facial features were distorted. Although he was immune to all poisons, the golden bee's venom wouldn't kill him, but there were simply too many. Pingsheng sat cross-legged within his array, then circulated his blood through 2 cycles using the 9 poisons refining golden body technique, and the swelling completely subsided. Only now did Pingsheng have time to take out the gourd of tiger-striped golden bee honey. It was heavy. A large gourd. This gourd was originally an ordinary item used by common people in the mortal world. Pingsheng carried it with him only for convenience in fetching water. After all, he didn't know when he would need to refine pills. Now it was perfect for holding bee honey. He opened the gourd, and it was almost full of white bee honey. Pingsheng picked up a drop and put it in his mouth. The taste of this bee honey was very peculiar. It was somewhat sour and sweet, with a slightly astringent aftertaste. But within these flavors, there was a unique fragrance. A very strong floral and fruity aroma. Now is not the time. I'll strengthen it again tonight. Pingsheng put away the gourd, then deactivated the array and neatly stored away the array materials. Afterward, he rode the paper crane and soared into the sky, flying away from the valley pool. Without any particular purpose, Pingsheng flew aimlessly. However, he firmly remembered the location where he had just discovered the tiger-striped golden bee. After about half an hour, he finally saw a landmark. This should be Thousand Pillar Mountain. Sitting on the paper crane, Pingsheng looked at the massive mountain range below and murmured to himself. Thousand Pillar Mountain, with its thousands of peaks, each peak standing like a pillar between heaven and earth, was a magnificent sight. This was a unique spectacle within the secret realm. It existed only as a geographical marker to help with navigation, and there were no treasures near Thousand Pillar Mountain. Pingsheng took out a pen and sketched the approximate location of the tiger-striped golden bee in the direction of Thousand Pillar Mountain. Then he turned the paper crane and flew north. About 500 li north of Thousand Pillar Mountain lies the core area of this secret realm. The core of the secret realm is a vast lake, with a small island in the very center. A magical natural treasure grows in the water surrounding the island, called the water element spirit apricot. According to Su Kunlun and Zhao Linger, this is the best choice for chi refining disciples to break through their bottlenecks. Pingsheng knew his own limitations and understood his talent. Encountering a bottleneck in the future was inevitable, so he was determined to obtain this treasure. The paper crane flew for less than half an incense stick's time before arriving above a valley. Looking down from this vantage point, Pingsheng discovered a patch of crimson plants in the valley. This is. Pingsheng trembled in shock. He'd recognize this thing even if it were ashes, the blazing sunflower. He dealt with this thing for quite some time. Down! With that, Pingsheng didn't hesitate, piloting his paper crane down and landing in the valley. The blazing sunflower was a second-grade spiritual herb. Its pollen, ground into powder, could fetch a considerable price. Seeing it, he naturally couldn't miss it. In the deep valley nestled between two mountains, a scorching heat filled the air. Beside the place where the blazing sunflower grew, the earth seemed to have cracked open, from which fire attribute power continuously surged forth. Pingsheng walked to the side and peered in. He saw a crimson glow emanating from the crack in the earth, dazzling to the eye. No wonder the blazing sunflower can grow here. Pingsheng understood it was because of the emerging earth fire, otherwise, the blazing sunflower could never appear here. He turned his head and saw that the area covered by the blazing sunflower was vast. Distributed along the cracks in the earth, the number of blazing sunflowers was more than 10 times greater than the number seen by the withered wood immortal in the Valley of Spirit Medicine. Many flowers were laden with pollen. It was the perfect time to collect them. As a seasoned flower gatherer, Pingsheng immediately took out his tools and began collecting the pollen from the blazing sunflowers. The blazing sunflowers here not only had a high pollen yield, but also a high quality. It had even reached the medium grade. However, Pingsheng wasn't particular about quality. Even low-grade pollen would do. After all, this stuff could be strengthened in the Treasure Basin. After about 2 hours, Pingsheng had collected 14 bottles of pollen. According to the price given by the Mata Mountain Market Chamber of Commerce, a bottle of mid-grade blazing sunflower cost 300 spirit stones. These 14 bottles were over 4,000. He'd struck it rich. Pingsheng was overjoyed. He could strengthen it in the Treasure Basin, lower the quality to mid-grade, and then sell it. That would be a whopping 8,000 spirit stones. Just as Pingsheng was filled with joy, a paper crane suddenly flew across the sky. Pingsheng frowned slightly, and subconsciously waved his hand, collecting all the collected pollen. At that moment, the paper crane landed on the ground with a whoosh. 2 cultivators disembarked from it. A man and a woman, both dressed in dark purple Taoist robes. The cuffs of their robes were embroidered with the character Zhuang. 2 divine senses swept over Pingsheng without any courtesy. "Damn it," the man said with a gloomy face, "I didn't expect to have been taken advantage of." The woman's expression was extremely serious, her eyes fixed on Pingsheng like ice. Since the other party was being so polite, Pingsheng naturally wouldn't hold back either, and he scanned them with his divine sense. The cultivation levels of the 2 opponents surprised him quite a bit. The woman was at the 10th level of qi refining, and the man was at the 11th level. They were far superior to him. Seeing their cultivation levels, Pingsheng immediately connected his divine sense to his storage bag. Within the storage bag, the stubborn stone talisman had been silently transferred to his hand. If the opponent attacked, he could immediately activate his defense. He would first secure an invincible position, then look for an opportunity to counterattack. Having killed the Black Wind brothers, facing this situation now, although Pingsheng's heart was still pounding and he was extremely nervous, he wasn't as flustered as before. "Junior brother, you're a disciple of the Taixu Sect, aren't you?" The man took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and cupped his hands towards Pingsheng, saying, "I am a disciple of the Zhuang family of Jiyu Mountain, a cultivation family." "That's right." Pingsheng took 3 steps back and said, "I am indeed a disciple of the Taixu Sect." "Junior brother," the man said, "you've collected all the pollen from the blazing sunflowers here. But you don't know, junior brother, that these blazing sunflowers were planted by our Zhuang family's ancestors 30 years ago." "That's right." The woman behind him stepped forward, slightly raising her sword towards Pingsheng, and said, "Junior brother, you may not know this, but 60 years ago, my Zhuang family disciples discovered that this place, where the earth fire emerges, is suitable for the growth of the blazing sunflower. However, we didn't bring any seeds with us then. So, when the secret realm opened 30 years ago, my Zhuang family planted the blazing sunflower here. We planned to come and harvest at this time when the secret realm opened, but we didn't expect you to steal it from us, junior brother. Junior brother, this stuff belongs to my Zhuang family. Please return the pollen you collected to us, junior brother. Considering your hard work, junior brother, you can keep a bottle. However, the woman continued, to prevent you from hiding anything, junior brother, you must hand over your treasure pouch for us to inspect. Don't worry, we'll only check the pollen of the blazing sunflower. No matter how good the other items are, we won't touch a single one." As they spoke, the man and woman moved swiftly, blocking Pingsheng's path. One was on the left, the other on the right. They were afraid Pingsheng might suddenly escape. Pingsheng indeed couldn't escape suddenly. To escape, he would either need a paper crane or the cloud-piercing boat, but both of these items required several breaths to activate. He simply didn't have that time. "Fellow deists, you jest." Pingsheng remained unfazed, constantly observing their movements. He said, "Let's not even discuss whether what you two say is true. Even if it were true, it's utterly unreasonable. This secret realm belongs to all sects and families of the Dao Xian Alliance. How can there be talk of unauthorized occupation? Your family planted the blazing sunflower here today, so you forbid other disciples from picking it? What if my Taixu Sect disciples planted it throughout the entire secret realm? Would you then not come? That kind of reasoning is untenable. The woman smiled and said, Junior brother, you're being quite unreasonable. Pingsheng said, if that's the case, after we leave the secret realm, you can argue with the elders of our Taixu Sect and see if that's acceptable. The man and woman from the Zhuang family immediately turned pale. That's right. Their reasoning was untenable. Would the Taixu Sect not plant it either? Following her master Yuning's instructions, Tian Xiaoqing brought various seeds from outside, scattering them along the way, also that future disciples could gather rare and precious materials upon arriving here. But the Taixu Sect hadn't claimed these things as their own. The secret realm was public. If you planted them, didn't reveal their location, and then secretly came to collect them later, that was fine. But if someone else collected them, then they deserved their misfortune. This was all within the rules. Fine, fine. The man said, since Junior brother has collected them, then let him collect them. Junior brother is right, we, the cultivators. The man seemed to have given up, explaining his reasoning, but simultaneously launched a sudden attack. A black spear suddenly appeared in his hand, expanding with a bang to a size of 10 feet, piercing the void with a powerful sonic boom. By the time Pingsheng reacted, the spear was less than 3 feet away from him. What a brilliant sneak attack. Open. Pingsheng was prepared. He had been holding the stubborn stone talisman in his hand for some time. With a wave of his hand, a thick membrane of light enveloped him. Bang! The spear struck the thick membrane of light. However, the membrane of the stubborn stone talisman only trembled slightly, showing no sign of being pierced. Pingsheng breathed a huge sigh of relief. Things enhanced by the treasure basin are truly amazing. Slash! At this moment, the woman beside him was not idle either. The flying sword in her hand transformed into a 3-foot-long sword and slashed down from the void towards Pingsheng's shield. However, the shield still did not break. Pingsheng would not sit idly by and wait for death. His fire attribute cultivation technique roared to life, and 3 fire crows immediately condensed around him. Go! The flames condensed outside the defensive light membrane, so they didn't need to penetrate it and attack the woman directly. In Pingsheng's view, the woman's cultivation was slightly lower, making it easier for her to break through first. Child's play. A faint sneer played on the woman's lips. Then, her jade-like hand swiftly drew her sword, and she slashed again. This sword strike was extremely fierce. The sword light materialized, like a crescent moon slashing towards Pingsheng's fire crow. In the woman's eyes, Pingsheng was merely at the 7th level of chi refining. 1 sword strike would be enough to kill 3 fire crows. However, her confidence was excessive. Poof! The first fire crow was indeed killed. However, her sword light vanished immediately after slaying the first fire crow. The 2 fire crows that followed continued to charge towards her. The woman was immediately taken aback. Not good. She decisively retreated. She knew the strength of that sword strike. It was almost her strongest attack. And yet, such a powerful strike had only managed to kill 1 fire crow. A little thought revealed the fire crow's immense power. She dared not take it head-on, and could only retreat rapidly, trying to create distance to evade it. However, to her despair, these fire crows could change direction and fly towards her again. Damn it! Slash! The woman swung her sword again, barely severing Pingsheng's second fire crow, but the third one was almost at her face. What to do? The woman had no choice. Gritting her teeth, her heart bleeding, she waved her hand and summoned a talisman. Bang! A small silver shield appeared in front of her, blocking most of her body. This was one of her trump cards, a high-grade defensive talisman. She had paid a heavy price to obtain this talisman. Bang! Pingsheng's third fire crow slammed heavily into the silver talisman shield. Bang! The talisman exploded. Pingsheng's third fire crow naturally exploded as well. A powerful burst of fire spiritual energy erupted. Although the woman was not injured, she was blown back 4 or 5 steps by the immense spiritual power. Damn it, damn it, damn it. She uttered 3 curses in a fit of rage. Not only had she lost the pollen of the blazing sunflower, but she had also lost a precious talisman. Wouldn't that be infuriating? Ha ha ha. Let me handle this. Today, he must die. Behind Pingsheng, the male cultivator from the Zhuang family suddenly burst into laughter. Pingsheng turned around and saw the man hovering 3 jang high in the void, his body radiating a faint glow. Above his head, the black spear had turned blood red. Watch me break his shield. The Zhuang family 13 spears. Open. After the man finished speaking, a red spear shadow suddenly erupted from the black and red spear above his head. The spear shadow, carrying unparalleled spiritual power, stabbed towards Pingsheng. Bang! The spear shadow struck the shield. The shield wasn't broken, but its radiance dimmed slightly. This shield was formed from talismans, its power came entirely from the talismans themselves and couldn't be replenished by a cultivator's spiritual energy. It dimmed, but that was that, it couldn't be restored. Open. A second spear shadow flew out again. Bang, bang, bang. 5 shots in quick succession. The talisman surrounding Pingsheng's body grew increasingly dim, on the verge of breaking. Although this stubborn stone talisman was of the highest grade, it was still just a talisman, it couldn't replenish its energy, and its energy diminished with each use. It could defend against a single attack from a disciple at the 12th level of the Qi refining stage, but it couldn't withstand continuous, relentless attacks. The 6th shot. The 7th shot. Bang. Pingsheng's shield, activated by the stubborn stone talisman, was instantly shattered. Ha ha ha. The man laughed loudly, saying, "Die." The 8th spear flew in with a whoosh, piercing towards Pingsheng. However, suddenly, another shield appeared around Pingsheng's body. Spell, Earth Armor. While casting Earth Armor, Pingsheng also abruptly circulated the metal elemental spiritual power within his body. Bang! A gleaming figure, about 10 feet tall, suddenly landed on the ground. Spell, Yellow Turban Warrior. Under Pingsheng's divine control, the Yellow Turban Warrior rushed towards the woman in the distance. A preemptive strike. Otherwise, if the man and woman attacked together, defending would be troublesome. The towering Yellow Turban Warrior was merely a phantom. It was formed from condensed golden spiritual energy. This phantom wielded a massive golden axe and swung it down at the woman. Of course, this axe was also a phantom. Bang, bang, bang. The Yellow Turban Warrior was foolish, knowing only one move, relentlessly swinging its axe. However, despite having only this one move, the woman opposite it was almost powerless to defend herself. On the other side, Pingsheng could finally concentrate on dealing with the man's attacks. The 8th strike. The 9th strike. An earth-yellow shield of earth elemental energy materialized around Pingsheng's body. This shield was supported by his spiritual energy, and its light dimmed with each attack. But it didn't matter. As long as he continued to output earth elemental spiritual energy, the shield would brighten again. This was the difference between magical defense and talismanic defense. Talismanic defenses cannot be replenished constantly. Given enough attacks, the talisman shield will eventually break. However, magical shields are different. As long as your mana isn't depleted, the shield won't break. Of course, if the enemy's attack is too powerful and breaks it in one strike, that's a different story. Damn it! The man landed pale-faced from the void. That last move was the Zhuang family's secret technique, the 13 spears of the Zhuang family. Unfortunately, this man hadn't mastered it, so he could only unleash 9 spears at a time, not 13. Moreover, that single move had consumed almost 80% of his spiritual power. Junior sister. The man shouted, "This golden figure is controlled by his divine sense. Find an opportunity to retreat. Once you're out of his divine sense's range, you'll be safe." It must be said, the man was absolutely right. As long as she stepped outside Pingsheng's spiritual range, she could escape the Jin warrior's attack. The woman waved her hand, and another powerful sword light flew out, using offense as defense. Then she would retreat. She thought that as long as she retreated to a distance of 20 feet around Pingsheng, she would be fine. But to her utter surprise, even beyond 20 feet, Pingsheng could still control the Yellow Turban warriors with his spiritual sense to continue attacking. Junior sister, quickly use your trump card. Strive for a one-hit kill. The man shouted again. The woman's face fell. What trump card do I have left? However, this sentence successfully caught Pingsheng's attention. Pingsheng had to devote most of his attention to the woman. Just then, the man slipped away, disappearing into the distance. He ran away. Pingsheng was stunned. He ran away just like that? Senior brother, don't leave me. The woman was on the verge of tears. Seeing the man running further and further away, Pingsheng had no choice but to reach into his storage bag with his divine sense and retrieve an ice arrow talisman. Open! He uttered a soft shout. The ice arrow talisman instantly transformed into an ice arrow about a foot long, then whooshed through the void, chasing after the fleeing man. The man tried to create distance, intending to activate the paper crane to escape, but before the paper crane could be activated, the ice arrow pierced straight through his body. A foot-long light ice arrow pierced his body and embedded itself in it. The arrowhead protruded from his chest, the fletching remaining in his back. Bang! The ice arrow exploded violently after piercing the man's body. The man was dead. From beginning to end, Pingsheng didn't know the man's name. Originally, Pingsheng could have chosen to use the ice arrow talisman to finish off the two men, but he didn't. After the stubborn stone talisman withstood their attacks, Pingsheng's mindset changed. He didn't want to quickly eliminate them, but rather test his current combat strength with them. The result was quite satisfactory. Pingsheng turned his head, pushed off with his feet, and leaped towards the female disciple of the Zhuang family. Junior brother, I offended you just now. It's all a misunderstanding. Junior brother, you're right. Whoever gets the treasures in this secret realm should keep them. I was only misled by my senior brother's words. Junior brother, spare my life today. I'll do anything for you. The woman pleaded with Pingsheng while struggling to stay upright. As she spoke, she even gave Pingsheng a flirtatious wink. Junior brother, I am a direct descendant of the Zhuang family. My father is the third elder of the Zhuang family. My mother comes from the Ice Extreme Immortal Sect. Although I don't have the noble birth of you, senior brother, I am by no means a lowly person. As long as you release me, senior brother, I will definitely serve you well. If you are not satisfied after I have served you, senior brother, it's not too late to kill me then. The woman's way of addressing Pingsheng gradually changed. He was previously the junior brother, now he's the senior brother. Pingsheng ignored him, simply watching from the sidelines. The yellow turban warrior didn't require any control from him, he only needed to continuously channel his golden spiritual energy. The woman was already struggling to hold on. Senior brother. The woman continued, look, I know there's a treasure trove within this secret realm, where one of the main ingredients for refining foundation establishment pills, the cornelian fruit, is located. Stop what you're saying and listen to me. If senior brother thinks what I'm saying is unreasonable, then you can kill me later. Anyway, with your abilities, I can't escape even if I wanted to. Pingsheng was now tempted. He waved his hand, putting the yellow turban warrior away. Putting him away was just a euphemism, it simply meant draining the golden spiritual energy from the yellow turban warrior's body. Phew! The female disciple of the Zhuang family breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Pingsheng, her face glistening with sweat, and asked, may I ask your name, senior brother? Pingsheng said calmly, don't ask what you shouldn't. I'll give you 3 breaths to tell me. Okay. The woman took out a jade slip and said, senior brother, I have information about the locations of all the treasures in the secret realm. You can take a look. If you're not satisfied, you can kill me any time. A green jade slip was tossed to him from a distance. Pingsheng carefully caught it, examined it closely, and finding nothing amiss, he pressed the jade slip to his forehead. Just then, several faint whooshing sounds came from afar. Puff puff puff. Immediately afterward, Pingsheng felt a chill on his legs, abdomen, and right shoulder. He could feel 3 needles, as thin as cow's hair, piercing his flesh. Damn it! Pingsheng was filled with regret. He had been careless after all. He shouldn't have believed this woman's lies. The woman suddenly sprang up. She didn't attack Pingsheng, instead, she jumped back, creating some distance between them, and hid behind a large tree. Now, even if she threw the ice arrow talisman, it wouldn't harm her. A tingling sensation spread throughout Pingsheng's body from where the 3 golden needles had been. They were poisoned. The poison spread rapidly. Within a few breaths, Pingsheng felt the numbness intensify. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, then lay motionless. 30 feet away, behind an old tree as thick as a man's embrace, the female disciple of the Zhuang family cautiously extended her divine sense to sense Pingsheng. Confirming that Pingsheng was lifeless, she calmly stepped out from behind the tree. Ha ha! As she walked, she chuckled softly, muttering to herself, did you really think I was easy to bully? Fool! Die! Now, everything is mine. Ha ha ha! These 3 poison needles were her true trump card. Not only did her senior brother not know about them, but even the elders of her sect were unaware of them. Today, she had been saved by these needles. The woman was brimming with confidence in her hidden weapons. She walked directly towards Pingsheng. When she was still a foot away from Pingsheng, she raised her hand and summoned her flying sword again. Slash! The sword slashed down. However, to the woman's astonishment, a yellowish-brown defensive light membrane suddenly appeared around Pingsheng's body. The light membrane easily blocked the flying sword, and then 3 fire crows flew out, striking the woman's chest with lightning speed. Bang bang! The other 2 fire crows struck her back. The female disciple of the Zhuang family was dead. Similarly, Pingsheng didn't know her name. Pingsheng got up from the ground. That's right, the scene of being poisoned was faked. He was indeed poisoned, but thanks to cultivating the 9 poisons refined gold body technique and possessing the attribute of being immune to all poisons, the poison didn't cause much of a disturbance on him. He had already reduced it by 70%. Only about 30% of the poison remained in his body. This toxicity is probably not for the qi refining stage. Pingsheng frowned slightly. If it were poison collected from a qi refining stage demon beast, Pingsheng would be immune to all poisons, and there wouldn't be any residue left in his body. The fact that there was still a trace left meant that the poison's grade was higher than the qi refining stage. Or perhaps it was for the foundation establishment stage. But it didn't matter. Pingsheng took out the tiger-striped golden bee elixir and drank a drop. Tiger-striped golden bee elixir also had some detoxifying properties. At the same time, Pingsheng activated the 9 poisons refining body technique within his body, and within a few breaths, the remaining traces of poison were completely cleared away. He picked up the woman's treasure pouch. Then he ran to the spot where the man had been shot and picked up his treasure pouch. Pingsheng immediately summoned a paper crane, which flew away in a flash. He then casually found a secluded spot and used array materials to create a top-grade array. Entering the array, Pingsheng emptied all the items from his 2 treasure bags. Let's take stock of our spoils. First, spirit stones. Not many snacks. The 2 of us together only had a little over 200 spirit stones. A flying sword, a low-grade magic weapon. A black spear, a mid-grade magic weapon. A small silver shield, a low-grade magic weapon. Only 3 magical artifacts in total. Besides these 3 magical artifacts, the rest were a few jade slips. So poor. He had thought this inventory of spoils would be a great success. But this is it. There's practically nothing of value. Pingsheng almost pinched his nose in disgust. These 2 weren't even much better off than the black wine 3 fiends. They're both at the peak of the chi refining stage and still so poor? Are all disciples of cultivation families like this? Pingsheng shook his head, ceasing his thoughts on it. Fortunately, although these 2 cultivators were poor, they had still obtained quite a few good things in the 2 days they spent in this secret realm. They had dozens of first-grade spiritual herbs. Besides that, nothing else. After sorting and putting away the items, Pingsheng's gaze fell on several jade slips. 2 cultivation techniques, of very ordinary grade. Pingsheng ignored them. One jade slip contained a divine ability, the 13 spears of the dealer. It's called a supernatural power, but it's actually just a spell. It's just that this spell is of a higher grade. I can keep this, I'll use the treasure basin to enhance it later. I reckon it can create a stronger spell related to spear techniques. The last jade slip contains a map showing the distribution of treasures throughout the entire secret realm. Every sect has such a map. However, each sect's map is different. This is because sect maps are drawn based on the disciples' repeated explorations, and sects don't share them, which is why each sect's map is slightly different. The Zhuang family's map is very similar to the Taixu Sect's map. The only difference is that the Zhuang family's map marks the growth point of a second-grade spiritual herb, cornelian fruit. And judging from the map, the location of this cornelian fruit is not far from the lake where the water elemental apricot is located. Pingsheng put away the map, having no intention of going to the mountain where the dogwood fruit was located. Only the Zhuang family knew about it, and there would definitely be Zhuang family members stationed there. If he rashly went there, what if he encountered a group of Zhuang family disciples? Wouldn't they become suspicious? He decided to find it himself. Pingsheng headed north, using paper cranes to fly over mountains and rivers when they blocked his way, otherwise, he mainly walked. Walking made it less likely he would miss any rare and precious herbs. After a day's journey, his harvest was quite good. He not only collected dozens of first-grade spiritual herbs but also 3 second-grade spiritual herbs, remenia root. Remenia root is one of the main ingredients for refining the second-grade pill, spirit gathering pill. The spirit gathering pill has the same effect as the chi gathering pill, but it is the main pill taken by Foundation establishment disciples during their cultivation. As night fell, Pingsheng found a flat, high spot and, once again, took out his top-grade array materials. In no time, he had constructed a superior defensive array. Searching for rare and precious materials at night was out of the question, he could only rest. Of course, Pingsheng didn't forget to bring out his treasure basin as well. This time, he placed 2 items inside. A gourd of tiger-striped golden bee honey and a small silver shield. This small shield was taken from the disciple of the Zhuang family. It was a low-grade magic weapon, and with some enhancement, it would be usable. The night passed. Pingsheng's spiritual energy had fully recovered. He opened his eyes, his gaze falling on the treasure basin. 1 gourd had multiplied into 2. Moreover, the quality of the gourds had changed. Originally, the gourds were just ordinary gourds, and now they were still ordinary gourds, but they were now shimmering with golden light. Bang! Pingsheng picked up one of the gourds and opened it, releasing a rich fragrance. Inside, the gourd was filled with a golden liquid. Rich and mellow. Pingsheng took a deep breath, feeling the air around him was fragrant. This fragrance was like a blend of hundreds of spiritual herbs and flowers, incredibly rich and mellow. It was also somewhat intoxicating. Pingsheng reached out and scooped up a drop of the golden nectar, then put it in his mouth. Boom! His mouth felt like it had exploded. Not an energy explosion, but an explosion of fragrance. So refreshing. Before the enhancement, the honey was white, slightly sour, with a hint of sweetness, but tasted particularly astringent. Now, that astringent taste was completely gone. At the same time, as the drop of golden nectar flowed down his throat and into his stomach, boundless energy was released. Pingsheng didn't know how to describe this energy. He also didn't know the quality of the golden nectar. But he had a strange feeling that he didn't need even a single drop, not even a tenth of a drop, to replenish his depleted danshan with spiritual energy. It was that exaggerated. Great. Looking at the 2 large gourds of golden honey before him, Pingsheng smiled. From now on, I won't have to worry about running out of spiritual energy when fighting others. He. He couldn't help but laugh. Putting away the gourds, Pingsheng took a deep breath, his gaze returning to the treasure basin. 2 shields. 1 silver, 1 cyan. He reached out and easily took the silver shield in his hand. His divine sense swept over the shield, revealing its name. Name, Mystic Ice Shield. Rank, top grade magic weapon. It has 4 layers of restrictions. Having enhanced so many magical artifacts, Pingsheng had basically figured out the patterns of the treasure basin. In general, it cannot enhance items beyond their level. For example, if you are a magic weapon, after enhancement, it remains a magic weapon. It's just that it's been upgraded from low grade to high grade. For example, if you are a chi gathering pill, after enhancement, it remains a chi gathering pill, it won't become a spirit gathering pill, much less a foundation establishment pill. The Xianbing shield that Pingsheng held was of the ice attribute. When unfolded, it became a shield made of Xianbing ice, exceptionally hard. It could block almost all attacks from chi refining stage disciples. Ice belongs to water. Therefore, it can be used perfectly by using the water elemental power from the water attribute Danshan. The only pity is that this thing has 4 layers of restrictions. To use it smoothly, it must be completely refined. And to completely refine it is almost impossible in less than a month. Therefore, although he had the Xianbing shield, he couldn't use it now. He put away the Xianbing shield, and a second small, cyan shield appeared in Pingsheng's hand. Wood attribute. Name, Spirit Wood Shield. Grade, top grade magic weapon. Possesses 4 layers of restrictions. The same thing. Pingsheng put the small shield away again. He stood up and stepped out of the formation, casually deactivating it, and then collected the formation materials. Several days later, Pingsheng stood beside a pool of azure water. A bloody welt appeared on his forehead. A minor injury, nothing serious. He removed his soaking wet Taoist robe, now shirtless, his eyes fixed on the opposite side of the azure pool. On the opposite side was a cliff. A spiritual plant grew horizontally on the cliff, its location extremely peculiar, almost entirely submerged in a crevice in the mountainside, practically invisible to the naked eye. Pingsheng had only discovered this plant by chance. The plant was of grade 1. It bore over a dozen fruits. The fruits were 2-colored, each one gold on one side and silver on the other. Pingsheng hadn't recognized it before, but before entering the secret realm, Zhao Linger and Su Kunlun had mentioned a body-refining immortal fruit called the golden and silver peach. Based on their description, this must be the golden and silver peach. The pool wasn't very wide, only about 10 zhang, approximately 33 meters, across. Pingsheng could leap across the pool without any external force. That wasn't difficult. The difficulty lay in the presence of a white poisonous toad in the water. Just now, Pingsheng had leaped up without any warning, intending to reach the other side to pick the golden peaches. Suddenly, a white poisonous toad darted out of the water. Caught off guard, Pingsheng was stung by the toad's tongue and fell into the water. If he hadn't possessed the miraculous ability of being immune to all poisons, he would already be lying at the bottom of the pool, a delicious meal for the toad. Thinking about it sent chills down his spine. The path of cultivation was truly fraught with peril. Rise! Pingsheng gave a soft shout and leaped into the air again, heading towards the other side. This time, however, he was prepared. Splash! Just as his body reached the very center of the pool, the emerald green surface of the water was suddenly pierced. A bright red tongue, like a poisoned arrow, pierced the water's surface, aiming for Pingsheng. Open! This time, Pingsheng was prepared. The instant he saw the movement on the water's surface, he cast a metal attribute spell, Vidra Shield. The Vidra Shield opened, instantly forming a spherical golden light membrane around Pingsheng's body. Thick and bright. Asterisk, puffed, asterisk. The fleshy tongue struck the light membrane but failed to pierce it, it was blocked. After all, this white toad in the water was only a chi refining stage demon beast, not yet at the foundation establishment stage. Splash! This time, the poisonous toad leaped directly out of the water. Pingsheng finally saw the white toad's true form. White. From head to toe, pure white. Only a pair of small, emerald green eyes. A very strange feeling. The moment the blue-eyed white toad leaped out of the water, it suddenly opened its mouth wide. Its plump tongue transformed into a poison arrow, stabbing towards Pingsheng. But it was useless. Pingsheng's protective shield was not pierced, instead, he used the force of the stab to quickly descend towards the opposite cliff. Heh! Pingsheng chuckled. A beast is a beast. All brute force, no intelligence whatsoever. Pingsheng landed on the cliff, plucked all 13 golden and silver peaches from the tree with a wave of his hand, then pushed off with his feet, leaping across the pool once more. Perhaps Pingsheng's actions had thoroughly enraged the white toad. Suddenly, 2 enormous water columns erupted from the surface. Two equally sized, emerald-eyed white toads leaped out of the water, landing almost simultaneously on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh. Their tongues, which had turned from red to emerald green, lunged fiercely at Pingsheng. The emerald green tongues transformed into poisonous arrows. Even green poisonous gas emanated from them. A foul stench could be smelled from afar. Pingsheng dared not be careless, constantly dodging and weaving, avoiding the attacks of the two demonic beasts. Fall! He shouted. A golden phantom, 12 feet tall, landed on the ground. Spell, Yellow Turban Warrior. Bang, bang, bang. The Yellow Turban Warriors, needing no control, spontaneously chose one of the green-eyed white toads to attack. Pingsheng, on the other hand, faced off against the other. Only now did he have time to carefully examine the monster before him. A green-eyed white toad. Only its eyes were green, its body was white from head to toe. Moreover, this thing was enormous, a full 5 feet in size. It looked as big as a large calf, quite terrifying. Its gaping maw could easily swallow a sheep whole. Pingsheng had never seen such a huge toad or frog in his life, and for a moment, he was even somewhat terrified. But as the fight continued, Pingsheng's fear gradually subsided. Because he discovered that although this green-eyed white toad was enormous and quite frightening, and its cultivation level was equivalent to about the 12th level of the peak chi refining stage in humans, however, its actual combat power was limited. First, Pingsheng was immune to all poisons, and this creature's primary means of attack was poison. With the poison ineffective, it posed virtually no threat to Pingsheng. Second, the green-eyed white toad wasn't very intelligent. Aside from attack and defense, it had virtually no strategies or tactics. Unlike the Zhuang family brother and sister he had encountered before, who were both incredibly cunning and treacherous. Slash. After struggling for about half an incense stick's time, Pingsheng easily plunged his supreme immortal sword into the white toad's body. Puffed, bright red blood gushed out. The white toad, severely wounded, immediately turned its head, trying to retreat back into the water. Pingsheng naturally wouldn't give it that chance. Slash. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Several sword lights fell in succession, and the green-eyed white toad's eyes rolled back, and it breathed its last. The other green-eyed white toad, still fighting the Yellow Turban Warrior, was unharmed, but seeing its companion die, it began to retreat. However, Pingsheng wouldn't give it a chance. With a swift stroke of his sword, he killed it. The simple battle ended. No thrills, no reversals. A straightforward one-sided affair. Collect! Pingsheng uttered a soft shout, and the Yellow Turban Warrior immediately dissipated, transforming into countless golden spiritual energies that returned to Pingsheng's body. Looking at the two poisonous toad corpses before him, Pingsheng naturally wouldn't give up. He was currently cultivating the 9 poisons refined gold body divine power, and he would naturally utilize the poison within these toads. Walking to the toad corpses, he channeled a wisp of spiritual energy into his small flying sword, which transformed into a dagger, a foot long. Swoosh! With a gentle slash, he sliced open the toad's flesh. With a splash, blood, along with internal organs that Pingsheng didn't recognize, gushed onto the ground. Pingsheng discovered that the poisonous toad's skin wasn't white, but green. The reason it appeared white earlier was because a layer of white, waxy substance adhered to its skin. Pingsheng lightly scraped the toad's skin a few times with his flying sword, and pieces of white toad venom fell to the ground. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The toad venom, once on the ground, instantly caused the unknown plants clinging to the earth to wither and turn to ash. Good heavens! Pingsheng exclaimed in shock, this stuff is so poisonous? Toad venom is a type of poison. Put it away. Pingsheng exclaimed excitedly, this is a good thing. Keep it for body tempering. Body tempering requires various poisons, the more the better. Currently, Pingsheng has only just begun his journey in the Qi refining chapter of the 9 poisons refining golden body technique, having only reached the first level. There's still a long way to go. In no time at all, he scraped all the venom from the 2 white toads, piling it into a large chunk that weighed about 10 pounds. After collecting the venom, Pingsheng continued to slice open the toad's corpse. Because his cultivation level was too low, this level of demon beast couldn't possibly have a demon core, but it definitely contained a poison core. A few breaths later, Pingsheng found a white poison core inside the toad. About the size of a fist, it felt icy cold to the touch, and hissed with white poisonous gas. From a distance, it looked as white as ice. White poison pills are quite rare. Pingsheng, without hesitation, collected the white poison pills and the poisonous venom together. 2 poison pills and over 10 kilograms of poisonous venom, enough for a long cultivation period. These things were large, much larger than the poison pills inside the tiger-striped golden bee. One was equivalent to thousands of poisonous bees. After taking the poison pills and poisonous venom, Pingsheng then skinned the 2 poisonous toads. These were valuable items. The skin of a demonic beast, after being cut, could be directly turned into talismans, which could be sold at the merchant guild for a considerable amount of spirit stones. so he couldn't throw them away. With everything done, the sky gradually darkened. The setting sun withdrew its last rays. Pingsheng found an open space beside the pool and arranged the top-grade array materials according to a specific pattern. Soon, a defensive array was activated. Pingsheng had been spending his nights within this defensive array for the past few days. Most of the beasts in the secret realm were level 1 Qi refining stage demonic beasts. Even if these beasts discovered the array, they couldn't break it. No need to worry. As for second-grade foundation establishment stage demonic beasts, he had heard of them before, but they were extremely rare, practically impossible. If such creatures existed, they would be a nightmare for Qi refining stage disciples. Once they appeared, the Dao Shen Alliance would send groups of cultivators to enter and eliminate the foundation establishment stage demonic beasts. Upon entering the array, the first thing he did was take out his treasure basin. He also put in items like poison pills and poisonous fritters. These past few days, he had reaped considerable rewards in this secret realm. Not counting the 2 Zhuang family members he killed and the bee honey he obtained, Pingsheng acquired a considerable amount of first-grade spiritual herbs. However, these things gradually began to bore him somewhat. First-grade spiritual herbs weren't very valuable. Moreover, they could generally be bought with spirit stones, without much effort. He suddenly felt an urge to check out the location of the cornelian fruit, marked by the Zhuang family. He would need the foundation establishment pill sooner or later. There were 3 bottlenecks in the Qi refining stage, breaking through from the 10th to the 11th, from the 11th to the 12th, and finally, breaking through from the 12th to the foundation establishment stage. The foundation establishment pill wasn't essential. For some gifted disciples, they can enter the foundation establishment stage without any bottleneck, even without foundation establishment pills. However, for most, there is at least one bottleneck: foundation establishment. Foundation establishment pills are one of the rare and precious materials for breaking through this bottleneck. Moreover, only foundation establishment pills can break through this bottleneck. For someone like Pingsheng with 5 elemental roots, the importance of foundation establishment pills is self-evident. Furthermore, foundation establishment pills are second-grade pills, and both the pill itself and its ingredients are extremely precious. If he could obtain the cornelian cherry fruit, whether to sell it or keep it for alchemy, it would be a good choice. Pingsheng leaped nearly 10 zhang, approximately 33 meters, into the air, then grabbed a protruding rock on the cliff face. With a slight push from the rock, he leaped another 10 zhang. The next moment, he was back on the cliff face. He repeated this 3 to 5 times, leaping from the bottom of the cliff to its top. Having spent considerable time hiking in the mountains these past few days, he had gained experience. Standing atop the cliff, he looked around at the vast expanse before him. Pingsheng checked the sun's position, then took out a jade slip from his storage bag and examined it. Finally, he stared north. It should be that direction. He wanted to go and check the location of the cornelian fruit. He didn't have any particular purpose in mind. He simply collected any rare and precious materials he encountered along the way. This method of gathering was quite effective. Huff! Pingsheng took a deep breath, then looked at the long, steep downhill slope before him, and with a leap, he shot off like an arrow. The rugged mountain path seemed like flat ground to him. He walked continuously for about an hour until the sun reached its zenith. The weather gradually grew hotter. 4 or 5 cultivators dressed in light blue Daoist robes swept across the sky ahead. These 4 or 5 cultivators were all riding paper cranes. Pingsheng looked up, but because he was so high up and directly facing the blinding sunlight, he couldn't make out the faces of the cultivators flying in the sky, nor could he see the insignia on their robes, thus making it impossible to determine their sect or origin. However, one of the paper cranes suddenly descended, and after a few breaths, landed in front of Pingsheng. Pingsheng looked up, his face slightly stunned. What a beautiful woman! He recognized her. She was a female disciple from Tianfu Mountain. He'd seen her once before at the Mata Mountain Market, where she'd bought a disguised talisman, and again at the entrance to the secret realm. He only knew she was a disciple of Tianfu Mountain, but not her name. It's you? The woman looked at Pingsheng, a slight surprise in her eyes. Greetings, senior sister. Pingsheng respectfully bowed to her. In the sunlight, the woman's light blue Taoist robe appeared even more elegant and slender. Her snow-white skin was dazzling, and her exquisitely beautiful features made Pingsheng's face flush instantly. He tried to control himself, but he couldn't. His face was truly red. How embarrassing. The woman opposite him smiled gently and said, "We just came from this side." As she spoke, she lightly pointed in the direction Pingsheng was about to walk. As she extended her jade-like arm, it slightly rose, and the wide, light blue sleeve slid down her forearm to her elbow, revealing a section of her arm as white as a lotus root. Her skin was truly like solidified cream, captivating all who beheld it. There's a huge swamp ahead, filled with many unknown venomous snakes. The snakes are highly venomous, and they come in packs. Junior brother, if you encounter that swamp ahead, remember not to step into it. Just go around it. Just now, one of our disciples from Tianfu Mountain was injured inside and is currently unconscious from poisoning. Pingsheng felt a warmth in his heart. He hadn't expected that a stranger would kindly remind him to be careful at this time. This was truly rare in the cultivation world. However, there was also a possibility that some treasure or secret was buried in the swamp ahead, and the woman didn't want anyone to know, so she deliberately made him avoid it. With Pingsheng's current intelligence, he couldn't tell which one it was, but he preferred to believe the former. "Thank you for the reminder, senior sister," Pingsheng thanked her again. The woman said, "You're welcome." With that, she flipped over and mounted the paper crane again, ready to soar into the sky. "I am Pingsheng of the Taixu Sect." Pingsheng's face flushed even more. He swallowed hard, seemingly gathering all his courage, and asked, "May I ask your name, senior sister?" The woman, swaying slightly as she sat on the paper crane, smiled. She stared at Pingsheng with interest for a moment, then said, "Xiao Hui Zhu." With that, the yellow paper crane soared into the sky, instantly turning into a tiny dot. Only a wisp of fragrance remained, drifting in the air before slowly dissipating. Pingsheng took a deep breath and continued leaping forward. It wasn't because he lacked paper cranes. On the contrary, he had several, all of them top quality, each usable 12 times. The reason he walked so close to the ground was that it allowed him to better spot rare and precious materials along the way. He had dug up quite a few along the way. About 2 incense sticks later, Pingsheng arrived at the edge of a vast swamp. "Is this it?" Pingsheng stood on a grassy patch at the swamp's edge, looking at the marshland before him, his brow furrowing slightly. This must be the swamp that the senior sister from Fusion had mentioned earlier. Pingsheng believed that his senior sister hadn't lied to him. However, he wouldn't follow the female cultivator's advice to avoid it, because Pingsheng wanted to go in and see if he could kill some venomous snakes and extract their poison pills. He needed these things, and he needed them in large quantities. Anyway, being bitten by a snake wouldn't cause poisoning, so let's go. Whoosh! A yellow paper crane swept through the air. On the paper crane sat a male disciple dressed in a moon-white daist robe. If Pingsheng saw him, he would definitely recognize that this male disciple was a disciple of the Taixu Sect. Not only was he a disciple of the Taixu Sect, but he was also a disciple of the Hung Garden on Ziyuzu Peak. The man's name was Yang Su. In the Hung Garden, he ranked below Linglong, and his cultivation level was the 10th level of the Qi refining stage. Since entering the secret realm, he hadn't spent a single day searching for any rare treasures. Instead, following his senior sister Linglong's instructions, he rode a paper crane through the secret realm daily, searching for one person. Pingsheng. The secret realm was vast, spanning 1,000 miles in length and width. However, riding a yellow crane, a journey through the secret realm only took an hour. But finding Pingsheng was extremely difficult. "It's all right. If I can't find him, I'll search slowly." Yang Su understood his task. Compared to searching for rare treasures, the task assigned by his senior sister Linglong was the most important. After all, failing to find rare and precious treasures would at most mean missing some opportunities. However, failing to complete senior sister Linglong's task meant certain death. Moreover, he wasn't the only one flying through the void, relentlessly searching for Pingsheng. There were 3 others. 4 people in total. It was quite a coincidence. Yang Su, riding his flying crane, arrived at the edge of the swamp. He spotted Pingsheng immediately. "This is..." Yang Su was somewhat excited. "Is this a disciple of my Taixu Sect?" If he was a disciple of the Taixu Sect, then he could be Pingsheng. So, Yang Su lowered his flying crane slightly. Upon seeing Pingsheng's face, he immediately smiled with joy. He'd found him. Finding Pingsheng meant everything was settled. This was a great achievement. According to Linglong's rules, upon discovering Pingsheng, Yang Su's first action wasn't to fight him, but to send a message to Linglong via a special talisman. Linglong would then personally end Pingsheng's life. However, upon seeing Pingsheng, Yang Su's thoughts changed. If I capture him myself, wouldn't I save senior sister Linglong the trouble? I'll personally deliver this guy to senior sister Linglong. That would be a great achievement. So, Yang Su charged directly towards Pingsheng. At this moment, Pingsheng was in the swamp, slaying venomous snakes one by one with his sword. Xiao Huizu was right, there were many venomous snakes here. In swarms. And these weren't ordinary venomous snakes. It would be more accurate to call them spirit snakes. These spirit snakes weren't highly cultivated, generally around the 5th or 6th level of the Qi refining stage. However, as the saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant. Their numbers were enormous. And their species were numerous as well. Although Pingsheng had just swiftly slain several spirit snakes with his sword, he had also been ambushed and bitten twice. Fortunately, he possessed immunity to all poisons. The potent venom of Qi refining stage demonic beasts had no effect on him, so the 2 bites were nothing serious. Just superficial wounds. In fact, they weren't even that bad. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Pingsheng had already collected about a dozen poison pills. Just then, he heard a movement in the void. He quickly looked up and saw a paper crane flying towards him. On the paper crane was a disciple dressed in a moon-white robe. This is a fellow disciple. Pingsheng sheathed his sword, which was still slaying poisonous snakes, and turned around to protect himself. Even among fellow disciples, caution is necessary within the secret realm. The paper crane landed. The disciple jumped down from the paper crane, chuckling, "Junior brother, he from Xiaozu Peak, right? Don't be so tense. We're all fellow disciples, why be so formal?" Pingsheng smiled faintly, saying, "May I ask your esteemed name, senior brother, and which master do you belong to?" Although they were both from Xiaozu Peak, Pingsheng had never actually seen Yang Su before. "Junior brother doesn't recognize me." Yang Su felt a little uncomfortable. "We're all disciples of Xiaozu Peak. Normally, those from Yuning Palace would call me senior brother Yang. You've been a disciple of Xiaozu Peak for many years, and you don't recognize me?" "Heh." Yang Su chuckled coldly, saying, "Junior brother, he doesn't even recognize me? I'm Yang Su from Hung Garden. You can call me senior brother Yang." He thought that after introducing himself, the other party would definitely bow respectfully and apologize. As a result, Pingsheng remained standing there indifferently, without uttering a word. Yang Su didn't care about that. He simply waved his hand, and a flying sword landed in his hand. Boom! After his magical power surged in, the palm-sized flying sword expanded to 3 feet long. The blade shimmered with a shimmering, precious light. It wasn't sword light, but rather a manifestation of abundant spiritual energy flowing forth. "Junior brother, he," Yang Su said, holding the sword, "I won't beat around the bush with you. I'll give you 2 choices. First, I'll kill you with 1 strike right now. Second, hand over your teleportation jade token and come with me obediently. You might still have a chance to live. Junior brother is a smart man, you'd better not even think about touching the treasure bag. The moment you move your hand, I can cut off your arm." Yang Su, at the 10th level of Qi refining, stared confidently at Pingsheng. He wasn't bragging, he genuinely possessed the strength. Even if Pingsheng was only at the 7th level of Qi refining, so what if he was at the 9th? The 9th level of Qi refining is still the late stage. And after entering the 10th level, that's the peak of Qi refining. The gap between the peak and the late stage is immense. To put it simply, Yang Su was confident he could instantly kill any disciple at the 9th level of Qi refining. "If you don't believe me, you can try." Yang Su looked at Pingsheng and added. Pingsheng didn't speak. At this moment, he was too lazy to argue with Yang Su. He directly reached out and approached the treasure bag. "You dare?" Yang Su was furious. He had just warned him not to touch the treasure bag, and now he was ignoring him completely? He felt Pingsheng was provoking him. "Fine, fine. Senior sister Linglong didn't say she needed a whole Pingsheng, so what if I cut off one of his arms?" A sword light, unleashed with unparalleled speed from Yang Su's sword. It swiftly and accurately slashed towards Pingsheng's right arm. If it were an ordinary 7th level Qi refining disciple, that arm would surely be severed. However, Pingsheng was different. An earthen yellow light membrane appeared around his body. Spell, Earth Armor. Puffed. The sword light flying from afar struck the earth armor shield hard. The brilliant earthen yellow light dimmed slightly. Then, enhanced by the earth attribute spiritual power within Pingsheng's body, it brightened again. The opponent's attack was easily blocked by Pingsheng's earth armor technique. How is this possible? Yang Su suddenly shouted, "How can you, a mere 7th level cultivator, possess such abundant spiritual power?" Yang Su hadn't held back with that sword strike. He went all out from the start. Yang Su hadn't expected it to be blocked by a mere magical shield. This made him extremely uncomfortable. Even someone at the same 10th level of Qi refining might not be able to withstand the power of that attack. Slash. Pingsheng didn't waste any words. With a flick of his wrist, the palm-length sword in his hand transformed into a 3-foot-long blade. A sword light flew out, slashing fiercely towards Yang Su. Pingsheng possessed spiritual power reserves no less than Yang Su's, and the quality of his flying sword was even higher, reaching the level of a top-grade magic weapon. Therefore, this sword light was slightly stronger than Yang Su's previous one. Damn it! At this moment, Yang Su had no chance to defend. He could only take a step back, and then, with a flick of his wrist, another sword light flew out. Offense was defense. As long as he could neutralize Pingsheng's attack, there was no need to defend. Asterisk, puffed, asterisk. The 2 sword lights collided and then disappeared from each other. Pingsheng's sword light was stronger, but after the clash, it posed no threat to Yang Su. But it didn't matter. Again. Slash. Pingsheng unleashed his second sword strike. At the same time, with a thought, 3 fire crows flew out from around his body, crashing into Yang Su from 3 different directions. Yang Su had now activated a defensive shield. but there were actually 4 attacks coming from the opposite direction. A sword light, 3 fire crows. Which one should he defend against? Open, Yang Su shouted, raising his shield and then unhesitatingly deflecting the sword light from its direction, because he knew the power of that sword light. As for the 3 fire crows, he thought it was just a smokescreen from Pingsheng, all show and no substance. However, the next moment, the 3 fire crows directly slammed into his body. Bang! A violent explosion erupted. Yang Su didn't even have time to take out his teleportation jade talisman before he was blasted into dust. A burst of violent fire energy erupted, radiating outwards. A crater over 10 feet deep was blasted into the swamp. Mud was churned up, flying everywhere. As for Yang Su's body, it was already reduced to countless fragments. Pingsheng took a deep breath and deactivated the Earth Attribute shield around his body. Now, he no longer felt the tension he had before. He was very composed. From the very beginning, he had been utterly composed. Pingsheng carefully leaped up and landed where Yang Su had just died. Yang Su's body was definitely gone. His daist robe was torn to shreds. However, the treasure bag lay intact on the ground. Beside the treasure bag were a small flying sword and a shield, both only mid-grade magic artifacts. Without ceremony, Pingsheng swiftly collected the small sword and shield into his storage bag before opening the treasure bag Yang Su had left behind. The treasure bag didn't contain many items. Because Yang Su had been tirelessly searching for him these past few days, he hadn't had time to gather rare and precious materials. Besides a few pieces of clothing, his treasure bag contained only a few jade talismans, and about 100 spirit stones. Nothing else. Take them, Pingsheng said without hesitation, directly taking the spirit stones. Then came the jade talismans. A teleportation jade talisman. This was a good item, crushing it would teleport one out of this world. He took it. There was also a yellow talisman. 2 strange characters were drawn on the talisman. Pingsheng could barely recognize them. The characters were Tong Xin, meaning Unity of Hearts. This is a Unity of Hearts talisman? Pingsheng exclaimed in surprise. He'd seen the heart-connecting talisman in the cultivation miscellany, but never actually seen one. Simply put, it's a very special kind of talisman. It has 2 sides. A single talisman can split into 2 parts, each held by one person. Activating one part allows for the transmission of a message and reveals their location. Of course, this is contingent on the 2 people not being too far apart. A first-grade heart-connecting talisman like this can only connect people up to 10,000 li, approximately 5,000 kilometers. It's effective within 10,000 li. Beyond 10,000 li, it ceases to function. Pingsheng didn't know who possessed the other end of the talisman, but he guessed there was a 90% chance it was with Linglong. Wasn't this guy sent to find me by Linglong? Pingsheng stared at the talisman before him, a slight smile appearing on his lips. He decided to play a trick on Linglong. Inside the secret realm, another world, Linglong, Luyu, and another disciple were hurriedly leaping down from a mountain peak. Run, ha ha ha. Linglong laughed loudly. Don't worry, they can't catch us. Damn Ice Extreme Immortal Sect disciples, they dare to bully me. After we get out, I'll definitely have my grandfather go and wipe out that Ice Extreme Immortal Sect. Luyu, standing beside her, curled her lip. Your grandfather, wipe out the Ice Extreme Immortal Sect? Is that even possible? Just then, a love charm hanging at Linglong's waist suddenly flashed. Ha! Linglong exclaimed with delight. Haha, Yang Su found that bastard. Linglong didn't stop, but continued running. Once she was out of danger, she mounted a paper crane and flew away. In midair, she unfastened the jade talisman from her waist. The talisman didn't emit a sound, but a green dot on it flashed incessantly. Damn Yang Su! Linglong cursed. Why didn't he send me a message? Luyu, riding alongside her on the same paper crane, asked, Did you find him? I think so. Linglong said, Let's go see. That brat Yang Su, you better keep a close eye on him, don't kill him. He. When I get there, I'm going to torture him properly. Humph. That dog-like thing, so he was just a lowly outer sect servant. I begged him to refine pills, and he actually served them to me. I swear I won't rest until I kill him today. Behind her, Luoyu frowned slightly and said, Junior sister, don't keep bringing this up. Also, once you see him, just kill him directly. There's no need to torture him. If someone happens to see us, it'll be hard to explain to Uncle Master Yuning. What are you afraid of? Linglong gritted her teeth. He's just a lowly servant. Killing him is fine. At worst, you'll just have to spend a few days reflecting on your actions in the Repentant Square. No. Luoyu shook her head and said, although he's a servant, he's changed a lot now. Now, he's a true disciple of Yuning Palace. If you kill him like you killed Hao Yun, your punishment will be far more severe than just reflecting on your actions. So, junior sister, this matter must be kept secret. It must not be told. Humph, Linglong snorted coldly, saying, killing him would be so boring if no one knew. I want everyone to know the consequences of offending me. Let's go. Whoosh, 2 paper cranes swept through the air, flying towards Pingsheng's location. Because they were quite far away, it took the 2 paper cranes about half an hour to reach the spot indicated by the flashing talisman. Where is this? Looking at the vast swamp below, Linglong frowned. I don't know. Luyu shook her head. Senior sister, here. Another disciple riding a paper crane suddenly spotted a place, hurriedly calling out, then landing on her paper crane. A few breaths later, Luyu and Linglong also landed. This was the very center of the swamp. A long branch stood on the ground. Several pieces of clothing hung on the branch. These clothes were all obtained by Pingsheng from Yang Su's treasure bag. He had hung them on tree branches. What does this mean? Linglong asked, looking at the clothes. Luyu said, look, there are words over there. On the clothes swaying in the wind, several lines of words were written in blood. Bring me the clothes. Linglong ordered the male disciple. The male disciple took down the clothes. On the clothes was written a line of large characters, there's a jar under the tree branch. Just those few words. Then, all 3 of them looked down into the soil below. The ground below seemed to have been turned over. Go, Linglong immediately ordered the male disciple, dig this jar out for me. I want to see what else is strange. Linglong was afraid of being tricked, so she didn't dare dig it herself and instead directed the male disciple. The male disciple didn't want to dig, but he had no choice. He could only grit his teeth and start digging at the surrounding ground with his flying sword. About half an incense stick's time later, the male disciple unearthed a black jar from the ground. Senior sister Linglong, look. The male disciple carried the black jar to Linglong and Luyu. What is it? Linglong asked. The male disciple replied, I don't know. Cultivators at the qi refining stage can indeed use their divine sense to probe. However, being at the qi refining stage, their divine sense is somewhat weak. It cannot penetrate sealed objects, it can only penetrate through gaps. For example, looking into a house from the outside involves extending one's divine sense through the gaps in the building. Similarly, observing someone's cultivation level or body involves inserting one's divine sense through the gaps in their clothing. But now, this dark jar was sealed with mud, without any gaps. Therefore, neither the male disciple nor Luyu or Linglong could see what was inside the jar. Give it to me. Linglong personally picked up the jar and shook it. What is it? Luyu asked. The male disciple beside her also looked curious. Linglong shook her head. I don't know, but it's quite heavy. I can feel that there's something inside. I have a guess. Linglong took a deep breath, a slightly sinister look on her face. Could it be that he killed Yang Su and sealed Yang Su's head in this jar, waiting for us to open it and then give us a shock? To give us a warning. Luyu beside her trembled and took a step back. That's probably it. The male disciple echoed Linglong obsequiously. Linglong, however, stretched out her hand and handed the dark jar back to the male disciple, saying, Junior brother, you do it, you open it. I'm a girl, I'm terrified of these things. If it were Yang Su's head, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Linglong's voice suddenly became very gentle. Seeing his senior sister's reaction, the male disciple was immediately excited. He quickly took the jar, and without thinking, drew his small sword and dug open the mud sealing the black jar's mouth. It's just a head, isn't it? Heh, that's how women are, afraid of everything. I'm a grown man, what's there to be afraid of? A large hole was dug in the mud on the jar. A fishy smell wafted out. So fishy. The male disciple had just spoken when suddenly a golden venomous snake darted out from the hole and flew in a flash, landing on the male disciple's face. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Immediately afterward, 3 more venomous snakes flew out. Ah! The male disciple immediately collapsed to the ground in agony, clutching his face and screaming, damn it, it hurts so much, snakes, snakes, venomous snakes. Clang! Linglong, her face pale, drew her sword and with a few swift strokes, killed all 4 venomous snakes. But it was too late. 3 of the 4 snakes bit the man's face, and 1 bit his hand. In an instant, his face swelled up, becoming congested and swollen, like a pig's head. His arm was also numb and unable to move. Senior sister, poison, poison, poison. I've been poisoned. Antidote. Because of the severe swelling in his face, the male disciple could barely speak. Antidote? Where would Linglong have an antidote? Even if she did, she wouldn't give it to him. A few breaths later, the male disciple went numb and collapsed to the ground. Although not dead, he was unable to move. He couldn't speak either. He could only scream in agony. After a while, even the screams stopped. Dead. Linglong looked at Luyu, covered in cold sweat. Luyu shook her head and said, he probably isn't, but he doesn't have the strength to scream anymore, or rather, the poison has numbed his tongue and throat. That damned thing. Linglong gritted her teeth in anger, don't let me see him again. If I see him again, I must kill him. I'll catch a few poisonous snakes and bite him to death. 100, 1,000, 10,000. As she spoke, Ling Long went to the branch where the clothes were hanging. She wanted to see if she could find any trace of Pingsheng here. But instead of finding any trace, she saw another line of writing, Ling Long, you little slut, keep digging. There's another jar down there. Ah, Ling Long was furious. He actually called me a little slut? Clang. She drew her sword and with a few swift strokes, shredded the clothes and branches into countless pieces. But then another problem arose. There was another jar down there. Should she dig it up or not? Humans are curious creatures. Even though she knew Pingsheng had buried a trap, she couldn't resist digging it up to see what was inside. Don't dig anymore, Luo Yu advised. He harbors a deep hatred for you, he's definitely plotting against you. He won't leave anything good behind. It's all right, Ling Long said. I just want to know what tricks he's playing. It's probably some kind of poisonous snake. I'll stay away and slice it open with my sword. I don't believe he can do anything to me then. Luo Yu thought for a moment and said, that's right. Ling Long herself stepped forward and started digging again, building upon the work the male disciple had done. After a dozen or so breaths, a jar was revealed in the mud. Of course, at this moment, only the upper half of the jar was visible. The entire jar was submerged in the mud. Lift. Ling Long reached out her left hand, grabbed the handle of the jar, and pulled sharply. The entire jar was pulled out of the mud. Very light. Ling Long waved her left hand and said, it seems there's nothing inside. Then, she threw the jar on the ground and retreated rapidly. Lu Yu followed her. Slash. After retreating several feet, Ling Long activated her flying sword, and a sword aura swept across. Bang! The jar was shattered instantly. Nothing there. Empty. What does this mean? Ling Long didn't understand. Lu Yu shook her head. Just then, Ling Long suddenly frowned. Junior sister, what's wrong? Lu Yu asked with concern. Ling Long said, my hand, it's a little itchy. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Ling Long quickly extended her left hand. On her fair, jade-like palm, a red mark appeared. The mark was deepening. Not good, Luo Yu exclaimed, poison, it's poisonous. The handle of that jar was poisoned. The poison has already seeped into your skin. Damn it. Ling Long's face instantly turned pale. The damned guy, how could he be so insidious? Not good. Although Ling Long was anxious, she remained clear-headed. She instantly took out her treasure pouch, rummaged through it, and pulled out a jade-green medicine bottle. Crack! She crushed the bottle, revealing a red pill inside. This is. Luo Yu's eyes narrowed. Junior sister, is this a second-grade antidote pill? Looking at the red pill in Ling Long's hand, Lu Yu momentarily felt a desire to seize it. This second-grade antidote pill was incredibly precious. To put it simply, it could neutralize all first-grade and second-grade poisons. In other words, it could even cure the poison of a Foundation Establishment stage demon beast. If she suddenly killed Ling Long now, the antidote pill would be hers. Then, she could pin Ling Long's death on that brat Pingsheng. Who would know the truth then? Lu Yu's heart burned with desire, but after a breath, she calmed down. Killing Ling Long was easy, but extricating herself from the situation would be difficult. Even if she could pin Ling Long's death on Pingsheng, given her master, True Person Yud's, personality, she would definitely not fare well. She might even be executed by her master for failing to protect her. Thus, her cleverness would backfire. While Luo Yu was still preoccupied with her thoughts, Ling Long had already swallowed the second-grade pill. Puffed. She decisively picked up her flying sword and slashed her left palm. A pool of black, foul blood flowed from the bloody gash. Ling Long stood up, her face pale, and said, he must die. Pingsheng, I want him dead. How dare he scheme against me? This second-grade pill was a gift from my grandfather when I first embarked on the path of cultivation. It's priceless. I've never used it. I never thought it would be wasted on him today. After speaking, Ling Long looked at Luo Yu and said, Senior sister, did you have killing intent on you just now? Her eyes were like knives. Luo Yu remained calm. Clang! The flying sword shot out, instantly shrinking to 3 feet in size, and then with a whoosh, a beam of sword light burst forth. The sword light didn't strike Ling Long, but instead slashed to the side. A python as thick as an arm was sliced in two. Swish, swish. A few more venomous snakes were killed in a few more strokes. Lu Yu said, this place isn't safe to stay in. Let's get out of here first. Okay. Ling Long no longer doubted Lu Yu. She felt that the killing intent Lu Yu had shown earlier was directed at the snakes. The two rode paper cranes out of the swamp and landed again on a barren mountaintop. Lu Yu asked, what do we do next? How about we go back to Ice Lake and take a look? Could we get a couple of water spirit apricots? Lu Yu looked at Ling Long. Ling Long shook her head, saying, impossible. We're outnumbered and outmatched, and the disciples of Yunning Sect aren't willing to cooperate with us. How can we resist forces like Tianfu Mountain, Bingji Immortal Sect, and Bion Immortal Sect? We won't get the fruit, and we'll lose our lives. It's alright, once I get out, I'll have my grandfather find a way. He'll definitely be able to get me the fruit. And now, Linglong gritted her teeth, I need to find Pingsheng and kill that bastard. She picked up a love charm from her waist, opened and activated it, then sent out her message, you too, search for Pingsheng with all your might. He should be not far north of the Danya Mountain swamp area. Remember, once you see him, don't attack, don't let him discover you. That idiot Yang Su just acted on his own, and ended up getting killed by Pingsheng. You too remember this well, no taking matters into your own hands. Notify me immediately if you see him. Linglong was right, Pingsheng was indeed not far from the swamp. Moreover, he was in the northern part of the swamp. After all, not much time had passed, he couldn't have gone too far. Besides, Linglong wanted to find Pingsheng, and Pingsheng wanted to find her just as much. To kill her, he could only do so within the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, there would be no chance. Not only would there be no chance, but he would also have to constantly be on guard against her using sect resources to plot against him. Therefore, from the moment Pingsheng entered this secret realm, he harbored the intention to kill Linglong. At this moment, he was lying prone on a barren mountaintop. If a disciple riding a flying crane were to fly through the void, they would find Pingsheng very easily. He had been lying prone on the mountaintop for some time. From his perspective, behind the bare rocks ahead, stood a towering tree. Up in the tree, there was a bird's nest, about 10 feet wide. Inside the nest was a large, snow-white bird. Pingsheng recognized this bird, it was called a snow rock. The snow rock was a first-grade demonic beast, said to possess a trace of Kunpeng blood. It wasn't good at fighting, but it excelled at carrying heavy loads and flying. If he could capture such a bird, he could use it as a means of transportation. Of course, capturing Su Peng directly wouldn't work. They would rather die than become slaves. The only way to possess a snow rock was to take the eggs away before they hatched and incubate them himself. The chicks that hatched this way would recognize him as their master from a young age. And in the large bird's nest on the giant tree before Pingsheng, besides the snow rock, there were 4 eggs. Each egg was the size of a watermelon. Pingsheng wanted to steal an egg but didn't want to kill the large bird, so he waited there. He planned to wait until the bird left the nest before stealing one. After waiting for more than 2 hours, the large white bird finally took flight. Pingsheng waited until the bird was far away, then leaped up, covering a distance of several dozen feet, and with another leap, landed on the ancient tree, using its branches as a springboard. Finally, he reached the same height as the nest. Pingsheng reached into the nest and took a snow-white egg. He immediately tossed it into his storage bag. After collecting the egg, he didn't look back and hopped away through the forest. Only after traveling a considerable distance did Pingsheng relax and take the egg out of his storage bag. It was still warm. The eggshell was snow-white. It weighed over 10 kilograms. It looked like it was about to hatch. Tonight I'll put it in my treasure bowl and see if this thing can be strengthened. His treasure bowl had never been used to strengthen animals before. After putting away the bird egg, Pingsheng took out the map. Looking at the markings on the map, besides aimlessly searching for spirit herbs, he now had 2 places to go. The first place was the spot the farmer had discovered where the cornelian fruit was found. The second place was Ice Lake, where the water elemental apricot was located. This secret realm has been open for over 10 days now. It's easy to imagine that the competition at Ice Lake is either over or still ongoing. Going there now would likely mean you wouldn't even be able to fish in troubled waters. But I still have to go. What if there's an opportunity? Alright, I'll go to Ice Lake first. Pingsheng took a deep breath and put away the jade slip. He planned to go to Ice Lake first to see if he could find any opportunities. After Ice Lake, he would go to the place where the cornelian fruit was located, and then look around. Just as Pingsheng was about to leave, he suddenly looked up and saw 3 paper cranes flying in from the void. On the paper cranes was a familiar face. Linglong. Pingsheng's eyes narrowed slightly. You finally arrived. Bang, 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 bang. The paper cranes landed, and 4 people jumped down from the 3 cranes. Linglong, Lu Yu. These 2 were people Pingsheng recognized. There were 2 male disciples he didn't recognize. Pingsheng didn't stand on ceremony, his divine sense swept out, scanning the group. Linglong, Qi refining stage 11. Pingsheng frowned, this woman's talent must be quite good. When she came to my door seeking pills before, she was only at stage 10, and now she's at stage 11. Lu Yu, stage 12. Hiss hiss hiss, this one is even stronger than Linglong. As for the remaining 2 men, one was at stage 11, and the other at stage 10. Pingsheng felt unprecedented pressure. However, he wasn't afraid. Because besides possessing 5 Danshan, Pingsheng also had tiger-striped golden bee elixir. With this, no matter how hard he fought, his Danshan would never be depleted. He could wear them down. Besides, he had many other defensive methods. With a variety of methods used in succession, the four opponents were no longer so formidable. You lowly servant disciple. Linglong cursed as soon as she saw He Pingsheng. The biggest mistake I ever made was not killing you and Hao Yun together. He Pingsheng's eyes narrowed slightly. So, this little bitch Linglong recognized him? It must be. Humph. Linglong continued, He Pingsheng, you're just as lowly as your dead parents. A mere outer sect servant, who would have thought you'd rise to such heights, now a true disciple of our Zaiuzu peak. Uncle Master Yuning was truly blind to have accepted such a worthless thing. He Pingsheng's eyes narrowed again. It seemed this woman knew everything. You idiot. Linglong stared at He Pingsheng and continued, you don't think we're still completely unaware of your background, do you? Then you're too naive. Your damned father was named He Sanja. Years ago, he came to Zaiuzu Peak to work, and was swallowed by the golden python my grandfather kept. Ha 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 ha. You never expected this, did you? Your father died in our Hun garden. My grandfather, with good intentions, gave your mother 10 spirit stones, hoping she would back down. But this little bitch actually came to Hun garden and made a scene. Guess what happened? Linglong stared at He Pingsheng, watching his increasingly furious expression, and said triumphantly, I personally killed her and fed her to my grandfather's golden python. Ha 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 ha. So good. That felt so good. I never thought your whole family of 3 would die at my hands. Oh, no, no, no. Not just your family of 3, your good friend Hao Yun, I killed him too. Ha 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 ha. He Pingsheng, you really wanted to kill me, didn't you? He Pingsheng couldn't control his emotions, his feelings were overwhelming. His hands trembled, and his spiritual energy fluctuated. However, after only 3 breaths, He Pingsheng suddenly calmed down. Now, at this critical moment of life and death, it was also the best opportunity to avenge his parents. He couldn't let anger ruin everything. He had to remain calm at all times. In that instant, He Pingsheng actually managed to control his emotions. Of course, under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have been able to calm down so quickly. It was thanks to his practice of the mysterious gate tranquility true technique. It's all right. He Pingsheng turned around to face Linglong. With a wave of his hand, a flying sword in his right hand extended 3 feet. A 3-foot-long flying sword, its blade radiating what attributes spiritual energy, bright and sharp. No matter what you've done before, today, you will die. Ha! Linglong chuckled, saying, He Pingsheng, I admit you're not bad. To actually kill Yang Su shows you're not simple. But that's all. Perhaps I alone can't really do anything to you, but I refuse to believe that with the 4 of us here today, facing you together, you can still survive. Whoosh! Linglong waved her hand, also unleashing her flying sword. Lu Yu unleashed her flying sword. The 11th floor male disciple unleashed his flying sword. The 10th floor male disciple was somewhat special. He took out a small stick, infused it with his magic power, and unleashed it into a 10-foot-long, dark iron rod. It was unclear what kind of magical artifact it was. However, it possessed 3 layers of restrictions, making it a high-grade artifact. Junior brother there's really no need for this. Beside him, Luoyu, a woman in a moon-white robe with striking beauty, suddenly spoke up, your status is different now, you're a disciple of Zaiuzu Peak. We actually didn't want to kill you. Apologize. It's better to resolve conflicts than to let them fester. Speak your mind. If you swear you won't avenge your parents in the future, we might be willing to let you go. Then let us tie you up and ask our sect to deal with you, how about that? After all, you killed Yang Su. That's the crime of fratricide. He Pingsheng laughed. He didn't know if this senior sister named Luoyu was foolish or naive. Tie me up? With someone as vicious as Linglong, how could I possibly survive? Stop wasting your breath on him. Linglong couldn't hold back any longer. The thought of her second-grade pill made her heart bleed. Slash. In the next instant, all her magical power gathered on her sword, and she slashed down at He Pingsheng's location. He Pingsheng remained motionless. Buzzing. A yellowish-brown light membrane immediately appeared around his body. Spell, Earth Armor. Linglong's sword shadow expanded to a length of 10 feet, landing on He Pingsheng's light membrane from a distance. A violent explosion of power erupted, energy transforming into turbulent air that surged in all directions. However, the light membrane was not broken. Only its light was extremely dim. At this, Linglong couldn't help but gasp, good heavens, your Danshan spiritual power is actually so abundant? This spell is of a high level. Hiss hiss hiss. Luo Yu's eyes also narrowed slightly. In that instant, He Pingsheng's magical power surged, and earth elemental energy once again flooded into the shield, causing the light membrane released by the earth armor technique to relight. Radiant with light. It looked like something not to be trifled with. Linglong was right, He Pingsheng's spiritual energy in his Danshan was indeed abundant. He was only at the 7th level, but his Danshan spiritual energy was comparable to that of an 11th or 12th level chi refining cultivator. Firstly, it was because of the strength of his cultivation techniques. Each one was enhanced by the Treasure Basin, reaching the heavenly rank. And heavenly rank techniques were the pinnacle of cultivation. A single one could easily trigger a massive war between sections. Secondly, Pingsheng cultivated by consuming pills to increase his cultivation level. And these pills were all top grade. This was another reason for his abundant magical power. I still have some drafts left. Starting today, I'll update 5 times a day until the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year. After that, I won't be able to update so frequently. To put it simply, although Pingsheng is only at the 7th level of Qi refining, the spiritual energy reserve in each of his dantians is definitely no less than that of a Qi refining level 11, or even 12th. And he has a total of 5 such dantians. In terms of total spiritual energy reserves, that far surpasses that of a typical Qi refining disciple. Senior sister, don't panic, said the 10th level disciple wielding the iron rod. I'll go over there and wear him down first. No matter how abundant the spiritual energy in his dantians is, what does it matter? Can he compare to the 4 of us? With that, the disciple, without waiting for Linglong's agreement, charged forward with the iron rod. When the distance closed to within 10 feet, his power suddenly erupted, and the massive iron rod slammed down on Pingsheng's head. Bang! This immense force struck the earthen yellow light membrane surrounding Pingsheng. The light on the protective membrane dimmed again. This time, however, Pingsheng didn't continuously unleash earth attribute magic defense. Instead, with a thought, 3 fire crows materialized. The 3 fire crows instantly charged towards the male disciple wielding the iron rod, and from 3 directions. Because the distance was so close, the time was very short. The male disciple had absolutely no space or time to defend himself. He could only take a step back and slam his rod into the fire crow in front of him. This strike landed twice, hitting not only the fire crow in front of him but also knocking down another one beside him. But there was a third. After the 2 fire crows fell to the ground, the third landed squarely on the male disciple. Bang! A thick, scorching fire elemental force exploded instantly. The disciple was killed instantly. Hiss hiss hiss. The other 3 were immediately horrified. Pingsheng had just unleashed 3 fire crows, one of them could kill a 10th level cultivator? Go! Pingsheng didn't hesitate at all, instantly conjuring 3 more fire crows. Guided by his divine sense, these 3 fire crows attacked another male disciple and Linglong respectively. 1 fire crow for the male disciple, 2 for Linglong. As for Luoyu, Pingsheng didn't attack her immediately, because he still had a good impression of this woman. Back when they were menial disciples, Linglong tried to kill him, and it was this woman named Luoyu who stopped her, and later gave him 2 golden bone pills. Because of this, Pingsheng didn't attack her. Damn it, Linglong shouted, then calmly summoned a small, round, silver shield. The small shield was expanded by spiritual power, growing to about 10 feet in size and blocking in front of Linglong. The first fire crow rushed forward and crashed into the small shield. The light on the small shield dimmed slightly, but the next moment, Linglong channeled her magic power again, and the shield brightened once more. Linglong turned the shield around, blocking Pingsheng's second fire crow. Of course, during this time, the male disciple also activated his defensive artifact, blocking another fire crow. Everyone, attack together and seize the initiative, Linglong shouted. Then she summoned her flying sword again, a flash of light as it slashed towards Pingsheng. At the same time, Luoyu and the male disciple also attacked. 3 people, 3 flying swords, 3 sword lights. Pingsheng naturally dared not be careless. He first used his fire elemental power to unleash 3 fire crows, charging towards the male disciple. Then he channeled his earth elemental power to its maximum. He activated the earth armor technique to its maximum. Poof! The male disciple's sword light was easily deflected by Pingsheng. Finally, Linglong and Luoyu's sword light struck the light membrane formed by the earth armor technique. The light membrane couldn't withstand the simultaneous attacks of the 2 and shattered with a poof. But the attacks of the 2 were indeed blocked. Buzzing. The next moment, an even more dazzling shield appeared around Pingsheng's body. Spell, Vajra Shield. This is a metal elemental defensive spell. Keep going. I don't believe it. Linglong said, he can only hold out for 2 more rounds at most before he's exhausted. The remaining 3 people relentlessly attacked Pingsheng. Pingsheng, however, remained calm and composed. He didn't even activate the stubborn stone talisman. Using only the Vajra shield and earth armor spells was enough to withstand the 3's relentless attacks. Moreover, seizing an opportunity during a defensive gap, Pingsheng even managed to kill the male disciple. For people surrounded Pingsheng. As a result, Pingsheng was like a hedgehog, impossible to bite, and he even managed to kill 2 of them. Linglong and Luoyu grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. Senior sister Luoyu, you're not usually like this. You definitely haven't used your full strength. Damn it. What are you doing? Unable to gain the upper hand after a prolonged battle, Linglong was on the verge of collapse. She shouted at her senior sister beside her. Moreover, at this moment, her spiritual energy was almost completely depleted. No, Luo Yu said anxiously, I used all my strength, but his defense is really troublesome. Buzzing. Another earth armor spell appeared around He Pingsheng's body. Taking advantage of the defensive moment, he waved his hand and took out a gourd from his storage bag. The golden gourd opened, revealing it filled with golden holy nectar. He Pingsheng picked up a drop and put it in his mouth, then put the gourd away. This mere drop of holy nectar instantly filled He Pingsheng's nearly depleted fire, earth, and metal danshan. It was that incredible. Junior sister, if I'm not mistaken, what junior brother he just swallowed was some kind of rare and precious herb that can instantly replenish spiritual energy. Luo Yu said anxiously, let's retreat quickly, we can't win. Originally, the two of them had planned to exhaust He Pingsheng, but seeing this scene now, she could no longer remain calm. Alright, Linglong said, senior sister, you hold him off for a few breaths, I'll activate the paper crane. Activating the paper crane takes about a few breaths. Linglong withdrew, allowing Liu to focus her full attack on He Pingsheng. But how could He Pingsheng let her have her way? Gather. Bang. The next moment, a golden figure, over 12 feet tall, landed beside Linglong. Spell, Yellow Turban Warrior. Under He Pingsheng's divine control, the Yellow Turban Warrior began slashing at Linglong. The Yellow Turban Warriors would attack on their own, so He Pingsheng didn't need to worry too much. However, when facing Luo Yu, He Pingsheng noticed something amiss. Luo Yu was at the 12th level of the Qi refining stage, but from the very beginning, her attacks were incredibly weak and powerless. They appeared grand and sweeping, but each move lacked real offensive power. Others might not know, but He Pingsheng knew that the woman before him was deliberately holding back. Since she was deliberately holding back, He Pingsheng naturally wouldn't actually fight her, so his confrontation with Luo Yu was merely a formality. Slash! A flying sword flew through the air, piercing Linglong's abdomen with a hiss, pinning her firmly to the ground. Buzzing sounds. He Pingsheng instantly retracted the Yellow Turban Warrior, then released it again with a bang, using it to block Luo Yu. He then stepped aside and landed in front of Linglong. Although Linglong's abdomen had been pierced by the sword energy, she was still alive on the ground. She struggled desperately, pulling out a teleportation jade token from her treasure pouch, her right hand about to crush it. Once crushed, she could teleport away, and her fellow Golden Core Elders would surely come to her rescue. But then, whoosh! He Pingsheng arrived just in time, his right hand extending his flying sword and slashing out. A sword energy directly severed Linglong's right arm. Now, she couldn't crush the teleportation jade token. Ah! Linglong screamed in agony. He Pingsheng also walked to her side. You can't kill me! You can't kill me! Linglong screamed, my grandfather won't forgive you. If I die, you'll die too. He Pingsheng actually paused, not immediately raising his hand to kill her. Linglong gritted her teeth, enduring the pain, her face deathly pale, and said, He Pingsheng, it wasn't me who entered the secret realm to kill you this time, it was my grandfather. My life tablet is on him. If I die, my life tablet will shatter immediately. Then, he'll come to guard the exit of this secret realm. Even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you're still doomed. He Pingsheng frowned slightly, this was indeed a big problem. Killing Linglong would mean her grandfather would know instantly. Yuta certainly wouldn't care who killed Linglong, he would kill He Pingsheng immediately. That was a Foundation establishment stage expert. Faced with such a person, He Pingsheng had no chance of fighting back. He. Lying on the ground, Linglong, missing an arm, sneered, You don't dare kill me now, do you? He Pingsheng, I have a top-grade golden bone pill in my treasure pouch. Give it to me, and I'll recover in a few days after taking it. After we leave this secret realm, I'll beg my grandfather to spare you. Linglong had barely finished speaking when she saw a flash of sword light. Ah! She screamed again. Her left arm was severed by He Pingsheng. Ah! You. Linglong screamed, the pain almost unbearable. He Pingsheng said calmly, Try threatening me again? Whether your grandfather can kill me or not is none of your concern. That's my business. And now, I'm going to send you on your way. He Pingsheng raised his hand and said, Those 2 sword strikes I just used to cut you, one was to avenge my father, and the other was to avenge my mother. Thud. With that, He Pingsheng raised his hand and swung his sword again. This time, he severed Linglong's left calf. This sword is to avenge the karmic debt you incurred by spitting on me. After his senior brother Hao Yun was murdered, he carried Hao Yun's body down the mountain and happened to see Linglong reflecting on her actions at the teleportation plaza. Linglong called him over, intending to spit in He Pingsheng's face. However, He Pingsheng dodged it, and only spat on him. Clang! With the 4th sword strike, Linglong's other leg was severed. This sword is for avenging my senior brother Hao. By this time, Linglong had already lost consciousness. She couldn't hear He Pingsheng speak. He Pingsheng, however, brought his final sword stroke to her neck. This sword is revenge for your betrayal, for almost letting the golden python devour me. Linglong, dead. Huff. He Pingsheng took a deep breath. Finally, revenge was achieved. However, this revenge was only half complete. There's still Yuda. Next, he needs to think carefully about what to do after leaving this secret realm. While pondering, He Pingsheng's divine sense stirred, and the yellow turban warrior instantly collapsed, transforming into countless golden spiritual energies that returned to He Pingsheng's body. Luo Yu, naturally, there was no need to continue fighting. Luo Yu didn't speak. She walked to Linglong's side, took out her sword, easily dug a pit, and then pieced Linglong's shattered body back together, giving her a hasty burial. He Pingsheng watched from the side. He knew that Luo Yu must have something to say to him. After burying Linglong, Lu Yu walked to face He Pingsheng and said, "Senior brother He, you might not believe it, but I also think she deserved to die. Thank you for showing mercy, senior sister." He Pingsheng cupped his hands in thanks. From the beginning, Lu Yu hadn't truly fought him. He Pingsheng knew this perfectly well. "You don't need to thank me." Lu Yu shook her head and said, "Now, we should both think carefully about how we can survive after leaving this secret realm." He Pingsheng stared at Lu Yu. Lu Yu added, "Junior brother might not know, but the order to hunt you down was actually given by my master, True Person Yud. They already knew about your background. So, you had to die. But now, you're not dead, but Linglong is. Moreover, several disciples died in Hung Garden, while I, as Linglong's protector, am unharmed. Do you think my master will let me go?" Lu Yu countered. He Pingsheng nodded. Given his style, he won't let you off easily. "But, I still want to ask, why did you help me, senior sister?" He Pingsheng couldn't understand, because it made no sense. "Because I'm afraid." Luo Yu's face paled slightly. "My master and Linglong's personalities are becoming increasingly eccentric. You know, our Grandmaster Chongyang Genren only knows how to cultivate the Dao. This vast Zaiuzu peak is entirely ruled by my master. Extreme power has twisted them both. They think they can do whatever they want. Before long, I, Luo Yu, will become someone Linglong can bully at will. I will become like Hao Yun, ending up like your parents. Over the years, how many disciples have died at Hung Garden? Who on Zaiuzu Peak doesn't know?" He Pingsheng nodded, saying, "That's true, but that old bastard Yuda is probably already on his way. Going out means certain death. Do you have any ideas?" "Yes." Luo Yu nodded, saying, "This place is very far from the Taixu Sect. Even if Master arrives via Jade Slip, it will take at least 2 hours. My idea is that we immediately crush the Jade Talisman." Luo Yu looked at He Pingsheng. "Junior brother He, let's crush the teleportation Jade Talisman now and get out, then find an excuse to leave the entrance of the secret realm. The two of us can then run far away and never return to the Taixu Sect. If junior brother is willing, we could become deist partners and roam freely in the world. Wouldn't that be better?" As she said this, a blush even appeared on Luo Yu's face. He Pingsheng remained silent. Luo Yu continued, "Junior brother is also an alchemist. Even if we leave the sect in the future, we won't have to worry about resources. What do you think? Junior brother, make a quick decision. Don't delay any longer. Otherwise, when that old bastard Yuda arrives, we'll all be dead." Luo Yu urged He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng thought carefully for a few breaths, then said, "All right, senior sister, let's go together." With that, He Pingsheng took out a snow-white teleportation jade talisman from his treasure pouch. He was about to activate it. At that moment, Luo Yu also reached into her treasure pouch and took out an item. It wasn't a jade talisman, but a golden bell. The bell was already activated when she took it out. With lightning speed, Luo Yu shook it sharply at He Pingsheng. Instantly, a golden shield of light appeared around He Pingsheng's body. Spell, Vajra Shield. In fact, He Pingsheng had been prepared for Luo Yu's attack. Although Luo Yu's story was flawless from beginning to end, He Pingsheng still found a loophole. If you're going to escape, why choose to escape after entering the secret realm? Wouldn't it be better to escape sooner? Why wait for Yuda to arrive? Couldn't you escape while Linglong was still alive? Are you kidding me? Therefore, He Pingsheng had been fully prepared. He knew that Luo Yu would definitely attack the instant he activated the teleportation talisman. Why? Because only in that instant would He Pingsheng's vigilance be at its lowest. However, at that moment, He Pingsheng's vigilance was at its highest. His golden spiritual power had already surged and was ready to be unleashed. When he saw that Luo Yu hadn't produced a talisman, He Pingsheng immediately activated his defenses. However, he miscalculated. He had calculated the timing of Luo Yu's attack, but he hadn't calculated the method of Luo Yu's attack. Ring ring ring. 3 bell rings later, a golden beam of light, unimpeded by any defense, easily pierced through the diamond shield and struck He Pingsheng's head. At that moment, He Pingsheng felt his head was about to explode. But in that instant, he understood a mental attack. The opponent was using a magical artifact capable of attacking one's mental sense? He Pingsheng's face paled, and then his vision blurred. He swayed, then collapsed to the ground. Luo Yu, holding the golden bell, smiled slightly. Yes, from the very beginning, she had been scheming. Just now, when she and Linglong were attacking He Pingsheng, she deliberately didn't put in much effort. On one hand, to ensure He Pingsheng could kill the others. On the other hand, to win He Pingsheng's favor and trust. Luo Yu was a clever person, incredibly clever. Ever since she learned that He Pingsheng was the same handyman from back then, she was certain that he possessed an extraordinary secret. Otherwise, how could a handyman disciple with no background or sect suddenly become a 5th-level chi refining cultivator and then a pill refiner? Absolutely impossible. Without a great secret or a powerful artifact, this is almost impossible. Therefore, their attitudes towards He Pingsheng differed. Yuda feared He Pingsheng's rise to power, so he wanted to eliminate him in his infancy. Linglong hated He Pingsheng and wanted to kill him, but Luo Yu only wanted to obtain the secrets He Pingsheng possessed. It's that simple. Junior brother I didn't want to kill you. Luo Yu looked calmly at the golden bell in her hand, muttering to herself, but you are simply too powerful. I feared that ordinary methods wouldn't be enough to subdue you, so I had no choice but to use this soul summoning bell. You're only at the 7th level of chi refining, your divine sense certainly won't be strong. This time, you won't suffer a painful death. Let me see what secrets you hold. Once I obtain your secrets, I can leave this place. From now on, I can roam freely. Luo Yu put away the golden bell, took a step forward, and walked to He Pingsheng's side. Just as she was about to crouch down to search him, she suddenly saw He Pingsheng open his eyes. A snow-white ice arrow shot from his right hand. Thud! Without any warning, Luo Yu was directly pierced through the body by this ice arrow. Red blood stained her dress. Then, the ice arrow suddenly exploded. Luo Yu was reduced to countless fragments. On the other side, at the Taixu Sect, on Zayuzu Peak, in a magnificent hall of Hung Garden, Master Yud, seated on a lotus platform carved from noble spiritual wood, had a sharp glint in his eyes. Look again! He shouted. 2 disciples in front of him quickly stood up and hurriedly ran to the back of the hall. Behind this hall was a place where disciples' life-bound jade tablets were kept. Just now, several disciples in Hung Garden had their life-bound tablets shattered, enraging Yud. However, after about 10 breaths, another jade tablet in the hall cracked. Master! Master, it's terrible. Master! Senior sister Linglong, her jade tablet is broken. Yud's face was dark. His dark face was contorted with anger and boundless sorrow. He once had a son, a refined and courteous young man, always impeccably polite to everyone. This son had even been named one of the 4 young masters of the Taixu Sect. Alas, his son was short-lived. He died in an accident more than a decade ago. From then on, Yuta was left only with his granddaughter. This granddaughter was his lifeblood, his only bloodline. But today, even his granddaughter was dead? He said nothing, abruptly stood up, and strode out of the main hall. Leaving Hung Garden, Master Yuta headed towards the Yuning Palace behind it. Soon, he met Master Yuning. Senior brother, what's wrong? Yuning asked, seeing his second senior brother's angry and grief-stricken expression. Yuta said, Linglong is dead. What? Yuning was startled upon hearing this. Yuta said, Yang Su is dead too. Of the disciples from Hung Garden who entered the secret realm this time, including Linglong, 4 have died. How is your Yuning Palace now? Yuta stared at Yuning. Yuning went to the back and checked, saying, everything's fine, all the disciples are here. Yuta felt even more distressed. Yuning said, Senior brother, the people from your Hung Garden shouldn't be traveling the same way as the people from our Yuning Palace. I understand. Yuta nodded and said, I must go and see for myself. With that, he flicked his sleeves and left Yuning Palace. After leaving Yuning Palace, Yuta leaped into the void, then rode his flying sword towards the distant secret realm. Previously, Elder Xianyang, a golden core cultivator, had used a flying boat to transport everyone, taking a long time to arrive. But this time was different. Yuta was flying alone on his sword. Therefore, in less than 2 hours, he landed on the plaza at the entrance of the secret realm. Uncle Master. Upon seeing true person Xianyang, Yuta respectfully bowed. A fierce wind howled through the air. A massive paper crane swept across the void. Seated atop the crane was a cultivator He Pingsheng. He had used his last wisp of divine sense to activate a talisman and kill Luo Yu. Then he had fainted. When he awoke, several hours had passed, so He Pingsheng dared not crush the teleportation talisman to leave the secret realm, because, most likely, Yuta was already lying in wait at the entrance. He Pingsheng struggled to control the paper crane, his head throbbing with pain, large beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. Whoosh! The paper crane, in flight, lost its balance and plummeted sideways from the void. It nearly crashed into a cliff face and a boulder beside a nearby mountain. He Pingsheng endured the excruciating pain, forcibly steered the paper crane across the cliff, and landed in the deep valley opposite. The valley was deep and secluded, with a small river flowing through it. At a bend in the river's flow, there was a deep cave entrance leading directly into the mountainside. Pingsheng had no will to travel any further. His spiritual energy was almost completely exhausted, so he had no choice but to drag his weary body into the cave. Once inside, he had only one thought: to sleep. He fell into a deep sleep. However, he knew he couldn't sleep. With his current spiritual power, setting up an array was impossible. He could only temporarily grab a few boulders to block the cave entrance, then collapsed to the ground and fell fast asleep. That's right, Pingsheng's spiritual power was injured, and severely so. If he hadn't cultivated the mysterious gate tranquility true technique, a spiritual refinement technique that made his spiritual power stronger than that of ordinary chi refining cultivators, he would have already suffered a spiritual collapse under Luo Yu's golden bell attack. That golden bell was simply too powerful. The closer the distance, the greater the destructive power. It specifically targets and damages one's spiritual power. Fortunately, it was all over. Pingsheng lay in the dark, damp cave, sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights without knowing day or night, before finally waking up. Even after waking, his head still throbbed with a tearing pain, but it felt somewhat better than when he had just been attacked. Pingsheng let out a deep breath, enduring his headache, before turning to look at the cave he was in. The cave entrance was small, only a few feet in diameter, but the interior was surprisingly spacious, several meters wide, almost the size of a large house. Furthermore, there was an even deeper, more secluded opening at the back of the cave, leading into the depths of the mountain. However, this opening was far too small, only about a foot wide, too narrow to squeeze through. Therefore, Pingsheng had no idea how deep it was, but icy air constantly billowed out, whipping against his skin and sending chills down his spine. Pingsheng took out several fire attribute spirit stones from his storage bag and casually tossed them onto the ground. Instantly, fire attribute spiritual energy erupted, blowing away the dampness in the cave. Pingsheng then took out a futon, water, some pills, and other items from his storage bag. Then, his brows furrowed. With less than 10 days left until the end of the secret realm exploration, going out to search for treasure was practically impossible. Pingsheng didn't even have the ability to control a paper crane, let alone use magic to fight others, thus losing any means to compete for any treasures. Forget it, I'll just wait here. At this time, that old bastard Yuta should already be waiting at the entrance of the secret realm, right? Pingsheng muttered to himself, frowning. So, it was impossible to crush the teleportation jade talisman and send him away now, otherwise he would surely die. Then what should he do? If he didn't go out now, he would have to go out when the secret realm ended anyway. Wouldn't he still die then? While pondering, Pingsheng waved his hand again, taking out 2 items from his storage bag. A talisman, a disguise talisman. A book, the Suanman Tranquility True Technique. Pingsheng had already planned his escape route. First, he would cultivate the Suanman Tranquility True Technique to slightly restore his divine sense. While he couldn't fully recover, he would restore as much as possible. Once outside, he would gather materials and spiritual herbs to refine the 2nd grade pill, the healing spirit pill. Before the secret realm closed, he would disguise himself and then leave. However, he didn't know if his disguise would allow him to evade the search of a foundation establishment cultivator like Yuta. In short, it was all up to fate. If he couldn't escape, he would fight for survival. If he could escape, he would escape alive. Pingsheng closed his eyes and began cultivating the Suanman Tranquility True Technique. As soon as he began cultivating, a sharp pain shot through his mind, almost unbearable. But he knew this was normal. Pain was essential for repairing one's divine sense. Enduring the excruciating pain, Pingsheng continued circulating the Suanman Tranquility True Technique. Unbeknownst to him, a day had passed. His spiritual sense had recovered slightly. As night fell and the moonlight rose, Pingsheng quickly took out the treasure basin and tossed the small golden bell inside. This golden bell was the soul summoning bell that Luo Yu had used to ambush him. The soul summoning bell was a low-grade spiritual artifact, possessing 5 layers of restrictions. This delighted Pingsheng, as he didn't yet possess any treasures of spiritual artifact quality. He wondered if placing this spiritual artifact in the treasure basin would enhance it to a top-grade spiritual artifact. Let's try. Pingsheng placed the treasure basin behind him and then used the wisp of his newly recovered spiritual sense to create a defensive array within the cave. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about demonic beasts or humans coming. Having finished preparing, Pingsheng continued to sit cross-legged on the futon, cultivating the mysterious gate tranquility true technique to recover from the damage to his divine sense. Soon, the night passed. Upon opening his eyes the next morning, Pingsheng found that his divine sense had recovered somewhat. To put it another way, his headache was gone. However, his divine sense was still very weak, roughly equivalent to the first level of the chi refining stage. He was still unable to break through the body's limitations to project his divine sense outwards. A complete recovery in the short term was impossible. Pingsheng turned his head and looked at the treasure basin behind him. As expected, the treasure inside the basin had increased from 1 to 2. Yesterday evening, a golden bell had been thrown in, but now it had transformed into a small, earthen yellow bell and a red rattle drum. Pingsheng first reached out and picked up the earthen yellow bell. Although his divine sense was extremely weak, he could still probe this treasure. The bell had a very substantial feel. Grade, top grade spiritual artifact. Restrictions, 8 layers. Name, soul-destroying bell. Function, after refinement, infusing it with magical power allows the bell to unleash a divine sense attack. The closer the distance, the stronger the attack. Pingsheng was overjoyed. Previously, he had worried that his treasure-gathering basin wouldn't be able to enhance the spiritual artifact to top grade. Now it seemed his worries were unfounded. It was directly top grade, possessing 8 layers of restrictions. That meant that if this thing were fully refined, its attack power would be far greater than the previous soul summoning bell. This is a spiritual artifact. In the cultivation world, magical artifacts are strictly classified into different levels. For lower-level cultivators, the magical artifacts they use, from lowest to highest level, are magic tools, mainly used by Qi refining stage disciples, spiritual artifacts, used by foundation establishment stage cultivators, and magic treasures, used by golden core stage cultivators. These are the 3 levels. Of course, above that, there are magical artifacts used by nascent soul stage cultivators and above. Although Pingsheng knew a little about them, he had never actually seen one. He had never even seen a nascent soul stage cultivator, let alone their magical artifact. And now, he possessed a top-grade spiritual artifact. Even foundation establishment stage cultivators couldn't possess this. If, by chance, one were to infuse it with great magical power and ring it on a foundation establishment stage cultivator, the cultivator's divine sense would be shattered. Pingsheng even considered how to use this soul-destroying bell against Yuta. But then he thought better of it. The soul-destroying bell could certainly deal with Yuta, being a top-grade spiritual artifact. However, the key issue was that it hadn't been refined yet, and Pingsheng himself was too weak. His magical power wasn't sufficient to unleash the full power of the golden bell. Therefore, even if he refined it, he might not be able to deliver a fatal blow to Yuta. Forget it, it's best not to try and confront Yuta head-on. Dodging and hiding is the best strategy. Putting away the soul-destroying bell, Pingsheng took out the red rattle drum from the treasure basin. This rattle drum was about the size of a palm, its entire surface painted a strange crimson red, looking every bit like an evil artifact. Countless gray patterns adorned the crimson drum body. Pingsheng's hand trembled slightly as he shook it. Unfortunately, no sound was produced. The 2 drumsticks connected to the rattle drum were almost completely still, as if welded shut. Pingsheng knew it wasn't welded shut, but rather that without magical power inputted into it, and without refining it, it couldn't be shaken to produce a sound. A wisp of divine thought attached itself to the rattle drum, and soon, its information appeared. Grade, top grade spiritual artifact. Restriction, 8 layers. Name, God-shocking drum. Function, a divine thought attack artifact. It must be refined with one's own blood. After successful blood refinement, magical power is infused into it, and shaking it produces a sound that can disrupt the opponent's divine thought. In short, this treasure is exactly the same as the soul-destroying bell, a divine thought attack artifact. The difference is that the soul-destroying bell requires refining, while the God-shocking drum is not refined using conventional methods. It requires blood refinement. What is blood refinement? It is refining by soaking it in one's own blood. There are specific methods for blood refining artifacts, but Pingsheng didn't understand them. Therefore, the God-shocking drum is currently unusable. It's useless now, might as well put it away. After putting it away, Pingsheng took out several more treasure bags. These were the spoils he had collected after killing Linglong and the other 3, and he hadn't had a chance to look at them yet. It was time to take stock. Splash, splash. Pingsheng didn't hold back and dumped all the items from the 4 treasure bags at once. The most eye-catching items were naturally the spirit stones. Of the 4, Linglong had the most spirit stones, over 2,000, Liu had over 1,000, and the other 2 male disciples had a combined 1,000. Nearly 5,000 spirit stones. I'm rich. Putting everything else aside, just these spirit stones alone are a windfall. Pingsheng stuffed all the spirit stones into his storage bag in one go. After putting them in his storage bag, he finally had time to look at the other items. Various bottles of pills. Pingsheng glanced at them, almost all of them were Qi-gathering pills. No choice, 4 Qi refining disciples, these are exactly what they need most during cultivation. Put them away. After some enhancement later, they'll all be top grade. Besides the pills, there were some spirit herbs. 70 or 80 second-grade spirit herbs, and even more first-grade spirit herbs, a full 300 or 400. Besides these, there were also some demonic beast claws, hides, and the like. These items could also be sold at the merchant guild for some spirit stones. Furthermore, there were some jade slips. He Pingsheng looked at these jade slips. They were practically useless to him, because he now possessed cultivation techniques based on all 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and all were heaven rank techniques. There was no need to learn others. As for spells, there was no need to learn them either. He already had enough spells. Finally, there were the magical artifacts. Several flying swords, an iron rod, an iron fan, and a few poison needles. These were just magical artifacts. He had no particular expectations. He'd put them away. He planned to go back to the market town of Mata Mountain and sell them all off. Having done all this, he Pingsheng swallowed a bigu pill and then circulated the Tsuuman Tranquility True technique again to recover his spiritual power. He didn't know how much time had passed when he suddenly heard a noise outside. He Pingsheng became instantly alert. His brows furrowed tightly. If he were attacked at this moment, he would be completely defenseless. No! Ignoring the noise outside, he Pingsheng swiftly produced 5 mid-grade spirit stones and replaced the 5 low-grade spirit stones supporting the formation. With the spirit stones replaced, the formation became unbreakable. Phew! He Pingsheng breathed a sigh of relief. The noise outside grew clearer. A man with a lewd grin said, "Junior Sister Chiao, this is so boring. I am the senior disciple of the Ice Extreme Sect, the pride of the entire sect, hee. Within 10 years, I will definitely succeed in foundation establishment. Besides, my Ice Extreme Sect is the #1 sect in this Dao Xian Alliance. For you to marry into our sect is an honor for you. Since we are engaged, we are truly Daoist partners. Now that things have come to this, are you still unwilling to be with me?" At this moment, a woman, panting heavily, said, "Xiao Bufan, you are despicable and shameless. Later, once we leave this secret realm, I will tell my grandmaster what happened here. I will definitely cancel the engagement with you." Hearing this voice, he Pingshen's brows twitched sharply. He recognized that voice all too well. Wasn't that the voice of Chiao Huizu, a disciple of Tianfu Mountain? Why does the voice sound so strange? Ha 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 ha. Xiao Bufan's smug laughter rang out. He said, "If you're so capable, why don't you get out of here? Junior Sister Chiao, haven't you grasped the situation yet? Today, we've made a fait accompli. Once we're out, the deed is done, the die is cast. If your Tianfu Mountain doesn't agree, can you afford the shame? Don't worry, you'll never escape my grasp. Xiao Bufan, give me back my teleportation jade talisman." Chiao Huizu added, "Give it back, and I can pretend today's events never happened. Otherwise, even as a ghost, I won't give you my body." "A ghost?" Xiao Bufan's voice suddenly turned sinister. "Try it. Even if you become a ghost, I'll still take you down today." Chiao Huizu couldn't hold back any longer. "You beast." To Yi Pingsheng, their voices grew louder and louder. Clearly, they were approaching his cave entrance. Yi Pingsheng was about to vomit blood. "No way, what a coincidence. Please don't discover my little cave. Otherwise, I'm finished." As for the meaning behind Xiao Bufan and Chiao Huizu's conversation, Yi Pingsheng didn't quite understand. He couldn't understand many parts. He just hoped they would leave quickly. "Whatever you do is fine, just don't find me." However, just as Yi Pingsheng was desperately hoping they would leave, the stone at the cave entrance suddenly collapsed. A figure squeezed in through the opening. "Xiao Bufan, don't you dare come in." Chiao Huizu's voice rang out. "I still have many talismans. If you dare come in, I'll make sure you die in this cave." In reality, Chiao Huizu had no choice. She knew that entering the cave was basically like being a turtle in a jar. But she was currently poisoned, and the effects had already begun. If she didn't enter this cave and fight to the death, she would inevitably fall into Xiao Bufan's clutches. The key was that when she entered the cave, she clearly sensed the breathing of a cultivator inside. It seemed someone was there. Since there was someone, she could call for help. The worst outcome was death. Since she was going to die anyway, she might as well fight to the death. To Chiao Huizu's surprise, after entering the cave, she saw a defensive array. Great! This defensive array was transparent from the outside, allowing her to see Yi Pingsheng directly. "It's you?" Chiao Huizu pressed her flushed face against the light membrane of the defensive array. "Junior brother, save me, save me." Yi Pingsheng smiled wryly and waved his hand, opening a crack in the array to let Chiao Huizu in. Huff, huff, huff. Chiao Huizu was hunched over, a long sword in her hand, propped against the ground. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were slightly glazed. Her breath carried a sweet fragrance, lingering around Yi Pingsheng. It smelled wonderful. "Are you poisoned?" Yi Pingsheng asked. "Yes." Chiao Huizu dropped the sword with a clatter. "Please, help me hold off that beast outside. If you can't, kill me with one sword." Huff, huff. Chiao Huizu gasped for breath as she spoke. "Junior brother, water, do you have any water? Cold water, preferably." Indeed, Yi Pingsheng did have some. To be on the safe side, he always kept a considerable amount of water in his storage bag. He waved his hand, taking out a large gourd from his storage bag, and said, "Senior sister, water, here you go." Xiao Huizu hugged the gourd and gulped down several mouthfuls, then splashed all the water over her head. The icy water flowed down her hair and neck, instantly soaking her clothes. Her figure was exquisitely beautiful, making Pingsheng's mouth dry. He swallowed hard several times, then asked with some confusion, "Senior sister Qiao, what's wrong?" Xiao Huizu said, Didn't I say, I'm poisoned?" Pingsheng said, "Is it heat poisoning? I have." He was about to say that he had a good antidote. After all, there were still 2 large gourds of tiger-striped golden bee elixir in his storage bag. However, at that moment, Xiao Bufan, who had been staggering outside the cave entrance for several breaths, finally made up his mind and stepped into the cave. "Damn it!" he cursed loudly, "dare to lie to me?" Originally, he had been worried that Xiao Huizu had really placed a talisman, so he had lingered at the cave entrance. Now, having entered the cave, he found no talismans. Hey! After seeing the light membrane of a defensive array, 2 beams of light shot from Xiao Bufan's eyes. He stared at Pingsheng and waved his hand, summoning a magical artifact, a high-grade magical artifact flying sword. Slash! Xiao Bufan was at the 12th level of the Qi refining stage, just 1 step away from entering the foundation establishment stage. The power of his slash was stronger than any attack Pingsheng had ever seen before. Pingsheng was even afraid that he would destroy his great array with a single sword strike. Boom! A sword beam, over 10 feet long, slammed into Pingsheng's formation. The formation's light membrane dimmed slightly, then quickly brightened again. Pingsheng's heart, which had been pounding with anxiety, finally relaxed. No need to worry anymore. Formations are quite interesting. If it can block one of your attacks, it can block 10, 100, and so on. Of course, the prerequisite is a sufficient energy supply. Pingsheng's formation used 5 mid-grade spirit stones. Even if Xiao Bufan attacked relentlessly for a year without eating or drinking, the spiritual energy within these 5 mid-grade spirit stones might not be depleted. Then it couldn't be broken, unless he increased his attack power. Again. Slash, slash, slash. Xiao Bufan, unwilling to give up, drew his sword and unleashed all his magical power, fiercely slashing at Pingsheng's defensive array. But no matter what he did, he couldn't break through. Once the light on the array dimmed, it would brighten again in less than a breath. How could he possibly break through this? Damn it, Xiao Bufan cursed, it's actually a top-grade array. At the same time, he was also anxious. If he couldn't break the array, it would be extremely troublesome once the effects of the medicine on Xiao Huizu wore off. Xiao Bufan was the top Qi refining cultivator of the Ice Extreme Immortal Sect, the #1 sect in the Dao Xian Alliance, while Xiao Huizu was the top Qi refining cultivator of Tianfu Mountain. The two were a perfect match, and they were engaged. It should have been a good thing. But Xiao Bufan had heard that Xiao Huizu seemed very dissatisfied with the engagement and intended to break it off. If a woman broke off their engagement, where would Xiao Bufan put his face? Besides, Xiao Huizu was known as the most beautiful young woman in the Dao Xian Alliance. If such a woman slipped through his fingers, Xiao Bufan's Dao heart would be unstable. Therefore, after entering the secret realm, he secretly drugged Xiao Huizu under the guise of discussing things with her. In Xiao Bufan's mind, once he succeeded, no matter what Xiao Huizu did, the die was cast. She was his. Why would he be afraid of her breaking off the engagement? But now, the drug had been administered. If he failed and Xiao Huizu escaped, once they left the secret realm, not only would his reputation be ruined, but his engagement with Xiao Huizu would also be over. He might even have to pay a price for it. He absolutely could not allow such a thing to happen. Getting her was the best outcome. He couldn't have her, but he absolutely couldn't let Xiao Huizu leave alive. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Bufan's eyes. His facial muscles twitched a few times, then he reached into his storage bag and took out an item. That's right. Xiao Bufan was one of the very few who possessed a storage bag while still in the Qi refining stage. At this moment, Xiao Bufan held a talisman shimmering with swordlight in his right hand, and he looked at Pingsheng with eyes like a grim reaper. "Junior brother, hand over this woman, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, with this talisman, you're doomed." Not good. Xiao Huizu, almost losing control, clung tightly to Pingsheng's waist, urgently saying, this, whoosh, it's a Dao talisman. We can't let him use it. Otherwise, we'll both die. Pingsheng was also greatly shocked. Even without Xiao Huizu's reminder, he knew the power of this Dao talisman. A Dao talisman is a special kind of talisman, an energy enveloped by a nascent soul cultivator's own Dao techniques. For example, the Dao talisman in Xiao Bufan's hand, although only a first-grade talisman, contained extremely powerful energy. Once it was used, Pingsheng's defensive formation would undoubtedly break. If the formation broke, Pingsheng and Xiao Huizu would be in danger. What to do? They definitely couldn't let him activate the talisman. "Junior brother, Xiao Bufan held up the Dao talisman and continued, "Don't worry, as long as you hand over this woman, I'll give you another 1,000 spirit stones. I am Xiao Bufan, the eldest disciple of the Ice Extreme Immortal Sect. If you hand her over, I'll owe you another favor. How about it?" "All right." Pingsheng nodded, then waved his hand, opening a crack in the formation. "Please come in, senior brother." Xiao Bufan was overjoyed. The Dao talisman in his hand was incredibly precious. It was his life-saving item and his greatest trump card. It was best not to use it. Besides, the cultivator opposite him wasn't carrying a treasure bag or any magical artifacts. Furthermore, what could a mere 7th level cultivator do, even if he had some skill? "Do I even care?" Xiao Bufan confidently walked forward, holding the Dao talisman in his hand. Just as he lowered his guard, Pingsheng suddenly waved his hand, and an ice arrow flew out. Talisman, ice arrow, talisman. Whoosh! The ice arrow was incredibly fast, breaking through the formation with lightning speed, giving Xiao Bufan no time to react before piercing his body. Bang! The ice arrow exploded. Xiao Bufan made no attempt to resist and was instantly blasted into countless fragments. At that very moment, the gaps in the outer, top-grade formation closed again. Huff! Pingsheng let out a deep breath, then felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if all his strength had been drained away, and collapsed to the ground. The next moment, darkness descended upon him, and he lay unconscious on the ground. This was because his cultivation over the past few days had only allowed Pingsheng to recover a tiny sliver of his soul power, and to activate the ice arrow talisman, he had exhausted that newly recovered sliver of soul power. In a daze, Pingsheng felt his mouth was parched. He felt as if he had entered an endless desert. Hot. His whole body was burning hot. Then, in his dream, he saw a clear spring in the desert, and he happily jumped into it, drinking his fill. Then he lay down comfortably on the sand beside the spring and fell asleep. He felt content and warm. He slept like this for an unknown amount of time, then suddenly opened his eyes and sat up abruptly. A faint, sweet fragrance wafted over. Pingsheng turned his head and saw a woman in green sitting upright, cultivating, less than 2 feet behind him. Xiao Huizu. Phew! Pingsheng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xiao Huizu hadn't killed him after he fainted. "Let me check." The storage bag is still there, untouched. The treasured treasure basin is still being nurtured in his danchan, unchanged. Thank goodness I met someone with a conscience. Just then, Xiao Huizu seemed to sense something. She opened her eyes, smiled at Pingsheng, and said, "You're awake." "Yes." Pingsheng patted his head and said, "I was tricked during a fight earlier, and my divine sense was injured. Please forgive me, senior sister Qiao." "It's all right." Xiao Huizu smiled generously. Pingsheng's gaze shifted from Xiao Huizu to the outside of the formation. He remembered killing Xiao Bufan before he lost consciousness. Looking around, the outside had been cleaned up completely. Looking at himself, his original prayer mat was gone, replaced by a pink one. It was clearly a woman's mat. "Where's my prayer mat?" Pingsheng exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Huizu said, "I threw it away." "Why?" Pingsheng asked. Xiao Huizu said, "Because it got dirty, I replaced it for you. If you like it, you can have this one. If you don't like it, I'll buy you another one after I go out." Pingsheng nodded, saying, "It's all right, no need to trouble senior sister Qiao. It's just a prayer mat, no need to worry about it." "Senior sister Qiao, how long was I asleep?" he asked Xiao Huizu again. "Not much, just 1 day and 1 night." Xiao Huizu said. "That's good." Pingsheng breathed a sigh of relief. "So, there's still some time before this secret realm closes. Junior brother, I still don't know your name?" Xiao Huizu looked at Pingsheng, her eyes gleaming with expectation. Pingsheng pursed his lips. He remembered that when they met in the secret realm before, Xiao Huizu had reminded him not to enter the swamp, and at that time they had exchanged names. Sadly, she hadn't remembered. This, sigh. Pingsheng. Pingsheng told her again. Xiao Huizu smiled slyly and said, "Junior brother don't worry, I forgot your name last time, but I won't forget it again. Here, this is Xiao Bufan's storage bag. I haven't opened it yet. You killed him, so logically all the spoils here should be yours." Pingsheng scanned the storage bag with his divine sense. The faint divine sense belonging to Xiao Bufan was still there, meaning Xiao Huizu really hadn't opened it. Besides the storage bag, there was also a high-grade magic weapon flying sword and a golden talisman. This golden talisman was a Dao talisman. "Let's split it." Pingsheng reached out and opened the storage bag. Splash! The items inside were poured out. 5,000 spirit stones. Some medicinal herbs and spiritual plants. There were also pills. The most eye-catching were 3 green apricots. Pingsheng had never seen apricots like these before. "What are these?" Pingsheng asked. Xiao Huizu said, "Water elemental apricots." "Ha!" He Pingsheng was even more puzzled. Aren't water elemental apricots golden? Yes, Xiao Huizu said, but the kind you're talking about is a ripe water elemental apricot. When Xiao Bufan and I went there, all the ripe water elemental apricots in the ice lake had already been picked by others. He found a few that weren't ripe and picked them on the spot. Actually, picking them is useless, it's just a waste. Oh, He Pingsheng said and then silently put the 3 unripe water elemental apricots away. It doesn't matter if they're not ripe. I'll put them in my treasure basin to strengthen them later. What if they turn out well? Even if they don't turn out well, I won't lose anything, right? Let's split the spirit stones equally. He Pingsheng said. Xiao Huizu shook her head. I don't want the spirit stones or the other items, but this Dao talisman, if junior brother he doesn't need it, I'd like it. Of course, I can give you some compensation. Senior sister Qiao, I'm so sorry. He Pingsheng said, if possible, I can give you anything else. This talisman has a great use for me. A talisman is a special kind of talisman. He Pingsheng had learned about it in the miscellaneous records of cultivation. Take ordinary talismans, for example, they are graded. A first-grade talisman has an upper limit. Even with talismans like the Fireball Talisman, Ice Arrow Talisman, Stubborn Stone Talisman, and Heavenly Thunder Talisman, He Pingsheng couldn't kill any Foundation Establishment stage disciple. Because the talisman is first grade, its energy limit is too low. To kill a Foundation Establishment stage disciple, a second-grade talisman must be used. However, using a second-grade talisman on a Qi refining stage disciple has another problem: it's not easy to activate. To put it another way, a Qi refining stage disciple can activate a first-grade talisman in less than a breath. Activating a second-grade talisman not only consumes a large amount of spiritual energy and divine sense, but also takes a long time, at least 3 to 5 breaths. This is a major problem. In a battle, using such a high-level talisman indicates an exceptionally powerful enemy. Would you even have 3 to 5 breaths left? In most cases, no. But Dao talismans are different. The power of a Dao talisman can break through the limits of a talisman's grade. For example, the Dao talisman we just seized from Xiao Bufan is a first-grade talisman. However, its power reaches that of a second-grade talisman. Why? Because creating a Dao talisman requires a particularly stringent condition: the talisman maker must be at the nascent soul stage. After a cultivator breaks through to the nascent soul stage, their cultivation method changes. The nascent soul stage cultivator is powerful for 2 reasons: firstly, their high cultivation level, and secondly, because they have begun to engage with and comprehend the Dao. The reason nascent soul cultivators can create Dao talismans that break through the limits of talisman levels is because they can imbue them with their own Dao techniques, using these techniques to confine energy. Thus, when the talisman is activated, the energy erupts, unleashing power beyond its level. Sometimes, even a small, first-grade Dao talisman can severely injure a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Of course, such powerful weapons as Dao talismans are rare in the cultivation world. This is because their creation damages the nascent soul cultivator's own Dao techniques. Therefore, nascent soul cultivators will never create them unless they are extremely close relatives. For He Pingsheng, this item has another important use. A Foundation Establishment cultivator named Yuda is currently waiting for him outside. If he had a Dao talisman, especially a strengthened one, it would greatly increase his chances of survival. All right. Xiao Huizu nodded, saying, this thing was originally dispensable to me, but if it's of great use to you, you can keep it. Thank you, senior sister Qiao. Since Xiao Huizu said so, He Pingsheng naturally didn't stand on ceremony. He waved his hand and put the thing away. Here, take the storage bag. He Pingsheng pointed to the bag. Xiao Huizu pouted and said, I dare not take this bag. The Ice Extreme Sect's eldest disciple is dead. His master is definitely on his way right now. If he goes out with the storage bag, what do you think will happen? He Pingsheng nodded and said, senior sister is right. Then, he thought for a moment and asked, what is the cultivation level of this Ice Extreme Sect's eldest disciple's master? Xiao Huizu said, Golden Core Stage. He Pingsheng didn't show any fear. He simply nodded and said, all right, I'll handle this storage bag. Then you can have the rest, senior sister. He Pingsheng naturally wouldn't give things away for no reason. He also needed something from Xiao Huizu. Xiao Huizu put away the spirit stones and other items. He Pingsheng said, senior sister, did I save your life? Of course. Xiao Huizu replied, absolutely. He Pingsheng said, I'm in mortal danger now. Could you lend me a hand, senior sister? Xiao Huizu looked at him strangely. You? In mortal danger? Yes. He Pingsheng nodded, saying, senior sister doesn't know, but I killed a fellow disciple, and as far as I know, her grandfather is waiting for me outside the secret realm. He's at the Foundation Establishment stage, so once I leave the secret realm, I'll surely die. Ah. Xiao Huizu was taken aback. This, alright, how do you want me to help you? He Pingsheng said, "This is my plan. I'll use a disguised talisman to dress as a woman and go out of the secret realm with you. Then, just say I'm a disciple of your Tianfu mountain and take me away. Is it possible?" "No problem." Xiao Huizi nodded. "The elder leading our Tianfu mountain team this time is my aunt. Taking you away is naturally no problem. However, was that disguised talisman you mentioned purchased from Tianfu mountain?" "Yes," He Pingsheng replied. "Then that won't work," Xiao Huizi said. "The disguised talisman I sold you can only fool Qi refining stage disciples. Your enemy is a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Although he can't see through it at a glance, he can still spot the clues if he looks closely." He Pingsheng said, "It's alright, that's all I can do. Life and death are in the hands of fate." He Pingsheng decided to take a gamble. Firstly, his disguised talisman had been enhanced, so it might not be seen through by Yuta. Besides, when disguised, as long as others don't use their divine sense to examine carefully, even a golden core stage cultivator wouldn't be able to spot the clues. The real danger is when someone uses their divine sense. In this way, the possibility of evading Yuta's search is greatly increased. "Alright," Xiao Huizi nodded, then asked, "There are still 4 days until this secret realm closes. How do you plan to spend them?" He Pingsheng smiled bitterly and said, "How can I possibly spend them? My spiritual energy is severely injured. I plan to rest and recuperate." "Alright," Xiao Huizi said, "I'll go out and see if I can find any opportunities. Regardless of whether I find any, I will come back on the last day and leave this place with you." "I'm leaving." Xiao Huizi stood up, waved to He Pingsheng, and left. About 10 breaths later, she returned. "Senior sister Qiao, what's wrong?" He Pingsheng asked. Xiao Huizi asked, "When you were unconscious, didn't you feel anything was wrong?" He Pingsheng looked bewildered. "No. I had a headache, and I was incredibly thirsty. I felt unbearably hot all over, like I was in a desert." "Oh," Xiao Huizi breathed a sigh of relief and said, "About 3 miles to the left of the cave, there's a clear stream. If you feel sticky and uncomfortable when you turn around, go take a bath in that stream. Remember, your spiritual power is injured, so don't wander off. Stay here and rest peacefully, and wait for my safe return." After saying this, Xiao Huizi unfolded the paper crane, took flight, and soared into the sky. How did this woman know I was sticky and sticky? Wait a minute, why do I feel like this? I'm filthy. He Pingsheng was puzzled, but quickly stopped thinking about it. Regardless of why he was so dirty, he needed to wash up first. Following Xiao Huizi's directions, he walked about 2 or 3 miles to the left along the valley and indeed found a clear stream. The mountains were deserted, so He Pingsheng took off his clothes there, took a comfortable bath, changed into a clean moonwhite robe, and returned to the cave. The first thing he did upon returning was to set up an array. The original defensive array was too far inside the cave to block the entrance. This time, He Pingsheng moved the array to the entrance, and when the array's light membrane expanded, it perfectly blocked the cave entrance. Now, it was impossible for anyone outside to get in. Then, he piled up a thick brick wall of stones inside the formation. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about anyone or any wild animal accidentally wandering into the cave. Even if someone did enter the cave in the unlikely event of an accident, they wouldn't be able to see his treasure basin. With everything prepared, He Pingsheng took out the treasure basin. Now, he had 3 items that needed strengthening. First, a storage bag. This thing belonged to Xiao Bufan. You can't openly take it out. Otherwise, if you're the only disciple from all the sects carrying a storage bag, the other elders could easily spot you with a scan using their divine sense. So what if you killed Xiao Bufan? What He Pingsheng needed to do was strengthen this storage bag into a top-grade, invisible storage bag. Thud. The storage bag was placed into the treasure basin. Second, 3 cyan, water element spirit apricots. As for whether it could be strengthened into a mature water elemental apricot, He Pingsheng didn't know. But he had to try. The last one, a Dao talisman. The Dao talisman left behind by Xiao Bufan was a first-grade talisman, but it possessed attack power surpassing that of a Qi refining stage cultivator. It could inflict some damage on foundation establishment stage disciples. But that wasn't enough. To kill Yuda, the talisman needed to at least have the effect of killing a foundation establishment stage cultivator with a single blow. Then, it had to be strengthened. Hopefully, its power would increase after strengthening. He Pingsheng tossed the Dao talisman into the treasure basin. Then, he sat cross-legged on the pink futon. Looking at the pink futon, He Pingsheng frowned again. This is strange. Wasn't my original futon perfectly fine? Why did they replace it with a pink one? Sigh. I don't understand. Women are truly strange creatures. He Pingsheng took a deep breath, clearing his mind of all the chaotic thoughts, and then continued cultivating the Mysterious Gate Tranquility True technique. The Mysterious Gate Tranquility True technique can enhance the strength of one's divine sense. Of course, for someone like Pingsheng whose divine sense had been severely damaged, cultivating this technique could also allow for a slow recovery. However, this process is extremely slow, it's impossible to recover in less than several years. The best way to quickly recover one's divine sense is to refine a batch of healing spirit pills. Consuming these pills will allow recovery within a few months. If one possesses a top-grade healing spirit pill, the injured divine sense can be fully restored in just a few days. Pingsheng didn't expect to completely heal his divine sense through these last few days of cultivation, he only hoped to slightly repair a trace of it so it would be usable. Unconsciously, a day and a night passed. Pingsheng opened his eyes, his gaze immediately turning to the treasure basin. His brow furrowed slightly. Originally, he felt the treasure basin should be able to enhance all three items. However, he overestimated its current capabilities. It had enhanced, that's good, but it had only enhanced one item. The 3 green apricots had now turned golden yellow, and there were 6 of them. Pingsheng held one in his hand, a faint fragrance wafted from it. On the fruit's skin was a faint golden mark, mysterious and profound. Excellent! Pingsheng was overjoyed. The unripe water elemental apricot had truly been enhanced into a ripe one. Put it away. He stored all 6 apricots into his storage bag. Unfortunately, while apricots are plentiful, these extraordinary natural treasures are said to have a one-time effect. What does one-time effect mean? It means that eating one apricot is effective. A second time, however, it's useless. When Pingsheng reaches the peak of the qi refining stage, he might encounter 3 bottlenecks, the 10th, 11th, and 12th levels. Eating one apricot can break through one bottleneck, but eating more won't break through the next bottleneck. This is the one-time effect. Many natural treasures follow this one-time effect rule. Leaving aside the water element spirit apricot, Pingsheng's gaze fell on the other 2 items. The Dao talisman and the storage bag. Neither of these had been enhanced. But Pingsheng wasn't worried, because he had already enhanced the storage bag once with the treasure basin. Pingsheng believed the lack of enhancement this time was due to insufficient moonlight gathered by the treasure basin. He'd try again tonight. Just as Pingsheng had guessed. The second night passed, and the storage bag was enhanced. An ordinary storage bag transformed into 2 invisible storage bags. Moreover, each of these invisible storage bags had a space 10 jiang high, 10 jiang wide, and 10 jiang long. Each could hold a vast amount of items. Hidden. The storage bag hummed and disappeared into Pingsheng's body. Unlike magical artifacts with multiple layers of restrictions, this storage bag could be used simply by attaching one's divine sense to it. No refining was required. Hidden. The second storage bag was also concealed. The Dao talisman within the treasure basin remained completely unmoved. But don't worry, Pingsheng believed that it would definitely change again after another night. The third night passed, and the Dao talisman inside the treasure basin finally changed. One Dao talisman became 2. One was azure, and the other was golden. Pingsheng excitedly reached out and took both talismans in his hands. He examined the azure talisman on his forehead, and the information on it was revealed. Name: Myriad Swords Dao Talisman. Rank: Top Grade 1. Effect: Instantly activated. After activation, it can condense hundreds of sword shadows to kill enemies. A single strike can kill a foundation establishment stage being. Hiss. Upon seeing this description, Pingsheng was overjoyed, but also gasped in shock. Powerful. It really can kill foundation establishment stage disciples. And it's instantaneous. Now, if he were to encounter that old Taoist priest Yuta in a narrow passage, he wouldn't need to be afraid. After putting away the azure myriad swords Dao talisman, Pingsheng affixed the golden talisman to his forehead. Name: Golden Sword Dao Talisman. Rank: First Grade, Supreme. Effect: Instant activation. After activation, it can condense a 10 jiang golden sword shadow. Upon landing, the sword shadow can kill foundation establishment stage beings. With these 2 talismans, Pingsheng had a new trump card. His confidence in surviving after leaving the cave increased considerably. The last day passed, and Xiao Huizu hurriedly returned to the cave. Junior brother, look, what is this? Upon returning to the cave, the first thing Xiao Huizu did was take out a red fruit and give it to Pingsheng. Pingsheng took the fruit and said, "This is a dogwood fruit?" "That's right." Xiao Huizu smiled and said, "I was lucky enough to get 2. Here, take one." Pingsheng felt a surge of warmth in his heart. "Thank you." "You're welcome." After giving him the dogwood fruit, Xiao Huizu took out a jade box and said, "Junior brother, there are 13 leaves in this box. These are leaves from the enlightenment tea tree. Use these leaves to brew tea during your cultivation. On the one hand, it can reduce the toxicity in your body, on the other hand, it can open your mind and clarify your Dao heart, making your cultivation twice as effective. This is very precious. I wish you a speedy ascent to the foundation establishment stage." Pingsheng said, "Is this appropriate?" Such a valuable item, perhaps I shouldn't accept it. The girl's expression suddenly turned serious. She stared at Pingsheng and said almost in a commanding tone, "Take it, don't refuse." "All right." Pingsheng obediently accepted it. The girl smiled happily and said, "All right, now, I'll help you disguise yourself. By the way, look at this." Xiao Huizu took out a woman's Taoist robe from her treasure bag. "This is the Taoist robe I usually wear. Change into it after you disguise yourself. We're about the same size, it should fit you well." Xiao Huizu was very tall, almost the same height as Pingsheng. Pingsheng nodded, then took out a disguise talisman that he had enhanced. Without giving Xiao Huizu a chance to see it, he slapped the talisman onto himself. A miraculous scene unfolded. After the disguise talisman was applied, the skin and even bones on Pingsheng's face became soft and malleable. With a thought, he could change his appearance at will. A surge of magical power coursed across Pingsheng's face, and the next moment he transformed into a perfect replica of Xiao Huizu. "Ugh," Xiao Huizu said with a look of disgust, "don't turn into my likeness, it's unpleasant to look at." "All right." Pingsheng thought for a moment, then casually transformed into the face of an ordinary-looking woman. An ordinary appearance would make it less likely to attract attention. After changing his appearance, he put on Xiao Huizu's Taoist robe, looking exactly like a woman. "That's brilliant," Xiao Huizu said. "Anyway, I can't see through your true face." "All right." Pingsheng nodded, then took out 2 teleportation jade talismans, saying, "Senior Sister Qiao, shall we go out now?" Teleportation jade talismans have no sect affiliation, they were uniformly crafted and distributed by the Dao Xian Alliance. Each of them received 1 teleportation talisman. Pingsheng put away the array in the cave, and then the 2 of them crushed the jade talismans at the same time. Buzzing, 2 light membranes opened up on their bodies respectively. A few breaths later, the 2 light membranes carried the 2 people away. Pingsheng felt the light before his eyes flicker between darkness and light, and when he looked again, he was already in the plaza outside the entrance to the secret realm. Beside him stood Xiao Huizu. "Don't speak." Xiao Huizu reached out and grabbed Pingsheng's hand, whispering, "Your voice hasn't changed. And don't look around. Come with me." Xiao Huizu pulled Pingsheng directly to the Tianfu mountain camp. Buzzing, buzzing, people kept teleporting in from the secret realm, dazzling the eyes. Pingsheng followed Xiao Huizu and quickly arrived at the Tianfu mountain camp. The patriarch of Tianfu mountain who had come to escort the disciples was a Daoist nun of about 40 years old. Pingsheng had heard Xiao Huizu say that this woman was her aunt. Xiao Huizu walked to the golden core Daoist nun's side and whispered a few words. The Daoist nun gave Pingsheng a deep look and said, "All right, sit behind me. Once all the disciples of Tianfu mountain are gathered, we'll leave together." Pingsheng cupped his hands in greeting, said nothing, and then sat down behind the Daoist nun. The Tianfu mountain disciples all looked at Pingsheng strangely, as none of them recognized him. "No talking, no gossip." The Daoist nun glanced behind her and said, "Anyone who dares to ask questions will be punished." Although the Tianfu mountain disciples were curious, none of them dared to do anything. After sitting down, Pingsheng finally dared to look around. Because it was the last day, disciples were constantly being teleported out of the secret realm. In the distance, on the territory of the Taixu Sect, Su Kunlun, Zhao Linger, and Tian Xiaoqing looked around. There, they saw an old man in a yellow Daoist robe. It was Yuda. At this moment, Yuda, his face contorted with rage, stared intently at every cultivator emerging from the secret realm, his entire being radiating murderous intent, as if he were about to devour them. Pingsheng dared not look directly at him, only glancing briefly before averting his gaze. "Nephew Qiao." Just then, a white-haired, white-bearded old Taoist priest, exuding an air of otherworldly grace, strode in from afar and landed at the location of Tianfu mountain. Pingsheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Xiao Huizu, however, stood up without changing her expression and respectfully bowed to the old Taoist priest, saying, "It's Master Wuxiang. This disciple greets you. No need to rush." The 5 phases Taoist looked at Xiao Huizu and said, "In the secret realm, did you see my disciple, Bufan?" Xiao Huizu nodded and said, "This disciple saw him." "Oh." The 5 phases Taoist asked, "When?" Xiao Huizu said, "Over at Ice Lake. We went together to search for the water element spirit apricot." The 5 phases Taoist asked, "Did you find it?" "No." Xiao Huizu shook her head, "I didn't find it, but senior brother Xiao found 3 unripe water element spirit apricots, but they're useless." The 5 phases Taoist fell silent. He stared at Xiao Huizu for a full 3 breaths before saying, "Nephew, do you know that my disciple Xiao Bufan has already perished?" "What?" Xiao Huizu's face showed shock. "Senior brother Xiao has perished? Wu Xiangwen, you didn't know?" Xiao Huizu shook her head, "This disciple doesn't know." "When did this happen?" "He's been gone for quite some time. I saw him at Ice Lake just 4 days ago." Wu Xiangwen didn't answer Qiao Huizu's question. Instead, he shook his head and said, "All right, I already know." With that, he turned and left. As soon as Wu Xiangwen left, countless people on Tianfu Mountain looked at Qiao Huizu, because everyone knew that Xiao Bufan was engaged to Qiao Huizu. Now that he had perished, it meant that senior sister Qiao had a new choice. Doesn't this mean we have a chance? The time for the secret realm to close was drawing ever closer. Disciples kept appearing suddenly in the plaza. However, the number of these sudden appearances dwindled. After all, no one would appear at the exact moment. Finally, when the secret realm closed, 18 guards in golden daist robes stood at the entrance of the secret realm's array. "Everyone, the secret realm is closed, please leave immediately." Dozens of sects and over 100 families, one by one, piloted their flying boats away. Tianfu Mountain was no exception. In the end, only the Taixu Sect's boat remained stationary in the entire plaza. "I say, nephew Yud, we should go." Elder Xianyang, a golden core stage cultivator, looked at Yud and said, "Anyone who enters this secret realm is subject to accidents. Linglong's accident is understandable, but you can't keep this old man waiting here forever. Elder, please go back first. I'll wait here myself." Yud was still unwilling to give up. He knew, of course, that Linglong was gone. He was waiting for He Pingsheng, but he hadn't seen a trace of He Pingsheng from beginning to end. "All right." Xianyang waved his hand, starting the flying boat and leaving. Only Yuda remained in the vast plaza. He figured He Pingsheng was afraid of him and dared not come out. It didn't matter if he dared not come out, but he had to come out eventually. If he didn't, the guards patrolling the secret realm would enter, and he would be dead for sure. But Yuda waited there for 2 hours, still without seeing He Pingsheng. That's really strange. Where did that kid go? Yuda frowned deeply. Could he have gone with someone else's ship? Impossible. Another sect suddenly has an extra disciple, they'll definitely investigate. Then, could he have died in the secret realm? That was a possibility. After all, Yuda had been here for many days. Who knew what had happened in the past few days? It wasn't surprising that He Pingsheng was dead or alive. Yuda felt a tightness in his chest, then took a deep breath and flew towards the Taixu Sect on his flying sword. He wanted to go to Yuning Palace to see if He Pingsheng was dead or alive. An hour later, Yuda arrived at the Taixu Sect. He flew on his sword and landed directly at the entrance of Yuning Palace. "Senior brother?" Yuning walked out of the palace, looking at Yuda with a puzzled expression. Yuda asked, "Junior sister, is He Pingsheng's natal jade pendant still intact in your palace?" Yuning replied, "It's perfectly fine." "What happened? What happened?" Yuda said angrily, "That brat killed Linglong, and then I waited at the entrance of the secret realm for several days, but I didn't see him come out. His jade pendant is intact, yet he didn't leave the secret realm." "What do you mean?" Yuning's expression changed drastically. "Senior brother, don't make baseless accusations. Linglong was killed, how can you be so sure she's my disciple? Besides, what's He Pingsheng's cultivation level? Only the 7th level of qi refining. Your disciples are all at the peak of qi refining. Even if he had the chance, how could He Pingsheng have succeeded?" Actually, Yuda wasn't sure if He Pingsheng had killed Linglong. It was all speculation. Hearing Yuning's words, he had no way to argue, only saying, "I'll go see if He Pingsheng's jade pendant is intact." Without waiting for Yuning's reply, he strode into Yuning's palace, quickly reaching the back and taking He Pingsheng's perfectly intact jade pendant in his hand. "What are you doing?" Yuning asked grimly. Yuda said, "Junior sister, don't be nervous. This is just He Pingsheng's natal jade pendant. Even if I crush it now, it won't affect him." Yuning nodded. Yuda was right. If a natal jade pendant is deliberately destroyed, it has no effect on the body, it only serves as an indicator, indicating the body's life or death status. "I'll explain the whole story to you later. I'm leaving now." With that, Yuda took He Pingsheng's natal jade pendant and left. Yuning immediately sensed something was wrong, but by the time she stepped out of the palace, her senior brother, Yuda, had already vanished into the sky as a beam of light. No. Yuning was sweating profusely with anxiety. Although this natal jade tablet wouldn't affect the physical body, if used as a catalyst and some secret techniques were employed, it would quickly pinpoint He Pingsheng's location. Why was Yuda looking for my disciple's location? He must be seeking revenge for his granddaughter, Linglong. Then my disciple, He Pingsheng, is in grave danger. Whoosh! At that moment, Yuning also flew into the sky on her sword, chasing after the direction Yuda had disappeared in. She couldn't stand by and watch her senior brother harm her disciple. "Thank you, Senior Qiao. Thank you, Senior Sister Qiao." The flying boat from Tianfu Mountain hovered in the void somewhere. Standing on the flying boat, He Pingsheng cupped his hands in a respectful gesture towards Qiao Huizu and the golden core stage dais. "None, I will never forget your kindness in protecting me. I'll take my leave." Xiao Huizu remained silent, but the Golden Core Stage Deist nun spoke up, "No need to be so polite. You saved our Tianfu Mountain disciples, helping you cover for them was nothing. If you ever have nowhere to go in the future, come find me at Tianfu Mountain." The Deist nun was very generous. He Pingsheng cupped his hands in a respectful gesture, "Thank you, senior. I'll take my leave." Then, he Pingsheng took out a paper crane, mounted it, and soared into the sky, leaving the flying boat. Xiao Huizu's eyes flickered a few times as she glanced in the direction he Pingsheng had left, then said, "Let's set sail." The large boat started again, rumbling towards Tianfu Mountain. On He Pingsheng's side, after flying through the void on his paper crane for about half an incense stick's time, he felt dizzy and lightheaded again. There was no way around it, his divine sense was too fragile. Even riding the crane required controlling his divine sense. To protect his divine sense from further damage, he had no choice but to land on the ground. He was deep in a vast, uninhabited mountain range. What to do? He Pingsheng frowned slightly. Originally, his plan was simple: go to the market at Mata Mountain, buy some healing pills, restore his divine sense, and then leave the Dao-Xian Alliance's territory to find a new place to cultivate and slowly cultivate on his own. Becoming a rogue cultivator wasn't out of the question. After all, with a treasure like the Treasure Basin in his possession, as long as he was careful and cautious, he would eventually become a great power. Unexpectedly, even his current divine sense couldn't support him traveling to Mata Mountain Market. Never mind. After much deliberation, he Pingsheng carved a cave entrance into the mountainside and entered. He'd recover his divine sense first. He'd cultivate and nourish his soul here for a month, then find a carriage to go to Mata Mountain Market. One step at a time, making plans slowly. Although Yuta was a Foundation Establishment disciple, he Pingsheng wasn't afraid of him now. After all, a Foundation Establishment disciple's divine sense could only cover a distance of a few dozen feet, at most 100 feet. "You think you can find me here?" Not far from the entrance to the Dao-Xian Alliance's secret realm, atop a certain mountain, an old man in a yellow Daist robe was wielding a sword, circulating his internal magic power in a mysterious posture. Countless streams of magic power were unleashed, drawn into the void by a rune shimmering with black and red light, spewing forth across this area. A life talisman flickered within it. This life talisman belonged to He Pingsheng. The old Daist was naturally Yuta. The method of finding the original body through bloodline was an ancient secret technique, rarely used in the cultivation world, because it was generally unnecessary. This secret technique could indicate the location of the original body within a 2,000-mile radius. Yuta was casting the spell here to see if He Pingsheng was within the secret realm. If he was, a 2,000-mile coverage area would be sufficient to detect him. However, unfortunately, he detected no trace of He Pingsheng. In other words, He Pingsheng wasn't in the secret realm. Then when did he come out? Yuta frowned. The moment his granddaughter died, he flew to the entrance of the secret realm and repeatedly confirmed with others that no cultivators had been teleported out during that time. That means He Pingsheng had been in the secret realm the whole time, but now he was gone. Clearly, he had left with another section. Disguise? Makeup? In an instant, many methods flashed through Yuta's mind. He closed his eyes, sorting through them one by one, guessing one by one, recalling one by one. However, he found no clues whatsoever. Good lad. Yuta took a deep breath, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. "You act so steadily, managing to slip through my fingers right under my nose? Good, good, good. I'd like to see where you can hide." Yuta waved his hand, grabbed the jade talisman again, and then soared into the sky once more, riding a flying sword southwards. He had no specific destination in mind, he was simply searching slowly within the entire Dao-Xian Alliance. As long as He Pingsheng appeared within his 2,000-mile radius, he would find him. Of course, if this fellow escaped beyond the Dao-Xian Alliance's sphere of influence, then there would be no way to find him. But good news for Yuta soon arrived. On the afternoon of the fourth day of his arduous search, the jade talisman in his hand finally flashed. He Pingsheng's location had been locked. "Ha ha ha, I've finally found you. Humph. He Pingsheng. This old man has arrived." Flying on his sword, Yuta arrived in less than half an hour, landing not far from the entrance to the cave where He Pingsheng was in seclusion. He didn't attack immediately. After all, he was a Foundation Establishment cultivator, while He Pingsheng was merely a Qi refining stage 7 cultivator. Yuta's plan was to first find out what had happened to He Pingsheng, and then slowly torture him to death. Killing He Pingsheng with a single slap would be too easy. "Nephew this old man is Yuta. Please come out and speak." Yuta's voice wasn't loud, but it was enough to carry into the cave. He Pingsheng, who was cultivating the mysterious gate tranquility true technique, heard these words and his heart skipped a beat. Damn it. How did that old bastard find this place? I'll give you 10 breaths. After 10 breaths, I will completely destroy this cave. He Pingsheng jumped to his feet and cautiously stepped out of the cave. The sun had set, the sky was dim, and the dark canyon was almost as dark as night. Standing outside was an old man in a yellow Taoist robe, none other than Yuda. Beside Yuda stood a large, golden python. The python had raised about half its body, almost as tall as Yuda, but most of its body was prostrate on the ground. Hiss, 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 hiss. Upon seeing Pingsheng, the python opened its mouth, hissing cold air billowing from it. After the secret realm ended, why didn't you return to the sect? Why were you sneaking around in this valley? Upon seeing Pingsheng, Yuda's initial anger vanished for some reason. He spoke calmly. Pingsheng was even calmer. He said, then why did you sneak around here looking for me, Uncle Master? Yuda asked, did you kill Linglong? Pingsheng didn't answer, but instead asked, did you kill my parents? Yuda frowned slightly, his gaze narrowing as he stared at Pingsheng. You brat, how dare you speak to me like that? Fine, fine. Since that's the case, I won't ask anymore. Watch how I kill people today. Go. Yuda slammed his hand on the golden python. The golden python's body trembled slightly, then it slithered towards Pingsheng. Its vertical pupils emitted 2 points of light in the darkness, bright and eerie. A single glance sent chills down one's spine. The giant python didn't attack immediately, it merely moved slowly, circling Pingsheng's body. Pingsheng no longer hid, for the python could attack at any moment. Open! He uttered softly. A cyan talisman flew out. In less than a breath, the cyan talisman exploded, and countless cyan sword lights condensed above Pingsheng's head. Each sword light was aimed at the golden python. Hundreds upon hundreds. A myriad swords Dao talisman. Could a Dao talisman kill a Foundation establishment cultivator? He didn't know. He had no choice but to fight. If he could kill, he would. If he couldn't, he would die. Today was a desperate situation, whether he escaped or not depended entirely on fate. This is a Dao talisman? Yuda's face immediately showed shock. And a top-grade Dao talisman at that? How do you have something like this? Yuda was a little scared. He knew far more about Dao talismans than Pingsheng. Let alone a top-grade Dao talisman, even a mid-grade one would cause significant damage to a Foundation establishment cultivator. It would be completely unstoppable. This top-grade one was even more formidable. Nephew, let's talk this out. Yuda's expression immediately changed. After all, he only came to kill Pingsheng unilaterally and didn't want to get hurt himself. There are many misunderstandings about your parents' matter. I can't explain it to you in a short time. Think about it, I, an inner sect Foundation establishment cultivator, could never have any vested interests with outer sect disciples like your parents. Therefore, I wouldn't kill him without a reason. It's all a misunderstanding. Pingsheng took a deep breath and said, is it really a misunderstanding? Upon seeing Pingsheng's question, Yuda immediately breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said in a soft, gentle voice, it really is a misunderstanding, nephew, please stop your supernatural powers, I promise you. Before he could finish speaking, Pingsheng said, Master, why are you here too? Pingsheng's words came suddenly, and Yuda, without much thought, instinctively turned his head to look. Just then, hundreds of sword lights above Pingsheng's head suddenly blasted out, falling towards Yuda. Damn it, he tricked me. Yuda roared and cursed. Countless azure sword lights, like a blue cloud, enveloped Yuda's head. At this moment, Yuda had two choices. First, run. Second, defense. If he were to run, he would abandon all defense, and the consequences of even a single sword strike would be unimaginable. If he were to defend, how could he defend? There was simply no time to activate the magic weapon's protective barrier, because everything happened too fast. And even if he did activate it, Yuda knew he couldn't defend against it. Severe injury was inevitable.